and hope you enjoy your rest of the rest of 엑자일콘.
Anyone from Australia?
슬슬 릴리 릴리 7시가 이제 본방이죠. 릴리 공방에서 얼굴 한번 보고 싶긴 하네. 릴리가 진짜 애기인데 애기. 아마 POE 스트리머 중에서 제일 막내지 않을까? 오늘 못 보긴 했는데 앞부분을 원래는 어제 오프라인으로 행사 가신 분들은 봤을 정보거든요. 이게 뭐 보스랑 몬스터 이런 거. 근데 이제 우린 이제 트위치로 보는 거라서 이 시간대 해줬는데 대충 사이즈 보니까 다시 안 봐도 될 것 같고, 이거는 그냥 렌더링 얘기고, 이것도 내 생각에는 그냥 그래픽 관련된 얘기인 것 같아. 녹화본. 여기서부터가 이제 라이브. 아씨, 큐티 덩치 커다고 이렇게 합성한 거야? 띠디디디디 오토체스. 아! 뭐 알콘 방송 어디 갔어? 아유, 두 분이 어서 오세요. 새로운 3D 모델링 커런시들이라고? 면상을 준내게 받아가놨네. 이렇게 얼굴에 집착을 이렇게 많이 했지? 뭔 사연이 있나? 아니요, PH2에서 이미지 바뀌는 커런시 이거 보면 다 기존에 있던 오브들이에요. PVE가 빨리 시작됐으면 좋겠다. 골드 정도 무자비랑 똑같겠지. 네, 오피셜입니다. 어제랑 똑같아요. 포탈. 어제 못 받으신 분들 이어서 보는 정도? Q&A에서 궁금한 게 많이 나왔으면 좋겠는데 많이 나오려나 모르겠네요. 정말? 나는 내 머릿속에서 퓨이트를 지워버리기로 했어. 그냥 딱 이거 보고 머릿속에서 퓨이트 없애버리기로 했음. 말도 바꿀 수도 있어요. 그냥 다음 시즌이나 기다려야지. 아, 당장 퓨이 1이랑 2랑 분리되는 거 아니라고 했다가 이번 에콘에서 새로운 게임이라고 말 바꾸는 애들인데 그 클베 했다고 바로 나올지도 모르겠고, 솔직히 말하면 지금 POE2 보여준 것도 그렇게 많이 마음에 안 들어. 딱히 마음에 드는 거 많이 없음. 그래픽이나 이런 건 좋은데 너무 그런 거에 집착하고 있음 얘들. 자꾸 그 애니메이션 만든 거를 몇 시간 내내 보여주고. 원이랑 비슷하다고요? 같은 거 본 거 맞음? 원이랑 존나 다름. 난 지금 존나 달라서 좀 그런 건데. 그니까 한순간에 거짓말이 되는데 맞음. 그래서 그냥 마음속에 묻었음. 그냥 퓨이 1이나 하다가 2 나오면 그때도 내가 퓨이라고 있으면 2나 하지 뭐, 약간 이 생각으로 바뀌었음. 다크소울? 아니 막 구르기는 거에 대한 그런 불호는 없는데 구르기에 대한 불호가 있어서 그런 건 아니고, 뭐 어려운 거에 대한 그런 게 아니라 그냥 그 불길한 망상이 너무 머릿속에 딱 가득 채웠어요. 뭐냐면 우리 그 무자비 리그 있잖아요. 그게 그냥 우리는 감정 쓰레기통 걷다가 박아놓은 거야 크크르 삑뽕 이랬었는데 그거 다 퓨이2를 위한 그거였다는 생각이 너무 나는 압도적으로 들음. 왜냐면 무자비스러운 포인트들이 진짜 많았음. 무자비 해보신 분들은 알 거예요.
Yo, what's up guys and welcome to 엑자일콘 Day 2 and the Streamer Roundtable here. We're going to be talking pretty much everything that happened
부정적인 생각이
yesterday.
더 많이 드는 건 사실임.
POE2. And I'm joined by Gazi, Velina and DS Lily here. And yesterday was an incredible day. So much was announced. 6 new classes for POE2. POE2 as a standalone game, and of course so many more customization options. I don't even know what to think. What was your main
그
takeaway
신작이
Lily.
우리가
Seeing
생각하는
that massive
PoE
announcement. For 4 years we haven't heard anything.
그러니까 그 원에 대한 신작, 그러니까 우리는 생각했던 게 PoE 1이랑 이어지니까 엔드게임에 대한 걱정이 없었잖아. 근데 분리가 되는 순간 어떻게 되냐면 분리가 되는 순간 어떻게 되냐면요. 디아4처럼 나와도 할 말이 없음. 그냥 막말하자면. 뭔 말인지 알죠? 그냥 아예 감이 안 잡혀서 기대치가 많이 난 떨어진 게 사실이.
Yeah.
So I think it'll end up actually being a little bit faster than what we played, but
Oh, absolutely. The Warrior, I actually took some notes. The Warrior only had 35%
그래도 PoE라고?
all-res, and they're in like Act 4.
PoE2 영상 보면
So you were dealt a little bit of a rough hand
걱정되는 게
there on the Warrior,
사실이라.
for sure. Yeah. What about you guys?
모션 봤어요, 모션?
Main takeaway from yesterday, that massive
모션 계속
announcement.
끊기는 거?
I mean, obviously looking at the minion aspect of things, but I think that the pace of the game is definitely in a much
골드
slower
봤음?
state.
무슨
Obviously,
PoE의
we're
골드야.
playing the PoE
디아2도
gameplay that we've been
아니고.
playing for PoE2 has been a difficulty that's ramped up quite
뭔
significantly.
PoE에서
Which obviously
골드냐고.
presents us with a bit of a skewed experience from what I think we're going to see in next year's beta. But outside of that, I felt like the generic play style where we gather a lot of enemies up and then we burst them down in a big AoE pack and then move on to the next one, which is kind of the main play style that we see from a lot of zooming approaches in PoE 1, does not really work in PoE 2, at least the
아니
gameplay we've
시연을
been
그렇게
doing.
하면 어떡해. 한 번은 시연 그렇게 해도 난 인정하거든요.
One thing to note though is
지자란이랑 마틸이랑 시연한 거 보면 그냥 계속 숨
mod.
막힘.
Even the Warrior in Act 4, one mod. It's like, oh man, they made it really tough.
우리가 4년 전에 봤던
Yeah,
엑자일콘이랑
so what
완전
about you?
달랐음.
Well, yesterday, what
4년
was
전에
your
봤던
main
엑자일콘
big
저러지 않았어요.
shocking takeaway?
How smooth the co-op gameplay was. I was actually just impressed
창
incredibly by
슈슈슉
how
찌르고
smooth it
석궁
was with
샤샥 하고
having
막
those two
보스는
arms
어려운 걸
together
딱 보스는
and
어려운 게
interacting
똑같았거든.
with one another without just one
근데
speeding
저런 게
up ahead
아니었어.
over the other
나도
and
감안하고
completely
봤지.
annihilating things while the other one's just lagging behind.
시연할 때
That
템
was
구리게 준 거
really,
알고 봤지.
impressive to me. It made it like
아니 난 다크 소울처럼 나올까 봐 걱정하는 게 아니라니까요.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things
그-
with PoE
그걸
is
걱정하는 게
because you
아니에요.
kind of feel like you have to
다크
one-shot
소울처럼
the
나오면
monsters a
어떡하지?
little bit
이거
in
걱정하는 게
PoE
아니야.
1.
애당초 난
Because
하코스
there's, like, a little bit
하는데
more opportunity for all these crazy
스스파크 하는데?
synergies and big burst windows and stuff like that. I feel like group play might actually
그런
be
걸
like a whole
걱정하는 게
lot
아니라
more pronounced in PoE 2 potentially.
Exactly. It seems actually
얘들
viable to do
색깔이
group play without just
걱정되는
having an
소리지.
Orbot with you.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, there was so many things for PoE 2, but there was also the new PoE 1 league, Trial of the Ancestors. Did you guys? What was your impression of that league? We didn't get too much info, you know, the
지금
tattoos,
PoE
the new mode, but what
베이스에
did you guys like? What's your
2의
main
그래픽
takeaway
신규
from that? We'll
액트
start with you
이
guys.
정도가 진짜 제일
I'm a big
베스트인데.
fan of tattoos, as you might see. I mean, I'm just saying.
Absolutely.
I'm also a big fan of TFT and Dota Battle Chess or Auto Battle games in general.
그리고 이제 두
I'm
개로
very
나뉘면
excited
역량
for it.
문제도
Then
있고.
again, I also feel that there is obviously the concern that we're going to end up with a situation
역량
where
문제도
the
크고.
players are so geared up to their teeth that
근데
they're
이제
just gonna
제작진
ignore the
입장에서는
actual
툴을
mechanics
분리하는 게
and
제일
rest of the
속편하지.
coding and it's over. So it's going to be fun to see how they balance that. to
기존에
make sure that we
쌓였던
actually engage
스탠
with the
이런 거 정리 안
mechanic
해도
to play
되고.
the actual
제로에서
auto game
시작하는
or
거니까.
auto battle if you want to. And,
아, 참고는 다시 안
I think
사도 돼요.
that's a
스킨이랑
fun
이런 거
thing.
다
This is right
연동됨.
up my alley
그건
in
연동됨.
terms of what I enjoy playing games with. So.
What about you, Valina? What
I think that it looks really, really different. Like, I'm not sure what to expect when creating my party. And if I really am going to need that party, I'm kind of hoping that eventually I'm not really going
의외라고요?
to need that party.
a bit like
뭐가?
a blight situation where you
Yeah.
kind of yeah.
얘들
the
그거
towns
말
are kind
절대
of
못
good, but you don't
받고.
need them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm
Yeah.
hoping that I can just zerg it down without
내가
having to
옛날부터
worry
얘기했잖아.
about making sure
PoE는
my setup is correct.
다른 건
But
모르겠는데
that's
자기네들한테
something
돈 주는
later.
사람들한테 배우는
Absolutely. I
진짜
think it'll be
잘해.
pretty hard on restart at least.
그런 거
yeah.
무조건 지킴.
Yeah,
단 한
absolutely.
번도
What about
한정판
the hardcore
스킨
stuff? Because, like,
복각해
they
준 적
said that
단 한
you
번도
don't
없어.
die?
10년
Right.
You
동안.
die. Is that like that's like a big thing, right?
That is. That might. If there's any like races, that might be a good place to farm gear. Like.
아, 말은 바꾼데 돈으로는 굴 안 친다니까.
Like a gauntlet.
그 나락감 회사 그거 왜냐면 후원자들로 얘네들 후원자들 엿먹이는 그거라서 쉽지 않음. 얘네들은 블리자드가 아니에요.
Yeah, silver coin. One silver coin to do one of the missions.
Right. So that'll definitely be. If the loot is good early, you'll definitely see people doing that in hardcore, just sitting there, farming it. I mean, it looks pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, you also get some allies, which is a pretty big bonus. Absolutely.
그래서 내가
Definitely very, very cool. Obviously, we've got
지금
all
방송
the new
시간
customization
11시간이잖아요.
coming
안
with that
자고
week, but we
지금
also
Q&A
have
보려는 게
Sanctum
나의
Week
이런
coming
불안감이
back.
Q&A로
So,
좀
does
해소됐으면
anyone have any
좋겠어서
thoughts on
보는
that?
거예요.
I am so excited
뭔
about
말인지
that.
알지?
I cannot wait to just run Sanctums all day again. I'm gonna be buying Sanctums. I just know it.
Well, I know who to sell my sanctums to then. Because, yeah, I mean, you can just
나도
do that one
대깨빡이긴
mechanic. That's not
하지만
even something you could do in Sanctum
무지성
Week.
실더는 나는
That's like
아니거든요.
massive quality of life that they're adding
걱정되는
there.
건 사실이고
Really,
그걸
really good.
해소시켰으면 좋겠습니다.
Absolutely.
얘네들이.
Hopefully we get original sin back. That'd be pretty cool. That was a sick ring. Absolutely.
I feel like I'm in the same boat as you agreeing with this. Like, Sanctum League was amazing
그래서
for a lot
Q&A
of
보는 거야
players.
오늘.
There were so many people that just wanted to run that, and the challenge of doing the no-hit runs. I love the idea of it. I think it was really, really good and resonated very well with the community. Me personally, I
무제스
was busy
실더
crafting. I was
많네.
busy doing my
큐에도
menu stuff
많네.
and my caster builds. Sanctum was not of interest to me. I liked the idea of it, but it was more like I need a break from what I'm doing. I did a couple of Sanctums, but that's how I felt about it. But since it did so well in the community, I think it's going to fit very well as a core mechanic in the game.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. What about you, Lily? Sanctum enjoyer?
I am a Sanctum enjoyer.
Okay.
I hope the loot is like not nerfed too bad. Like I hope it's pretty similar because it's a really good source of divines, and right now
Yeah.
divines are kind of in a spot where, especially if you're playing like SSF, it's pretty hard to.
마이너
craft,
게임스로 솔직히 더 많은.
Crucible, you didn't. There wasn't that
솔직히
many
말하면 마이너
divine drops,
게임스로
So, Sanctum would be a good, really good
좀
source.
그런 게 더
of that.
심해.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's fun as
똑같지
well,
뭐.
so I'm all for it. Absolutely. Very, very good. We've got the new skill gems as well. Those are a few spicy ones in there. I think Vengeance Cascades maybe going to get taken around back, but that's okay. We'll be all good with it. Absolutely. But just moving back to PoE 2, we saw so much new stuff. But I'm sure everyone
다만
was cooking
1년
up
뒤
some build
클베라
ideas, at least a little bit, when they
조금
saw all of
누그러진
those new skill
것뿐이지.
gems and the new skill system. For me, it was definitely
1년 뒤
the
얘기라.
trigger on
근데
shock.
사실
I was
그것 때문에 더
like,
빡친 것도
oh
있어.
man, surely if I
1년
combine
뒤도
that with,
빡,
like,
1년 뒤
spark
클베도
and, like,
빡침,
chance to shock.
리그도
And I
아직
asked
3주
all the guys
남음.
on the floor,
약간
I was like,
그래서
does this have, like, a
그래서
cooldown
그냥
to
넘어갈
like,
수
trigger
그냥
skills?
아이
He's
뭐
like,
어떻게
no,
되겠지
no, no, so
나오면
you can
막상
do this,
재밌을
trigger
거야
so
이 얘기
much
바로 안
stuff by
나온 게
using spark.
아니 씨
And that was
존나
something that I
사년
got
동안
pretty
기다려갖고
interested to
이거
try.
딱
What about you
열어갖고
guys? What-
금방
what-
할
do
줄
you have any,
알았더니
like,
뭐
crazy build ideas
1년
when you
뒤가
saw the new
클베라고?
systems?
막
So
이러면서
the one I'm not sure what it's called, but
뭐?
is like you lose energy
아직
shield when
리그도
it
3주
casts
남았다고
spells.
Oh
개빡치.
my
차라리
God.
리그도
You
한
could
1,
stack
2주밖에 안
like 30k
남았으면
energy shield
이렇게
and
나오던
just
말들은
have a
별로
ton
관심
of spells
없었을걸?
going off. If it works
당장
like
다음
that,
리그
then it's like,
떡밥
if
돌리고
it's a
있었을 때.
percentage, then that might not work so well. But if it's just like a flat amount, you could just stack a crazy amount, and like it'll be like kind of like Molten Shell when that was a build, and you just walk around and then it
Yeah.
explodes.
Surely Eldritch Battery can't be in the game because you'd be able to consume the energy shield and
that's
then
true.
trigger them all. Like, there's no way. That would be
There's-
so
That
broken.
definitely does not work. That'd be crazy if it did.
I mean, it might.
Maybe
I mean,
with like a less damage multiplier.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty strong, though. And, of course, give us the minion perspective, Gazzy.
1년
With
뒤 위험하다고?
Spirit, the new way to reserve
솔직히
auras, but
말하면
also summon minions, and you can get a ton of it on your gear now.
디아4 하는 사람들은 PoE
What's
안
it
하긴 해
looking like
솔직히.
from your
근데 이제
perspective
PoE 하는 애들은
as the
디아4도
minion
하잖아.
master?
근데
Very,
약간
I
넘어간다는
would say there's a lot of
느낌보다는
lack of
유저 성향
detailed
자체가
information, how we're going
왔다
to
갔다 하는
combine
유저들이
auras
많아요.
together with the minions.
그래가지고
We've got received the information that we can summon
많이 영향
what's
없을
called
거예요.
unlimited amount of minions.
물론 이제
as
그런
long as
사람들
you have the spirit
있겠지.
for
이제
it. We're
PoE
also expecting to have
좀
that
꼬아서
combined
접으신
with
분들이 디아로
auras
많이
to make
넘어가긴
sure that our
하겠지.
minions gets buffed. So there's going to be
네,
a
나도 좀
balance act between
시즌제라
our auras
그런
and our
거는
minions,
좀
unless there are other
좀
mechanics that
덜해도
have in
돼.
store for us. What's really interesting with PoE2 in the gameplay approach is obviously the fact that they want us to run with a combination of spells. They don't want us to have one button builds like the Magic Find KB, Tornado Shots, and you know all about that. So, but minion builds in PoE1 is already in many cases a very active gameplay approach. You have the predator support, you have
정보야?
communication, you have
일주일 전에
curses,
풀리겠지?
and your
옛날이랑
positioning
똑같지.
it needs to be considered as well as your minions positioning. So the gameplay already is very active, which is one of the main reasons I enjoy playing it so much. Now in PoE2, they want to get that to the other builds. So it will be very interesting to see how they actually going to plan to change the minion playstyle to become more active than it already is. But since we don't have those details, it's very hard to say.
Absolutely. So one thing which I was super duper curious about, at least for me, for PoE2, because you get all these 6 links, right? It's like
내가
as a
이거
minion
엑자일콘
player,
보면서
the
난
spirit
느꼈어. 나
only
진짜
takes the
보스파였어.
permanent minions to like kind of reserve. So what about all these
나 보스파였어.
temporary minions that are in the game right now?
POE2의
You can in theory
그
have like
이질적인
20 summon
변화에
raging spirits,
엄청
all the
어색해하더라. 나.
skeletons out, and your specters and potentially zombies at the same time as well. Is that something you're cooking up already?
I mean, that's we're going to circle back to what we talked about with Cast and the Shock.
Oh.
Now imagine an Overstorm out there where critical strike chance or increased shock chance and everything for
딱
that. and you
4년 전
put your
에콘
little
느낌이 제일
SRS on that one. That's going to
비슷했는데, 그렇지
permanently
않아?
summon those on a boss target. And if you have that on a 6 lane, or it's going to be a couple lanes fewer with the shocks, but still you get those automatically summoned since they don't take spirits.
아까도
could
레딧에서
theoretically, based
커런시
on what we've seen
이미지
so far,
봤는데
look at a pretty
얼굴만 냈다
stacked
다
up
박아놨더라고.
screen with minions.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my initial reaction. It seems like PoE2, there's just so much more that they're kind of like wanting to allow us to do, like all these triggers, all these like crazy things going on. And there's also the support gem change, which hopefully we have time to talk about as well. But Velina, did you have any builds where you were like, oh my god, I need to try that as soon
빌드가
as I
되지
get my
않을까
hands
그럴까
on
기도 중이라고?
PoE2?
Not right now
저는
because there's
그렇게
just
좋게 얘기 안
too
했는데.
much.
Yup.
There's just so much that
시연인데
they've shown
병신들이
me
저걸
that I
저걸
don't,
저렇게
I'm
해놓냐고.
overwhelmed by all the
7시요.
different new abilities that they've added. How
나는
smooth
쉴더는
and
못 되더라.
fluid they look.
성격이 더러워서.
What it's going to be like to try to combo them together.
모바일 시연한 거
I'm
보고
really
아유
interested
병신들
to
이랬는데.
see just how many skills out there that I
그러고
can
서포트
combo
팩하고.
with, like, I don't know, Impale, for example.
Go.
I would like to see what they plan. They said 240 new skill gems, right? Active skill gems.
Yeah.
Active. That's nuts.
That's a lot.
That
And
is
네,
a
두
lot.
명도
it's
스트리머.
not just that, they've kind of like reworked
제일
all
왼쪽에 있는
the
저
current
문신
skill gems
아저씨는
as well.
소환수
Like,
빌드 많이 해요.
like Herald of Thunder, it's got 100% fizz to lightning conversion
소환
now.
빌드만
Yeah.
하시는
Like
분.
what? Like that was like so hard to get before in PoE1. You
가운데는
needed, like,
모르겠어.
gloves and all sorts of stuff to get that, but now it's just on a Herald. So
가운데는
yeah,
잘
like it's
모르겠고.
crazy. Like
본
it's,
것 같기도 하고.
everything is changing.
Yeah. So
아마
I
속코
have no
스트리머일
idea
듯?
what I'm going to be doing.
이 양반도 속코 하시는 하는 양반인데
Overwhelmed by all the
워낙 옛날부터
possibilities that
POE 했던
they've
걸 알고
given me.
있고 가운데는 본 것
Absolutely,
같기도
yeah. And the other thing to
모르겠어.
consider is that everyone now also gets a brand new skill, which is baked into every single character, the dodge roll.
Yes.
Which the developers, like, they're like, it's overpowered. You gotta use it, absolutely. And it's pretty interesting because when you're actually using it, it's like a completely different way to play. It's really strong on bosses in my experience, but what was your guys' experience with
GFL에서 안
it?
봐서.
Maybe Yazzie.
Well, we have
GFL
dodge roll
그림로도
in
나왔을걸?
other games of recent releases, so it definitely reminded me of that approach. What's really funny is that they confirmed that we're going to be able to do this in town as well as having shapeshifts. So we're going to see a lot of bears rolling in town. That's going to be very fun. I feel like the first few days we're literally just going to see that in the cities.
Yep.
But no, I think that that element
릴리는
of the
아직
gameplay feels
AGT가
like
난다
you
그죠?
are
릴리 몇
having
살이지?
an actual
옛날에
proper reaction
21살인가
gameplay
22살이었는데
experience.
지금
I
한
know that
중반
they wanted
됐나?
to have that in PoE1, where it's supposed to be reactive, but it's been very hard when you have a skeleton 2 screens away, one-shotting you in the higher maps with juiced-up mods.
진짜
But in
스트리머 중에 제일
PoE2 that
어릴걸?
we've seen so far, it's felt a lot better
머릿속으로 그
in terms
생각했었는데
of us
나이
being able
듣고
to reactively
어쩌다가
play the
젊은
game. There's a
여자애가
telegraphed explosion happening,
이런
or telegraphed
게임을
slam happening. You are able to actually genuinely dodge that, and even if you do the dodge ability, right as that ability lands, you're not
흔하지
gonna take damage
않거든요.
from it, unless it is an AoE ability, which would make sense. And I feel like that's a really good step in the right direction for
그러니까
the
무슨
immersion that you
사연이
actually play in the
있어가지고.
game in the way they want to, but it also fits very well
그것도
in what I
하코를
prefer to play as well.
Absolutely. I imagine on minions, it's going to be completely broken because you can be dodge rolling around while your minions are going to town. What does this mean for like hardcore? Do you think it gives you more control, more agency, or is it kind of like, what do you think about that?
It definitely made the boss fights feel like more fluid. So in hardcore, if, like,
릴리가
say you run out
한국에서
of flame
모델까지
dash
했다고?
charges, right? I mean, you're kind of just
금지초문이네.
running around awkwardly, or you kind of like dodge slightly, you're out of flash, everything. So you're just kind of like awkwardly moving around there, just force move, right? But now you can dodge and made it like a lot more fluid. So you can dodge around the boss and make sure you're
릴리가
in
키가
its,
그렇게
like, safe
크다던데?
spot behind its back, like a lot of bosses have. If you like to stay behind their back, you're good. But like they like flip around, then you can flip around them. You don't
어디
just
나라
like
사람인지
awkwardly
모르겠어요.
walk around.
Yeah, absolutely. I found on the Huntress, Valina, because you also played the Huntress,
Yeah.
it felt particularly good because the melee attacks were so snappy. You could
Yes.
like attack, roll.
Yes.
And that definitely felt really strong. Did you like that as well?
Oh my god, that felt so smooth. That was such a nice speech. Like the first boss that I fought, which, by the way, very deadly.
Very deadly,
Very
yes.
deadly. When I finally got the dodge roll with their attacks,
와 근데
finally
그림러는 타투가
dodging just before they hit
더는
me,
것 같다.
and then hitting them, that felt so satisfying.
원래 약간
to actually
반팔까지만
do.
있지 않았나?
That was,
손등까지 타투가 생겼네.
Really, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. It was exciting. It was just exciting to have gameplay like that, because in Po 1, you either zerg down the bosses and not care about what they do, or you're flailing around trying to wait for your dashes to come back.
Yep.
So yeah, I really appreciate the dodge roll, and I love that there's no cooldown on it.
Yes, there is literally no cooldown. Like,
저지롤이
if the
뭐야?
enemy is attacking or shooting, you can spam
아,
dodge roll and be
탑지롤.
kind of like
회피,
almost
회피.
pseudo-immune while you're dodging. Like, you
구르기
obviously have
얘기하는 거?
to take them out, and
Yeah.
you'll need to attack
나
sometimes.
솔직히
but
말하면
you
나도
can
안
just
좋아.
roll as much as you want.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing
나도 싫긴 함 솔직히
How are they
말하면.
gonna balance that, man? I have no idea.
But there seemed to be like
근데
a time frame where after a dodge, your character has to
그거는
like
내가
get up on their
인게임을
feet,
플레이를 안
and that time frame
해봤으니까.
seems to be a frame where you
그러니까
actually
있다면 그냥 받아들이고 할 것 같아.
It doesn't
그
seem like you're able
정도까지는.
to just roll. You're immune to everything except AoE damages.
때문에
Because that
받아들이는 게
would be
싫지만
broken, especially for
받아들이고 할 것
builds,
같은
minion builds, or
그런
even dot
느낌?
builds in that sequences as well.
왜냐면 난 디아에서 좀
But I
경험을
definitely think that
해봤잖아요.
there is a
근데
definite
뭐
time
나쁘진
frame where you're still
않더라고.
being able to hit, but you can do that initial immunity roll when you see a well-telegraphed
디아에서
ability flying your
구르는
way.
걸 경험해봤잖아.
Yeah,
근데
I'm
진짜
sure
나쁘진
the
않았어.
guys in PoE will,
선입
everyone's
아마
gonna
디아 안
analyze what the
해봤으면
exact
더
immunity window
부정적인
is and
반응이
all sorts of
얘기했을
stuff
거야.
like that. So
근데 이제
I'm sure
디아에서
we'll get a
해보니까
lot out of that.
나쁘진 않더라고.
But there is also just so much coming in the form of this weapon swap thing as well. Like, I didn't really get too much of an opportunity to mess with it myself. It's more like of a conceptual thing, because we didn't have the Alice passive, the skill tree on the demo. So we couldn't do the kind of 10 points here, 10 points there. But do you guys actually think that you'll be able to like modify some of your builds just kind of in the PoE1
나도
context
금화
with
설명이
that
제일
in mind?
필요하고.
Like, would you... Like, for me at least, I was like, okay, I can have 2 bows, I could put 10 ballista points here and put like 10 movement speed points here.
구르기가 왜
Like,
실린
I have
거냐고?
my
그러면
bossing and
구르기가
my
왜 실리는
movement speed set up
거냐면
and weapon
정확히
swap
설명을
between those. Do you
하면
guys have that kind of
그
feeling as well?
구르기를
or-
의식해서 모든 게
Yeah,
나온다고
kind of
역으로
hard to, like,
생각하면
think
좀
about with
좋겠긴 함.
current PoE, like it's really like it really goes against it. Like PoE 1, you just
왜냐면 그 구르기로
only
인해서
one type of damage,
스킬의
like
이동기들이
99.9%
너프를 먹고 그럴
time.
거란 말이죠.
And
왜냐면
PoE 2,
애당초
they're trying to give you,
다찌
like,
그
other
구르기
things
관련된
to
패시브
match
트리가
more.
있다라고까지 얘네들이 얘기를 했잖아
But, like, the only
어제.
thing I can think of in terms of
그것까지
what we
있다고
know,
얘기를 했잖아.
like,
그럼 우리는
from our
시원시원하게
past
쓰는 이동기
knowledge of
대신에
PoE 1, which
달리기보다
doesn't seem
느리다고
like it'll carry
했거든요.
over at all. Just- I'm
구르기
thinking,
계속
like, a lot
구르는
of
게 스태미나는
utility.
없지만 캐릭터가 달리는 것보다 느릴
absolutely.
것입니다. 라고까지
Right,
얘네들이
guys.
얘기했어 어제.
I feel like
그러면 우리는 그 느린 거를
they
굳이 써야
provide us
되는 거야
with the
걔네들 때문에.
option to have a generic clearing
그러니까
setup.
이동기가
like you talked
있어.
about,
보여준
having
거
a
있어.
weapon setup
리프
for
슬림이
your
있음.
clearing, and then you have an entire setup, not just the weapon,
그러니까
but the skill
그게
trees
이동기를
change,
그대로
you have your
살리면서
section
얘네들이
setup for it as
구르기를
well.
넣었을
And if you look at
거라는
the
데
builds that was
의문이
going to use
있지.
a lot of Rs or minions for that matter as well,
무슨 말인지
you do
알죠?
have that option
그러니까
with the
구르기를
weapon swap and
넣고
those 10
지금에
points
있는
to have a more
이동기를
of a
안
focus
건드리면
on your clearing
오케이죠. 그러면
aspect on
좋죠.
one end, and then you might
햇빛이지
even just
아니에요.
quickly switch 2 Rs for a boss and then do
햇빛이지
that and have an optimized setup for the actual sake of bossing or single target boss
이게
fights in
얘네들이 아무
general.
생각 없이
So I think
구르기를
it's a
안
really
넣었을
cool
거란
system.
말이야.
I do wonder how
다른
well
것들을
it's going to
쳐내면서
pan out
구르기를
for
넣었을
certain
거란 말이야.
builds will obviously
그걸
be kind of well-rounded
걱정을 하는
and
거지,
well-rounded
사람들이.
beast to the point where it's not really needed. But it's going to be fun to see how they balance it to start with.
Absolutely, yeah. You got anything to add, Melina?
그리고 시연에서
It's gonna be really interesting,
몹들 사이에
especially
껴가지고
because
제자리에서
these
구르면서
passive points only
쳐맞다가
come off of
뒤지는 것도
books,
보여주고
Yes, the
이랬으니까.
books.
which is gonna be like how many books are in the game, how many passive points am I gonna be able to actually put
투는
around
디아 유저
my
노리고
tree,
액션 RPG 만든 거
make
아니냐고?
this
얘네들이
really
유입을 생각을
worth
할까요?
it to do.
Absolutely.
PoE2 영상
But I think
보면
it's gonna be
사실
really fun.
장벽은 여전히
And,
보이긴 하던데.
it's gonna be definitely. I can't imagine trying to implement this in Po 1. I really can't, because there's just no
애당초 패시브 트리를 두 개를 짤 수 있어요. 나는 좋아. 그건 또
that
나는
we
좋아.
play like that right now.
Yeah, I mean, with all these questions, it's fortunate that the next panel coming up is literally a Q&A. So it's kind of like we get to answer some of these questions. So I mean, that's gonna kind of be
디아
not
회피보고
one
넣은 거
to
아니에요?
miss.
근데 그걸
And
우리는
we're gonna be
모른다니까
over
그
there. I'm
의도를.
assuming
그래서
all of us are
Q&A를
right
봐야
after.
된다는 겨.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be huge. But one of the biggest
그래서
changes.
봐봐,
which
지금
I think
당장만 해도
we didn't
속을
hear
모르잖아,
too much
빡빡이
about it
속을.
initially. Was
그래서
the
Q&A를 봐야
large
돼.
change
왜
to
4년
the
전에
currency
없었던
items
골드와
that seem to be
구르기가
dropping
이번 시연에
in
생겼냐
PoE2?
이런 거지.
So I mean, it's still a while out. So things
사소한
can
거지만
change.
짚고
But
넘어가긴
right
해야
now,
돼.
there doesn't seem to be any scouring orbs or
왜냐면 이제
alterations, and the chaos orb
의도를
has
모르는
been
뭔가들이니까.
reworked to some
예를
extent.
들면 딱
So there's not really any way
패스오브엑자일
to
시연 영상에서
forge a rare item
그
specifically in your
웨폰
hideout other than the alchemy
1,
orb. And Gazzy,
POE
tell us what this means
스킬을
for crafting.
뭐냐 스킬 패시브를 다르게 찍을 수
Oh,
있는
well,
데한
my wrist and
의도는
fingers
되게
are
잘
very
설명해줬거든요.
thankful for the change. I can tell you that because I
근데
remember when we started playing
골드랑
PoE, I made a
구르기를 왜
mirror
넣었는지
amulet or mirror
의도에 대한
service
그
amulet.
설명은
Yeah,
하나도
it's
안
called very
넣어줬어요.
high end. And it took
우리가
me
이런
about
걸 왜
half a
넣었다
million
이런 데 얘기는
alterations
안 했어. 근데 다른 것들에 대한
and a
얘기는
lot of
다
time.
해줬거든요.
My fingers were not happy with me. But
그래가지고
you know, fast forward to where we are now, looking at the PoE2 change, I think that it's going to be a lot easier for new casual players to
골드는 뭐 하는데
actually engage
쓰냐고?
with crafting. It's not going to be
그니까.
as
그니까.
advanced. You will
그니까
also
봐야 돼,
have an
우리도.
increased interest in looting items because now you're looking at an item and you can look at it and see, well, the Chaos Orb will remove one mod and
막
add
골드
another.
무자비
And if I look at this item,
하신 분들
there's only one mod
알겠지만
I want to get rid of. So that would be something that would
거기도
attract
똑같거든요.
me to
겜블에
use the
쓰이고
items on it. Whereas in the current state of Chaos Orbs, we're
액티메이트
looking at using a Chaos Orb in the item,
베이스템
we'll scrap
사는데
everything and re-roll all of the modifiers.
쓰인
And new
용도밖에 안
players or
됐거든요.
casual players would not be incentivized enough to engage with crafting. So I think that the changes that we're seeing with this is definitely going to be in line
컨텐츠용도
for
아니 그냥
those.
그거에 대한
It
설명이
obviously
없으면 그냥
does bring up the question, how we're going to craft those
아무것도
high-end
안 나와서
items for the
넣었다고?
1%
그런 말 없었는데?
aspirational game chasers.
What about in solo self-found? I think you dabble in
나
solo
어제
self-found,
방송
right, Lily?
처음부터 끝까지 다 봤는데 그런 말 한 적
split it
있다고?
between
Bit from A and
아예
B,
없었는데?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because
있었어요?
I feel like solo
아무것도 안
self-found is
나와서
kind of
넣었대?
more in tune with the actual
근데 왜
like full
지자란이랑
process.
마틸은
Without
골드 보고
alterations,
막
without
골드 어쩌고 하면서 막
scaring
그런
mobs,
반응
and we don't know
보였지.
about the lead mechanics yet. What does that do to kind of like
모바일에서도
the solo
골드가
self-found
나오던데?
progression? Does it like change it a lot?
Yeah, it definitely changes it a lot. I mean, the Chaos Orb, I'm wondering if, like, I don't think they've mentioned it yet. I don't remember. It
어디
seems
언제
the new
얘기했어,
Chaos Orb kind
그거를?
of seems to me like the stuff you'll pick up will be a bit better, and maybe you only want to switch like one thing on it, because what it does is it like changes one thing and then
Adds another one.
you're right.
아니
So
저건
I'm
골드를
wondering
뭐라는
if
거야
we'll
그걸
see,
모르는 게
like,
아니라
better gear pickups. Like
그냥
they
시연용으로
mentioned
넣었다는 거잖아.
Exalcon, the first
그러니까
one,
골드를
and
시연용으로 넣었다는 뜻이야
you'll just be
저거는.
picking stuff up will be your main source of getting stuff.
Yeah,
그
I
뜻
mean,
아니야?
absolutely. And my fellow Huntress gamer here, I don't know if you saw it, but there's a new currency, gold. And of course,
Yes.
you can
시연용이란
buy items
뉘앙스는
at the
아니었고,
vendor, like
아.
flask and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there is in fact a gambler in town, and you can use gold to gamble for infinite types
딱
of
얘기하네.
any item you would like. So it's
지금 골드
essentially kind of
얘기하네.
like a chaos orb to some extent. You can like buy 10 spears, and you could get uniques, rares, magic items. What do you think of that system, Valina?
I actually don't mind the new gold system. It's going to be really different. Like just the idea of using gold instead of using a transmute or using an alch or something like that to buy an item is going to be really weird. But I like the idea of there's a basic currency that has no other use but for this gambling. And that you get a pretty good amount of it when you first start out. Like I know I couldn't actually gamble with any items, but I could get myself flasks in the first town, so that was really nice.
그대로 나오죠.
And I like that it's auto pickup.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the auto pickup
근데
of it
저게
is so good.
근데 그 저거를 되게
Although
단순하게
I think
그냥 아,
it only
골드
I think it has a
거래용
limit
아님
of like
이렇게
5,000, which is a little
얘기하잖아.
low, I'm gonna say.
저거 시연에서
I
어떻게
mean, yeah, I mean, it's
나왔냐면
definitely. I mean, they can up that. They can pump those
지금
numbers up.
우리는
Absolutely.
만약에 이게 아이템이 있어.
Gaz,
아이템
what
있잖아요.
did you think of
아이템을
the
팔면
gold? Especially like because you can
그
kind of just like print items with it, and
파편으로
it's auto
주잖아.
pickup, so it almost feels like it's
파편
kind of
같은 걸
going to be the
주잖아요.
new juice that
그래서
you
이걸
farm, right?
모아서
It's like,
오브를 만들잖아.
There's definitely different aspects of it.
오브를
I do
만들잖아요.
want to
근데
say
저기
that I do
골드가
agree with Lena
되면요.
with the stack size. I want
이
to take it one
골드가
step further than that
팔면
and say
골드가
that
나옴.
it
이
should be
골드로
on a
이
separate window.
파편을
Now, I
산
understand we're going to have to
오브를
feel
사는
the
거죠,
weight of it,
정확히는.
but it's already
그래서
auto pickup. Why would it need to take
이게
space in our
그
inventory?
예전처럼
It's the way a lot of
쭉 가는 게 아니라
players, I
중간에
think, is gonna
NPC를
utilize
한
the
번 더 거쳐야
system
돼,
is to
이렇게.
gamble a lot of it.
그전에는 그냥 NPC한테 팔고 바로 내 창고로
So I definitely
들어가는
think people will sell
느낌이었으면
these to
지금은
make sure that people
아이템을
can buy
골드로
it. But
팔면
if
그
we're going to look
골드로
at it
다시
on the basic
NPC한테
general
이걸
idea of
커런시를
the
사고
gold
다시 내 창고로
system,
들어가야 돼.
I think it's a great
그래서
addition to the game simply because it is locked
솔직히
to other
말하면 좀
vendors.
번거로워.
We have a new or
액트
casual player playing the
단계에서는
game,
액트
and they
단계에서 잠깐
realize,
쓰는
hey, I have a
거면
ring that I used since level 12.
왜
I have to
넣는지
upgrade this
싶기도
piece to
하고.
progress further
그래서
because I'm struggling on this
어제
next boss.
시청자분들이
They can use their
얘기했던 게
gold and they can
이게 이제
specifically say, I want that ring.
그
And then roll a couple
유비들을
rings
위한
from the gold
뭔가
gambling and
접근성을
see if they
위한
can get a rare one or a magic one that will
건가라는
fit their
얘기도
build.
했음.
And I think that's a great way to basically not target farm, but you
인플레는
can
생길
target
일이 없을
acquire
겁니다.
the items that you need, that you have on the worst slots for your character, so you can progress that, and that immersion and level of character
액트
progression. I think
단계에서
is
딱 그
really good
정도로만
on the
쓰라고
early
하고
stage
딱
of the game.
맵핑
But late game,
들어가면
like you mentioned,
필터 쫙
I think
빼고
it could definitely be one of those juice things. Pretty sure you already have some plans for buying a lot of gold, or at least theoretically buy a lot of gold, gamble those items that you want to go for, because there's obviously different aspects to it. You can get some uniques that might be high valued. You might be getting those rare items that the high-end crafters wants to use a couple of crafting sources on to get those really big ticket items on as well. I think it's a good system.
기존 거래가 같을 거라
It's
그랬어요?
definitely a very
그러면 그
new and
골드는
interesting
이
system.
그
It mixes things up a
시연에서만
lot.
나온 거예요? 근데
But I think
그러기에는
overall,
지금
after
언급이
playing
너무
the demo,
그건데
my takeaway was that it's
시연용이 아닌 것
definitely
같은데
got a
얘들
lot
얘기하는 거
more
보면
room to kind of use a lot more player skill. At least that's how it felt. Like on the sorcerer, you got to use a frost wall to make sure the mobs don't get to you and stun you, and all sorts of stuff like that. Overall, do you guys like the combo kind of play style, or did you like kind of like maybe want to go for a more one
얘네
skill?
직원은
What was your
아니어도 대부분 다
overall
받는
feel
애들인데 뭐.
with the demo? Just to wrap us up here, Lily, we'll start with you.
I really liked how it felt. I think it really makes sense that they split the game because it is just so different in pacing and everything. But I think it felt good. I do like that PoE1 still will get updates. So when I do want to play the one-button builds and just blast through, I can go play
그래서
that.
어제 내가
And
방송
then
보고
when I want to do the combos, I can play
레드 바로
PoE2.
들어갔잖아.
And I
레드는
usually
똑같은
always
얘기야.
play like two-button builds, so it's really good for me.
아까 어떤 분 말 맞잖아. 자기는
absolutely. What about you,
골드가
Valina?
I'm a one button.
지금에 있는 대장장이 숫돌 같은 포지션이었으면 좋겠다 이런
For me, it's
얘기하는
gonna be a
레드
little,
유저들도
it's a
많았어.
learning curve to get through to actually fight these new monsters with this whole new arsenal that I have that I'm not prepared to really use because I'm so used to just attack with this one button. Let's just go.
인벤?
So it's gonna be
인벤은
it's
그거는
gonna be
구멍 하나
different, but
떨어주면
I
되니까 뭐.
actually enjoyed what I played so far. I found it really engaging, and that's something that I don't necessarily get as much of in the original Path because it's just one button, baby.
One button, baby. Hell yeah. What about you, Gazzy? To finish us off in a couple minutes here.
Play minions at PoE1.
아,
We're
나도 약간
already very
상징적인
active in the
의미라서
gameplay. It's something
PoE에서
I
골드가
adore
없는
when it comes to
거는
RPG
재화가
games,
없는
which
건
is
난
probably
되게 진짜
why I
상징적인
enjoy
의미긴
playing it
했었는데
so much,
나한테도.
but also why I like playing things like Dark Pact or Totems. So I already have that
그건
approach
좀
of
아쉽게 된
active
것 같아.
gameplay. So having that in a sense of
구멍비
combinations of
연결비냐? 아
skills,
그건 또
I do
아니더라고.
like the fact that there
큐에서
aren't
보면
any
그거
big
골드로 쓰지도
cooldowns on the
않던데?
abilities. You can spam them, but the best way to use them is obviously in the correct order, if you will. I also feel like as a min-maxer, the system obviously ended up with this is the best for AoE clearing, such as a sorcerer to get a quick example of
뭐
this.
지금
would
이렇게까지
be that I
얘기한 거
would
보니까
try to
Q&A
gather up a
나오겠네.
pack of
그
enemies.
꼬라지가
Not too
보니까
many,
그치?
'cause that was
얘들
fun.
이제
Gather
언급할
up a pack of
정도면
enemies, and then you would ice nova those, and then use your comet.
Q&A에서
And then if there was a really big guy in there, you would use the staff
나오지?
to get the unleash on that, and you just drop down 3 comets on it. And that was mostly enough to clear it. And then for bosses, I tend to use that mana surge thing, use the arc on it because that was good damage, frost wall things off, like a utility option. But I didn't feel like I had any big combos for the bigger targets. It was mostly these are the good 2 abilities I would use for clearing, and this is the 2, maybe 3 that I would use for single target. And I do like it because it does change the gameplay depending on what you're actually facing. So that's something that I really appreciated a lot outside of playing minion builds, to have that in the non-minion builds archetypes.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think overall it's definitely a new game, but it's a blast to play, absolutely. So
Q&A 하기
we really
전에
just want to find out more, so we're going to go straight over to the Q&A now, and it's going to be very interesting to see what we see.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of ExileCon 2023. My name is Octavian, and I am joined by a handful of very talented and
무자비에선
interesting
참고로
individuals who are here to handle your
골드로
questions.
샀습니다.
So
그 NPC
go ahead and
커런시.
introduce yourselves, everybody.
Yeah, so my name's Jonathan Rogers. I'm one of the game directors of PoE2.
I'm Mark Roberts, one of the other game directors on part of
The other game
Exile 2.
director.
No, the other.
I'm Rishi. I'm one of the game designers on PoE2.
I'm Rory Rackham. I'm the lead game designer working on player skills for PoE2.
And I'm Octavian, I already said that. In a few moments now, we are going to have a QR code appearing behind me. If you want to get some questions into the panel, all you have to do is scan that QR code, and it will lead you to a website that you can submit questions from. It's pretty self-explanatory. We do have a few
많이
questions
꾸미고 왔네.
Let's start with one
이 정도면 많이
that's
꾸미고
gotten
왔지 왜?
quite a lot of attention
LGBT
since it was
없어서
announced is the topic of gold. Will gold become the de facto player currency for trading?
So definitely, at least no, but not because we're putting any restrictions on it. It's still tradable between players, but it'll be like trading in like Scrolls of Wisdom or something, right? Like you're just not going to do it because it's like, well, you know, there's much bigger currency that's worth more that you can do trading in. So yeah, it's kind of just not really something that not something I believe will happen really at Endgame anyway.
Okay, cool. The next question here, with 9 active skill gems, what considerations are being taken for players who might prefer a simpler
어디 한번
playstyle?
봐볼까요?
Your RFs.
그냥 걸들을 보기 싫어. 맞아, 나도 사실 그래.
For a player to have a simpler
이래나
playstyle.
머리 쓰면서 이런 게 있겠지 저런 게 있겠지 이해하고 싶지 않아. 난 원래 좀 그런 성향이 있음 나도.
And you'll probably invest more heavily in the spirit on a build that's
그냥
like that.
PoE가
So that's
PoE스러운 게
something that if you do
좋지
want to
뭐.
focus more on a single skill, you will be missing out on the opportunity
취향
to
확고한
confer
양이.
more
그래도
damage.
또 나오면 뭐
potentially.
적응하겠지만 당장에 거부감 드는 건 맞죠.
I had a conversation with a designer a couple of weeks ago, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you know, I just want to be able to attack with 1 or 2 skills. I'll just use this skill and that skill." And okay, but like, you know, if you just added, you know, like armor break here, then you'd be able to do like the X more damage. And oh yeah, well, you know, I guess I'd just add that too, you know, just to get the extra damage boost.
모바일에 어제
And then I'm like,
나왔습니다.
oh, you know, actually, like you could add like this skill, you get a bit more damage again if you combat it with this, and then they're like, oh, you know what, I guess
말
I'd add that too.
좋아
I might as
선생님
well
말이
just
너무
my boost because,
빨라요.
you know, like, pretty soon you've walked them through the steps of getting to all 9, and he's got a whole build there, and it's like, you know,
저희는
basically
꼬부랑 글자
if you
늦게
balance it
읽는단
right, then people will
말이에요.
want to do more things just naturally, and it won't feel like a thing that they don't want to do because like they'll just realize pretty soon that, oh yeah, it's fun if I use this also, and it's fun if I use that also. And I think it's also worth mentioning that you don't have to be using all 9 skills all the time. Like it is absolutely intentional. Like the reason we're giving you so many 6 links is so you can have situationally dependent skills that you just use occasionally, just when the situation
말 너무
is
빠른데?
there. So like that's what we
번역해달라고. 야, 이걸 어떻게 번역을 해, 지금.
You to be using all 9 skills every minute. It's like, you know, yeah, you use them sometimes.
Yeah, different skills for different situations.
그
but in that
스킬잼
situation,
대한
you
얘기
spend that skill.
이렇게만
And
합시다.
there's also the trigger skills and other mechanics
스킬잼에 대한
that you
얘기.
automate skills that later
어제
in the
했던
game,
얘기들,
once your
어제 했던
character is really
얘기들.
advanced, you might find ways to simplify your combat interactions, but then you might also find ways to make them much more complicated with other tools. So.
So it's still PoE. You can still very much make your own game of it.
Like all the cast on
이번에
stuff takes a skill slot,
Q&A
right?
좀
Like
잘
every cast
받아가지고
on whatever that you're using
속 시원하게
is going to
얘기해줬어요.
require one. I mean, that you can, I believe you can have multiple cast on like active skills in a cast-on shock, for example.
Oh, yes.
So you can still trigger more, but of course you're reducing the number of support gems that you can attach in that case because you're making that trade-off. So yeah, anyway, that's the deal with that.
And for a meta gem like this,
지금 막
totem
트리거하고
or barrier
뭐
you can put a whole sequence on
하는
them
거
and
뭐
all cycle
어제 했던
through
얘기들
them
그냥
and
which is
쭉
very
들어서
fun,
얘기해 주는
get
것
a
같아요.
combo within your automated or your
Yeah, so you can actually the
트리거하고
order, the
이랬던
order
거.
of the gems in the
점
item
연결하고
actually
했던 거
determines the
그런
order
거는
that
뭐
the totem will
걱정하지 않아도
cast
된다. 뭐 대충 이런 얘기인데
the
왜냐면 이제
things. And I believe we also,
링크
although I don't
시스템이
know if they're actually
바뀌고
in right now,
잼의
the,
링크를
the
연결하는
sequencing,
시스템을 바뀌었잖아.
meta gems.
뭐 그게 그거긴
We have those
하지만
in.
no, they're not functional.
Right, not
They're
functional at the moment.
very
Okay, yeah. So there's another one which is interesting, which is that you can put.
근데 사실 말이 너무
there's a sequencing
빨라가지고
meta
그냥
gem you can
맥락만
use to put
이해하고 자세한 내용
multiple,
모르겠네.
active gems in order, and then when you use the skill, the character will cast them one at a time. So there are actually like various things like that are still in there. It's just that's.
One thing that came up there was situations to use different skills, and we are putting in a lot. We're creating more situations where you will consider to use more skills or to change your build for those situations. So something you might have seen in the demos is that a number of monsters are highly resistant to things. Normally monsters have a resistance and it can be quite small.
아,
We have them going up
이번에
to,
시연
you'll find a
영상이
number of monsters that are 75% resistant to an element.
데모에서
But
좀
most monsters in the game aren't resistant to
레지스트리가
anything.
높았잖아. 저항이
And
높았는데
often there are also monsters that are vulnerable to different elements. So now one thing you can do to get around this is we're adding a lot more penetration to the tree, which means if you don't want to have to use the two skills, you can spec into penetration, use the one damage
이거
type.
그냥 뭐
However,
웹 디자인에 대한
penetration does
얘기인데.
not go into the negatives. It will be bottomed out at 0.
So there's opportunity cost if you're going to do that, like
Yes.
you're making the decision to do that sort of stuff. But in general as well, like just with regard to monster design stuff, like we're trying to make everything
그러니까 뭐
less
저항
flat. Like monsters
취약
will
뭐
very
대충
much
이런
have strengths and
느낌을 얘기하는
weaknesses
것
that are much
같은데.
more prominent
지금
than they
쓰는
were in
우리가
PV1. So that kind of thing, like
우리가
that just makes
쓰는
everything more situational, as Mark was saying.
그거랑 좀 다른
I mean,
건가?
talking about weaknesses, like Mark mentioned, there's
예를 들면
resistances
뭐
and
아까
monsters,
트리
but there
얘기했던
are
것처럼
also
나무는 불에
vulnerabilities, so you
약한다든지
can, like,
이런
adjust your
느낌을
build to take
얘기하는데
advantage of
그렇죠?
something.
We just didn't want it to just be single target and AoE, and those are your two distinctions. We wanted to have more situations that you're adapting to than just that.
But it's
그런
also
얘기를
not
하는
just
것
those plus resistances either. That's like
Yes.
also like the
상성
group size
시스템.
and just like the general. Like there should be many different things, like many factors that can make a skill good, because that's really what differentiates between different skills. Like when would I use one? It's like so the more of that we can add, the more sort of interest. you
역으로
have
생각하면
between
약간
different
지금
skills.
강적 느낌이랑 가까울 듯. 왜냐면 지금 강적은
Alright, so the
그거에 더
next
약한 것보다 그
question
속성이 더
people
강한
wanted to do,
거니까
we see a
아마 뭐
divergence in trade philosophy
크게
between the
체감은
now
많이 안
split
될 것
games,
같긴
PoE1
한데.
and 2.
I don't know that we would really, like, we still believe in the trade philosophy we have. So, like, yeah, I don't really see that changing particularly. Like, there have been some discussions about things we could do to ease things, to make things a bit easier. But honestly, those would be more like quality of life things, and I don't see any reason why PoE1 wouldn't get them also. Yeah, that's kind of like a, like the kind of like those, I guess those like trade
Yes.
philosophy things are not something that's really in the scope of
외국인
the split,
친구도
right?
느끼기엔
Those are
말이
sort of just
빠르대.
things that would be the same for regardless of which game it is.
All right. At what point in the development of
Maybe
PoE2
he
did
still
you
left
realize
off.
the game was too different and needed to be separate from PoE1? Or was it like sort of a gradual thing?
엑자일
So
래퍼.
to me,
maybe.
it was right after the Act 2 reveal. Like soon after that, there was just kind of this like we were making a huge amount of design changes. We were kind of doing a lot of things that like I was really keen to experiment with like all sorts of changes. I mean, like all things like dodge rolls and stuff. I mean, it's all like
저것도
there's so
발음
much
안
of that stuff there where
좋으면
it's
이상하게
like,
쳐지긴 해.
as we started to sort of design that stuff, we're like, okay,
발음은
well,
또
what would
또박또박
PoE? It's not
자랑하잖아.
even going to really feel like the same way. Like people who have been here and they've been playing the demo, you probably noticed like, yeah, it just has such a different feel, and we're kind of like, well, why take away the thing that we have that's like that people like? There might be, I mean, I would hope that everyone will love PoE2 more, but there might be some people who don't and whatever. And then you also look at things like WoW Classic and stuff like that, and you're like, there are certain people who like want to go back and play that old stuff, and it's like, and that was we were looking at that, but it's also this kind of thing of like. Yeah, like we have this thing going. Like we were probably going to be destroying too much as we made that transition in terms of like people's like items and things like that. It's like things that they know, and we're just like, yeah,
다
there's no
들려?
real reason to get rid of that stuff. We
리스닝
can actually
진짜
just
잘
do both. Why not
되는구나.
have it all?
난 이렇게 빠르면 하나도 안 들림.
All
단어만
right.
들림.
So this one might be for you, Rishi, I think. How will we roll maps in PoE2 without scours and chaos orbs? Or chaos orbs exist, but they work differently now.
Yep.
Is the mapping system changing fundamentally so that rolling might not be
Well,
necessary?
they will still be, itemized maps in some extent, and they will still be rolling.
맵 시스템이 좀 바뀌나 봐요.
Still
PH2에서는.
And it might just be harder to roll your maps with things, and you might just have to deal with mods that you might have otherwise wanted to just not run, and now you just.
I mean, we'd definitely reevaluate what mods are on maps.
Of course.
충신 하나 있다. 저기 바로 뿌 이러는 거 보였어?
Alright,
왜냐면 맵핑 시스템
here's one for
바뀐다고
Mark,
하니까.
most likely. How many new monsters explode into spikes?
Well, yeah, and I ran out of time in my monsters talk. I had some of this. The spikers still exist, but what are they called? Porcupine Goliaths, eh?
Yeah.
Internal name Spiker. So they still exist, but they, in PoE 2, every monster's, not every, but most monsters' projectiles actually use like a ballistic system now where they actually adhere to gravity. So the off-screening is almost entirely
호저는 호저 몬스터는 시그니처지. 로아 호저. 뭐 악질적인 몬스터지만 나는 뭐 싫지는 않아.
They die and then they have a like animation where they vibrate and
싫지는
then the
않은
spike
그냥
fire out.
약간 민 같은
So no
존재지.
just instantly killing them,
입장이지만
instantly
또
dying.
없어지면 서운할 것 같긴 해.
Trying very, very hard to
시그니처라
have
나는 좋아.
minimal off-screen,
나만 아니면 돼.
zero off-screen. And,
내가 죽으면
zero
거지 같고
situation where
나는
you just
죽으면
instantaneously die
호저가
to
거지
something
같긴
you
하지
did.
막 이러면서.
But, I mean, if it happens on accident. Is probably
화면
the
밖에서
reality,
죽는
but
것에
we
대한
obviously try very
거는 좀
hard not to
줄이고
make that happen.
싶은 건가요?
They are small projectiles as well, so dodge roll will
그런데
let
그런
you
얘기를 하는
avoid them entirely.
They are
Whereas dodge roll
projectiles,
just
so
right.
dodge roll will avoid them.
Can't confirm. They are in Act 2, as he says, but they are much more like actually dodgeable. We've been shown how PoE 2 will fix plenty of fundamental issues that Path of Exile has: feel of melee, mana reservation, tons of things. Do we have any plans to backport some of these changes to the first game?
That's a pretty interesting question. I think, like, the thing is, a lot of the stuff that we're doing there, like, was what facilitated the need to split the games in the first place. So it's like, I guess everyone's going to have their list of like, I wish they just had PoE 1, but with this extra change.
분할에 대해서 얘기하는데 좀 중요한 거 얘기하는데.
Because the balance
근데 또 말이 많네.
of the game kind of like
너무
is balanced
빨라.
with all the stuff
중요한
in mind.
얘기인데, 그치?
So it is pretty hard to sort of split some of those changes. Because I mean, what would it do, you know, for some of the stuff? What would it do if you, I mean, putting Spirit back in PoE 1, like it changes a.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sort of things around that. It's not quite easy to just like put that in, and that's the thing, you know.
Yeah. Like the caster changes to the caster weapons, bringing them back would mean destroying everyone's existing caster items because, well, they'll no longer have attack.
There's quite a lot of complexity around that stuff.
So.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but fair. Is there any intention to, actually I know the answer to this one, but I'll ask it. Is there any intention to upgrade PoE 1 to the new engine that PoE 2 will be using? If so, if not, what does this mean for PoE 1 going forward?
Yep, so the engines are shared.
PoE 1의 엔진을 업그레이드할 계획이 있냐 하니까 공유를 돼야 된다. 왜냐면 그 MTX 시스템 때문에. 왜냐면 최근에 PoE 2 엔진으로 업데이트가 됐죠, PoE 1이. 근데 다른 게임인데 왜 했냐? 라는 의문이 있었는데 그게 스킨 때문이다.
That's what's happening, and we'll continue to upgrade the PoE 1 engine. So it means that like new content for PoE 1, we'll be able to just use all those new features, and that'll work just fine. Obviously, the main thing though is that all the PoE content is not authored with the engine features in mind, like that's to say the old content. So like that means that you know like all the new stuff we're doing with shaders and everything. I mean, it's not just going to make all the old stuff look good necessarily, but you know basically new stuff can look good. And there's the other problem we've had in PoE 1 as well with regard to PoE 2 asset commingling, which has already been happening a bit with some league stuff, is that it kind of makes the PoE 1 stuff look worse by comparison, which is a bit of a problem. So you have to be a little bit careful there as well.
All right, next question here. Will there be a Scion class?
문제가 있다고 얘기를 하는데?
Noticed that wasn't there.
No, we've removed it.
얘네들 자체 엔진이죠?
And
Yes,
why
they
is
call
that?
it the passive tree.
Yes.
We realized pretty early on that everyone else had a really distinct theme. We had twice as many classes with all these mechanics to spread out, and the Scion didn't have something that she could focus on specifically in PoE 2. We wanted to spread all that energy elsewhere. There'll probably be more mechanics that let you be a little more diverse, and we wanted it so you can travel further across the tree to do more build combining stuff that the
말이 다들 빨라.
was the one enabling in the
힘들다.
first place.
Right. It also just
여러분이
makes
좀
the tree more
도와주셔야
interesting
됩니다,
to not
같이.
have the center path like that. Like so we made that so there's less
이건
nodes
뭐
required.
사이온
That's
얘기인 것
my
같고.
understanding to go around. But there's without that center path, it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for someone on the opposite side of the
이건 또
tree to
다른
go
얘기네.
across. So it just kind of makes that whole like Skilgrimage thing just a bit more interesting, at least in my opinion.
All right, next question here. Rishi, you might have the answer to this one. Will things like fossils and essences continue to exist in PoE 2, or are all sources of crafting being overhauled entirely?
Well, they will all exist because we still like the fact that there are ways to craft your
Q&A
gear in like these really
있던
interesting ways. But
크래프트
we will be
시스템들이
changing
넘어가냐
how most of these
그런
function
건데
in some way,
넘어간다고 얘기를
the form
하는
which we'll be getting to.
것
I
같은데
think a
맞나요?
lot of it is just that. So the philosophy that I have for the crafting stuff is like I like that we have got a ton of
Crafting
systems. Like, but the problem is that when they all work on every item type or like things like that, it just means that things can get overcomplicated pretty quickly. So for each different crafting system, I'm pretty keen to sort of like pull it back a little bit. So it's like, well, maybe this crafting
복잡해서
system works on your body armor or something like that, and this one is for weapons and that kind of stuff. Or,
저
that's
뭐라는
one
거야?
way of doing it. But there's also like, oh, this one only affects like this, like. I don't have a lot of examples off the top of my head, but it's like, you try and sort of make it so that, like, for a given type of item that you're making, there's kind of like some crafting systems that apply that you can think
뭔가
about for
소프트하게
that,
바꾼다는
item,
얘기인가?
that you're trying to make, but the other ones you don't really have to worry about so much.
아,
So just kind of like
불리한데?
paring it back a little. But there's certain things that still need to be across all item types to make it interesting, and we might also like reduce the number of options within a given crafting system. So it's like rather than being like, oh, here's a crafting system with like 50 things, it's more like, well, here's a crafting system with 5 things, and that's that one.
Yes.
And then
더
that way it's like, there's just
하드해지는
less kind of
거
overall
아닌가?
mental
아직 무슨
baggage
생각인지
there for all
모르겠네.
that stuff.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
저는 이거는 약간
This
생각만
one
간
has
것
gotten
같아요.
quite a lot of upvotes.
그죠?
Can you please implement cast on
뭔가
dodge roll as a
제작에
skill?
대한 분리는
Rory?
생각까지만 갔는데.
Can we do that?
If it has a
근데
spirit
저
cost,
분리해도
then we
나는
balance
접근성이
around it,
떨어진다고
so
should be
생각하긴
possible.
하는데
That does sound
모르겠다.
pretty possible.
저거는
Yeah.
어떤
Cool.
그림을 그리고 있는지
I'll add it to my issue list.
모르겠네.
Will Mageblood, Headhunter, and other iconic chase uniques all exist in PoE 2?
체이스 유닛들 마피나
cannot have a
헤더
Path of Exile
같은 게
game without some of these iconic uniques existing.
PoE
So
2에
they will
있나?
still hopefully be recognizable, but they might have to have a few stats be different just as a result of the mechanics changing from game 1 to game 2. But I mean, can you imagine a Path of Exile game without, say, a Shabs or a Headhunter? You can't, right? So those will definitely
They absolutely
exist.
have to be there, and ideally
They must be there.
Ideally, we like make them work mechanically as closely as possible to
Yes,
how they work
yes,
in PoE 1.
yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Are the permanent buffs that are gained from killing campaign area bosses, like the +10 spirit consumable and such, shared across characters, or do I have to hunt down all of these on any build I level?
Okay, well, sure. I mean, they're currently just specific to the character.
Yeah, they're specific.
Yeah, they're specific to the character. It's one of
Yeah.
those things you have to do.
And those are usually bosses that are also directed to by main quests and with other rewards attached.
Oh no, all the optional ones. The optional ones have them absolutely.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
tons of them do. In fact, that's the reason. The optional ones are the ones that have them more because those are the ones that we want to kind of get you to like if you want to do them, you know.
Right.
So yeah.
All right. Let me see. In PoE 2, have we considered group play in a more diverse way than just Orabot plus carry?
Want to grab that one, Mark?
I like my Aurabots.
멀티에 대해서
We don't have to get rid of them.
Well,
여기도 많이 생각 안 해봤나 본데?
just considering it now, just doing it live.
오라봇?
I mean, we have the scepter.
없애고 싶지 않나 봐요,
item
오라봇을.
type as a
부정적인
thing that
느낌은
is
아니네,
most
오라봇에
Well, that was
designed
just
for
the
Aurobot.
Aurobot item.
Yeah, it works for minions very well.
Yeah.
But it is an Aurobot item.
Yeah.
And it
그러니까
has
뭔가
Aurobot
그
stats.
그림은 그려놓은 것 같은데 이거를 도입을 하는 게 맞을까?
Yeah,
아닐까에 대한 얘기는 계속 왔다 갔다 하는 것 같아.
I'm not sure how much more
왜냐면
there is to it. I
좀
mean, one
크게
thing
바뀌는
is that
것들이라 우리가
currently you
기존으로
certainly
유지를
cannot
할까
have as many
아니면
auras, but
우리가
it doesn't
생각한 이
say it
변화
will
방식으로
change, and I
할까
think
그
that's just
사이에서
because we're
고민하고
not
있는 것
quite
같은데.
far enough along with determining that.
시프트 리니얼 봤어요.
We're still making a lot of skill, still making auras. I mean, we have some cool, new, interesting auras that certainly work differently than just buffing.
I think the other thing.
그거 두 개 사이에서 고민한 것 같아요. 지금 POE1에 있는 시스템들이
like,
복잡하고
more things like due to the cast.
어떻게 보면 난잡할 수 있지만 또 그게 시스템이 익숙해지면 너무 괜찮은 시스템들이 많잖아. 근데 그거를 조금이라도 좀 대중적으로 풀어내고 싶은데 답이 없으니 내가 그런 얘기를 한 적 있었거든요. POE는 뉴비 친화적이게 되려면 게임을 새로 만들어야 된다는 얘기를 하고 있었어. 그런 얘기를 한 적 있었단 말이야.
I mean, that's the nature of live questions.
근데 얘네들은 진짜 새로 만들 생각인
new
것
alternate
같아.
characters once you've completed the campaign.
그 과정에서 저런 것들을 좀 많이 고민하는 것 같아.
Well, it's probably one of those things that I know people are going to want to hear, but unfortunately, yeah, like we still believe in the whole push through the campaign thing. It's just one of those
근데 나는
things that
솔직히 얘네들이 생각하는 유비 친화적인 방향이
without that campaign push first, and there's just kind of a lot of like.
진짜일까? 얘들이 생각하는 유비 친화적인 게 진짜 유비 친화적일까라는 생각은 함.
Always had a bit of trouble with. Like, I'm definitely personally a fan, but I mean, I'm interested to hear what your guys' opinions are on that.
아니 쉽게 못 만들까? 얘네들이 생각에는 우리 이 정도면 쉽게 만들었지 했는데 전혀 쉽게 안 느껴질 것 같은 느낌.
I agree also.
Yeah, I think ideally the campaign is a challenge that if your character needs to be able to make it through. If you can make it through the challenge, which should never be easy at any point for any one build. Unless you're
태생이 좀 하드함을 추구하는 애들인데 뭐 얘들이 소프트하게 만들어 봤자지고 쉽게 관점이 다르다고. 일반 사람들과 다릅니다.
Hopefully you'll die a few times.
And it's also just worth mentioning that we don't like any form of cross-league progress at all. Like
캠페인 액트는 좀 더 지금보다 빠를 거라고는 하네요.
Even just from that perspective.
All right, cool. I don't know if we have an answer to this one yet, but it is a much requested question. Is Reflect in Path of Exile 2?
Mark? You're the Reflect hater, I think.
The map mods are still there. Whether or not you can re-roll them away, well, to be determined. What other forms of Reflect were there? There's some bosses that had skills that turned them on. Well, those are, none of the new bosses have Reflect, so those won't be there because we're not keeping any of those bosses. What other forms? I mean, the Reflect just mods on rares. I mean, are we talking about things like the mods that, the retaliation mods as we call them? All of the rare monster mods that do skills like that are going to be reworked and revisited. So as to whether or not they'll be something like it, maybe, but again, I'm never ever going to have that unfair just you hit a mob and instantly kill yourself thing ever again. If people remember from way back when I used to play with people on stream a little bit more, and
하지만 우리는 기억해야 됩니다.
There were certainly circumstances. I remember people specifically called me out on it because I shot a lightning arrow off screen and hit a reflect pack of crabs and instantly died.
강적도 우리 처음에 그렇게 시작했죠? 기억해야 됩니다.
Yes, I certainly.
PO의 역사 잊지 말아주시기 바랍니다, 여러분. 강적도 저렇게 시작했습니다.
So you're not denying it then.
It's not because other people hadn't suffered, but it certainly gives me a lot more drive when it is directly pissing me off.
반만 믿어, 반만.
All right. Actually, Rishi, you might know this one. Are there any significant changes coming to the crafting bench in PoE2?
So currently we don't have a crafting bench in PoE2 because the vendor has been completely reworked to sort of fill in your problems that you might have while leveling. And you get to do this by saving up your gold over a few levels and then buying, say, like whatever it is you might be missing. Like let's say you're missing some fire res.
벤치가 없다고? 작업대가
browse the
없다고?
vendor, there's probably some fire res in there, and that's how you would solve your problems that the crafting bench was solving through the campaign.
And so just to clarify, the actual change of the vendor there is that it rolls more magic and rare modified items more often.
Yes,
so
that's right.
The vendor doesn't just have a pile of white items for you to look through.
Yeah, exactly.
너무 그냥 무잡인데 드랍에 못 드는 게 맞긴 해요. 님들 PoE2 하시고 싶으면 그냥 무잡이 하시면 돼요.
In PoE1, it's very much in the history, it's been the
무잡이가 딱 그래요. 작업대 없고 벤더로 제작하고 에센스 파밍해서 바르고 딱 그래요. 무잡이 가시면 됩니다.
strategies, but outside of that, it's been mostly useless and
작업대라는 시스템도 참
way more
좋았는데.
impactful now.
All right. Will there be challenge leagues for both games, and will they be separate for both? Do I have to do 40-40 and 8 out of 8 twice for every 3 months?
걱정이 하나 더 늘어버렸는
We'll have to think
걸.
about that one.
I actually don't know.
I haven't thought about the challenges.
I mean, it depends on how much of a completionist you are, I guess.
크게 멀리 안 가도 될 것 같은데.
In PoE 1, the amount of consistent regen or other means of recovery means that enemies need to do huge bursts of damage to be able to kill you. Any changes to leech or recovery coming to PoE 2 to combat that?
It's definitely something that we're letting be much
를
more
없애고 에센스랑 화석은 좀
high cost to your
남긴다.
character to have
큰
a high amount of
무잡인데.
regen. You should be able to
딱
feel like you can
무잡이거든요.
build a regenerative
작업대
character,
없고
but it shouldn't be like how
에센스랑
everyone's getting 40%
화석 같은 건 그 대신 남아
so we
있는 거.
need to do
진짜
at least
진짜 무잡이. 그냥 여기서 그냥 아 저희는 무잡이 시스템을 PoE2에 도입했습니다. 이러면 Q&A 할 필요 없을 것 같은데.
So that you have more of a window to be worried after taking a big hit, and also flasks are slightly, well, they're rebalanced really again around boss fights as well to bring all that stuff to the point where the character has a window of being in big danger after taking a big hit, rather than having to instantly kill them with that big hit. There are still some one-shots, am I right, Mark?
I feel
It's a really dodgeable attack that you should have
Yeah, me
avoided.
too.
Maybe?
I feel like leech discussion has been the biggest time-wasting topic in the office.
Yes.
Like there were so many hours and hours and hours discussing leech. Like for some reason, it was just the hardest freaking thing to get right. I feel like we've come up with like 5 different variants on what we wanted to do that have changed. So honestly, I feel like we're probably going to have 5 more discussions about leech that'll waste like days at a time again.
여차하면
from now.
PoE2가 나와도 PoE저들이 PoE2를 안 할 수도 있겠는데?
For some reason, leech is just the hardest stat to get right.
PoE1의 이 색깔이 만약에 안 읽고 개발을 놓지 않는다는
We start with like we
가정하에
have to make this simple, and then we design and we design and we design, and it gets more and more complicated. I'm like, no, god damn it, we have to go back and simplify it again. And like,
새로운
this is
도전이냐고요?
why it just spirals around. and
무잡이
this
나온 지
cycle,
얼마나
like, it's
됐죠?
just-
디아4보다 무잡이가 먼저 나오긴
It's-
했지.
Leech is too complicated, but everything simple is
아마
also
오랫동안
worse. Ugh, it's
Yeah.
terrible.
했던
Well, the last time we had this thing, I remember he was just like, I can't believe we're still talking about this, and we
아마 오랫동안 계획을 많이 했을 겁니다.
And I am being asked just to reiterate that the QR code for sending in questions is available to live attendees for ExileCon, but apologies to anyone watching live on Twitch or something.
내가
not
그런 얘기를 한 적
available
있었거든요.
for that audience.
난 PoE가
next question
하드하고 뭐가 많아서
If
좋다
you
그랬거든.
Load. Oh no.
라이트하고 단순한 건 대체할 게임이 솔직히
Well,
많거든요.
we'll ad-lib a
라이트하고
question.
단순한 게임 할 거면 PoE 할 이유가 없음.
The wells that were placed in various towns. What is the design philosophy, the reason behind the implementation of those over just having flasks
넘치거든
refill
라이트 하는
automatically when you
거는.
enter
맞아.
town?
당장
It's
디아하면
just a
돼.
feel thing. It just feels nice to have like a, you go back to town, you cook in the well. It's really hard to answer beyond that. It really is just, it feels nice to do. It's a little bit of a mind change when you first try it, but after you've done it a couple of times, it's like, oh yeah, it
물론
makes sense. It
이제
just feels right.
회사적으로는 라이트 유저를 좀 흡수할
word on a
시리즈를
death
하나
recap?
빼고 싶은 욕심도
It's
있는 것
not a
같고.
feature I'm against. It's just a tricky thing to implement, and it's just never been a priority. But like, it's something that we might get to it one day. But yeah, it's not. Kind of busy.
Hopefully in PoE 2 it's
물론
going to
이제
be a lot more
나와봐야
clear
알겠지만
what kills
지금
you.
당장으로서
However,
솔직히 나는 거부감 드는 건 사실인 듯.
then again, just look, I know how it is.
아마
Sometimes you
이런
just
느낌이지
dip and you're
않을까?
like, okay.
몬스터 헌터 팬들이 몬스터 헌터 월드가 나왔을 때
We
느낌일
wanna
것
make
같아. 뭐?
the visual
쉬워진다고
clarity of
게임이?
PoE2
뭐?
will certainly be a lot
라이트해진다고?
better, and
아
hopefully
모난
it will
망했네
result in
했는데
just
대박
less
났잖아.
randomly
이러고
imploding.
PoE2가 대박 나면 얘네들이 맞는 거긴 함.
On the topic of Druid, we've seen some footage in the trailer of bear form,
나
and it's been mentioned a few
같은
times,
그
but are
보스
there any other
틀딱
wild forms
PoE
that it can
유저들은
transform
틀린 거
into?
같고.
Wolf and Bear are the only ones that we've
근데 이런 거는
announced so far.
진짜 나와봐야
But,
알아.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
결과론적인 얘기인 것 같아.
There's quite a lot of animation.
맞아,
work
딱
for each
모넌이에요.
one, so-
그리고 내가 그 모넌 보스 틀딱 모넌 유저랑 똑같은 말을 하고
do
있는
rares
거다.
drop with good rolls now?
그 감도 똑같이 느끼고 있어.
looked at the mod pools of every single item and changed them. You know, that includes what mods roll on what items, their weightings, a bunch of things. So
그래 맞아. 월드 나올 때 난리
I'm
났잖아.
not going to say
근데
that
결과가 얘기해줬잖아.
every
존나
single
잘
time you
됐잖아.
find a rare, it's just going to be a good one. But
근데
we have changed the
결과가
mod
그렇게
pool
잘
such
나오면
that they make,
인정할
I
수밖에
suppose,
없음. 아 니들이 맞은
better
거였구나
sense for
이러면서.
the new game.
That
결과만
is useful to
좋으면
know, but
상관없지.
I think maybe the question was driving at the like well-rolled thing that Heist had at one point, where it was like.
만약에 POE2가 이런
No, that would not be.
그 대중성의 방향성을 잡고 이게 나왔을 때 잘 되면요. 난 너무 박수 쳐주고 싶은.
It's probably a bit too complicated to get into, but rarity affects things a little bit differently than how it used to.
안 되면 개같이 가야지.
We're intending to use less quantity on
병신처럼 나오면 개같이 갈 거야. 지금 디아블로 유저들이 디아블로 4 많이 까잖아. 실망 많이 하신 분들이.
Rather than requiring quantity to get that. So
팬들이 돌아서면 무섭거든.
Like more rarity should feel like you're getting more valuable stuff.
나의 이런 그 부정적인 우려심을 잘 만들어갖고 깨부셨으면 좋겠다.
A bit more subtle too.
We've also removed the currency drop penalty on bosses, which I don't know if people know exists, but that was if anyone has done.
뭔 말인지 알죠? 내가 막 이렇게 저거 맞나? 작업대가 없다고? 이게 맞아? 막 이러고 있는데 존나 잘 나와갖고 내가 여러분들한테 여러분 제 말이 틀렸던 것 같습니다. 역시 갑박이에요. 이 말을 할 수 있었으면 좋겠어. 바람이라면.
Nice.
Fun fact also about mods on items and how good they are. Light radius now extends your minimap reveal range as you run around.
I didn't expect to.
얘네들 이거 중간에 갈아 엎은 걸걸요 지금 이게. 안 갈아엎었으면 이렇게 늦게 나올 리도 없고 4년 전에 나왔던 엑콘이랑 보여준 게 다를 리도 없고 갈아엎었으니까 지금 4년 전이랑 색깔이 다른 거 같아요.
I'll let you know. But yeah, like it'll be well, yeah, I really don't know.
Oh, this is an interesting question. Is the intent to have a shared endgame
말도
story
바뀌었잖아. 애당초
or
말도
a shared
바뀌었음.
story between the two games?
1과 2는 그저 그냥 큰 확장팩이었던 개념에서 아예 새로운 게임으로 나온 것 자체도 큰
the end game is now separate from PoE 1 and 2 story-wise, so therefore they'll have separate stories for that.
Okay, cool. Are there any problem monster mechanics that exist in PoE 1 that you're just really happy to be able to get away from and splitting PoE 2 to a new game?
Well, it's a little bit subjective as to what mods annoy people the most.
PoE2를 단순한 게임을 맛보기가 PoE1을 끌어들이는 중이라고요? 절대 안 통합니다. 님들 모난 월드한 사람들이 몬스터 헌터 더크하는 거 봤어?
But I'd say mostly I'm
그 사람들은
relatively happy
월드함.
with how a lot of the mods are now, but
진짜 극소수
there'll be new
아니면
ones, there'll be different ones. So no good
사실상
answer on
거의
that
의미
one
없음.
yet, just because we haven't really gotten around to doing it.
Yeah, I think, and currently in the demo we just have the same rare monster mods that we have in PoE 1, just because we haven't really fully.
We disabled a handful of them just because they were visually not up to.
이거 있어야 돼. 내가 그랬잖아. 나는 나 PoE2는 그냥 마음속에 묻어버린다고.
But at least we disabled all the shit.
오늘 딱 보고 기억에서 지워버릴 거예요.
But yeah, we still need to get to the rare mods for monsters.
All right. Any considerations for hand or wrist strain coming from things like opening div cards, crafting items, sorting your stash?
Sorry, what was the start of that?
Any considerations for improving the situation around hand and wrist strain in Path of Exile?
Wrist strain, okay.
So like opening 1,000 stack decks or spamming
well, I mean, there are certain
fusings.
things now that don't require, like for example, you don't have to do the like chromatic
손목 건강 챙겨주네.
things like that. Like those sort of things we've gotten away from the need to like to just like spam something a lot, like a huge number of times in order to get something mostly. Like I don't think there's much of that left anymore. So like that kind of stuff at least is gone. But yeah, like I mean, yeah, I don't know if there's anything else in particular beyond those that would be needed to be addressed.
Yeah, I mean, so just a lot of individual cases that have been
Right, there's a lot of individual cases, exactly. I mean, in general, we're trying to avoid the need for, like, just a I mean, the
너무
whole, like,
많은
spam a bunch of fusing thing is kind of fun, I
것들이
guess,
이제
but it's
막
kind of
떨어지고 클릭질하고 이런
people
것들.
don't need to do it anymore.
All right. What's the plan around bringing League content that's already been released in PoE 1
그거 자체도 뭐
through to
재미다 뭐
PoE 2?
이런 식으로 얘기하는 거 보니까 뭐 그거에 대한 큰 대화는 없는데.
Yeah,
이거 그냥 크롬에
each
있어요.
league
크롬
and
설정
the exact
가면
specifics of it,
손쉬운
but
사냥인가?
ultimately
그게
we
그냥
don't
실시간
want
번역
anything in the
있어.
game that looks bad, so therefore there has to be like an amount of work that has to go into each one to make it look good. It won't necessarily be exactly the same as it is in PoE 1, like each thing. Like we want like as much as possible for the stuff to be there, but it's going to require a lot of balance work and other stuff to happen. So yeah, there's just a lot to do there basically. But but yeah, it's case by case.
Yeah.
요거는 이제 원이랑 분리되면서 얘네들이 이제 그 POE1과 POE2 동시에 개발하고 동시에 뭔가를 진행을 하는데
from the monsters and bosses perspectives, we're going to give them a full fresh coat of paint while keeping what they were at
이게
heart.
균형을 잘
And it's also likely that not all of the league stuff will be in for the closed beta. Like there'll probably be quite a lot of it introduced during.
그러니까
the closed beta
모델링만
period,
보여줬겠지.
just for time reasons.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Next question. Path of Exile 2 is still free to play, right?
그 베타 때는 많이 소개될 거다 뭐 이렇게 얘기를 하네요.
This is a fairly broad question, but it's gotten a lot of traction. Will PoE 2 be a lot slower than PoE 1?
피드백 약간 나도 솔직히
Well,
좀
I mean, it's not the
그래서
goal to make it slower, but ultimately
좀 해야 될 것
we
같아.
want to make it so that like fights with bosses are
나도
more
약간 그
engaging
생각이
and
들어.
fun and
약간
like
좀
that kind of
피드백
thing.
경향이
So
좀
it's just,
있다라는
really
4년
important.
전은
It's
뭐
likely
발표한
that the
느낌이고
95th
이번
percentile
거는
of speed will be a bit slower, and that's just
우리가
once
이렇게
again to make
생각하고
it actually so that
있는데
things are,
이렇게 할
like, could actually
건데
make sense in boss fights and once again be engaging.
어떠냐 약간
But,
이런 포지션인 것
like,
같긴 함.
they're still kind of ridiculous shit. I mean, like, you know, we
아니면
we
혹은
like
이렇게 할
our, like, you know,
건데
crazy trigger gems
괜찮니?
and like things that you
진행할
saw the triple
거거든.
cast unleash and all that sort of stuff. Like, there's just all that stuff sort of going on. So by end game, it will definitely be there's a lot of shit going on that you can do. But yes, it's not going to be
근데
quite the
뭐
level of ridiculousness
이런
that
거 난
PoE 1
피드백
does.
받는
I'm
포지션
almost
좋다고
certain.
생각해.
We kind of like we need to. It's not entirely like 100%. Done, like how the balance is at endgame. There's still more for us to do there, and we'll be talking about that more later. But ultimately, like, yeah, it's more about like making it fun for us than a specific goal of retaining speed. So, you know, yeah, like, so long as it's fun, then we're doing a good job.
And I mean, so far we've approved cast on dodge.
속도에 대한 얘기를 한 것 같은데
Roll.
Just now.
And I heard, you know, and I know this is true, but it has been confirmed that we have passive points for speaking into dodge roll.
느리거나 그러진 않을 거라는
You can see
느낌으로
how we
얘기하는
get to
것 같은데
somewhere where
맞나요?
it can become fast and chaotic
I
still.
mean, we're always tempted to add stuff like that.
We can't help ourselves, yeah.
Yep.
But it is certainly nice to not have to start the game from a point
그러니까.
where bosses have to have 2.something billion life and all kinds of damage caps and
유저들의 재미와
people are doing
제작자들의 재미는
overflows,
좀
damage over time
다른
and all that
의미라
stuff. So, but it's all relative. But nowadays when we have to add a boss to PoE 1, like a pinnacle boss, it's pretty much like
이번
has some
엑스폰에는 시원하게
unquantifiable
플레이하는 거 단 한
amount of
번도 안 나올
life
것
because
같은데.
of these things. But that is what we had to do because of where the numbers have gotten to. So bringing both scales down doesn't mean everything's much slower, but it certainly allows us to then have more room to add more pinnacle bosses with more life over another 10 years of content, right?
So we talked about leagues being ported forward into PoE 2. Is there any plan to port forward old bosses, like will Shaper be in PoE 2 in any capacity?
We'll see. Yeah, like we have to see what we.
There's room for it. We haven't decided exactly what to
올드
do with each of
보스들을
them,
어떻게 할
at
것이냐.
this point in time, but I mean,
이것도
it
결정
would be great.
못했네. 새끼들
A lot of that is really awesome.
엑콘 왜 열었지?
Cool.
잠깐 약간 나쁜 말 나올 것 같은데 왜 연 거임?
Gonna take them out.
시원하게 패달라고? 아니 좀 이해가 이거 Q&A인지 뭐 왜?
Let me see.
아니 올드 컨텐츠에 대해서 올드 보스에 대해서는 어떻게 할 건가요? 유저가 PoE2에서 PoE2에서 어떻게 할 건가요?
I
하니까
want them there. Like I think they're cool. Like they
올드
don't quite exactly the
보스
the
쉐이퍼 같은
thing
것들은
we want them to do,
논의
but like I'm hoping we can
중입니다.
get it so that they do. And you know, I mean, they're fun. Like, it's really cool. It's just a nice little thing. So I would certainly hope we have them.
엔드 컨텐츠에 대한 건데 그것도 따름.
How will acquiring skill gems on subsequent characters work with there being no skill
그리고
gem
이제
vendors?
쉐이퍼가
Do you just have to
스토리간에서
build up a stock of
얘기가
uncut
되는
gems to
보스인데
have ready for leveling new
I mean,
characters?
목소리는
probably
뭔가
have access
스토리적인
uncut
것도 아직 안
uncut
풀렸다는
gems,
거. 그러기엔
especially
1년
low-level
뒤에 또
ones.
베타죠.
So,
어느
yeah,
정도
should be
얘기가
no issue.
Yeah, they're dropping in the place of skill gem drops, so you'll have
같은데
them as you go
너무
through.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
두리뭉실하게
Rory, can the bear
얘기를
form dodge
해주니까.
roll? I think we answered this.
Yes, the bear form can dodge roll. As expected, a bear is slightly slower to perform a full 360 rotation than a humanoid is. Does mean they have a larger period of the melee and projectile avoidance.
1년
while they're
짧지,
doing the
개발
roll.
기간으로 따지면.
Convenient. More fun to do like donuts as a bear because of the fact that you can change your direction quite easily.
It travels further as
Yeah,
well.
it travels further. So like it rolls at the same
total-
speed.
Yeah, same. It's always the same as your movement speed.
Yeah, but because it goes longer, the time of the roll is but yeah, it looks pretty ridiculous.
And because the
이동
bear is larger,
속도랑
it can also
모션이랑
push a lot of enemies
동일하다.
out of the way while you're rolling, so full bowling ball
라는
experience.
The much harder question for our animators is what wolf dodge roll looks like.
Oh, yes.
That went through a few iterations.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And you can actually, if you turn into a bear outside of town and then enter, you can be a bear in town who rolls, which is the best thing.
So
뭐
custom
만들긴
dodge roll
어느 정도
with
만들긴
bear
한 것
rolling.
같음.
That's what.
근데 이제 뭐라 그러지? 만들었다는
See, it's
의미가
still
진짜
gonna be
만들기는 만들었는데 원에 있는
do all the
것들을
new
얼만큼
classes
가져올지에
have free
대한
ascendancies?
거는
Yes.
정하진
None
않은 것
shared
같아요.
between different class variants.
No.
아 스킨 얘기하고 있어? 아 그래서 공 굴러가는 거 얘기했구나.
Okay. How are you going to manage the fragmentation of the player base and resources with PoE 2 now being a separate game?
Well, I guess that's a little bit hard to answer, but effectively, like we just do what we need to do. I mean, we've set up our incentives with the microtransactions to make sure that as a company, we need to dedicate resources to both games, and that's what we want to do. But effectively, like there will be some
무슨
content
색으로
sharing, I'm
칠할지에
sure,
대한
just
고민인 것
like
같아.
not necessarily like, oh, we made this boss and here we put it in both games, but more like, hey, this model is useful. If we make a few changes, we can make something look different. I mean, we've already even been doing that. There's been stuff from PoE 2 that's come into PoE 1
이건
already.
이제
Probably
요즘에
wouldn't even recognize it
어제부터
because,
레딧에 좀 뜨거운
this
감자
fundamental
PoE
stuff
1과
you can then
PoE
just
2의
change a little
분리에
bit
대한
and then
얘기.
you're good. So there'll be stuff like that. But
유저 베이스
fundamentally,
쪼개지는 거.
we believe we can do it. There shouldn't be an issue. Just dedicating resources to both games and yeah.
말 존내 빨라. 누가 좀 해석 좀
Good to
해주세요.
hear. Are vendor recipes still a thing?
둘 다 개발하는데 문제 없다라고 얘기를 하는 거야 지금?
How are minions going
할수
to be made
있대,
into a
얘네?
more active playstyle
그래?
than they already are?
믿어도
If
되는
that's
거야?
even the plan.
It is definitely the plan. There'll be new tools that minion characters have. We didn't want to
진짜?
focus on minions for 엑자일콘 because we
진짜 할
wanted
수
to spend
있대?
a lot of time getting
안
them
버린대?
just right, getting the good
할
experience.
수 없어도
There is
있다고
gonna be more
얘기하는데
focus on
그렇긴 한데
temporary
자신 있게
minions that you're
얘기하네,
constantly
되게.
resummoning if that's
못
how you
지키면
want to build your character.
후폭풍.
But also the fact is that you can also have a large number of passive minions thanks to the spirit system and the investment in them as well. There's some cool stuff we're doing as well, like Ray's Spectre is
나
now
왜 이렇게
more
스태닝
of
될 것 같은
capture
느낌.
a corpse.
Yeah, it's the
and
Pokeball
stick it in a gem.
So
스탠처럼
you
될 것
capture a monster
같은데.
with it. Yeah, you get this thing and then you capture a monster and then that gem is now that monster forevermore. So then you can use it. It's really cool.
And you must gemify them all.
Yeah, you've got to gem them all.
A
Yeah,
true
something like
minion
that.
master.
Someone's going to have a quad tab of every single thing. Oh, that is scary though, because if there's a bug where you can gemify a boss, oh god. Sorry, QA brain. Are there campaign differences for each character? I mean, I guess there's different like voice lines. Like Monk has a line for entering an area as opposed to
There's
Sorcerer.
different voices. I mean, so like the sort of most fundamental, like the only thing, I guess technically there's three things that are the things that you cannot have on the other characters. One of them is the three ascendancies, one of them is the look of your fundamental base character model, and the other one is the voice lines being different. Everything
기존에
else
있던
is like,
캐릭터들은
you
목소리가
can get the
없었어?
items and you can
있었지 않았나?
make it work.
나는
So yeah, basically
짐을
that's
들어주는
the
짐승이 아닌데
the gameplay one is
그러지
obviously
않나?
the ascendancy classes. That's the big difference between the classes.
I do, and this is from someone who, it's not like lore's been my #1 priority starting from a player perspective, but I do enjoy it and I am into it. But seeing the characters and how they react verbally to the world has been real interesting. And so you have the sorceress who's of a Mariketh background, and then when she's in Act 2, she's commenting a lot more about what's going on, and it feels
좀 더
way more
RP적인
personal. And you're
거를
getting that like live storytelling as they're talking about it, and it makes you feel a lot more
강조하고
connected
싶었나
to your
봐.
character than has been in PoE 1.
뭔가 더
There's also
말을
just nice
많이
little
하게끔
touches, like we've got
만들었다
recorded specific
이런
voice lines for engaging
얘긴데?
specific monster types and things like that, and like, that's pretty cool. There's like
내가 플레이하는 캐릭터를 좀 더 그러니까 RP적인 얘기를 하는 거야. 스토리텔링이나 이렇게 좀 더 몰입감.
I don't know who was captured in the gameplay demo, but the sorceress will shout at the robots and say "foul automaton."
Yeah, exactly.
She hates robots for some reason.
그 얘기를 하는 거야.
Rory, is the passive tree as dense as it is in PoE 1?
Yes, we don't have masteries in the way that they are in PoE 1, but there is more passives in total, I believe, and maybe not if you cut out the sign. I'll have to do the math, but there's a lot more going on in the passageway in terms of different forms of things that you can customize your character with, focusing specifically on taking out enemies on low life and potentially putting them in that situation more easily. So there's more variety for what's on the tree, and because of that, there's more options for what you can be taking in any one character.
뭐
We have
다양하게
far
해주는 건
fewer,
뭐 저거는
say,
좋은 거지.
weapon-specific clusters. There's
어차피
only
돌발음성
one main
끄기
cluster that is
하겠지만.
focused on axes, so you're focusing more on general melee mechanics, which also means that it's slightly more convenient with the weapon swap system as well.
소리 뭐 끄면 그만이긴 하지.
Sorry. Are there any major archetypes, such as traps, brands, slams, etc., that are being done away with in PoE 2?
나는 꺼 그거.
Brands, I think,
시끄러워가지고.
Yeah.
Brands
Brands are sort of merged with totems, really.
Yeah, I don't think any of the
mechanics.
like. Yeah, it's really a merge, more of a merge.
I don't know if this means you can stick a totem on a monster yet, but that's what support gems are for,
I
right?
hope it means that.
We've kind of unified traps and mines.
Yeah, that's important. So the way that works, I suppose you probably explained it.
Yeah.
Basically, like we've got a trap
It's just a
base
base type that determines whether it's a trap or
So
a
then
mine.
any skill could be a trap or a mine, depending on base type.
But all your favorite trap or your favorite mine skills are probably going to exist if they can exist in PoE 2. Just now you choose whether they're a trap or a mine, right?
Okay. How will ascendancies be unlocked in PoE 2?
Well, we haven't announced specifically the way, but we have in each of the first 3 acts. Sorry, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So for acts 2 to 4, there's a thing specific for that act that you will do for ascending, and we'll announce what those are later.
Cool.
It's not the labyrinth.
It's not the labyrinth.
Confirmed, at least not labyrinth. What do utility flasks look like in PoE 2?
So utility flasks are generally going to be more reactive to things. Like for example, the flask might say you become immune to burning if you use it while you're burning, which is similar to some of the mods that appear on flasks. So that is what the utility flask itself is going to do. So it's no longer just flask piano. You have your buffs up kind of all the time. It's more of a when something happens to you, you then use the flask in response to that.
완화시키고 싶은 것 같아요. 이것도.
We also have
이거는 뭐
effectively a guard flask.
Yes.
Taking the place of guard skills in most ways.
호수 생각, 탐험 생각은 탐험이.
And I suppose that one is proactive, but
1, 2, 3, 4 못 누르게 한다고 뭐 온갖
where the guard flask absorbs a percentage of the damage that is happening
그거
to you.
있잖아.
So you can use it as like
감소시키고
shit, I'm standing in the slam, I shouldn't be.
다른
Press the flask.
의미로.
Yeah, it's not something you're going to want to be pianoing.
Yeah, exactly.
삥날 수 있다라는 생각이.
With the changes to caster weapons, will wanders still exist, like attack wand builds? And if so, in what form?
Some of the wand inherent skills
are actually
effectively the wand skills. So, and there'll be ways, of course, because it's part of Exile, there'll be ways to focus on specifically your wand or your staff's spell and make that into your main damage spell somehow. There's always a way.
In those cases, though, have those skills been ported into being a spell themselves? Like a kinetic blast is now a spell on a wand, so it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you still get
혹시 표현은 방심하면 안 돼.
It's still kinetic blast. It's just a spell instead of an attack.
It's just that it deals spell damage in a sense. But
will it be any easier to respec your build during the campaign in PoE 2?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear.
Will it be any easier to respec your build in the course of the campaign in PoE 2?
I mean, I don't think we haven't really thought too much about it. I'd say it's probably similar.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess at least with the skill gems, it's a bit easier to change those over due to the way that the uncut stuff works. But as far as like passive tree goes, it's probably fairly similar. Like we'll give you some respec points, from time to time, things like that.
You could always save some of your split passives to try out something, but then you need to respec them afterwards.
Yes.
All right. This is the most upvoted question I've seen ever on this, is will there be fishing in PoE 2?
Well, is there even fishing in PoE?
낚시? 낚시꾼?
I'm not at liberty to say.
낚시할 수 있냐고?
Wait, did you not hear? Okay. Don't worry about
PoE
it.
1 때는 낚시나 이런 거 낚시꾼 다니는데 없잖아.
What is fishing?
Yeah.
So we don't have. It must be a non-New Zealand thing.
I'll explain it to you backstage later. Since the sockets are now moving to the skill gems themselves, will we know the number of sockets an uncut gem will give us on the gem it's generating, or will we only see those after we've cut
소켓
it?
수를 알고 싶다.
So every gem gets 2 supports as a starting point, and then you use jeweler's orbs to increase it by 1. There's 3.
Jewel orb
There's
늘리고.
like a lesser and a normal and a greater jewelers. I don't remember the exact names, but there's 3 tiers of jewelers basically, and then that takes you from 2 up to 5 sockets, which is equivalent to a 6-link. So effectively, like that's they don't drop with more. They don't need to. And you should have. It's likely that by the time you're getting later on, you'll probably have just a stack of the lesser jeweler's orbs, so that you can increase it immediately as soon as you get it.
I can't recall if we've locked in whether they start with specific colors when you first cut them. Or if they did, you would see what they would be before you would cut it.
Yeah.
But I believe it was locked in per skill. I believe that's what we had last discussion. But the thing is, they're easy to change now with the way that chromatics work. So like that's just easy to do.
I think as it currently stands, it generates random colors, and I know that because I was very worried it was going to generate colors that I couldn't use in the demo.
But I believe that the intent is that it's a
더
fixed
쉽게
per
만들라는
skill as
거죠.
a starting point, and then later on you can change it.
A lot of these are repeats. Our channeling skills, like Divine Eye, are coming to PoE 2.
Yes, we still have channeling skills. I mean, there's a few on the demo characters. A lot of them have a lot more specialness in them. That some have a minimum channeling time, some have more of a longer channeling time, but they also have the ability to change direction. You can always dodge roll out if you've made a mistake where you start it, and some have mobility built into them while you're channeling.
채널링을 하면서도 회피를 할 수
If you want to
있다.
play with the channeling skill in the demo, then pick the warrior. He's got the supercharged slam.
Cover your mason rocks. It's one of the best things to cover your mason.
I will take your word for it. Are jewels still in the game? I mean, basic up to more complicated flavors.
Yes, they are.
They are.
Is the Quicksilver flask still in the game?
No.
Okay.
It's controversial.
수 있냐? 수 있냐는 말에
We kind of touched on this
없다고
earlier,
얘기한
but just to
거죠?
clarify, Magic Find in PoE 2 will still be a thing, yes?
Of course.
Yes.
Because we talked about
And it'll be better than before. It'll help you find more currency now.
Yeah. And also more gold.
And also more gold.
so you can gamble more. What is the overall, that's a big question, but touch on it a bit. What is the overall
기보지의 길을
design
따라서
philosophy
가는
for
건가?
mana costs and mana sustain in PoE 2?
I mean, I guess it would be hard to quantify easily, but now that you have a mana pool, because you're not reserving all the mana, like it means we can actually have some design here in terms of like some skills costing more and some costing less and that kind of stuff.
다른
So,
유틸
that's
플라스크는
just
있는데
a thing
수는
now.
없다 그러네.
But yeah, like obviously, like you need to be able to build your character such that you can sustain yourself. Like you're going to need to get some mana regen and nodes and things like that. But also, like I would hope that mana flasks are a thing. You can actually use to make sustain a thing. There's things like that will happen. But I mean, once again, it's sort of hard to quantify. It really comes down to sort of just playing and finding out what feels right.
Rory, you have the answer to this one. How does charge generation work in PoE 2, and are there any differences with charges, power, frenzy, endurance?
So charges no longer give inherent
나
stat
고기 갖다 줬는데
bonuses.
지금 심란해서
They're
입맛이 없음.
almost entirely as a thing to then spend on a very, very powerful
수은
effect.
그거 플라스크
So the
별거
skills
아니라고
that were
생각하지만
gaining charges, we started
사실상
off with designing
PoE에서
ones
수은이
that
없어졌다는
every time you hit an enemy,
소리는
gain a
어쨌든
charge.
지금
But moved on to more of a
속도감보다는
design
무조건
of
더 낫다는
when you see a
소리인데.
situation open up where you can gain a charge, you should use the skill to gain a charge to take advantage of the situation, and then you can unleash something
4년전에는 그대로 쓸 수 있다 근데 분리하면서 겹치는 거는 옮겨준다 했어요. 겹치는 거는 스킨 써준다고 했는데 안 겹치는 거는 못 해주고.
consume charges will also give a huge damage bonus to that skill at the cost of preventing that skill being able to gain charges anymore. So while a skill is being used that spends charges, it can't gain charges, so you always have to be spending an effort to gain them rather than just expecting to be at full charges and being able to spend them at will. It's a real build-defining thing. An investment in charges is about you're focusing on the charge gainers and the charge spenders as part of your build.
Right. But it's not something we would expect every character to be engaging with necessarily. It's just like some characters are going to be doing that kind of thing, others not.
If you don't enjoy the playstyle, the monk's all got quite a few skills about power charges, but he's got quite a lot of skills that aren't about power charges as well, if you just don't want to engage with that mechanic.
It's no longer like a checkbox you have to get on every character. Get frenzy charges, get power charges.
And a lot of the charge spenders as well are perfectly good skills if you never touch the charge mechanic as well. You can still use Falling Thunder for its AoE, and you can still use Flicker Strike to close in on enemies. In fact, Flicker Strike has no cooldown anymore, so if you somehow get crazy amounts of attack speed, then where there's a will, there's a way.
And we have time for one more question here. So let's make it a good one, if I can find one here. We'll end on a party play one. Are items drops in PoE2 instanced or shared with party members? I imagine it's the same
나나도
method as
불만이
PoE.
많지.
Yep. Though you should play free for all.
작업대와 수은 플러스가 없는 PoE2라니.
We actually do have time for one
골드는
more.
아무것도 아니었구나.
What system or item, this is a big one, were you most excited about being able to design into PoE2 that you couldn't fit into PoE1?
Ooh, I've wanted to get Spirit in PoE1
네,
for
작업대도
years,
없어요.
and then when I pitched it for Jonathan for PoE2, I was like, yes, that's finally, it's Spirit's time.
I mean, for me, it's just all about the
그냥
melee
그-
combat
그
improvements. I'm just like
무자비하면
a huge fan
PoE2랑
of actually making sure the action combat feels good. So like, it's just all about those really fine details. And
장벽
all
낮추고
the stuff
싶은
around
거야.
dodge, cancel, and like all of the, you know, just like making sure you never lose
복잡한
control of
거
the
다
character
쳐내고
and
싶은
like
거야.
the cancel windows for like different skills. Just all those really fine details. That's really kind of what makes me happy. Just yeah, I just want someone to be able to play our game like it. Just like if someone just like random person walks up and they start playing, they're like, oh yeah, this is a great action game, and then all the depth is just like an additional thing that they learn about later that gets them really into the game and becomes more of a thing later. But it's like
전직도
your first
없애고.
impression of just like, you know, this is a great action game. I just really want that to feel good.
All right, well, I think that's all our time, unless we've got any more comments you'd like to add, anyone?
I think for me, the most
전직이야
exciting
뭐
thing was
없어도
when we were able
되는데.
to add 6 more classes, because I've actually wanted a druidic archetype in the game for a while, and we finally got to do.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's very cool.
라이트 해주면
I think that's
PoE를
definitely the
할
most
필요가
exciting part
있나?
for me.
And mine is definitely just being able to engage with
그러니까
monsters and
나도
bosses on
오늘도
a more
아쉽네.
meaningful
나도
level,
나오면
which is
하긴
part
할
of that feel.
거임.
Even if I
근데
end up
솔직히
dunking
아쉬운
them
건 어쩔 수
during
없는 것
very
같아.
critical keynote presentations. That is what makes it satisfying, and that is what makes it
근데
enjoyable.
어쩌면 이런 방향성이면 불리한 게 더 좋아요.
And we're gonna head off.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
미궁이
everyone.
없다고 미궁 정지 시험이. 그러니까 봐봐. 어찌 보면 다행인 거라고 생각을 해야 돼. 방향성이 완전히 지금 우리가 플레이하는 PoE랑 완전히 다르잖아. 그때 또 보긴 할 건데 어차피 저기서 크게는 안 변할 거란 말이야. 지금 저렇게까지 얘기했다는 거는. 그러면 그 소리는 뭐냐면 저거 분리된 게 다행인 거임. 만약에 저 합쳐졌어 봐. PoE1에 수은 플러스가 사라졌습니다. 이러면 작업대가 없었습니다. 그걸 PoE1이랑 합쳐져가지고 그렇게 나왔다고 생각해봐. 다 접지. 새끼들 무자비를 PoE2로 만들어놨네. 좋은 말이 안 나올 수가 나올 수가 없는데. 별개를 운영하려고 그런 것 같아. 골드는 언급 안 나왔어요. 근데 보니까 골드도 있을 것 같아. 딱 분위기 보니까. 동시 운영은 자신 있대. Q&A는 일단 끝났고. 아 이거 계속 봐야 되나? 보긴 봐야 되는데. 아, 난 작업대 없다는 소리는 좀 상상하지 못했네. 상상 이상인데 저건 좀. 이제 뭐 게임 플레이이긴 한데. 다키도 놀랬대? 당연히 놀래지. 그러니까 기존에 있던 작업대를 사라진 게 아니에요. 무자비 해보면 무자비 작업대 없는데 기존에 있는 화폐 있어요. 그 얘기 했어요. 그 얘기. 에센스랑 화석은 있다. 근데 벤치 크래프팅이 없다 그랬어요. 그러니까 그 소리는 뭐냐면 딱 그대로 무자비 가면 돼요. 무자비 얘기라니까요, 진짜로. 무자비가 벤치 크래프팅 없고 에센스랑 화석 살아있잖아. 밴드로 막 하고. 그러니까 무자비가 어떻게 보면 PoE2의 테스터 서버였을지도 모른다는 생각이 너무너무 많이 들고, 내가 어제부터 계속 그랬잖아. 무자비 냄새 난다고. 어제부터 계속 그랬잖아. 이거 무자비 냄새 너무 많이 나서 불안하다고. 그래서 Q&A 봐야겠다고. 근데 Q&A를 봤는데 무자비 냄새가 더 나네. 인기가 많냐고? 인기랑 상관이 없지. 그냥 빡빡이의 그런 로망인 거지. 아, 밥맛 떨어져. 나온 건 일단 도약 강타밖에 안 나온 거밖에 없긴 한데. 취지는 단순하긴 함. 단순화를 시킨다는 게 취지긴 한데. 아, 밥맛 떨어지지. 이 소식 듣고 PoE 기존 유저들이 과연 웃으면서 재밌겠다 얘기할 수 있음? 솔직히 말하면? 그러니까 어제까지 골드만 떨어지고, 골드 떨어지고 뭐 느리고 이런 것까지는 그래도 좀 어떻게 보면 참고 있었는데, 작업대 없앤다 그러고 수원 플러스가 없앤다 그러면 어떤 PoE 유저가 아 재밌겠다 하겠음 걱정되지. 이거는 걱정되는 게 정상인 팬이라면. 그냥 팬이라면 걱정되는 게 정상이라니까. 이동기는 없앴다는 얘기 없었어요. 작업대 없으면 크래프팅 어떻게 하냐고? 디아4봐 하잖아. 그렇게 하겠지. 어서오세요. 가능은 해. 님들 무자비 하세요. 무자비 해보면 가능은 해요. 진짜 무자비 해보면 됨. 민심이 안 좋냐고요? 몰라요. 라이트해지면 좋은 거 아니냐고? 봐봐, 작업대 없고 그런 게 라이트함? 나는 잘 모르겠음. 라이트해져서 좋은 게 뭔데? 재미없잖아. 재미없는데? 라이트해지면 난 재미없던데? 뭐가 좋은지 모르겠음. 지네들은 편하겠지. 개발하기 편하고. 지네들은 편하죠. 개발자들은 편함.
Hey guys, how's it going? Kriparian here. It's going to be my play session here for Path of Exile 2. It is one that I have not a lot of hands-on experience
과연
with.
나와서 라이트의 질까도
I
의문임.
did play Path of Exile 2, the first thing that they had in the last ExileCon many years back, but that was still one. It was part of the Path of Exile 1 client, I guess we're calling it. So I haven't played this at all, even though it's the second day of ExileCon. I've been busy. I had maybe a small chance to play at the end of the day yesterday, and Rania kind of held me back. It's like, oh no, that would tarnish the experience of your first playthrough. So yes, absolutely, she was right. And we are going to check it out here. I actually really wanted to try the Huntress.
기억 속에서 잊어버리는 게 맞는 것
같구만. Is kind of like the first intro that I saw to Path of Exile 2, so I was quite interested to get my hands and try.
왜 작업대 없는 게 라이트하지 않냐고 얘기를 하냐면 지금 당장 액트 밀다가 한 2, 3장에서 아 생명력 부족하네. 딱 은신처가고 작업대에서 적대 생명력 딸깍 한 번이면 만드는 거를 그거 없어지면 씨발 저 골드 이제 씨발 보기도 싫네 이제 씨발 새끼들 진짜. 아 보기도 싫네 진짜.
You know, the feel for the game takes a little bit of
Q&A 보니까 더 빡치지 않습.
feels a little bit different than Path of Exile 1. And I've also been told that generally the hardest characters to complete their kind of 45-minute
나는 PoE를 보러 왔다고 디아를 보러 온 게 아니라.
We're getting quests here. Defeat the Sun Clan Hyenas. Sure.
If I can help them.
나는 무자비를 보러 온 게 아니라고 POE2를 보러
Let's see what we
왔다고.
actually are using. Rapid assault. Okay. Okay. What's that? Whirling slash. Oh, so that just kind of stays on there. 11 mana.
아, 빡빡이 폐악질이 줄어든 줄 알았더니 더 큰 걸로 폐악질을 풀려고 원기옥을 모으고 있었던 거였다니. 아유, 네가 그러니까 이게 머리털이 안 나네.
Deflect. Oh, I was reading Reddit about this. I think deflect is kind of like spell suppression, but for
다음 시즌에
non-spell hits for
원
melee.
POE2냐?
I guess that would be it. Whirling slash, perform a circular
다른
slash.
곳에서 원기옥을 모으고 있어서 얌전했던 거였어.
It seems to last.
아, 근데 솔직히 말하면 이거 디아도 아니고 그냥 진짜 무자비.
Leaving the area unleashes a swirling storm. Oh, I see. So it's like an area hit, and then if I leave it blows up. Got it.
내가 무자비를 어떤 걸로 표현을 했냐면 POE는 약간 대가리 깨진 애들이 하는 게임이고 무자비는 뇌가 녹은 애들이 하는 게임 모드라 있거든요.
The only hands-on experience that we get is kind of this demo, and this
난 그래서
demo is
그 향수만 나도 PTSD가 온단 말이야.
So I can dodge out of it, which is pretty nice.
그래도
I can spam that,
창 그
right?
4년 전에
Do
보여줬던
that,
그
dodge.
창이구나.
I mean, I guess it takes some time because the dodge roll
물론 나오면
does take a
하긴
little bit more.
하겠다마는
The jab does seem pretty powerful. Okay, one skill at a time.
빡빡이 있어요. 원래 저 그 왼쪽에 있는 친구는 원래 에콘 때 나왔던
It
애예요.
has a good damage multiplier.
창
Because that
아니야?
lightning damage is getting
창
doubled by
아니야?
about
창 맞지
200%.
않아?
Where are my gems actually?
1년
Okay,
금방이야.
so this is
근데 솔직히
gems.
말하면 어떻게 될지 모른다는
Wait, why don't
핑계는
I
솔직히
check out the
어떻게
skills
보면
this way?
우리들의
So rapid
행복회로고
assault is
정확히는
actually not all that rapid in terms of attack speed modifier, but I guess it does a lot of hits.
개발 1년이면 좀 짧지.
It does seem to do quite a bit of damage though. Final strike does 288. Oh, I see. That's why it has that.
솔직히 속도감 느린 거는 오케이. 시연에서 속도감 느린 거는 진짜 오케이. 왜냐면 어차피 POE니까 빨리 할 수 있단 말이지. 모두 덕지덕지 바르고 쪼르쪼 하고. 근데 내가 지금 좀 충격 먹은 게 작업대 없다는 말이 좀 너무 충격임.
Per stage. Oh, I see. Using an attack in the storm as one stage, the maximum of 3 stages.
그게 좀
So you want to
너무너무
put this up,
충격이야.
do some combat in it, and then run out. But that's a little bit counterintuitive because usually you want to open up an area to get rid
아니
of the
4년 전,
monsters in
작년도
the
아니야.
area.
4년 전이야, 4년 전.
Okay. Spear field. I like that.
이걸 보고 오하는 나도 대가리가 깨진 게 맞는 것 같아.
Okay, what did that do?
멋있긴 하다, 야 저거.
Stab the ground.
저거
cover
저거 했다가 그
multiple
뭐지? 좀 범위를 좀 넓혀봐.
to burst dot out of the ground. Okay. Spears remain for the duration or explode when enemies touch them. Requires a spear. Increase effective maim. Now,
아니
here we
좀그
want
POE의
increase
원의
physical
시스템 좀
damage
가져오면 안
to
되나?
the
그러니까
target.
다 가져오란 소리도 아니고
I'm hoping that's still
좀
the same.
괜찮은 거 많은데.
Herald of Thunder grants a buff.
아니, 그리고 있잖아 다른 유티 플라스콘 들어오는데 수은 빼는 것도 괘씸해. 이거 완전 그거 아닙니까?
Okay.
디아블로에서 던전 그 귀한 마을 귀한 3초에서 5초 늘린 격 아니요. 왜 빼는데 그거? 뺄 이유가 없는데.
Interesting. Is that all of my skills? No, that's just the damage from the Herald of Thunder.
그 아빠의 그 아들이야. 설명도 안 해줘.
Killing shocked enemies is kind of the same. Okay.
지들 입으로 구르기가 달리는 것보다 느리다고 했으면서.
In the regular game. Storm Spear converts physical lightning, 6 extra projectiles. Spears cannot split. Okay. Modifiers the number of projectiles instead applied to the maximum number of lightning bolts fired.
다시 3초로 바꿨어?
That is slow. Okay. That's quite a wind-up time.
꿀밤 말이 없네.
When it hits an enemy, it bursts, firing bolts of lightning at multiple other enemies. That seems very nice.
아씨 약간 그 마음에 안 드니까 하나하나 다 마음에 안 돼. 나는 이거 플라스크도 못 생겨서 싫어. 이게 지금 우리 원이 더 이쁘지 않아요? 나 보스 틀 딱 POE 유저할래 그냥. 이거 원이 더 이쁨 UI도 이게 뭐야?
More powerful, it requires a spear, causes
춘수라.
bleeding, 200% more damage based on the distance traveled. Hits stun as though dealing 50% more. That's probably really good for single target.
애국보스 할래,
애국보스.
수정해줘, 해줘! 땡깡 그만 부려. 해줘! 수정해달라고!
Effect is based on the damage. A lot of the effects seem to be based on the damage. Let's just try some of the skills here. So puncture, Okay, well, it still died in one hit. That's pretty good. Let's see how these work. Is that like getting hit? Oh, I see. Yeah. So as it's walking towards me, it's getting hit by the spears.
센세가 생각난다. 센세가 디아블로 4 그 사단 났을 때 센세 방송 보는데 막 이렇게 나처럼 막 불평불만 얘기하시면서 그래도 우린 할 거잖아 이 얘기를 하는 거야. 그래서 그게 되나 싶었거든요. 아 근데 이게 약간 내 상황으로 오니까 솔직히 나 이렇게 막 투닥투닥 거리면서 난 POE2 나오면 해. 할 거잖아 님들도. 한단 말이야. 해주면 안 되는데 한다고 또. 이미 깨진 애들은 늦었어.
So far, I'm digging the lightning skill quite a lot.
얘는 좀 나은데 어제보다. 이거 얘가 헌트리스인가요? 이거 신캐 뭐 있을 텐데.
Targets, I'll probably try to mix it up a little bit, but. Normally these playthroughs are about 45 minutes. You can play above 45 minutes. It like locks you up. You can log back in.
속도감은 뭐 시연당패 해가지고 좀.
But my goal
봐줄 수 있어.
is to try to finish the playthrough with the Huntress.
아 그런데 헌트리스라 얘기하네.
Move on and play the Warrior, which is the Act 4 one, which I have been told is the hardest one. Generally, the difficulty seems to be with the overall amount of time it takes to cast skills, and the Warrior
나도 근데
is
굿즈 그
very
에콘에서
slow.
사달라고 말하는
For the demo.
그랬는데.
Man, I really like this lightning skill. It just feels really satisfying to use. You have to aim it, but you don't have to try that hard to aim it. The clear is very good. And you have like this kind of cone effect on it, so you know.
아까 그 얘기 하긴 하던데 그 말이 너무 빨라고 내가 번역을 못했어.
What is this stone thing? Okay, let's just try some of the other skills. I think I had a Herald of Thunder proc on that one. Oh yes, mana. We use that now.
패시브 스킬들이요?
All right. Yeah,
이 시연에서는 안 보여줬고 다른 데서는
really seem to do very well against these. It is a wider range on it, so
남아있다
it's
했어요.
probably a bit better if there's really just a ton of monsters around. Oh, that's really nice, actually.
로아 정도냐고? 저 로아를 안 해서 모릅니다.
So jumping back with that does seem to be a pretty effective move.
근데 솔직히 시연은 100번 1000번 양보해서 저런 액션이나 택티컬함 보여주려고 이렇게 하는 거는 난 솔직히 말하면 이거는 이해돼요. 이거는 이해되는데 뭐 몹 디자인이 많이 바뀌었잖아요. 몹 디자인도 다르고. 그래서 이런 시연 영상보다 아까 Q&A가 나한테는 더 중요하거든요.
The dodge roll is quite slow, but I believe the dodge roll is based on your overall movement speed.
이게 그 닷지롤이라는 저 회피 있잖아요. 저게 나의 이동 속도와 비례해서 저게 빨라진다고.
So we're getting kind of pelted by the monsters around. I probably should be a little bit further from them. I'm hoping maybe I can outrange them.
사실이냐고요? 네. 패시브 스킬은 안 없어요. 정확히는 제작되는 벤치 크래프팅은 확실히 없어지고 수은 없어지고요. 미궁은 전직은 있는데 미궁 시스템이 없어집니다.
We are gonna die here, I think. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to react when I am getting like surrounded like that. Okay.
근데 미궁은 없어도 돼. 솔직히 말하면 미궁은 없어도 되거든.
No, that is not even close to being better. Okay, all my gear sucks actually. Okay. So we want to not get surrounded, and probably if we do get surrounded, we want to kind of be.
과거에 비해 많이 단순화됐으니까.
Let me see if I can actually hit these. No, it doesn't look like I can.
POE 잘 되면 디아한테 잡아먹히는 거 아니냐고? 잘 될 거라는 소리가 나와 지금. 지금 나 존나 심란해. 지금 옆에 삼겹살도 밥도 안 먹고 있어. 밥맛 떨어져가지고. 일단 나오는지부터 얘기하자. 엠병 디아포도 못해 먹겠더만.
Oh, we can immobilize the bosses. That's right. Okay. Now there's probably some negative synergy with puncture and immobilizing, but as long as we're not getting hit, we should be fine. Wow.
무팩은 존나 많네. 이래서 디아포가 무팩이 적어졌나? 봐봐 그 모션을 쳐 넣으니까 모션 때문에 평타를 스킬을 못 쓰잖아요. 이 게임 안 하는 새끼들이 만든 것도 아니고 다 게임하는 놈들이 만들었으면서 모션 넣으면 어떻게 될지 뻔히 알면서 어제 시연도 그렇고 이번 시연도 그렇고 모션 때문에 스킬이 안 나가는데 모션 절대 안 뺄걸? 얘네들 코너까지 만들어갖고 모션 딸 존나 쳤음. 모션 딸 존나 쳤다니까. 팩은 맞네. 팩은 존내 맞네. 불쌍할 좀 먹고. 욕 많이 먹겠다고? 어제까지만 해도 반반이었거든? 오늘은 욕 많이 먹을 겁니다.
Okay. We got an actual plan now.
이동 스킬은 도약강타 보면 있긴 있는 것 같은데 실시간으로 대가리 봉합되는 거 존나 웃기다고? 그럴만하지.
Okay. Now I think that's gonna happen.
아니 어떻게 4년 전 에콘이랑 지금이랑 이렇게 다를 수가 있지?
I tried kind of dodging towards the boss. It does seem to kind of get me stuck around him. Oh man, why am I getting stuck there? Okay. Oh my god. Nope. Okay. So I probably could have done that way better.
이거는 구르기는 여러분 아무것도 아니에요. 지금 구르기는 그냥 있든 없든 상관없다니까 지금. 모션 앞에 있는 그 스킬 앞에 있는 저 모션들이 진짜 문제인 거야.
So I guess we have to fight in this arena here.
보스 왜 꽉 차냐고요? 죽으면 꽉 차요. 더 이상 POE2는 시체 깔기가 되는 게임이 아니야. 경직 숨 넘어갈 것 같아, 나도.
Okay, so we kind of have to do what I just did, except way better. Okay, just be better. We can do that. Okay, so that didn't immobilize.
아, 영역 밖으로 나가서 리셋됐나? 그런가 보네. POE 1이나 하자. 이제 POE 1 살려준다며. 정말 감사할 나름이다. 진짜 고마운 일이에요. 이게 합쳐졌으면 큰 사단이 날 뻔했어.
So we want to maybe
start
setting up a little bit here.
이래서 POE1이 운영하는구나. 그러니까 나 같은 사람들은 POE2가 마음에 안 드니까 POE1 해야 된다. 운영은 지네들이 자신 있다고 원퍼를 더 쓰니까 뭐 어쩌겠어. 금갑다고 해야지.
Okay.
본전 맛이라도 살려야지. 이러고도 열리면 풍목한다고? 뭐
I
하게
guess this is the
하겠지.
easy version. I'll take it.
그래도 욕은 해야 되겠어요. 아니 뭐 단점이 보이는데 무지성으로 여러분 재밌어 보이지 않나요? 할만하지 않나요? 와 재밌겠다. 굳이 내가 그렇게 얘기할 필요 있나? 돈 받은 것도 아닌데. 입금되면 이 스트리머처럼 이악 물고 so good. I like this 막 이러면서 하겠지.
I feel like the swirling area, like the more AOE focused skills, I feel like they cost quite a lot of mana. Yeah. Oh, now they're coming. Oh, that's not good.
존나 많네. 아니 못팩이 미친 것 같은데. 죽겠네 아이고.
No. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. I should be doing that maybe in front of me and then running through it. Oh, yeah, I was kind of doing that.
나는 이거
wrong.
시연하는 스트리머들이 불쌍하더라.
Pretty sure it still counts for the boss cut though. Just the boots, sure.
액트. 몇 액트인지는 모르겠는데 한 18인 거 보니까
Okay.
2장 정도 되는데.
Okay. What's next? Oh, we have to speak to someone in town.
뭐라고 아빠?
Yeah, as fun as the lightning thing is, it's very much a skill that you want to be using to clear at range. Like that
스트리머들이
kind of
불쌍하다.
stuff. Otherwise, it's not particularly useful. So I guess that's kind of the idea of
어제
having like
그
a multitude
마틸은
of skills.
45렙인가 43렙인데
What did I do?
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that's
이동기
that.
하나
Okay,
주긴
I see.
했더라 그때.
Okay, sure. Let's see what the quest brings.
아 저 그거네 그
Where's the
캐러밴
caravan?
액트
Where's
4년
that?
전에 공개했던데네.
Where's the caravan? I don't know where the caravan is.
지자란이 30 몇인가 될걸. 여러분 그거 암? 이것도 진짜 거지 같은 거예요. 플라스크를 충전하려면 이 우물에서 클릭을 해야 돼요.
Is it here?
저거 뭔지 알아요?
Oh,
무자비에서는
just gonna
플라스크
do
충전하려면 NPC한테 말 걸어야
Actually,
되거든요.
I should probably go through the map. just in
저것도
case.
무자비에서 따온 거임.
I should probably see if these are upgrades, right? Like, yeah, those can't
진짜로
be.
내가 괜히 무자비라고 얘기한 게 아니라니까. 진짜로.
I guess
무자비는
the
NPC한테 말
difference
걸어야지 준 건데.
might make some difference. Let's see if we can put our goal to use actually.
그거를 좀 세련되게 표현한 거임.
Figured that out by accident.
우물로.
We have vendors here. I don't see vendors here. Vendors? No vendors? No vendors. Okay, well, I guess let's continue on.
대머리 약하는 거
Kinda want to
아니냐고?
see if I can use my
아니야.
gold
잘
from
모르시나
farm
본데
purpose
빡빡이는
right
이게
now, but it looks
정상이에요.
like that's not going to be the case.
Clever.
놀랍게도 이게 정상입니다. 유저들이 개패드
Oh, I see.
복날에 개패드
Who
패가지고
goes there?
여기까지 온 거지.
Okay, what can we buy?
한 번씩
So we're
헷가닥
using
해가지고
hunting spears.
원래 이게 빡빡이.
Okay. 814, 400 gold. It's a little bit less damage. Doesn't have the main. Yeah, that's probably
강렬한데 창이
probably a
없다.
no deal.
액트나 이런 분위기는 진짜
Okay.
이쁜데
We
맵
get
디자인은
flasks here. Are these any better? They are worse. 150.
이런 건 진짜 이쁜
Oh,
것 같아.
life flasks are a bit better. 150. Gain a charge or you kill an enemy.
골드는 볼 때마다
That's pretty
화딱지나.
good. You know what? I think I'm gonna gotta invest in your flasks, right? 1,000 gold. We have rings. We do have rings. I probably will go with that.
금지령? 뭐 대충 뭐 한번 여기서 골드로 사는 거 보여줘라 뭐 이런 식으로
Okay,
나왔겠지.
why not?
Young one.
아 그냥 흰템이구나. 랩제가 안 맞아서 못
Why
쓰는
don't we save
거구나.
that and see if we get a 3-1? So we actually got gold for all of our vendors here.
We will deliver you.
여행에서 액트 이동하는 거.
Okay.
Here we are. You may disembark from that side. Guards, lower the ramp.
이거는 4년 전에 보여줬던 그 액트네요.
Oh, I see. I think I actually remember
여기서 아마
this a little bit from
선택하는
one
거에
of the
따라서
highlights
뭐
we've done for
원래는
PA2.
이 구간에서 퓨이 1 액트랑 퓨이 2
Okay,
액트를
finally get to
나눈다던가
play it.
아니었던가 뭐 아무튼 이 구간에 뭐 있었는데 4년 전에.
The
아,
echoes
4년 전에 F는 갑박이었어.
like
생각해보니까.
whispers carried on the winds.
a rare? Oh my goodness.
몰라, 엑콘 기억이 안 난다. 이거는 기억 안 나서 내가 확실히 얘기를 못 해주겠네. 시작할 때 선택했다 했던가. 근데 어차피 그것도 의미 없는 얘기야. 나뉘니까 이제 선택하고 이런 거 필요 없어.
Okay. Choose. Let's see if these have any base stat. Oh no, those are horrendous. Okay.
아, 배경 디자인은 좋다, 맵은 이쁘다. 디아4 할 때 딱 했던 얘긴데 디아4에서 사람들이 칭찬할 게 없어서 맨날 디자인이랑 맵 디자인이랑 이런 거나 이쁘다고만 했었는데 씨발 PoE2도 이 얘기라고.
Lightning skill, the lightning spear thing. I think that itself is not doing that much damage, but it seems to be hitting a lot of targets.
네, 예전에 시연 때 나온 거.
Proccing the Herald of Thunder if there's enough of them. I think that's why the clear is quite good on that. It's not quite the skill itself doing the damage. That's why it was so poor when I was doing it on the bosses, and that's why sometimes it performs a lot worse than other times. But overall, it seems to be pretty effective. I guess Herald of Thunder is quite good in general.
디아블로랑 퓨랑 뭐 커넥션 있나? 둘이 왜 그러는 거지? 사귀나? 아니 그 뭐 있나? 좀 이상한데 둘 다 한 번에 맛이 간 것 같은 느낌이 드는 거 왜지? PH2랑 2 나오면 원이랑 싸우는 거 아니냐고? 지금부터 싸우고 있을걸요? 갈등급 지금부터 열릴걸?
Skill tree and character configuration. Yeah, so the dodge
근데 이제 2 같은 신작 자체를 선호하는 사람들도 있어요. 저는 일단은 뭐
not be using the dodge roll very much because I can get kind of locked in it.
느껴지시죠? 변화가 싫은 사람. 아니 난 솔직히 PoE2 변화 오케이긴 했었거든. 이렇게 변화라는 소리는 아니었는데.
It's really fun to use this lightning skill though, I gotta say.
이런 걸 원한 건 아니었거든.
Let's see.
이속 포션이라도 하나 끼게 해달라고? 아 모르셨구나. PoE2에서는 수은 플라스크가 없답니다.
Okay, we got a blue.
그렇기 때문에 시연자들이 수은 플라스크가 없는 거랍니다. 모르셨구나.
Alright. Actually, energy shield might be pretty good because we have basically
작업대도 없답니다.
It is worth a consideration, but the
PoE2를 빨리
problem is
즐기고
I don't think I
싶다고요?
can even
지금
use it.
당장 PoE1을 실행시켜서 무자비 리그를 체크하시면 PoE2를 느낄 수
Is that like a
있습니다.
checkpoint? I think the blue thing is a
진짜 없냐고?
checkpoint.
예, 방금 Q&A 7시 Q&A에서 얘기했습니다.
Of course. Oh, the fire thing does damage. Right, of course it does. Oh, he keeps doing that. Right. Okay. Okay. You know what? It might take a couple of attempts here. Oh, I remember this from the last presentation. So he can't hit those anymore. Okay, that's the blow up. So he can definitely still do damage with
섞인
that. But then he's
소리를
gonna do the
웬만하면
ceiling
안
thing
하고
this time,
싶은데
right?
왜냐면 부정적인 얘기니까.
And it can still hit you there. Okay, good. But now we have a bigger
아,
light
나
area.
웬만하면 부정적 얘기 잘 안
And
하는데.
we will out. Okay, so this is the
하려고
big AOE.
하는데.
Okay, we get hit a little bit, but then the next one is going to
두고보자 주이긴 하거든요. 아직 나올 게임도 아니고
Okay,
1년
it's a punch that was
이상
doing the
나와
damage. Okay.
1년 이상 걸리는 게임이니까.
Oh, he's spicing it up. He's trying to.
골드가 추가된 거예요. 추가.
Okay. So we can get behind him.
원래 딱 에콘 보고 아 즐겁게 편집해서 유튜브 올려야지 했는데 올리기 싫어졌어. 굳이 부정적인 얘기가 담긴 영상을 올릴 필요는 없지.
Okay, let's not go.
시연 중에서 이 아저씨가 지금 제일 잘하고 있는 거 맞다.
Wow, that auto attack is doing so much damage. I bet I can just like go toe to toe with him.
긍정적인 말만 한 걸로 편집해서 올리자고? 가짠데 왜 올린 거야?
How much gold do we get? Oh, what? All right, we're gonna need some more movement speed on this character. I saw that coming. I was running, but wait.
잡은 걸로 되겠지?
Where's my loot?
좋은 거 하나 올리고 욕하는 거 하나 올리자고?
All right, we're gonna be
야,
an
내가
auto attack
레카냐?
Andy here, guys. Well, it's not auto attack. It's
레카도 아니고 무슨?
rapid assault. Okay.
조회수 달달해?
Oh, we just use. There we go. 10 fire resist. Why not? I do like that mechanic. They did mention that most of the bosses you encounter will be dropping permanent character buffs.
우린 리어카야? 맞지.
All right, so far so good. That's the evasive one. So you actually want to maybe blind that, but let's just rapid assault anyway.
왜 노잼으로 보이는지 알아? 이미 꼬아서 그래. 원래 딱 꽂기 시작하잖아요. 숨만 쉬어도 미워 보이는 게 그런 거거든요.
Oh, so the minions get the buff. I see. Getting a lot of axes. Not sure we're going to be able to use the
원래 그럼.
javelin-like attacks with
6
axes.
statues, 6 tribes, 6 seconds. What happened here?
어서 오세요.
Okay, that was really
시연은
bad idea.
시연 딱 3분의 1만 받아들이면 될 때.
Point damage actually
시연
did quite a
장면.
bit.
우리는 텍스트로 나오는
Alright.
Q&A나 개발자 그런 것들이 더 중요함. 그런 말들이.
Oh wow, I had a 43 shock on that thing. Wow, okay. Maybe the damage is
쇼크가
not too bad. Maybe I
43?
should be interleaving a few lightning hits, but the lightning attack is pretty slow. That is something to consider.
These bodies are fresh. Time for the real hunt to begin.
All right. Got a gem.
야 이거 말도 나오겠다.
Frozen Nexus.
야 이거를 야 우리 말 나오는 거 아니야? 유령마 막 릴리트마 이런 거 나오는 거 아님? 자나말 이런 거 나오는 거 아니야? 말도 나오겠어 조만간.
Supported skills create
이참에
showdown
말도
2 seconds when
만들지
freeze an
왜?
enemy. Huh.
그래도 될 것 같은데.
Yeah.
바리게이트도 생기는 거 아님?
So I guess we'll just keep that in inventory for now.
How did your people even build this?
Okay. So really, the game we're playing here is don't get surrounded. That's the game.
너무
Okay? We
걱정된다.
get surrounded, we die.
너무 걱정된다. 내가 이제 존나 그냥 틀딱인 건가? 요즘 이게 대세임? 님들? 요즘 이게 대세인가? 아 내가 그냥 틀딱인가 봐. 그런 거 같다. 나 그렇게 믿을래 그냥. 아 내가 너무 그 약간 도태된 요즘 게임 메타에 어울리지 않은
Those activate.
그런 사람이어서 그런가 보구만. 그래서 그런 거네. 아 좀 젊게 살아야겠다. 택티컬 액션.
Charge this up and see.
이게 바로 ARPG지. P8 망한 점이 뭐냐고요?
I kind of want to see just how much the
그냥 간단하게 얘기하면
damage
그냥 수는
does.
없고요, 작업도
I've been using it
없고요.
on bosses, but I'm not sure it does
사소하죠.
actually that much at all. Maybe it does. It probably is worth using.
사소해
Yeah.
사소해.
So probably on boss we want to do a mix
무자비 가면
of
다 할 수 있네.
puncture, the blind thing to upper accuracy, and evasion. There is actually some reason for all of these skills on this character, which is kind of interesting. I do wonder though if that will remain as the character levels up, or if we can
시연을
specialize it a
무자비로
bit
해서 그런 거
further.
아니고 아 놀랍게도 Q&A에서 나온 겁니다. 예,
but also
개발자
those skills do
Q&A에서
quite a lot,
나온
yeah.
오피셜 정보였다는 사실 7시에 따끈따끈한 7시 정보. 맨날 저보라. 해명 함께 POE1에
Okay.
남아서 망령짓 하실 분
So we're
모십니다.
supposed to get to the second gate. Fight our way through it. Let's see if I'm a little bit better now with like getting
현장 분위기에
surrounded.
수은 없다고 하니까
We don't want to practice our
우한 친구
weaknesses.
있었어요.
There's going to be a good chance
한
that
마리
we're going to
있었어,
run
한
up
마리.
against those situations a little bit more.
진짜 분리돼서 망정이 맞아. 나도 그 생각이야. 나 맨 처음에 분리됐다 하길래 아 미친놈들이네 약간 이 생각했거든요. 근데 오늘 Q&A 딱 들으니까 드는 생각이 뭐냐면 와 이거 1이랑 2랑 분리돼서 다행이다. 진짜 그 생각함. 왜냐면 이거 마음에 안 드는 애들은 그냥 POE 원하면 되긴 함. 그니까 레이스 할 때부터 좀 이상하긴 했었어.
The boss has like quite a long animation lock.
이제 분리 메인을 이제 POE 1으로 막 하다가 뭐 POE 2 번갈아 가면서 하고 군것질 땡기면 디아블로 4 살짝 해주고 그렇게 하겠지.
Whoa. We don't want to be running away from this boss too much, I guess.
로저랑 빡빡이랑 의견 안 합쳐져서 분리된 거임. 저 그렇게 내피셜할 거임. 우리 그게 행복하다면 그렇게 생각하자 우리. 페이지 라인 하나 더 추가되냐고? 내가 어제 그 얘기했는데 이거 완전 POE 1이랑 2랑 번갈아 가면서 하면 내부 그 뭐지? 내수 페이지로 그 페이지 루틴 할 수 있는 거 아니냐면서. Q&A 벌써 했어. 초상집이야 지금.
Yes. Of course it is. Okay, second gate.
7시 했어.
Where's that at? Probably this way, I'm guessing. Because these are champions here. Wow, they do a lot of damage.
이제 디아블로 유저랑 POE2 기대했던 유저랑 손잡고
Okay, wing
같이
spear.
울면
This is a
돼.
spear, right? Okay, yeah, that's a spear.
이러면서
So it's more damage and higher attack speed. I'm pretty happy with that. All right, let's go.
야 너도 나도 막 이러면서
Okay. Sure. Okay, so now we won't be shocking as much because we don't have lightning damage on the thing, but we were getting 43 shocks.
다 같이
So
POE 원하면 되는 거냐고?
the
아 뭔
rare
소리야 둘 다
occasions of
해야지.
shocks were working out pretty well.
구린 건 구린 거고 둘 다 할 거야. POE 1 네 달 동안 할 거임? 둘 다 해야죠 하기는. 이거 보고 액트레이스 보면 속이 뻥 외치면서 볼 것 같다고? 아 그러게. 라이트 유저 파이? 뭐
The
그겠죠.
difference in attack speed is very, very noticeable.
TH 별로냐고요? 예.
It's not so because like you can dodge, you can animation cancel, so it's not that. It's that you're just with higher attack speed, you're going to end up finishing more casts.
라이트 하냐고? 솔직히 제작대 없는 게 라이트한가? 난 잘 모르겠어. 여러분 무자비 하실 때 라이트 했어요? 무자비 리그? 안 라이트 했죠?
Oh wait, chess actually dropped things.
비슷한 느낌일 것 같은데.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't think we want that.
그니까 내가 그래서 둘이 사귀는 거냐고 물어봤잖아. 디아랑 POE랑 사귀는 거냐고. 둘이 짜고 왜
Like,
이러는
going to
거야.
the third gate. Okay.
둘이 짰나봐. 우리 가스라이팅 하려고 하.
The NPC does look pretty similar to some of the enemies I'm fighting, so I'm whiffing a little bit here, but mana does seem to be pretty plentiful right now. Oh yeah.
아 디아 시치.
What's the magic hits? Oh. I don't believe the lightning thing. Right, it can't chain. Okay. We'll ignore that one too then.
아 이제 저 그래픽으로 POE 원하고 싶다,
Do you
그치?
want to kind of have some support gems here? I wonder if I can find some. Actually, maybe
이
they were on
그래픽으로
Defender.
POE 1이랑
So
POE
used to
엔드
playing
게임 하고
Ruthless,
싶어.
where it's you know the gems are entirely drop based.
이 그래픽으로. 아니 그
Might not
따로
necessarily
만드는 거
be the
오케이.
case here.
뭐 작업대 없고 수은 없고 뭐 골드 다 넣어. 그 그래픽만 POE 1에 주면 안 되겠니?
So everything level post
닥터넷
ready to
했단
level
말이냐고?
up. Okay.
아 진짜로 많이 안 바랄게.
How do
이
we-
그래픽만 좀 주면 안 되겠니?
Got it.
그래픽 업데이트 해주는 거 아니냐고?
Okay,
오늘
cool.
Q&A 보니까 지들도 엔진 꼬여가지고
So
좀
there is
힘들다고 얘기하던데요.
some power gain from just killing a bunch of things.
해준다고는 얘기했음. 근데 좀 힘들긴 하다라고 또 얘기했어요, 둘 다. 그러니까 엔진을 업데이트하는 이유에 대해서는 MTX가 이전이 되기 때문이다라고 얘기를 하면서 근데 이제 자기네들도 거기서 이제 뭔가 코드가 꼬이고 막 이런 게 있나 봐. 그러다 보니까 힘들다는 식으로 얘기하더라고. 지금 POE 1 그래픽은 POE 2 쪽으로 많이 업데이트가 된 거예요. 옛날 그래픽 보면 좀 무섭긴 한데. Q&A가 별로 문제가 없어 보인다고? 같은 Q&A 본 거 맞음? 작업대 없고 수은 없어진 게 문제가 없어 보인다고?
Oh, phase 2. Something's happening. Oh, we have to kill the idols. Okay, I got it. Some more.
좁다 여기. 이것도 그 에콘 4년 전 에콘에서 나온 거 아니야? 그것도 본 거 같은데. 아 옵션이 하나 잘 붙었어. 옵션 하나 잘 붙은 게 훨씬 세네. 골드요? 골드 아까 플라스크 하나 사더라고요. NPC.
I try to go for a stun there, but looks like not quite.
He must not escape.
Chase? Where are we chasing? All right.
Quickly! He conjures the very
물려?
sands against us.
방울물에 있어야 먹지.
Do we get more mobs, or are we just still in the boss fight here? I mean, that's just how I say hi to people. I throw a giant spear at them.
I should talk to Asala. She must. This.
Okay, can we buy anything good?
아 액트는 더 빠를 거라
Oh,
했어요.
that one actually has
액트는
block. Oh,
더
that
빠를
has
거라
some
했어요.
pretty nice
그것도
stats on it,
Q&A에
though.
나왔어. 수은
Wow,
POE2에
that's a nice
삭제됩니다.
claw. Fizz. Okay, I want that. Okay, cool. It's got a lot of life, but.
골드 사용처 여기서 나오죠.
No, those are pretty good. Okay, do we have the gold for that? Barely. All right. So all this stuff. That's the old gloves. Kind of wanted the helmet. Let's see how much gems actually sell for. 1 gold. Whoa. Okay.
쌤 팔면 원골.
That's not gonna happen. Okay, so that gives you some
q
life
언제
regen, which
나오냐고요?
is pretty
그냥
nice.
머릿속에서 지우시면
Because,
됩니다.
flat life regen when you don't have a whole lot of life adds up to quite a bit. Oh, ice spear.
From what you
All right.
Farewell.
Question.
아마
three.
까먹을 때쯤 나올 거예요.
The funny don't have.
welcome. We know where the lost.
Okay, let's see if ice spear is gonna fit well here. What does ice spear do? Throw an icy copy of your spear. Does cold damage after a short distance, massively boosting its damage. When the spear breaks, it deals damage in a cone shape behind them. Well, all right. That sounds like we're gonna make use of the support gems that we have. So we do that. We're doing chain. And we're doing frozen nexus. What are we getting rid of?
좀
I feel like
세겠는데?
it's very AOE.
체인까지 붙였으면
And I feel like I'm
좀
not
세겠어?
using spear field very much. How does that work here? I just kind of pick. Oh, I see. Yes, it's the same system. Okay, good.
시연자 중에서 제일 잘한다.
You can have spear field on middle mouse, but honestly, I don't think I'll be using it that much.
Welcome.
What?
We know where the lost city is.
네, 스트리머입니다.
Are we not going to cap?
서포트 코어 하시는
Or
분으로
am I
알고
just
있는데
constantly going to cap?
Yes, there's save my people.
그냥 헌트리스가 좋은 거
Not that
아니냐고?
bad. Okay.
The
그럴지도?
events demand you.
무자비한 아저씨라고요? 이 사람이 왜 잘하는지 여러분 느껴지십니까? 바로 퓨이트가 무자비.
Oh, I see. Okay. We're on like a moving caravan. I see.
사실은 경력자기 때문이지 않을까? 익숙하거든.
Let's see how.
숙련된 조교의 시범.
That is
오.
a very slow cast.
근데 되게 느리대. 슬로우
이게
캐스트라고
미디어?
표현하고. 느리긴 한데 멋있긴 하다. 멋있긴 하다 이거. 저거를 군대 연결해가지고 막
Let's
날리고
just pull up a whole bunch of monsters and see just how bad of an idea it is.
관통이 안 되네. 아 이거 관통 보조 같은 거 꼈으면 베스트인데, 그치? 관통은 안 되네. 이 관통 보조 있지 않을까? 몹은 아까부터 엄청 많더라고. 마틸이랑 지자란이 고생 많이 했지.
Bring the very bones back to life. Let's hope they don't try this on something bigger.
역시
Doesn't seem like that
무자비
bad idea, actually.
하시던 분이라 스무스하고.
Okay. Search for the entrance to the bone pits. All right.
아니 어제 지자란이랑 아니 마틸은 그래도 조금 나은데 지자란은 좀 짠하더라. 아니 생방입니다. 아이씨 또 재밌어 보이네.
That necromancer.
아유
kills a
나는
lot of
바보야
guys in this
병신이야.
season too.
방금까지 촉박이 막 이게 뭐야 무자비 퓨에이트 무자비잖아 이랬는데 이거 보니까 또 이 아저씨가 하는 거 보니까 또
That looks
재밌어 보여.
bone pitsy, possibly.
에. 그래 시연이 어제 시연이 이 정도만 됐어도 그래도 작업대 없는 건 좀 꼴받아. 왜 무자비냐고? 시스템이 존나 무자비스러우니까.
It does seem to be like a pretty open map here. I'm not really sure which direction I should be heading, but we're going with up and we're sticking to it. Hey, look at that. All right.
수익 모델이요? 아 놀랍게도 그냥 스킨팔이만 합니다. 창고랑.
This place is
Mastodon tusks is what we're searching
밴더는
for.
나온 건 없어요.
Oh, there they are. Boss type? That's a big boy.
피드백 받긴 한 듯? 피드백 받긴 한 것 같아. 근데 그 피드백을 떠나서 크립 아저씨가 또 잘하는 것 같기도 하고.
Oh, I can't.
원 기준으로
level
어느
it
거
up.
구매해야
It said
되냐고요?
the stacked stat requirements.
창고 같은 거
Got
구매할
it.
때요?
You know what? I don't
그냥
really
기본적인
want
걸로 하면
the
2,
chain,
3만 원?
so I think
진짜
without
기본적인 것만
chain,
따지면
and maybe level
어차피
it.
다 사겠지만. 근데 액트 밀기 전까지는 살 필요 없어요. 그냥 무료로 즐기시다가 액트 다 밀고 그래도 이 게임이 재밌으시면 그때 사면 돼요.
Nope. Oh, that's fine.
그러니까 먼저 살 필요 없어요. 그래서 이제 액트 다 미시고 만약 그래도 POE란 게임이 재밌으시면 그때는 좀 더 그 약간 저렴하게 살 수 있게 안내를 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 근데 항상 내가 이 말은 항상 그 유입분들이 얼마 정도 구입하면 되냐 막 이렇게 얘기할 때마다 나는 꼭 먼저
Okay, time's up. So are we?
먼저 더 보고 싶은데
are we on
아저씨
the 45
거는.
marker? Okay. So if I go back in, is it like a fresh run? Oh man, I guess I was slower than I thought.
응, 더 할 거야? 이러면서 더.
Yeah, rip. Okay, fine. Let us try
제일 잘했는데.
the warrior.
좀 더 보여주나요?
Apparently, slow makes everything hard, and the
어서오세요.
warrior is certainly slow in this playthrough. Let's see what it's like.
아, 이거 마티리 했던 워리어네. 아, 정해진 딱 클래스가 있네. 템이랑 그 템이 세팅이 돼 있네. 마티리 했던 거죠.
That's not really what I want to be buying. Okay. What is this gear like?
Let's see about that ship.
I mean, it's got extra damage. I mean, this gear looks... Whoa, what? Holy moly.
마티리 이 세팅으로
Okay, yeah,
아,
this
드루이드는
gear
없대요.
looks pretty good. Where are we going now? Makoru about hiring a ship. Let's do that. All right. Let's quickly just browse over the
맵은
skills.
진짜
So we
이쁘게.
got
엑트는
armor
진짜
breaker.
이쁜데 저기 보면 탐험
Not a lot of
친구도 있어.
damage, but it breaks armor. So I guess it's got ruthless, impacting shockwave with splash damage. Okay, so we get like a
그저
splash armor
골드는
break.
개자식도 골드 넣을
We get a stun
거면
with ruthless.
템 한 따로 줘라 진짜 정말로 할 때.
Infernal cry.
정말로 할 때 따로 할당해라.
Of fizz as extra fire. We get the combust effect.
부들부들.
We do get the combust effect. Oh, this looks fun. Sunder, Slam, Ruthless is just a strike skill, so it wouldn't work on Sunder. Leap Slam is a slam skill. Rolling Slam, it's a slam again. And a supercharged slam. So I guess Ruthless can only really go on the armor breaker.
We're looking for work.
Okay.
프리즌 가려나?
Where
프리즌
we
말고
go?
딴 데 보여줘라. 딴 데. 아! 노!
Prison,
딴 데.
Kedge Bay.
노! 딴 데요.
Let's
그렇지.
do Isle of Kin. Why
겜자랄
not?
인정.
Again, I haven't really seen a whole lot of the gameplay, just very surface level stuff. So, in terms of direction here, this is very much the first time going through it. How do we get off the ship? I see.
오, 약간 디아2에 있는 그 요트 타고 가는. 어? 오.
Let's just see some of the attacks. So that's the armor breaker. That's pretty slow. Rolling slam. That looks fun.
슬램은
What's your
맛있는데.
damage? 390. Okay. Supercharged slam. Actually, let's
POE2
get our
나오기 한 시즌, 2시즌 전에 무자비
Slam and
해야겠다.
Cry is on I'm going to
그 예방 주사 좀 맞아야겠다.
Let's do Infernal Cry there. Supercharged slam.
오, 슬램 봐. 스킬 자체는 이쁘지 않은?
So we channel it. Pretty cool.
느린 게 단점이지. 근데 원래
wow, this has a
슬램은
lot of damage. What's that
원래
about?
POE 1에도 슬램은 원래 느렸어 근데.
Oh, the attack time is really high.
저건 원래
The attack time
느려가지고.
is 2 seconds on that one. 1 second. 0.9
아, 로아
seconds.
디트가 저런
Okay,
스킬 써요?
Infernal Cry. And then we have Sunder.
저렇게 멋있는 스킬 쓴? 골드요? 그런 거 같아요. 아, 근데 골드는 별로 문제가 안 되더라고. 더 큰 게 있어가지고.
Well, let's kill some stuff.
더 큰 거 뭐냐고? 그건 수은 없어지고 작업대 없는 거.
It does seem like the armor debuff that I'm doing makes quite a big difference, at least in those big guys.
네.
Rolling slam.
네, 그래서 아까 흑화 잠깐 하다 왔어. 그거 생각하면 팍 식는다.
You
투스큰!
got Infernal Cry. You guys know
투스큰이
how
막
this works.
스트리머 쫓아다닌다. 완벽하게 저 땡을 설명하는 게 이미 익숙해지셨군요.
If you ignore the bosses anyway.
아니에요, 안아줘요. 몰아서 삼성 넣고 꽁나오고. 시연자가 아주 마음에 듭니다. 이 친구가 다음 시연도 계속 해줬으면 좋겠네요. 이동기 질문은 안 나왔어요.
Normally I don't play with screen shake, but
그 대신
playing with
다른
screen
질문
shake
나왔죠.
when,
이제 POE1에 있는 트리거 이런 시스템 유지되냐라는 질문도 유지된다. 좀 단순하게 얘기하면 유지된다. 라고 하긴 했어. 또 뭐 나왔더라? 이 사람 왜 안 죽냐고요? 무자비 하시는 분이라서.
These are okay. Those are not rocks.
무자비
Well, they're rocks, but they're not rocks. Oh, now they're definitely. Whoa, they're exploding on me.
경력치. 숙련된 조교의 시범.
That is a problem.
감자가 굴러다닌다고? 그러네.
Holy moly, that thunder feels
유황
so.
아니야? 유황 그치?
We're definitely gonna have to be using the strike skill quite a lot here.
그래도 해야지. 아 디아도 막
Just to not get
디아
animation
유저분들이
lock, really.
불안한 게 있어. 야 그래도 디아4 나오는데 해야지 이랬는데 뭐 우리라고 별반 다를 건 없네요.
I'm gonna try a leap slam and see
네
if it's a good
이분도
idea.
스트리머예요.
That's a good idea. Okay. Let's try leap slam
피는
without
시연
infernal.
없어요.
We get the stun. Wow. Okay, we're just gonna leap slam spam here, I think. It's
다음
maybe not the best piece of
리그는
damage,
8월
but,
19일.
it's not bad.
다음 리그 소식은 어제 잠깐 보여줬고 그 다음에 자세한 건 아마 일주일 전에 나오지 않을까요? 경력치 차이냐고? 뭐 그런 거 같은데. 제약 좀 풀어준 거야? 진짜 풀어줬어요.
What? I think there's maybe like an on-death effect on those or something. Oh, bro, that's... We're back on the boat? On the boat?
이 친구는 솔직하게 반응하네. 아니 보트부터 시작이야 이러잖아.
Alright, on the boat it is. Let's see just the slam. Yeah, just the slam is not a lot of damage. But the
아까
slam is
이제
pretty
보면
good.
체크 포인트라고
You get
있어요.
the stun
파랗게.
effect.
그 맵이 이번 어제 시험부터 오늘 시험까지 느낀 게 맵이 생각보다 진짜 커요. 진짜 큰. 이거 사실상 디아 오픈월드라고 쪼개놨잖아. 그거 급으로 진짜 그 맵 하나하나가 크긴 하더라. 우리도 말줘. 야 이렇게 크게 만들 거면 우리도 말줘라. 20년 지났 다음에 낙타라도 줘 그러면.
We're on cooldown for the infernal cry here.
자룬 베르룬처럼 POE1에서 드롭되면 대박인 아이템 뭐냐? 자룬 베르룬이 뭐야? POE식으로 설명할 디자랄 포자랄 모십니다. 아 미러급이에요 그게? 그렇다고 합니다. 아 마피카드 정도야? 미러급은 아니고 약제자 정도? 약제자 정도라 합니다. 약제사쯤?
Okay. Jumping's fun, guys. Good cardio. Yes.
저기 있다. 내가 말한 체크 포인트. 그대로 온다고 했어요.
Okay,
오늘
that
Q&A에서.
is most certainly a boss area there.
저 뒤에 쫓아다니는
Alright,
투수들
so we
뭐예요?
got-
하라라라 하면서 쫓아다니는 거? 잼민이들 뭐예요? 아 모비구나.
Doesn't look good.
내가 저렇게 활발하다고. 체크포인트 근처에 보스가 있냐고? 뭐 그런 거 같아.
Yeah, the damage is a little low.
이거는 근데 시연이라 가지고 정해진 스킬잼, 정해진 링크에서 정해진 템으로 잡는 거니까 이렇게 보면
Maybe I should be
뭐랄까
trying to use like the range attacks a bit more.
그냥 좀 약간 아 그래 오케이 이것까지 내가 이해할게 이런 마인드로 볼 수 있어요. 뭐 우리가 하는 인게임에서는 전혀 다른 게임이 되긴 하겠지만 여기서 이제 우리가 봐야 될 거는 맵 디자인, 모션 이런 것밖에 할 수 없어. 내년 클벤 나와야 게임적인 걸 얘기할 수 있을 것 같아. Q&A에서 짜게 식었는데 시험 보고 대가리에 금
Try to
같다고?
slam a little bit here.
근접은 지금도 별로인데 이때 PV2 나와도 힘들 듯. 클백 키는 모르겠고 뭐
That's fine, guys.
신청 받지 않을까요?
Sorry, not a big deal.
시연하고 정발하고 많이 달라진 게임 있냐고?
Yeah, I don't think this is
몰라?
gonna go down. We're gonna need a few more potions.
당장 떠오르는 건 없는데?
Well,
근데 사실 4년 전 에콘이랑 지금 에콘이랑 많이 달라지긴
all
했어.
right, I'll take it. Well, I think my little segment here only has another minute or so, so I think I will call it there. It's been pretty fun. I have to say,
아,
if you
디아4가 많이
guys are
갈아엎었어요?
at ExileCon, give it a try. Maybe you'll have a little better luck with Warrior than I did, but I certainly had a lot of fun with the Huntress. Speed is the name of the game in the
헌트리스는
demo,
되게 재밌게 했나 봐요.
but for the game it will be a while longer. I think in terms of
헌트리스는 우리도 보는
the
게
show,
재밌었죠.
there is, I think it's an audio presentation. Yes, it's a developer talk with sound design and music of Path of
사운드
Exile
디자인이랑
2,
뮤직.
and that's with Kane and Camille, and that's coming up pretty soon. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more presentations throughout the day. There's going to be a lot more developer talks. So today's show is largely going to be that with a few gameplay mixed in. But for you ARPG buffs, this is going to be your day, so pay attention. And hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day.
빡빡이 디아사랑 어디 안 갑니다. 우리 빡빡이 현모양처 진짜. 사운드 팀은 보통 칭찬을 많이 받은 포지션이긴 하지 퓨리에서.
Talk. My name's Kane, and I lead the audio team at Grinding Gear Games.
I'm Kamil Ormanianovsky. I'm a composer, and I will talk about music today.
So we're going to split the talk in half. I'll start by giving you a bit of a rundown on some of the cool stuff we're doing with sound in Path of Exile 2. We'll get underway with that. So what better place to start than the sound of combat? So for PoE 2, there's a lot of lessons we've learned from PoE 1 and things that we want to try to do with the sound of combat in PoE 2.
아, 음악은 깔 거 없죠.
Obviously, things can get pretty hectic, you may have noticed, with sound.
개발 주머니 꽉 차 있다고?
With attack speed and all that kind of thing. So we're trying to sort of control that, not control it, you still want a bit of the chaos, that's what makes it fun, but in little ways control things that can pop out more in the mix. And also making the sound in general more of a player-centric sound design. So you're always hearing what you're doing and the skills you're doing. So the sort of one thing that was a huge job we've done is completely overhauling the sound of weapons in PoE 2. In PoE 1, there was sort of shared sound sets between the weapon base types, so a sword might sound the same as an axe and things like that. But we wanted to completely redo all of that and find the fun in every weapon. So one poor soul on our sound team, Dominic, had the task of designing sounds for every weapon type in the game. So a sound set for us is the swing, the on-hit sound of the weapon hitting a monster, and also the drop sound of a weapon and equipping the weapon. So now when you equip a sword, you'll have a nice, satisfying unsheathing sound. But I just want to give you a little clip here of how that is all sounding.
대충 무기 소리 들려주는구나. 낑깡콩? 패는 소리. 나는 몹 종류밖에 안 보여. 몹 종류 진짜 많다. 나는 사운드 팀 개발은 그런 게 재밌던데. 그 왜 막 산속에 들어가서 녹음하는 과정 이런 거 보여주면 되게 재밌던데. 그런 건 안 보여주나? 그 재미로 사운드 팀 디벨롭 보는데. 사운드에 신경 쓸 일 좀 많냐고요? 뭐 그쵸. BGM이나 사운드로 분위기나 몰입이 좀 차이가 나죠. 그래픽도 마찬가지고.
It's a rough time, but he did very well. Oh, and then he also still had to mix them all. So it was. We thank him for that. It was very good. This is just a clip of how the weapons are working in inventory and drops. So there's like a satisfying sort of sound on equip, which I think is, you know.
좀 다른가 원이랑?
And you'll also see here metal versions of base types sound different than wooden. So just little details, you know, it just makes
디테일 알아달라는 뜻. 약간의 디테일을 추가했구나.
So dynamic mixing is how we're trying to control some of what you can hear at any given moment. So monsters are split into groups. This is just for us. You know, we have like low tier.
뭐 게임에 직접적인 영향은 없지만.
A notable monster is something that might be.
나는 이런 사운드 팀이나 디자인 팀 개발 뭐 했다고 보는 건 좀 재미 면에서 있는 것 같아. 좀 재밌어 이런 건. 우리가 이런 거 언제 들어보겠습니까?
Dip the volume of something beneath it, so it's a priority order really. So that means players always on the top and the boss. So no matter what's happening, you should be able to hear the telegraphing of what's about to come. So here's a clip showing some of that. You'll always hear what the boss is up to.
썬더 왜 이렇게 맛있어 보이지? 산산조각. 표현이 마렵네. 맞아. 소리 만들어내는 과정 진짜 신기하다. 이제 보니까 저거 창 밟을 때마다 딜 들어가는 시스템이었구나. 와, 저 그러면 저 창 밟을 때마다 들어가는 시스템이면 이런 그런 거 있잖아. 효집 같은 거 넣어가지고 일부러 범위 좁혀가지고 촘촘하게 하면 더 맛있게 칠 수 있는 거 아니야? 그치? 난 머릿속에 그 생각밖에 안 돼.
Yeah. So yeah, just when the boss is using a skill or anything, even though there's a lot of monsters on screen, you're always going to hear that. So you may have seen yesterday 600 monsters, 100 bosses. It's kind of like a dream for a sound design team, but also a bit of a nightmare. It's like the dream is, oh my god, we get to work on so many monsters, and the nightmare is, oh my god, we have to deliver so many monsters. And so
물론 이제 저거 맵 보스랑 예트 보스 포함이긴 하겠지만
us in the endeavor to make every monster unique with its sound set and give you a sort of fresh experience as you progress through the game. So we have a studio at the office now where we've recorded hundreds of hours of
압박이가 얼마나
monsters, and
굴렸으면
everyone on the sound
프레젠테이션
team
이런
is
거
a qualified
넣겠어요.
monster now, you might say. So there's a
뭐?
vocal performance.
몇 마리요?
every
그걸 다
monster in the
만들라고요?
game, which is 2D animation,
이런
and it
느낌인데?
gives them a
그리고
lot more
그걸 우린
life and
만들었습니다
variety.
이러면서 막
So,
말해주는 듯.
I just want to give you an example here of a before and after for a monster. So this is before
하지만
processing
해냈죠?
on this bloater here.
그걸 해내면 회사는 더 시킵니다.
And then after some basic processing.
파이널 버전이래요. 좀 달라졌나?
Yeah, so that was just me and my face and this
아, 저걸로
gross
했어?
bowl of water and a banana skin.
바나나로
So
했어?
yeah, we get up to
보통
some pretty
좀비
weird stuff.
소리는
And
막
in
양배추
that vein, I'm just going to give you
쭈물럭
some clips
거리고
of
저런
our
소리
whole sound
내던데.
team getting up to some pretty weird shit in the booth.
저런 걸 뭐라고 하던데? 저런 사운드 하는 거.
Sometimes.
나온다 작업하면. 이런 거 재밌음.
Oh my god, look, it's working, it's sick.
What a powerful voice.
아, 저 소리야? 아니, 그 사운드 조정 안 해도 되겠는데? 조그만 그 잼민이들 소린가? 맞지? 아, 맞네. 잼민이, 디아2에 있는 잼민이들.
How do we get the sound? Look at his mouth. A parrot?
감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
Unfortunate camera angle. So it's interesting how all those sort of very out of context
그러게, 사운드
weird
팀은 분위기가 상당히
recordings end up
좋네.
sounding quite cool in the game. And the next clip's really just to show
베이스가
off, because
음악하는
it'll be cool on
애들이니까.
the sound system to hear some of the sound design we've done on the bosses that are in the current demo. So.
지코아틀. 어제 봤죠? 지코아틀. 마스크가 내 거야. 액트 보스들은 전반적으로 되게 멋있던데. 뭐 모베일 아님? 모베일은 아닌데 모바일 패턴이네, 그치? 뭐야? 찌찌가 너무 적나라하게. 살색이 무언가가 보이는데. 거 아님? 그 우리 저거 거시기 걔 내사 아님 내사? 내 사진 저 뭐야? 누가 잡고 있는 거야? 아니면 한 몸인 거야? 아 노랑머리 아니야? 그래? 20년 후면 누굴까? 내 사이 인생가? 보스는 너무 멋있는데 또 할만한 듯? 디자인이 너무 좋은데?
Yes, it's pretty full on, but cool.
아 갑자기 배고파. 아 삼겹살이나 먹어야겠다.
Also a bit of druid in there, if you would have seen.
드디어
Yes, and so monsters and bosses with dialogue, you know, they're talking a little bit. Something we did with Heist, I'm sure you would have noticed that was quite a talky league, to say the least. Obviously that in the context of the league is cool. We don't want that much talking through the entire campaign and the whole game, so obviously it's scattered and there's cooldowns upon cooldowns and play chants and all that kind of thing. But it's just this little thing on monsters. It sort of injects a bit of atmosphere and personality in the area that you're in. Like, you know, just very occasionally hearing a monster yell something at you is pretty fun. So this is a carver area.
맵 너무 이쁘다.
So yeah, just little bits now and then. It's almost almost indistinguishable from just regular combat efforts, but
컴퓨터는 천천히 사셔도 될 듯.
Sort of experience.
아예 확정 나면 날짜 확정 나면 그때 결정해도 안 늦을 것
You may
같은데.
have noticed in the teasers that we did for the Summer Games Fest, you will have seen they were commenting on more things than usual. So that's really quite fun. Jonathan was super keen to get some more outside of the box moments. How do we do
캐릭터
that?
보이스가 많이
Quirky
추가되긴
one-off
했는데.
things that they might say during a boss fight. But you know, once again, controlling how often that happens and not having it all the time. So each character will have something they might say in one moment and not another character in that same moment. So it just adds to the variety. But we have some super cool voice actors here, so I just want to show you a bit of those.
Eve, she calls to me.
드루이드네? 이번에 시연장에서 드루이드 못 해본다 그러던데. 드루이드 목소리구나. 근데 여기 드루이드는 님들 여기 드루이드는 이상하다. 다르게 생겼는데. 난 드루이드 아닌 줄 알았어. 초선줄. 너무 날씬해서 이상한데 느낌? 월이요? 할배 포지션 그대로 다른 젊은이가 있어. 젊은이.
Yeah, so pretty fun, I think, like little scatterings around. And the last thing I want
템플러
to just
있는데
touch
할배가 아니라
on
젊은
before
친구야,
pass
젊은
to Camille is environments and ambiences. So in Path of Exile 1, ambiences were pretty dense, you might say, and loud and tonal, right? Yeah, they kind of got in the way of music quite often. That's really Camille's job to worry about tonality. So for us this time, it's about finding more cinematic sort of ways of making a place feel real. There's still going to be some tonal elements
들려주지 않을까? 난 좀 들려줬으면
it's
좋겠는데.
more working with Camille than against him to make that work. So I'm just going to show you some of the really lush and beautiful sounding areas we have. You would have heard the reverb change when you leave the cave, which is pretty fun.
이런 맵 지형도 또 시간이 지나면 우리에겐 익숙해지겠지만 이쁘긴 이쁘다. 이것도 결국엔 익숙해지겠지 우리 눈에.
Of New Zealand native birds, tuis you can hear
드롭스
there.
어제 했던 거 이어서 할 수 있는 거 포탈. 못 받으신 분들 받을 수 있는 포탈. 아 저거는 이제 액트 맵 중 하나더라고. 엘자로 프리즌이라고. 그냥 맵 중 하나 액트 중 하나임.
So yeah,
배
just a
타고
lot
가는
of
것 중
effort
하나.
has gone into
많은
making
섬들
each
중 하나.
place feel dynamic and alive. So yeah, thank you very much. I am super keen to hear anyone's feedback. So if you see anyone with a sound shirt on, I'm sure they'll feel the same way after you've played the demo. If you have any thoughts, please let us know. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
우리도 놀고 먹다가 감옥으로 간 거냐고? 몰라?
Hello again. Let's talk about music for Path of Exile 2. So, what is the best inspiration for music? At least for me, it's a video game itself. There are 4 aspects, the most influential. First one is environment, then we have a culture,
부금 하나
we
정도는
have
보여줘야지.
characters, NPCs and bosses, and events. We're not going to talk about events today because we want to avoid major spoilers.
대학교 PPT 같다고? 난
We
너무
also
좋아 이런
have
발표.
3 distinct civilizations.
너무 좀.
Vastiri in Act 2, Val in Act 3, and Karui in Act 4. Considering
카밀,
those 4
맞아요. 카밀
aspects,
맞아요.
we'll talk about all
다들
those
아시는구나,
3
카밀.
civilizations and music for them. Let's start with Vastiri. So here
이런 게임도
we have a
드물걸?
very first aspect. the
자기가
environment.
하는 게임에
So
사운드
how
담당
I can
디렉터의
depict
이름을
desolation and
아는
vastness? I
유저들이
use
이렇게
some
많은
synth
게임도
sounds.
드물 거야.
Mostly
카밀이 뭐냐고?
long paths
이
with
사람.
a lot of reverb to match that vastness. I also use some ethnic instruments, which I will talk about later. We also have another
POE BGM
element of
담당.
environment, which is day and night. So if, let's say, specific area has daylight, we can expect brighter tones.
분단 BGM
And other way around,
다들 아시죠?
if there's a night, using some drones, anything which can make more hostile character, maybe something sneaky. Then we have weather. Weather works kind of similar to the day and night. If there's rain, music can have some more depressive tones. I have a first example here. Let's take a listen.
들려주네. 액트 단계 부금인가 봐. 보스전 부금도 들려주나? 개짧게 들려주네.
So, working with concept art, this is something which always gives me a lot of advantage, because I can start at the very beginning of the process. Here we have an example. This is the lost city of Cat. And here's another aspect of architecture. So, as we can see on this picture, it gives some ideas about instruments which we can use.
뒤집어진 소리 하지
Some
마세요.
Middle Eastern stuff, like duduk, maybe some ethnic guitars like oud. Now let's talk about bosses in Act 2. So the goal was to achieve a bold, aggressive, and terrifying character.
마음속에
For that, I
담아두십시오.
used some guitars, some industrial elements, some ethnic instruments again, but I also used some tricks from the electronic dance music, like sidechain, to make score more modern.
그래서 남아
And speaking
있겠지.
of bosses, pretty much every
홈페이지
boss
고려도
in Path of
남아있겠죠.
Exile 2 is unique, so music has to match this concept. I've got an example from the Act 2. It's Fight with the Perennial King. Let's take a listen.
거래소 자동으로 예를 들면 오프라인인데 팔 수 있는 이런 거 게임 접은 사람들인데 팔 수 있게끔 하는 거 뭐 가판대 막 이런 거 그런 거 정도는 좋지. 그 정도는 괜찮지. 바로 그건 경매장인데? 예를 들면 나는 약간 매핑하고 있는데 중간에 나가서 거래하는 거 대신에 뭐 내 창고에서 유저가 와가지고 꺼내서 간다. 약간 무인
One thing which is always tricky
그 정도는
is
재밌을 듯.
finding the right pace for music. Instead of trying to catch up with density of monsters, music in Path of Exile 2 is tailored
내가
for the
매핑할 때
specific
중간에 나가지
environment.
않아도 되는 정도.
And in this case, we have a lush jungle, very much alive
키오스크.
environment. So that gives some ideas about maybe we can use some complex patterns of percussion. We have also culture as influential aspect here, and since Val is partially inspired by civilizations like Aztec and Mayans, I use some ethnic woodwinds. Since Path of Exile is a fantasy universe, we mix a lot of stuff. So in this specific case, I use some Japanese taiko drums for jungle environment. Let's take a listen to the example.
왜냐면 나 자판기 얘기를 왜 했냐면 그렇게 비슷하게 판매하는 게임 있어요. 폴아웃 76이라고 거기에 가면 그 유저들 집을 구경할 수 있거든요. 그 집 들어가면 자판기가 있어요. 유저들이 파는 아이템들 걷다 넣어놓거든. 그런 거 POE에다 넣어도 재밌긴 할 텐데. 76에 그거 있거든.
So we have three aspects here. Culture. We have some sacrificial rituals. So
재밌는
that
요소던데.
gives some ideas about, like we can use some horror elements.
뭐
We have
물론
architecture because Val temples
그럴 일
are
없겠지만
full
그것조차도 안
of
나오겠지만
mechanisms.
재밌는
So
상상.
music can benefit from some industrial elements, perhaps something which sounds strictly mechanical. And then we have environment. Because many of those temples are
어제
overgrown.
결제했는 거 봤는데
So
뭐
I
사냐고.
use,
이
some
서포터
ethnic
다음
woodwinds,
시즌 서포터
which
팩
are
샀어요
also
2개.
used for the jungle
하지 마세요.
environment.
별로 안 이쁘더라고.
And here's example from one of the temples from Makinario.
작업대랑 충전 스킬은 괜찮은데 나머지는 솔직히 막 그렇게 이쁘진 않았어.
Sometimes better idea than using more tonal instruments is to use some sound design in music to match the environment better. Here's an example from the Snake Pits where you can hear some ghost-like sounds, something brushing. Let's take a listen.
액트 단기 노래 BGM 많이 들려주네. 여기는 시연에서 안 나왔던 액트인가? 디바인만 돌려봤어 나는. 미러가 없어서.
And now the fun part, bosses, which you saw yesterday in the Val Temple. So here, character, ancient, terrifying. So I use for terrifying for something horror, like I use orchestra, some high strings, also some organ instruments,
Q&A원에서 있던
and
올드 보스들이
more
유지되냐?
signature
그
sound,
말에는 논의 중이다라고
which has
불러가지고
that eerie
그건
sound,
사실 잘 모르겠어.
and it's almost like a scream. I've got a clip of two bosses, which yesterday you could see during the keynote. Let's take a listen.
이거 아까 만났던 그거야? 지코 어쩌고 그거니? 걘가? 리스트 보면 그런 거 같은데. 이거 뭐야 이거? 지코 바트. 나서스? 뭐야? 그러네. 나서스네. 아니 어떻게 바로 나서스가 나오냐?
You probably recognize both of them after yesterday.
나서스 스킨 멋있네.
Last but not least, Karui.
카루이.
So this is like a perfect example of how culture influences musical choices. I was thinking about what's the right tool, but the answer was pretty much obvious, which is human voice. Expert helped us to develop a unique language for the battle phrases. Instead of just recording tailored content for specific tracks, we recorded the full toolkit, like chants, battle phrases, textures, shouts, and other sound effects. So we have plenty of content for future Karui-related music. We recorded that at Kenneth Mayer's Center here in Auckland, which is actually not far from here. Let's take a look at a clip from the recording.
오.
That's in context.
와 이게 이렇게 음악으로 들어가니까 느낌이 완전 달라지네. 오. 소스 만든 거였구나.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of difference between recording and in
저렇게만
context.
들으니까 뭐지? 약간 그랬는데.
As you could hear, I also used other instruments like large percussion group, organic synths, some brass section, but also a lot of ethnic woodwind instruments like seashells. I distorted them a lot to make them sound more aggressive and bigger than live. And now let's talk about town music, my favorite section. This is a place where we spend a lot of time. We trade, we chat, we build our characters. So the music has to stand the test of time.
그런 것 같아요.
It also has to be memorable. We have four aspects, which I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. Environment, culture, we have characters, because we have all NPCs, and we have events because we get quests from those NPCs. And all those 4 aspects together gives us a lot of inspiration for musical choices. As the last slide, I have a music clip from the King's March, which is Town in Act 4. It's a little bit nostalgic.
군단복은
There's
진짜 잘
also a
만든
live
거.
recording there.
군단이랑 나는
violin.
사이러스 부분 되게
Let's
좋아.
take a look.
오, 너무 좋은데? 오, 너무 좋은데 내 스타일이. 에콘 구경 간 사람도 있다고? 김겨울이도 에콘 갔잖아. 깜부리가 행정병. 내가 그래서 굿즈 사오라 그랬어. 해외 특파원. 야방도 했을걸. 못 봤는데. 대가리 깨져 있던데 이미. 설레서 잠 안 온다고. 의외로 좀 가신 분들이 있나봐. 이 노래는 박수가 나오네. 아까까진 박수 하나도 안 나오고.
Thank you very much for attention. It's the Q&A time.
Hello everyone, my name's Jin. I am one of Kane's minions in the audio team. And I will be asking some questions
Kane
today. As you can see,
minion이래.
there is a QR code on the screen here. If you just
Kane의
scan that
소환수
and send
약간
in
이런
questions,
느낌으로
I
얘기하네.
can vet them and then answer as we go.
왜
We've
한국 사람처럼 생겼지?
actually already got some questions here. I'll just get this.
뭔가 되게 한국
Kane, what is
형이다.
the weirdest thing you've ever personally done to
아시아
get
얘기긴
the
한데
sound?
한국인의 피가 느껴지는데.
God.
어서 오세요.
This is an R16 thing, right? No. Well, I mean, the banana skin was pretty weird.
Yeah.
Banana
You
skin.
kind of, to get like the real wet-sounding monsters, you kind of almost half waterboard yourself. So that's pretty weird. I've also had, I don't know if you know the.
아까 이제 좀비 같은 거 할 때 바나나 그거
The
쪼물락거려서
boss with
만들었다
the
했거든.
drowning
아마
orbs.
외국식
So
개근 듯.
when you get into that one of those orbs, you actually hear the sound of your character drowning, and there's a male and female character. So I drowned myself and my wife, and had a hydrophone in the sink, the kitchen sink, which is an underwater mic, so you can hear us drowning. I mean, we're acting, you know, but yeah, that's pretty weird.
Great. A question for Camille. Is the music in PoE 2 dynamic? Will it change from a more intense combat version to a more calm version once you aren't in combat any longer?
컴백 버전이랑 컴 버전이 무슨 뜻이야?
Not
전투랑
really dynamic
컴
in
버전이
terms
뭐지?
of following density of monsters, or it's more. There's more of a small.
아, 그냥 비전투를
for
그냥
music narration,
아,
like, intro,
진정
singers,
부금을
outro,
비전투 부금으로
sometimes some extra
읽으면 되는구나.
phrases for some different music cues for different phases of boss fights.
그러니까 컴다운 할 때 그 컴이잖아. 그거를 이제
very long, so
No.
저런 식으로
You always have
얘기를
something to
하는구나.
do.
There's a lot of questions coming in.
민현이더니 티셔츠도 염소인가 1레벨 입고 있음. 저거 그 티셔츠 저거 아니에요? 직책에 따라서 입는 거 아니었음? 그쵸?
Alrighty, another question for Kane.
짬 높을수록 막
Have there been any
보스
sounds that you've
보스던데 막
conceptualized,
쉐이퍼, 막
but
메이븐
after
이런 거 있던데.
implementation
짬
you've
높을수록.
decided, nah, I hate it, back to square one?
Yes, all the time. We iterate all the time, just like any other department, I guess. Like you get it in, and suddenly it's not right, and you need to re-record
쉐이퍼
it
입고
or
있지
try
않았나?
something totally different.
빡빡이?
Because you're also trying to balance the fact that there's a lot of different monsters in the area, and sometimes by accident something might sound a little bit similar to something else. So we're always trying to make an area feel fresh and unique with the different composition of monsters and sounds in the area.
Cool. Another question for Camille. What was your favorite League theme to compose?
Sorry, again?
What was your favorite League theme to compose?
I think the easiest one was Legion.
오 역시 리전. 그치. 그치.
It was
군단리그
quite natural.
부부
Sometimes it takes a
고트거든.
lot of
역시
time
역시.
and efforts.
우리의 귀가
over and over again.
잘못된 게
But
아니다.
this one,
군단
I don't
잘했지.
know, like just came out.
본인도 마음에
very quickly.
들어하는구만.
Wonderful.
Was that your favorite?
비슷해.
Oh, there's no favorite. I hate them all.
They're all his babies.
Yes. I mean, this one is quite decent.
Do you ever find any problems trying to combine the music and the sounds to the game?
That's both of us, I guess.
We're a pretty good team these days, aren't we?
아 그래요? 군단
collaborate
부금 조회수
especially,
압도적임?
as you mentioned.
The ambience.
Ambience and
Yeah, it's like a long period of time where maybe things weren't sort of working as well
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
Like ambience were just very tonal and
어,
drony.
그렇게
But
됐네요.
yeah, now we talk
안
all
볼
the
순
time, every day
없으니까요.
about what we're doing and yeah.
Especially now when
봐야죠.
it comes to bosses.
Yeah.
You presented one of the boss fights with Siren.
Yeah,
업타임?
that's true. The
아 내가
the
그
siren
랩넌트를 이
where
선생님이랑
she
까망님이랑
comes up in the
랩넌트를
center
11시간을
during the
해가지고
petrification phase where she
11시간
continues
하다
to
보니까
stone.
에콘
That whole thing is
할 시간이
sort of a
됐더라고요.
combo
그래서
of us
그냥
working
앉아서
together.
쭉
How do
보고
we
있는 거예요.
cue the sound effect of her singing at the same time as music and making it like a really unique moment for us to sort of stick out a bit. It was pretty fun to work on that together. Oh, every time she
빡게임을
does
해버리는
that, she'll have a
바람에.
different vocal melody.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty cool. Side note.
Cool. Does the music you create have crossover over with what you listen to in your downtime?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Although I really, I listen to a lot of soundtracks. Sometimes I listen to some
오른쪽 아래
other
고양이
stuff
너무
like
귀여워요.
Trent
아
Reznor,
죄송해요. 제가
Nine
오늘
Inch
안
Nails.
씻어갖고 수염이 많이
And
자랐어요.
You might hear some influence.
연도를 하고
for
왔어야
sure.
되는데 8가락이나
Yeah.
자랐네.
But mostly soundtracks, because soundtracks include like all possible genres of music.
연도를 하고 왔더라면 캠을 켰을
Another
텐데.
question for Kane. How do you balance the volume of the different audio elements you've shown, music, ambience, effects, with the audio volume sliders players having access to it in the settings? Are you targeting a particular volume for these elements?
아,
Are
시선님
you
16개월 구독
resting with
감사합니다.
a variety of
고맙습니다.
different volumes?
Yes.
에요.
So the sliders in game in PoE 1, they're all in the middle, which is kind of weird. Like they should be all full, and then you can only ever turn things down. So that's what we're doing in PoE 2, because it makes more sense. You can not get any weirdness with reverb sends and things. So balancing volume in areas is hard, and that's something, a lot of my job is just making sure every area is consistent and sounds good. But that's the dynamic mixing I was talking about. We do a lot more of that now. So there's also parameter-based stuff, you know, how many monsters are on screen. If there's a lot, we'll turn down the basic monsters so that the other ones can come through more and the player skills come through more. It's, yeah, it's a lot of work that goes into mixing every area. But we still support players changing sliders and things. You know, hopefully everyone will play with the sound on, start with.
At least once.
Yeah.
Great. Will there be anything to prevent certain player sounds from getting too repetitive? For example, detonate mines, charges.
Charges is still something we're figuring out, because I know in PoE 1 they can be pretty oppressive, like you know, all the time. So yeah, that's something we'll figure out. Not having the sound on monsters is good, and yeah, you want to know when you've got one. But this is, yeah, these are questions we're still figuring out. Our main goal right now is getting through the whole game and getting monsters right, ambiences and everything, and then those integral mechanical things are things that will change probably over time as we get a better idea of it. But it's definitely things on our radar
미니언도 의자
for,
줘라.
you know, importance.
Cool. For both of you, was there a particular boss or area that either of you found extra challenging to work on? If so, what was it?
That's a good question. I think the main challenge is how many of them are.
Yeah. They all present their own challenges.
you know, but one challenge for us is just keeping up with iteration. You know, like the departments are working on this stuff all the time, and we need to sort of pivot to make sure we, you know, do the right thing for gameplay. So I guess they all have their own quirks and challenges, but bosses are always just harder because there's so much going on to mix and balance. And you know, it's really important to us in our team that we telegraph things at the right moment.
부금을 카밀이 다
There's a lot
만들었나?
of work goes into dialogue, making sure, you know, some things
아니면 적당히 만들다가
always trigger
넘기고
a
Q&A로
dialogue line
넘어가는
from the
건가?
boss so that you know you're about to die, or you know, some things might have a play chance, and yeah, some effects will always be loud, things like that. Those are challenging to get right, but important.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to boss fights, to make everything very interesting when you have a really long boss fight,
능력자네.
like sometimes 5, 6, 7 minutes, and you have multiple phases. So that can be sometimes challenging. And then I think when it comes to like regular areas, to make sure that the intensity is there, but at the same time, there's plenty of space for sound effects.
뭐지? 빡빡이의 보물상자인가?
Cool. Are there any old songs or sounds you'd like to go back and remaster in PoE1?
빡빡이의 보물상자인가? 인원수도 그렇게 많지도 않은데 왜 이렇게 다 알짜배기들을 많이 모아놨지? 갈리고 있다잖아. 이거 이번에 사운드 시작하자마자 자기는 존나 힘들었다고 했잖아.
I mean, I don't mind talking about that for a second.
How many
It was a
monsters?
well-intentioned change, but it actually illuminated something to us, which I think is important.
이거,
And that's,
이것도
you know, a lot of these
실시간이에요.
sounds are so like embedded in people's heads that you know, it's probably got a direct link to your dopamine receptor or something, so that when you hear it, it's like, oh, good, you know, there's a whole screen gone. So us trying to change that, don't mess with that, don't touch it. Yeah, and that sound is actually kind of funny because it's only one sound, and it has a, you know, it'll only play it once within a certain amount of time. So whenever you hear the whole screen just go clink, it's like it's weird from a sound design perspective. Like, oh, we'd want different sounds or things, but in reality, in game, that's what works, and it's cool, and it's been that way for a long time. So don't touch it. If it's not broken, don't touch it. That's what we learned. Sorry.
I guess I would gladly remaster trailer music and make some sort of compilation. Maybe mystery box music as well.
카밀이 있는데도 잘한다고?
Right. We have a question. What is actually the sound of the occultist's explosion ability, Profane Bloom?
과거형으로 지금 가고 있는데.
Something badass. Like a lot of these things are just done, you know, heat of the moment with what we have at the time. I can't tell you offhand what's that's comprised of. Sorry. I can look when I get back to work.
Would it be possible to have additional dialogue options for resources like mana being low? Is there an option to turn these off?
I like how you added that at the end of the question. Yeah, so we don't want that to become an oppressive thing. And we have some more variety in that. Like, it won't just be one line that they say. There'll be a pool of options. And we also have pretty cool tech now to know whether the player's in combat when they're saying that stuff. So if you're out of combat, they'll say it more
나는
chill.
Q할 때 BGM을 끄고 하거든요. 아시다시피 노래 들고 하는데 보스전 할 때 항상 켜고 한단
What's
말이야.
actually happening in the time. But yeah, we'll probably have. We haven't figured out how to work over the course of the game because obviously at in-game you don't need your character screaming at you all the time. So we'll figure that out, and there likely will be an option to just disable it. But
폐지 주려면 노래 듣긴 해야 돼. BGM만 들으면 정신 나가긴 함.
But the idea is
정신
the
건강
whole
위해서
player character dialogue system will be more immersive through the campaign.
음악을 들어줘야 되거든. 보스 잡을 때는
Great,
BGM.
and this is going to be our last question for tonight. Will there be dynamic sounds added for weapon strikes based on material being hit? For example, like flesh or stone from a golem?
Yeah, so part of Dominic's painstaking work was every single hit for every single weapon has, well, every weapon type, I should say, is baked in with the sound of the armor that you're hitting. So flesh, mud, wood,
액트 한 3장 정도 밀면 처지기 때문에 뭔가를 들어줘야
Yeah,
됩니다.
every single one has to be baked in because we don't want to play too many sounds at once unless we have to. So yeah, that is a thing. And also crit sounds are also baked. So we've redone how crit sound by making more of that armor layer come out when you hit it to know that you've crit, rather than just having a massive explosive sound. It's still satisfying. That's the goal. Every on-hit sound should be satisfying.
이거 그다음 스케줄이 뭐지? 봐볼까? 사운드.
Cool. Well, that's all the time we have today. Please give another round of applause for these two.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
애니메이션 인터뷰. 애니메이션 너무 많이 나오는데. 스틸 나오네. 스틸 메이지도 시연하는구나. 이건 인터뷰니까 지자란이 뭐 MC 보는 거 아닐까요? 볼만한 게 이거 레이스를 진짜 꼭 보고 싶은데 12시 반부터인데 레이스 보고 싶은데 이거 두 개가 너무 재미없어 보여. 이거 두 개 왜 이렇게 재미없어? 이거 스피드런 레이스요. 대회. 자면 못 일어나. 멍 때리면서 봐야지 뭐. 어떤 거 스피드런이요? 액트. POE1 액트 스피드런. 상금이 얼마나 했던가? 꽤 됐는데. 스피드런이요? 4년 전에 에콘 때 몇 분 컷 됐더라? 오타바까지라서 금방일걸? 한 30분 내외 아니었나? 4년 전에? 아닌가? 1시간 더 아니구나. 1시간 좀 넘었나? 기억이 안 나. 1시간 좀 넘었던 것 같은데. 스피드러너들을 내가 아는 애들이 많이 없음. 암액자리랑 뭐 하복? 또 누구 있죠? 유명한 친구가? 맞아, 따이따이. 어서오세요. 걔네들 다 지금 레이스 이거 오죠? 그 암액자리는 확실히 알고 있는데. 출전 선수 어디서 못 보나? 궁금한데. 그런 건 없네. 뒤지면 출전 선수들 누군지 알 수 있을 것 같은데. 와, 나 저 지도 장치 너무 이쁜 것 같다. 여자들 왜 이렇게 많음? 너드들밖에 없었지. 저 TRPG 카드 너무 잘 만들었더라고요. 코스프레이 하는 사람들도 있네. 그러고 보니까 오늘 코스플레이 하는 사람들 안 보여주네. 저런 거 보는 맛도 있는데. 아찔이다, 아찔이. 오, 사람 많네. 그러니까 되게 의외로 여성 유저들이 진짜 많네요. 그러니까 코스플레이하는 여자들이 아니라 의외로 진짜 많은데? 글로벌이라 쳐도? 시연 환경은 꽤 좋은 듯? 뭐지? 방금 헬멧? 저 시연하려면 몇 시간 기다려야 되지? 보통 저런 거 한 2시간 기다리잖아. 귀신 소환수라면서 음침한 노래 틀어놔서? 이거 부금 막 이런 거 틀어놓으면 다를걸? 막 이런 거 있잖아. 이러면 분위기 달라지잖아. 아니, 안 침침한 거 틀어주는 거야. 존나 핫하해진다고? 핑핑아. 패스오브 바나나 시티. 개잘 먹었고 2023 보러 온 거 같잖아. 이 부금 뭐냐고요? 아, 우울한 부금 들어주면서 에콘 보여주길래. 현지 특보 어젯밤에 타이타이 불안주 가서 구급차 탔다. 아! 그 현지 특폰! 그거 분위기는 현장 분위기가 어떻습니까? 저는 사실 Q&A를 보고 약간 흑할 뻔했지만 다시 대가리가 깨져버렸는데. 고마워요 밀신맨. 현지 특보 개웃기네. 씨, 구급차 뭔데? 연습 많이 했나 보다. 보통 저렇게 이제 긴장 많이 하면 배탈 나고 그러는데 구급차 탄 거면 그거 아니야? 공항 같은 거 아님? 여긴 Q&A 따위 관심 없다고? 아, 하긴 거기 갈 정도 됐게면 POE2가 어쨌거니 뭐쨌거니 알 바 아니긴 하지. 거기 갈 정도 사람들이면. 어차피 어차피 할 사람들만 갔을 텐데. 너희들끼리 뭐 하는 짓이냐고? 인사드리라니 저기 너희들 존나 많이 왔다던데. 아 그건 맞아. 너희들도 저기 갈 정도면 그 뭐냐 저 혼자 간 거 아니잖아. 김겨울이도 누구랑 같이 간 걸로 아는데. 리포터야 리포터. 띵띵띵띵. 성덕인데 성덕? 어? 숨어난다는 게 그거 아니야? 키가 너무 커서 숨어났다는 뜻 아니야? 압도당해서? 릴리 다리 존나 길던데 아까 인터뷰 보니까 쇼파. 아 사망 월드컵? 퀸 만져본 걸 왜 물어봐? 아니 뭔 질문이 뭐가 그래? 만져봤냐니 그게 무슨 소리야? 배만티도 아니고.
My name is Isrin, and I am joined here with Sam and Ed from the animation team, and that's what we're going to be asking about today. And these are the people that make all the animation look amazing. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks very much for having us. This is great. Well, I mean, you haven't asked. I'm not too sure which way around it goes.
Both, bit of both. I figured we could do like a quick introduction with how long you've been working at creating your games and how much you've been working on PoE1 versus PoE2.
Sure, I've been here for about 7.5 years. You know, we started just before Fall of Oriath, and we've sort of been here ever since, and sort of really started to put our feet down. You know, bit of the furniture. He's been here even longer.
Yeah, I've been here 8 years. I started.
애니메이션 팀인데 어제 했던 애니메이션 팀이랑 다른겨?
Act 4 was so I started a pretty hectic time.
Wow.
어떻게 사람 이름이
work
이디?
that's gone on before since then.
Yeah.
You know.
이 사람 이름이
There was a
이디.
small period where I was the single animator.
Wow.
Yeah. And
That's
then
a lot to do.
Yeah. There was 2 guys when I started, and then they both left, leaving me behind, and I was just like this junior being like, how do I do this?
A lot of overtime then.
Yeah.
And so how much have you been working on PoE1 versus PoE2 now that like both are being worked on?
Well, I'm full-time PoE2 now. There was a bit of like crossover, but yeah, now it's just
지금은
strictly
PoE2만 개발하는
so for
사람인가
myself,
봐요.
it's sort of like a combination of all of it, really. I take care of all the bosses and monsters in PoE2, but obviously we have a lot of content in PoE1 which is still needing to be maintained.
빠진
And we have a lot
친구들이구나.
of microtransactions and that kind of stuff that also needs maintained. So, you know, it's sort of split across all, really.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So, Sam, what's the favorite thing you've like designed so far?
Oh, I don't know, man. There's a lot of content to go through, but I have to say, creating the PoE2 bosses has been my absolute favorite. We've had a chance to create, much more character in all of the performances from all of them. We've really tried to really hone in on who a character is, where he comes from, where does his magic come from, how is it created? Is it from the gods? Is it from the earth? Is it from his catalyst? It doesn't matter where it's from, but we have to know that. And I think people really start to get the idea after seeing some of the boss fights that they're or experiencing some of the boss fights.
신기하다. 머리는 하얀데 턱수염은 갈색이네. 원래 같은 색깔로 가는 거
the
아니야?
bosses feel unique. When we have over 100 or about 100 bosses, and so each and every one needs to be its own thing. The monsters are a different category.
아니 진짜로 궁금해가지고.
Ed, what about you?
I mean, I've just been on characters.
아 머리가 먼저세요?
Yeah, just trying to make sure that they feel punchy and flow and yeah. I think my favorite at the moment is the
보관은 연동돼요. 스킨이랑 중복되는 스킨 있으면 스킨 연동되고 창고도
And you were telling me
연동된다고 합니다.
for PoE1 you designed like pretty much all the animations on
분할을
Kataba.
한다고 하네요.
Yeah. Yep, I was all on
스킨
Kataba.
자체는 해준대요.
That took me
근데
about
이제
3
예를 들면
months.
PoE1에는 질주 스킨이
he was
있는데
crazy
PoE2에는 질주가 없으면 그건 안 되고.
Yeah.
And at the time, it was something that was completely unique.
I had never animated something the size of a building.
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
And that took a long time to wrap my head around, like just how fast that thing should move or how slow
어지간하면
it should move. And
yeah,
there was a lot of iteration that went on trying to get him feeling right.
I can't even imagine. So, walk us through the process a little bit. Like, where do you start? Do you get an outline of everything? I'm guessing like the model is mostly finished when you start doing the animations. Can you walk us through that?
I mean, sometimes it's actually all the way back, and actually more often it's actually all the way back at concept stage.
Wow.
So the drawings come in, and you get to see them, and you're like, it's really, really messy at the top or down the bottom, and we was just like, can we balance this out a little bit here? And it's sort of like, this would be the biggest shape that we want to make use of. But our concept team over the years have just gotten so good. They understand what the product is. We actually have, a top-down camera, which is quite difficult at times to animate to. The silhouette gets foreshortened all the way down, and so actually that's sometimes our biggest battle is making sure that silhouettes are clean.
인터뷰라서 그냥 얘기만 할 듯
concept
이거는
artists are so good at doing that, but at the same time, the monsters are crazy these days. The level of detail on them is crazy. So there's only so much limitation that you can have. But after that, then it goes to modeling and stuff, and we'll get at that stage.
There can often be this balance of like. Sometimes the craziness of a monster, it's like, well, that's going to make it difficult to animate, but I also don't want to ruin what makes this monster special,
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow, and like animation has been going on for a long time in PoE
네,
right now. You've been
날개는
working there
어제
for so long. Can you tell me a little bit about how things have changed from all the way 7 years ago, and like technological changes and stuff like that today?
Well, I think Ed touched a little bit on it in his talk yesterday, which was quite funny. Is like the rigs for the character side of things was a huge change. That made a massive difference.
Yeah.
On the boss's side and on the
애니메이션
monster's
관련해서
side, it was just
그거
more
사실
about
어제
보여주긴 했어. Again, just trying to make the bosses or the monsters feel like who
이번
they are.
에코는
And so we're really trying
거의
to up the character
맵 디자인이랑
and make them feel
애니메이션
like
그러니까
if they're a zombie
전투
and they're sort of
애니메이션이나
like,
이런 것들
coming after you, or if they're a
그런
big and tough
것들이 거의
person,
한
they feel that way. A lot of that for me, I
보여준 거
really
70%
concentrate
정도
the most.
되는 것
Probably
같아요.
the most important thing for me that I
분명 이게
start with
어제
is the walk or the run.
많이 얘기했던 코너인데
Once you've
여기서 또
established how
이제
this thing
인터뷰를
moves,
했다는
it
거는
really helps you
그쪽으로
sort of gauge
개발을
how
더 많이
fast something
했다는
should
거니까.
attack after that, how crazy
나쁘게 말하면
it is, is it
보여줄게
manic, is it slow and heavy,
자꾸 왔다 갔다 하는 것 같은데
are they
아무튼.
proud and standing tall, but yeah, it's balancing it all over the place, really.
I think also on the tech side of things,
애니메이션 쪽 많이
when I
보였잖아.
started, we didn't have a rigging department. The animators were doing the rigging.
Saviors.
And I didn't know how to rig, so I was kind of learning on the fly. But yeah, now we have very talented riggers who can support us with
오늘은 사실
extra
Q&A
things behind the
아니면
scenes that make our job a lot easier.
볼만한 건 많이 없음.
So what does the rigging do?
Q&A랑
The rigging is adding in all of the. It's basically
이거
adding the
때문에 보는 거지,
skeleton,
레이스 때문에.
all the defining the points of deformation around joints, and also adding controls. So the things that we can actually select. So in my talk yesterday, I mentioned that we were animating on the skeleton. The problem with that is that the skeleton's underneath the skin.
재미있는 거 요건
So
그래도
you would either
볼만할 것
have to
같고
have the character
이거는
in some kind of transparent mode, so you can't really see them properly, or
이거는 뭐야?
Yeah.
라운드
an X-ray.
테이블?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Sometimes they also create little systems for us.
패널에 크리스
So like
시스템까지
if you've got a lot of
그냥
controls,
이거
they may give us a
그거지?
global controller that might be able
그냥
to,
뭐
instead of having to on an extremely high
액션
level control every
RPG란
single control, we might have a lower
무엇인가?
level control that we can control all of
당신은
that
액션
with. So we
RPG를
only actually have to
무엇으로
animate one thing.
생각합니까? 뭐
Or
이런 거에
they
대한
make
얘기 아니에요?
systems for us and
당신의
that kind of
철학.
stuff. Like we able to throw sine waves through things to be able to give the overlapping actions and stuff like that.
So, especially with character models and stuff, do you ever use like real life people to have them like wear suits to try to make sure everything looks super authentic, or is it just all done in a program?
We sometimes will video ourselves.
Yeah, reference
스트리머들이
reference is
POE2에 대해서
huge.
얘기하는 게 아니라.
And in fact, I think that's probably one of the biggest changes
사람이
that we've had
있네?
from POE1 to POE2.
네, 드롭스 두 개입니다.
With most of the guys, you know, from the monster side of things, we take them, we go into the animation room, we make lots of like weird noises and growls, and you know, smash stuff, break swords.
아,
We have
아니구나.
a lot
카렌이랑
of
제자란이랑 자주 만나죠.
temporary swords, which is hardened plastic and that kind of stuff. So you can actually stand in pose, look at your body, take video of it, and then you can be like, oh, really? He does that? Like one of the things that I remember figuring out actually at just before the last XLCon was when someone's sliding their sword around, you may think that it's actually going to go straight through, and it just cuts straight through. It's generally we have a pose here and a pose here, and then we jump through. But there's a point where the weight actually from the blade goes through to the end of the sword and it travels down to the end of it, and it actually keeps
네,
you while
날개는
it rotates for a
날개가
still
받기가
frame in the
좀
middle, and then it continues on.
빡셌어.
And it actually gives you that
7시부터
sensation of
8시
sort of the
반?
weight actually going
근데
through,
1시간 봐야 돼가지고.
and it gives it a little bit of extra chunk.
엄청 빡센-
But you'd never
빡센
figure that
그거였어.
out if you just looked at it just normally. You'd never almost know that it's there. But you take video footage of it,
아마
and all of a sudden you've got
대부분은
levels of
포탈만
detail that you
받으셨을
didn't think were present.
Yeah, because I'd imagine animation is something you really notice, like you ideally don't notice if it's done well, right? It just feels good, it feels right, but you really notice when it's done wrong. What would be like the single hardest thing to animate?
I find very subtle things hard to animate.
Yeah.
날개가
big
시간이
actions are
좀
great
빡셌어요.
because there's so much
포탈은
going on.
오늘까지
High contrast.
2시까지
Yeah,
보시면
you
그냥
can't
봤는데.
tell when something's gone wrong.
Yeah, like sorry.
Just quickly, one of the animations I did on Pro 2
뭐야,
was
그거 보내고
recently
그냥 날개가 더
was,
비싼가 보지.
plugging a gem into a generator, and the character kneels down and plugs the thing up and then stands up. Doing the stand up, I was just like, how does this happen? How do you stand up from a kneel?
I think another thing for me is like
근데
really
정작 많이 쓰는
human-based
거는
walks.
포탈을 더 많이 쓰고
They're
날개는
slow.
뒤로 가면 갈수록
Everyone
뺀다고.
knows how a human moves, whether they know
화면
they do or
가린다, 이
they
말이야, 매핑할
don't.
때.
Everyone has observed everyone
매핑할
their
때
entire
공속
lives, and
빠르거나
as soon as
그러면
something's not exactly right, they're
푸석푸석거리는
like,
거
that's wrong.
엄청 신경 쓰이고.
Like, why'd you do that? That's wrong. And it's like, oh, I tried. We don't use any motion capture.
아, 에미리님
Every single
3개월
thing
구독
that's in the
감사합니다.
game, maybe there's
고맙습니다.
0.5% of something that has been motion captured. We've tried a few different, technologies over the years and stuff, and we've always reverted back to acting and hand creating and handcrafting everything. So there is absolutely nothing that every boss and monster that we have at the moment. It's just all from hand and reference.
It's very impressive because you've like seen such a like level up in all the animations and everything. Like everything looks so much more smooth, realistic, the running and everything.
As you're pulling my strings, man.
Very well done. What I want to ask you about next is animation canceling is a really big thing in Path of
궁금하다.
Exile. And I really want to wonder, especially now that we're having things like a incorporated dodge roll, how does that work if you're like mid-swing and your player wants to like animation cancel? Does that make
나도 들어왔습니까? 에용 에용 무슨 포탈이지? 드롭스 악마 이거임? 심장 이 스킨 악마나에게 상이한 스킨 있음. 요거 이게 진짜 상위 호환임 이거. 심야서야. 이거 진짜 이쁨. 아이 떨어져 씨. 오 쉣. 생각보다 좀 더 그 뭐랄까 그 더 하구만. 좀 생각보다 조금 더 징그럽구만. 좀 약간 흠칫한데? 흠칫하긴 해. 알고 영상을 봤는데 좀 깜짝 놀랐어요. 랄부 같다고? 아 진짜 그 얘기해서 이제 저 스킨 못 쓴다.
Do their pass afterwards.
개 못했어.
That's really cool to like make an action and then pass it on and just kind of see what another artist does with it. You know, just
yeah, it's like different sets of the puzzle, right? It's very cool.
핑중인데 그렇게 보인다고?
Yeah, and sometimes you just don't
나만
expect
당할 수
what they do.
없지가 뭐지?
You're just like, oh, I
that makes it look
아
way
맞다,
better.
님들 깐부리그
That's
혹시
awesome.
하실 분들
So with
있으면
like cohesion between like skills
신청하십시오.
and microtransactions,
지금
does that like how much faces
어제부터
the
모집했는데
actual look
벌써
of something
60명
factor into
넘었거든요.
the
지금 또
animation?
더 찼을지도.
In terms of microtransactions?
생각보다
skins
마감이
in
빨리
general.
될 수도 있어.
Right. I mean, like sometimes I think we're kind of bound with microtransactions specifically because
다음 시즌
we don't
시작할
really
때도
create.
하니까.
The microtransaction itself may have a unique animation, but it's usually getting played on top of something which isn't unique. And so we don't really go ahead and create new character animations for those microtransactions, especially in Po1.
Yeah.
I can't really tell you what's going to happen in Po2, but in Po1 we have a predefined, we have the characters there, they have certain rigs. Because they didn't share at that particular point in time, it made it very difficult to go and customize anything. Whereas we have a lot more options, I feel like, coming up in PoE2, where we actually could potentially do some certain things. And
although there was the exception of there was a supporter pack or something recently where there was the armor set that when you got it you floated.
Yeah, that's right.
That was probably like
다음 리그는 성역도 들어가지고.
in ages.
That's my favorite thing. I wish you could have that on just like once you've unlocked that MTX, I wish you could have it on everything. I love floating. So cool.
Well, we added it to the
사실 솔직히 이제 PoE 뽕은 좀 빠져가지고 PoE2 뽕은 빠져서 일단 다음 리그
we got a 10-minute warning here. I've been asked kindly to remind everybody that we have a
정보만
PoE2
따져도 한
gameplay
2주는 더 기다려야
showcase
되잖아,
with
그렇잖아,
Nugi
그치?
and Mark, which some
일주일
of you know as Neon.
전부터
So that'll be
풀릴
coming up
거니까.
after our segment here. But as the next one, I wanted to ask, do you have any
2주는 더
pet
기다려야
peeves when it comes to animating? Like
스타터?
something
난
that
뭐
like,
하지?
comes up that
리그
bugs you, annoys you, that's like maybe a hard thing to
성역이랑
solve.
선조
Pet
생각하면
peeves in the overall
보스
animation
쪽
itself,
잘 잡는
or
걸로
maybe
가긴
just
해야
the
되는데.
process and making sure that the workflow is correct, making sure that animation isn't too noisy, I guess.
디아4에서 넘어온
I
유비가
don't know if it's
있다고?
more of a pet
많을
peeve,
걸요
it's just something that
생각보다.
we really concentrate on.
Yeah.
The only thing
소코는
that really
뿔자면
comes to
될 것
mind is
같아요.
being asked to do
소코는.
something quicker than it can
리그
possibly
8월
be done.
19일입니다.
Timing-wise?
Yeah. Like, we want this big
뭐였지,
epic thing to happen
고민되네.
and we want it in half a second. It's like, well...
Yeah. Takes time.
It's definitely one of the most difficult things in
패치노트
PoE.
나와봐야 알긴
Everything is so
하는데
fast.
어느 정도 스타터 빌드들은 좀
You
정해져서
don't get a lot of time to create this massive thing. You have to try and get that feeling across, but in a really
이번에는
tiny
모래특도
period of
들어오니까
time.
할만할지도.
It's just, but that's part of the territory. It's not really. I
모래특
don't know if I'd call it a
들어오지?
peeve.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that brings me to my next question about visual clarity. It's obviously super important in ARPGs. And
빅망?
I
와,
want to really
빅망으로
ask
성역
about the
어떻게 돌라
differences in
그래?
PoE1
아닌가?
versus
빅망
PoE2
슬롯
there.
때문에 할만한가?
Yeah, how does
빡셀
visual
텐데.
clarity factor into
빅망.
everything?
I mean, for me with
신규
monsters,
스킬잼 12개.
it's just making sure that the animations
올
are
서포
clean, like really clean.
잼이라서.
The flow is really important. You can't have something that's
just going to run really fast and then attack really slow.
Yeah.
You can't have
어떠냐고요? 아니
animations
공개가
that
안
come
됐어요.
in
두
this way and then
개까지밖에.
suddenly just bounce out and go the opposite way. Rather than matching a particular pose, which
두
we
개인가
often
세
do
개까지밖에
with bosses
공개 안
and with
됐어.
monsters, it's more about matching the flow of something, especially with like wings and things like that. They have a certain action that they're doing. If you suddenly just change that and go the opposite way, it's going to pop, even if the pose is exactly the same. The flow of the motion is too different, and you'll get a knock. And then when people are seeing it, they won't know what they're doing, but they'll feel it. They'll feel this, and it will become that when you've got packs and packs of monsters. It's like click, 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 click all over the screen. You know, you're just like, no, 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 no. What's going on there? That's wrong.
패트는 잘 모르겠어요.
Yeah, reducing visual noise is a big thing I focus on when I'm making
저는
character
패트를 해본 적이
skills.
없어서 버픈지
Often
너픈지도 잘
just run
모르겠어요.
around an area and just kill lots of monsters with that skill and just make sure that I'm seeing it from all different angles and just trying to catch any like weird little pops and also using it alongside other abilities as well. So I'm not just focusing on it being spammed, but also how does it work with everything else in your toolkit.
Awesome. And obviously bosses are particularly important to be telegraphed. And when you're designing the animations for a boss, are you just given a list of like these are the moves that we need? Like we need one slam or two slams, and like
that's a really interesting question. So that kind of happens in many different ways. Sometimes we have design to begin with. We're like, oh, we really need this to happen. It needs to have circle, circle, rectangle damage.
근데 이제 저번 시즌에 페파가 리메이크되면서
maybe
페파가
other
좀
times they'll just get a boss,
좋았어가지고.
and we have a look at it, and we have a look at the biggest shapes that
페파가
it
근데
has, what kind
빌드업이
of
좀
character it is,
하코에서
and be like, okay,
물렁하더라고.
well, he's got a massive axe. It would be an obvious thing. So we really need to make sure that we're emphasizing on this.
아무 생각하기 싫. 저거는 너프 없으면 그냥 아무 생각 없이 저거는 탈 수도 있고.
Or making sure that the lore of the magic or whatever is coming through.
Yeah. And do you ever get given a boss and you see it and you're like, I want this boss to do this. Like this would be a really cool move to put in.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And what about? Do you ever have like? Does it happen often that you have an animation you've like finished it and you're like, no, it's just not right, and you just scrap it entirely?
Yep. A big part of my process is if something's not working, just don't try and force it to be good.
성역이 이제 약간 맵처럼 맵이라기 강탈 지도처럼 떨어지긴 하더라고요.
From scratch.
거의
There's nothing
그대로
wrong with
돌아오긴
throwing
했는데
away stuff
뭐 아마
that's
보상
not working.
관련된 건 너프를
In
먹지
fact, I implore it for all of our animators. It's like because
보상 관련된 건 너프를
the
먹었을
clarity
거예요.
when you're creating an animation
그리고
from
아틀라스
scratch
도드로 들어올지
is either
말지도
there
그걸
or it's
모르겠어요.
not.
아틀라스 도드에 대한 언급이
And you may just
없어가지고
fundamentally have that animation
만약에
just
아틀라스
not
도드로
working.
성역이 들어온다면
And there might be a lot
나는
of people
성역 무조건
watching
찍고
at
성역만
home
넣을
on
거예요.
Twitch, etc., and that want to do what you guys do. What would be your advice and like things to study in university for people that are still students, etc.?
Well, I think for me, before university or anything else, is observe.
실현주기요?
Just observe people,
실현주기가 뭔 상관이야?
observe life,
맵처럼
observe
떨어지는데?
animals, observe nature, observe everything, and just absorb as much as you can, because that's the stuff that you're drawing on when you're creating something. Ed, he's got a little bit of history in martial arts and stuff like that, and obviously that comes through in a lot of his animation. For me, I'm generally in the world, whether it be in nature or living a much more physical life.
Yeah.
And I take that and I bring that back into the animation.
Wow.
On top of that, obviously, you've got schooling. There's loads of schools online, locally to whoever it is around the world. That's obviously important. And I'd say the last thing is just don't give up. You're not going to be great straight away. But
I would say just animate.
Yeah.
Just animate a lot. I mean, artists will do the same thing with drawing, like just draw a lot. It's the same thing. Animate, just animate a lot.
Yeah.
And get critique. Get other people to
공고
look at
조사
your
이런
work.
식으로.
Very much so.
That's the
이미
most important. And I mean, even at a professional level, that's the same thing.
층을
Like you can
넘어가면서
create an animation. I can come up to Ed and
선택을
I'm like,
하잖아.
Ed,
근데
help me.
맵이
What's wrong?
이미 저렇게 선택이 돼
And he's
있는
just like, oh, it's this, and it's like, oh, what? Oh, it's
방식으로
that?
나오더라고.
Oh, okay. And you just need points of reference, and don't have anything and hold it too close to your heart. It's like if someone says it's wrong, I generally run by the rule of threes. Ask 3 people. If 2 people say that it's wrong, you know what? No matter what your pride is, it's probably wrong. And then just redo it. And don't worry about it. It doesn't have to be perfect first time.
안
And
되긴
how much of
하는데
this
뭐 이
is
정도면
like
거의
solo work,
들었다고
and how
봐야지.
often do you end up working with like 2 people in one animation or more people?
Well, Ed's been solo on characters for the entirety of PoE2 production. For us, we started off with having everyone owning a monster and owning a boss and that kind of stuff. But as production kind of goes on and the schedules are what they are, you actually kind of need to sometimes break people down into teams of two. And so they'll work together on something and they can actually collaborate together. And someone might take the walk and this attack, and then somebody else might take a special attack or something like that. And it's actually kind of cool to be able to collaborate like that, because you share ideas and you both understand the same product, and so then you end up with something that's actually better than what it ever would have been with just one person.
That's awesome. How often do you go back and rework something that's been in the game for a while? Like maybe new technology came out and you know that you can upgrade something, or is it like?
근데 저번 시즌 깜부리그 진짜 생유비인데 깜부리가 하신 거 있어요.
I think the only time we've gone back and really changed stuff is when we started adding physics to armor.
그냥 꾸준히만 하면 상관없는데 대부분 그러기 힘들긴 함. 그리고 나도 추천을 안 하고 그냥 뉴비면 속보해서 하는 게 낫다라고 하는 주의기도 하고.
Constantly evolving on the learning side. It's quite expensive to go back and to rework everything, but you're learning from those mistakes. The next time you go around it, and you're really concentrating on making sure that you don't make that same mistake again.
시즌을 하나밖에 안
We're getting
했다든지
towards the
이러면
end here, but this must have been a huge
조금
relief
더
getting
엔드
everything off
콘텐츠
your
같은
chest.
거
Like, what's the general
재밌거든요.
vibe of
근데
just seeing
학교하면 그 재밌는 거
everyone
못해 솔직히
reacting and
말하면.
everything?
못한단 말이에요.
It's amazing. The fans that have come
물론
all
할 수는
this way
있어요.
to come out
근데
and see
그게
here, you know,
하게
I get
된다면
goosebumps thinking about people. People say that they
진짜 막
appreciate something.
몇
Like, oh, you
시즌 뒤에 할
noticed
수도
that?
있어요.
That's amazing.
내가
You know,
성장하기 전까지.
sometimes you just don't really know if people are picking up what you're putting down, and that's like. It's a huge sigh of relief to actually see that people do appreciate the effort that you put in, because it's definitely a product of passion.
나도 이제 학교
We
유저지만
absolutely love what we do. We're very lucky. The whole team of animators are
학교에 관심
extremely
있는
talented, and it's
사람들한테는
a privilege to get to work with them on
죽어봤을
it,
때
and then to
느낌을
get to
물어보고.
appreciate it from everyone else is just, it's awesome.
I mean, usually the stuff we see online is like
실현
about
일정 12시 반이요.
how the game plays and the I don't know, I guess more game mechanic relevant stuff.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have people come up and actually say they appreciate the animations and
I mean, I
compliment that stuff.
People are quite often quite willing to turn around and tell you what's wrong with something, but to have so many people come over and tell you what's right with something, it's just like, oh, sweet, they did get it, you know, like.
Yeah, is there anything small that you feel gets overlooked that you are really proud of?
I think we were talking earlier with Ed, you know, and I think he hit the note quite on. It's just sort of like we've tried so hard in PoE1 specifically. You know, animation quality's been getting better and better, and but people sort of have this thing. It's like, oh, things look a bit janky, so I'm not really looking at animation. But I think a lot of the stuff that's there is actually a lot, you know, is really good. But you know, there's some stuff that's dated that we sort of gets mixed and blurs in with it.
잘하는 사람이 하는 것도 아니고.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me here. Thank you, Sam and Ed, and everybody watching. Really appreciate it. For any of your games, for setting everything up. And remember, right up next, we have the PoE2 gameplay showcase with Nugian and Mark, which some of you know as Neon. So thanks so much. Hope you guys all enjoyed watching. And yeah, my name is Scissorin, and try to die less than I do. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Sis.
Thank you.
둘 다 하시는 분들은 또 많음. 쫄보라 엄두가 안 난다고. 쫄보면 하코 정말 잘 맞아요. 하코는 상남자들이 하면 안 돼요. 상남자들은 하코 못함. 그 사람들은 다 죽었어. 쫄보들이 잘해. 진짜로. 진짜로. 네, 서퍼팩 샀습니다. 겁쟁이들 침투라니까 진짜로. 쫄보들이 하코를 더 잘해. 더 빨리 배우고 더 잘함. 사람들이 하코 하는 사람들 상남자라고 생각하지만 그들은 누가 세상 쫄보들이 하는 게 하코인데. 저번 시즌에 이번 시즌 실현 리그 풀악셀 받다가 뒤진 깐부들이 한 트럭이야. 장기유가 막았어요. 이번 그 뭐냐 선조 리그 있잖아요. 이번 리그 3.22 리그가 하드코어 유저가 거기서 죽어도 죽은 걸 판정 안 낸대, 성형 마냥. 그래서 이번 것도 좀 하코 친화적이긴 함. 그래서 나름 하드코어 유저들한테는 컨텐츠가 죽음에 대한 부담이 없어서 뭐 거르진 않을 듯. 가짜 않고. 소코의 졸업이 어딨어. 그 깐부 말고 개인 리그로 하드코어 개인 리그로 하드코어 많이 열거든요. 소프트코어 방송하시는 분들이. 그런 거 한번 찍먹해 보셔도 되고. 보통 이제 그거는 모드가 달려있긴 한데 모드가 달려있어서 아마 그쪽이 더 어렵긴 한데 만약에 거기서 했는데 재밌다 그러면 깐부릭은 좀 더 쉽게 할 수 있어. 제한적이지 답답하지 않냐고요? 그 재미로 하는 거임. 그 제한된 그 과정에서 쥐어짜서 나오는 플레이가 재밌어서 하는 거임. 탱과 딜의 민맥싱의 재미라고 해야 되나? 약간 이런 것들이라든지. 노이트라는 느낌이야. 아니 또 그런 것도 아니에요. 하코 한다고 패턴 다 피하고 안 맞는 줄 알죠. 하코는 뭐냐면 맞았는데도 사는 빌드를 하는 것 뿐입니다. 그냥 컨트롤이 좋은 게 아니라 그냥 맞아도 사는 빌드를 하는 것 뿐임. 그리고 소코는 딜을 올리는 재미면 하코는 탱을 올리는 재미로 게임을 하는 거예요. 딱딱 그 차이에요, 그 차이. 소코는 뭔가 딜 올려서 딱 얘기를 드려줄게. 소코는 딜 올려서 그 패턴 스킵하는 게 목표잖아. 딱 하코 목표 얘기해줌. 하코는 탱을 올려서요 패탱하는 게 목표예요. 뭔 말인지 알죠? 그러니까 그런 방향성이 그런 방향성. 재미의 포인트가 조금 달라서 하코로 하는 것 뿐이야. 재미의 방향성이 달라서. 보통 글지 하코 처음 하시는 분들이 액트는 어떻게든 믿는데 이제 매핑 들어가서 모드 못 가리거나 아니면 뭐 컨텐츠 잘못 선택해갖고 죽거나 이런 경우 많지. 그게 이제 쌓여가면서 조금씩 올라가는 거예요. 그래서 성취감이 더 커. 근데 또 이게 그렇다고 해서 하코를 강요할 수가 없는 게 매운 거 못 먹는 사람한테 매운 거 먹여봤자 그 사람 매운 거 좋아합니까?
And hello and welcome. I am Noogie or Noogian, and I am here with Mark/Neon, or as you might know him with his gamer tag that you might have seen upstage, Ruckus. We're gonna have a bit of a gameplay session here where I'll be playing and he will be adding commentary or just general feedback to whatever I'll experience in game.
Sweet.
Yeah.
What are you going to play?
I am playing a warrior.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
You said you played the rest.
Yes, I have played a bit.
머리야 말고 헌트리스나 해주지.
Really enjoyed all the different characters.
헌트리스가 아까 보는 재미 좋던데.
But yeah, now we're gonna try out warrior. I've heard from other people that it's really difficult, so hopefully I'll manage to get through maybe some new zones. I don't know.
It is pretty rough, but it is also the highest act we're demoing here.
Right. Okay, let's see here.
헌트리스 아까 전전 시연에서 보여주긴 했어.
I really
헌트리스 보니까
will
좀
say,
재밌어 보이더라.
since I've been playing this for
근데 생각보다
a
헌트리스를 안
while,
하는
like
애들이.
3 playthroughs, well, 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
All the audio design has been like really, really good.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It is on point. The audio team are incredible.
Find out more about the metal the Kalgurans use.
Okay, I'm just gonna check out the different.
지들만 몰래 하려고.
What do you got? Armor breaker.
Got armor breaker here. I've heard that you're supposed to swing this on things.
That's
3
kind
times.
of you kind of start with that.
드루이드는 이번
If
시연에
you're
없다고
tougher
그러더라고.
enemies,
okay.
Debuff icon will appear
시끄러워.
below their life bar once they have broken armor, which means they have no armor, and then there are the other skills that benefit from it or interact
이번에
with it.
데모에
So
시연에
there are
헌트리스
Leap Slam
있더라고요.
and Sunder being
창으로
those two.
있더라고 창.
Okay, so those are the ones
오늘
that
워리어랑
benefit
지금
from armor
드루이드는
breaker.
퓨티에서
the
시연
main
못한다고
combo, which you'll try and get the rhythm of, ideally would be kind of armor break until they've got no armor. Then either leap slam in for a heavy stun, or if it's too dangerous to get in, then Sunder from a distance.
Okay.
BTS 온다고?
If you
더
land
심한
a
거
heavy
많은데?
stun, then
방금
often
저거
it's good to do
K&R배랑
a
똑같은 포지션. 한두 개가 아닌
Infernal Cry
BTS.
straight into a max
내가 다 집어주고
powered,
싶지만 이미
supercharged
열불은
slam.
3시간 전에 다
Lots
냈기
of
때문에
steps to remember there. Good
약간
luck.
평온한 상태.
But if you land that, you
어라우드랑
can
같은 지점에서 시작하는
probably
거죠.
take
그건
off a good
모르겠어요.
third of a boss's life all in one big go.
그 정도면서 있는 거 보니까
Maybe a
죽긴 해야 될
quarter,
듯.
sometimes more.
Okay, we'll see. Set sail. And I'm
다른 맵 가자.
Where am I?
Where are you going to pick? You've got a number of islands. This act is in particular very different because, as opposed
시연 안
to a
보여준 맵
kind of, there is a
가야지.
linear
누기?
progression to it, but we really start the player off just going, where are you going to sail? Which island you're going to go to?
Oh, can I just
And
pick one?
each is a, like, there's a kind of consistent Karui theming amongst kind of this whole area as you're in the kind of Karui archipelago.
Okay.
But each island has its own theming and biome and monsters and everything, and I actually like this act the most
Oh,
as a
interesting.
result of this. Yeah, it's my favorite act by far.
Yeah?
Just because it's not, and this isn't necessarily bad, but it's certainly not my preference, where you have like kind of Vile monsters followed by Vile
이거
monsters
처음
followed by
보는
Vile
액트인데?
monsters, and they're all different, but they're all
새로운 데
kind of
가주네.
got that same correlation. Whereas here, it's like go to island 1, you've got birds, the other island's got goblins, the other one's got undead, like ghost piratey, nautical themed things.
Right.
And so you've gone with Shrike
맵은
Island
이쁘긴
here.
하던데.
Risk death for these eggs?
Oh,
I understand them less.
So
탐험 애들이 메인이라기보다는 메인 자체는 알바인 것 같아.
Okay, let's see
알바인.
here.
Yeah, that one's channeled. The longer you hold it, the stronger it'll be. So you
메인
want to
스토리를 좀
seize
이끌어가는
opportunities
알바.
that present themselves.
탐험 애들은
Especially
그냥
on bosses.
훔치고 무적들 강탈하다가 그냥 자영업 차린 듯. 그러니까 왜 다 워리어만 하지? 아까 그 헌트리스 할 때는 참 좋았는데.
Fun fact about
솔직히
shrikes,
워리어 하는
which,
거 보면 답답함.
the name of this
믿어.
island is the bird that this island is named
헌트리스가
after.
딱
They
좋았는데.
like to
아마
take
저거는 이제
rodents and
맵
impale them
보여주려고
on thorns or
워리어를 좀
branches
시킨 것 같아.
to eat them. And you can see there are humans that have been impaled on spikes around this island to
Oh, I see. Yeah.
match that.
Oh. So is that the thing they would like? Is it from the real world? Like would they do it?
Yes, they do that.
뭐
The shrikes do
많이
that in real
만들어진 데가
world.
이쪽 지형인 것 같아.
Kind of a bit savage, those birds.
Oh yeah.
In this case, it's mostly Karui because the Karui come here to take the eggs of the very large birds for both food and for kind of trophy hunting and proof of, warrior kind of, the strong vibe. Not sure what the right word is. It's slipping my mind.
헌트리스는
species of
아까
birds here you've
나왔어요.
got, including the one
헌트리스
you're
건
fighting right now,
볼만해요.
are kind of more
나중에
towards.
한번 찾아서 봐보세요.
They're kind of bipedal
엑자일콘이야?
even.
지금 이게 엑자일콘이야.
So a little bit of evolution that's gone on here. Or corruption.
지금 이거야
Whatever
이거.
caused it.
미국이 아니라
It's so odd
뉴질랜드.
because like as someone who play a lot, I have all these
아, 그거
ideas where my
게임쇼.
key should be, and this is like all.
부르기 키는 스페이스.
Change it if
게임쇼
you want
말하는
to.
거구나. 이게 몇 월 달이었더라? 9월 아니?
I'm the same situation. I don't play. I'm a move-only left-click player for sure. I don't use middle mouse. And on that keynote, I had so many skills to use that I had pretty much every single keybind taken, and it takes a serious amount of muscle memory breaking to be able to do that. So
yeah, it really does. I do like all the. I like the weight of the of all the attacks, but it's such a different experience from. Maybe that's lucky. it's such a different experience from what we're used to in PoE 1, where everything is.
이거 뜨지 마. 언제 내가 스피드런 보고 싶다.
You just kind of like fire away and it works. Here, you really have to think about how does the wind-up times, the area that the skill will be, the direction.
Yeah, for sure. You're probably on the low end of attack speed on this character.
Oh yeah.
Not that it's able to be changed in this current build, but it does cause you to have like what we can do now, especially with this kind of pacing, is think about how every single attack really feels, and you can hear it, like the bass coming from these slams is so satisfying.
Oh, absolutely.
And you don't get to that level of satisfaction, at least not to the same way when you're thinking about like, you know, how many tens of sunders can I have on my screen at once, or how many tens of ground slams, but it's you really just get to feel everything. The satisfaction is so much higher.
무자비 리그냐고? 아주 정확하십니다. 보는 눈이 있으시네요. 맞습니다.
I like the fact that there is a directionality in how you are moving with some of the attacks. That you can actually like just change it as you're rolling through. That's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
I heard you could also like, let's say if I'm sundering, can I like sunder this way?
물량 안 차는 거 정확하십니다.
You have a limited turn rate.
Oh, that's how that works.
And different skills have, I believe, different rates.
Yeah.
So you can.
엑자일면 엑자일콘 본다니까.
Yeah, turn certain.
제가 평온해
amounts
보이죠?
as you
왜 평온한 줄
are
아니까
using the skills.
여러분들이 아침반 친구들 오기 전에 실컷 화를 냈기 때문에 평온한 겁니다.
Oh, I should check the gem I found.
But it's pretty hard to demonstrate that one. Even during the keynote, I'm swinging my cursor around as I'm attacking, but you can't really see it. But once you are playing and you feel it.
Yeah, you do.
And sometimes those things that you can't see make it feel so much better, and you can't even necessarily understand why.
분노의 5단계가 있잖아.
So I'm noticing leap slam here. Is it possible to get like a fully movement leap slam going like we could in PoE 1?
Certainly won't be as
있었냐고?
fast.
Okay.
별일 없었습니다.
But you might find that there is a way to make that feel like it's alright.
어차피 PoE2 나오려면
I wouldn't say we're
멀었습니다.
far enough along for that
그때쯤
to
되면
be a certainty yes or no at this point.
Ooh, a chaos.
No mana.
Which happens to work differently now, that chaos.
이번 리그 더 재밌게 하려고 디아 하고 있다고요? 그 정도면 디아 재밌는 거 아니? 어떻게 아직까지 하고 있어?
Augments are rare with a new random modifier. Ooh.
Doesn't re-roll the entire item, so the intention there is that
아니
you
이대로
find
나오려면
a
나오지.
nearly
나오려면 솔직히
perfect
나오죠.
item and you take the gamble to get it to be perfect, as opposed to just simulating another.
네, 출시 아니에요.
random
내년 7월이었나? 7월이 클베예요, 클베.
I was talking to one of the devs.
1년 뒤 클베인데 몰라, 난 내 기억 속에 PoE2는 오늘 보고 잊을 겁니다.
That you never downgrade an item.
Yes, we don't have the capacity to downgrade the rarity on an item anymore.
잊을 수 있냐고?
Do you know the thoughts on that?
Not
가능할
too
듯.
much. I do prefer. I know I prefer it, but I don't really understand. I wasn't
오늘
involved
7시
in
Q&A
the,
보니까 약간 잊고 살리는 게 오히려
rationale
정신건강에
as to
좋겠구나라는
why,
생각을 딱
the
해가지고.
philosophy behind it. But
QA1 사라지는 거
I heard that,
아니잖아.
and I certainly am like, I like that. I prefer that.
Yeah, I think that's how it goes with a lot of just game design, or even as players, we don't really know why we like things, but when we try them out, it makes sense for some reason.
패치 내용은 제대로 안 떴어요. 그냥 발표만 한 거예요.
certainly
아마
means,
오픈 일주일 전에 뜰 듯.
Like, the importance of base types finding normal rarity items goes up, right? Like, which is something that's interesting about item drops.
Q&A
You
내용이
want to
어떻게
really
되냐고?
find your right base type before you then craft it.
그냥 그런 느낌이야. 내가 비교를 다른 게임이랑 같이 비교했는데 어떤 느낌이냐면 모넌을 옛날부터 즐겼던
Did you get stunned out of that?
유저가 모넌 월드를 보는 느낌이랑 비슷함. 대중적으로 성공해서 잘 나오면 모넌 월드 되는 거고 실패하면 똥만 되는 거지.
How are you finding it so far?
Oh, I'm liking it. I played slams when they first came out.
뭐 그래픽이나 맵 디자인이나 뭐 이런 것들은 다 좋은데.
That was frenzy on hit, of course.
네, 깜부리기만.
And they gave me
now back to the start of the area.
Wait. Oh no, do I have to do the whole thing
근데
again?
디자인, 목 디자인 좋다, 막 그래픽 좋다 이 얘기는 디아4에서도 우리는
I should have
했었잖아요.
paid attention.
그 얘기밖에
You
못
do
한다는
have
게
the same
짜증날
system,
뿐이야
even though
그냥.
the
할수 있는
area
얘기가
I have the
그
same seed, so I can.
reset, you have the minimap revealed. So.
Yeah.
나름의 재미? 그러니까 이 나와봐야 아는 건데
Different
지금
monsters,
상황에서는
but same
나는
terrain seed.
Right. Okay.
재미를 느끼기보다는 걱정되는 게
No, I really like the. So I've
큰
played a lot of
재미보다는.
all the different characters as well, and they all feel very unique as well, which I really like.
솔직히 방금 안 드는 게 말이 안 돼. POE 하는 사람 입장에서. 아니 이거 시연 느린 건 아무것도 아니라니까요. 다시 또 이거 하나라고 그래. 나
designing them is how does it.
시연 느린 건
How
아무것도
special does
아니야.
it feel to play?
근데
How does it feel different? How does it feel
작업대
unique?
없는
And
POE 상상해 본 적 있어요?
So far, pretty good success, I feel.
플라스크 안 차는 POE 상상해 본 적 있음? 수은 플라스크 없는 POE 상상해 본 적 있음? 그거 무자비감 다 있거든요? 님들 당장 POE 하고 싶으면 POE 켜가지고 무자비 캐릭터 딱 만들면 POE 느낌 날 거예요. POE 2 느낌.
You're surrounded, yeah. It does try to pathfind, but if it can't find a way, then
아 이렇게 보면 괜찮아 보이죠?
you get stuck. Or
Q&A 안 보면 당연히 이렇게 보면 그래픽 좋고 뭐 시연이가 좀 하드하네 이렇게 얘기할 수 있지. 이렇게만 보면. 이렇게만 보면 당연히 할 수 있지.
I like that. Okay. Okay.
근데 개발자들 말하는 거
like, it
보면
feels,
좀 생각이 바뀔 거야.
It feels as if every choice you make on the battlefield like matters a lot more now.
Yeah.
Like if you commit to a thing.
Well, normally there's this kind of like just keep moving forward, keep moving forward, keep guessing, and now you're just like, okay, I need to
저는 이거 딱
retreat.
보자마자 골드 보자마자 발작이
Normal
일으키긴 했어요.
thing to have to do
골드 왜 있냐고.
when you've got the PoE 1 muscle memory going on.
And
구르기 있을 수 있어.
I use so with the
아 마블님 어서 오세요. 축제냐고요? 잘 모르겠네요.
game playthroughs I had, I tried doing that, but the thing is, like the whole running away. But once I realized that you had tools to both get.
왜냐고? 아 그냥 약간 디아4라고 생각하시면 돼요, 마블님.
After playing for a bit, it feels a lot more just natural.
마블님 디아 하시니까 좀 쉽게 말할게.
One thing I do think feels
그냥 딱
pretty
쉽게 말할게.
unnatural is the rolling. I like it, but in almost all other games that have a similar mechanic, it gives you
물론 아직
a burst of speed somehow. Like you get extra movement out of it.
1년도 더 남은 게임에.
But here it's you maintain the same speed, but because PoE
You don't maintain the same speed.
Distance.
Over the total time, you travel the same amount of distance.
Yes.
But you do travel the first part of it.
근데 솔직히
faster and the second
디아4도
part of it
아니고,
slower.
그러니까 디아4가 아니고 마블 내가 디아4라고 왜
We just
얘기했냐면
didn't want it
마블님이어서
to be
디아4라고 얘기를 한
that you were
건데.
traversing zones.
왜냐면 마블님은 무자비 리그가
space
뭔지
bar the
모르잖아.
entire time.
PoE를
But
안
yes,
하시니까.
it does feel a bit different as a result.
근데 이제 PoE
But I do
유저분들한테는
notice your
디아4도
playstyle
아니고
here,
그냥
and
무자비 리그
it is
생각하시면 돼요.
not to critique it, because it is the exact same thing that I see almost
무자비 리그
everyone do
생각하시면
at the
돼요.
start, is that it is a matter of like keep pulling large and large and large packs.
Oh yeah.
Such a quick way to get yourself in trouble
완성되게
now.
나오는 거야?
But it is exactly
그런 거는
what
별로 관심
like
없어.
everyone does at the start.
뭐
because
우리가
it is exactly what you do.
브리자드처럼 대기업도 아니고 소수기업의 뭐 완성도야. 완성도는 별로 관심 없고 그냥 색깔을 버리는 게 싫을 뿐이에요.
It's left click.
Yes.
PoE의 색깔.
And then I sunder them.
Yeah, Sundered will always crit with a lot more
그거
damage.
하나로
It's
하는
interesting because it
건데,
turns
PoE는.
Sundered both from a very powerful AoE
대중성을
into
위해서 하는 게 아니야.
a single target.
얘네들 맛이 있어서 하는 거지.
Wait, 47. What level am I? 45. Okay, I need to XP.
If you have to keep re-clearing this level, you'll get there possibly by the
근데
end
또
of this
이게 헌트레스
string.
보면 또 재밌어 보이긴 한.
People do call me a bit washed up, so maybe there's something to it.
I mean, I am for sure dying to the boss on stage. You know, like it's brutal.
Yeah.
Difficult.
근데 여러분 걱정하지 마십시오. PoE 2와 PoE 1은 별개의 게임입니다.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
원래는 4년 전에는 확장팩으로 낸다고 했지만 말이 바뀌었기
You can,
때문에
yes. If you just talk to
사실 걱정하지
the
않으셔도
same
됩니다.
person you spoke to
마음에 안
before,
든다고요.
right.
PoE 1을 그대로 이어서 하시면
Yeah.
해결.
Let's just. I'm the type of person I don't like giving up, but I also want to just show more. of it.
Yeah, understood.
그래픽 업데이트 해준다고 했음. 근데 엔진적으로 조금 힘들다고도
Isle of
얘기했어요.
Ken is that.
Let's try that.
플러스 그 파란 몹 이상 때려야 채워지는 시스템.
Well, I like them all, I suppose, but
any themes going on here?
저
What have we got
그래픽으로
here?
POE
It's a
원하고
kind of,
싶다.
it's an island. It's kind of meant to be like White
이제 우리는
Island.
6주마다
and it is
시즌 하나씩
very
즐길 수
much,
있다고? 와! 내수!
sulfur and volcanic vents.
그래픽은 뭐 좋으면 좋은
That is so
거고.
cool.
And it's got this kind of goblin species that are inhabiting it, and they're mining the sulfite.
Okay. I like seeing it when you can feel New Zealand within the game itself.
We have a few areas that are like that. Yeah,
POE
the
한국
Tropical
플러스
Island in
그
particular
페파를
is another island that
그게
like
과연 살아있을
has
거라고
a lot
생각합니까?
of the trees and bush of New Zealand on it.
Oh yeah. So
어째서
Tropical
POE의
Island
그
quite
무한
different from the one you
플러스가
would
될
see
거라고
in
생각하지?
POE1.
Yeah, not the same.
원. 뭐 폭발 토템이야? 원도 폭발 토템은 없지. 이번에 폭발 토템이 신규.
There's a thing in New Zealand where Kiwis are very, very hard to. I mean, you pretty much will never see one even living here, and I mean the bird, not the people.
Yeah.
And I'm getting a critter version of them made just to very, very, very rarely, hopefully, by very select players, be found in that tropical island area.
Oh.
부르기는
No need to keep it
진짜
a
별 생각
secret
없어.
because it's going to
내부적인
be hard
시스템이
enough to
문제인
find
거라
them.
지금.
Hopefully as hard as it is in
POE
real
하는
life.
사람 입장에서는.
Very cool. Oh no. I don't wanna die.
저거는 부르기는 솔직히 구르든 말든 별로 진짜 상관없어.
It's so
저런 것들은 사소하다.
hard to think of questions on the fly.
No, I know. What do we got on this area? We've got all the goblins. You got them. They like to tame beasts. So I talked about this a little bit in my boss monster talk.
인기는
But
솔직히
you
말하면
find these
투가 더
occasional
많겠죠.
big beasts, and they're riding on top of them, and they go to other islands and kind of take beasts back. Oh, there you got one on the left there, and you see the guys jumping off of
얘들이
them.
지금
Okay.
오늘 Q&A
One thing that isn't
내내
implemented on
강조한 게
that beast
편의
is I really want it to be that if you kill the beast while those guys are
간소함이라고 해야
still
되나?
riding on it,
내내
that
강조한
he
게
can fall
그거였어.
on top of them and squish them.
Oh.
줄이는 것.
Oh, I
Blood
love that.
pop out the side.
접근성.
Just to
약간
be a
그런
bit
거였어. 내내 강조.
graphic with it.
그러니까 잘라낸다는 거야. 잘라낸다는 거. 그래서
Yeah, I like these. I just like the audio and the sound effects they make as well.
Yeah.
입이 받겠다 딱 이런
So do you
건데
have within the monster designs? Do you have specific
어떻게 될지 지켜봐야 될 것
within the
같다고.
species? Do some flee, run away, charge you more?
Oh yeah, well there's a type on this
전
that is just the
참고로
drummers. You can see them kind of
POE
up there
싫어하는
just
거
playing the
아닙니다.
drums,
저
but
POE
they're running around and they
개빡이거든요.
don't even pursue
솔직히
you.
말할게. 개발 기간 1년 남은 거면 진짜 짧은
I'll
거예요.
let you just start this
너무
boss
많은
fight
거가
and then
변할 거라는 생각은 나는 안 하고.
got the
그렇다고
flying
나오면 안 할
beast.
거냐? 그것도 아니야. 나오면 하겠지.
Can be done damageless. I have done it before.
다만 내가 기대했던 POE2는 아니에요.
Once in a blue moon. Should be 3 armor breaks to broken armor.
Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, that's a heavy stun right there. So this boss can actually be heavy stunned twice as frequently, or twice as easily.
그래서 오히려
But it has only 3 second duration.
갈라진 게 난 더 좋다고
Sounds like a
생각하고.
lot, but
나 같은 유저들은 만약 이게
it's a lot less than
여러분
the base duration
4년차처럼
or what a lot of other
합쳐지는
bosses
확장
have for heavy
페이지였다고
stun.
생각해봐. 봐봐 얼마나 끔찍해.
So what you can do to
자극제가
utilize the heavy
없어져.
stuns is Infernal Cry
수은 플러스가
after
없어져.
landing one.
골드
And then
생김.
once you see the heavy stun go off, and then do a full power channel ground
플러스
slam
충전 안
or the
돼.
supercharged slam.
모르게 생김. 못 바꾸잖아. 근데 그런 점에 보면 그냥 따로 떼놓으면 그게 빠른 거 좋아하고 획세 좋아하는 사람들은 딱
I know it's
원에
hard to
박혀
think of it,
있으면
but remember Sunder's a good single target too.
I'm trying.
그리고 좀 더 액션성을 원하는
Gotta wait for
흔히
that
말하는
armor break.
ARPG적인 걸 원하는 사람들 투하면 되는 거야. 좋은 그래픽이랑
get away.
운영할 여력이 있냐? 그것도 Q&A에 나왔거든요. 근데 뭐 말뿐일지는 모르겠는데 자신 있대요.
That was a heavy stun on him.
이동 스킬은 일단 존재하긴 합니다. 리프슬램 그리고 이 스킬에 좀 존재하긴 합니다. 근데 그 외의 것도 안 보여주긴 했어요.
I liked this boss fight. When, hopefully you don't lose too much concentration me having a rant here, but once the boss dies, all those goblins, they're so shocked that
게임의
you were able to kill
완성도가
this
불안한 게 아니다.
untamable, ferocious
뭔지 알죠?
beast.
여러분 무슨 말인지
They
알죠?
just flee. They all
내
just jump
불안함이
over
이
the
완성도의 불안함이
sides
아닌 건
and
알지.
completely get out of
엔드게임이
there.
없거나 컨텐츠가 없을 거란 불안함이 아니야 이거는. 알지?
I like the dodge on this fight a lot.
Yeah. You can
나는
quite
POE에서
perfectly get
진짜
armor break,
진짜
dodge, armor
사소하기도
break,
하고
dodge,
좀
armor
어찌
break,
보면
dodge.
난
The rhythm is
엄청
just like
보수적인
so
성향인 걸
nice.
수도 있는데 난 POE에서 골드가 없다는 게 정말 매력적인 거였는데 일단 그게 생긴 것 자체가 조금 많은 생각을 하게 만들더라고.
Oh, that does hurt.
Yeah, you were just on the edge there. Not too bad.
왜냐면
Oh, good timing. If he hit you there, you get interrupted.
달라질 게 없거든. 자, 여기서도 이게 자 샘 가서 플라스크 충전할 겁니다. 잘 봐요.
During boss fights.
왜 있죠?
Get to the
이거 무자비 가면 NPC한테 말 걸어서 충전하거든요. 플라스크. 이런 것들 사소한 게 나는 너무 싫다는 거야. 왜 기존의 원에서 그냥 마을 가면 바로 충전했던 거를 왜 웰까지 눌러서 해야
So the
되냐.
portal distance is pretty fair, I would say.
Yeah. We've tried to make that the case. The portal actually wasn't placed there originally. It was on the other side, and it was honestly frustrating. Don't worry, it won't go out like that.
Okay, that's good. Oh, get up. Okay.
Nice. You got this. Not a problem.
내 말이 그 말이에요. 나는 아직도 이거 보면서 느낀 게 아직도 빡빡이는 디아를 너무 사랑함. 디아2를 아직도 너무 사랑함. 케인도 있어요, 마골님 여기에. POE에 케인도 있음. 진짜로 감정해주는 NPC 있어요.
Careful.
존내 사랑한다니까.
Nice.
There really is a new kind of rhythm in PoE.
Yes, for sure. But once you do it, at least for me, I
PoE2가
find it so
디아블로 같다라는
satisfying.
소리를 듣는 걸 원하는 것 같은 지금 보이는 포지션.
Well, I got spare health potions, so we can utilize that. Maybe not. Good throw here.
그 소리를 원하는 것 같아. 오히려.
Just gotta hope he doesn't crit. Crits do a lot more
저
damage
게임
now.
디아블로 그래픽 좋아진 디아블로 2 같아. 이 소리를 원하는 것 같아.
Nice. Good job. You'll notice he dropped a consumable. Should give 5 all a tribute.
UI도 마음에 안 들긴 하는데.
There's 7. Breaks armor on critical hit. Oh, a new base. I like it. I guess all the different weapons are somewhat
빨리
new. Oh, this
잡히는
also
거요?
crushes.
그거는 솔직히 뭐 그러겠죠.
Interesting. Huh.
시연 영상은 좀 제약 걸고 한 거라서 저거는 좀 이해할 수 있어.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
많이 낮아가지고.
So yeah, you'll notice the stadium was empty afterwards.
스트리머들 불쌍할 정도로.
Oh, you're right. I just see it now.
They all just fled. You don't really look at it because you're normally looking where the loot is, so it all kind of happens in your peripheral vision. But, so yeah, the drummers in this level, you can see one on the left there. He's just drumming along and sending out little war cry effects. He doesn't actually chase you. He just runs around playing the drums, and that increases the aggro range, or it kind of calls in all nearby goblins.
속도감에 대한 건 물론 이제 그 속도감에 대한 것도 Q&A에서 개발자 얘기하긴 했어.
They can be kind of annoying when they're rare and you're trying to kill them and they're just spamming knockbacks and.
그거 모르는 사람 없어. 일부러 보라고 느리게 세팅된 거 모르는
the
사람 없어.
volcanic warrens. This is also it's a kind of I guess more their home, not where they're mining so much, but where they bring it, and you get the underlit kind of lava going on here.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate the lighting and just the
it's
feel.
cool.
It is actually amazing. Wow. Okay. Well, let's keep gaming.
이것뿐만 아니라 다른 것들도 너무 많았으니까.
Because a lot of the projectiles fired by
이게
monsters,
걱정이 안
not
되면
these,
그거야말로
because
퓨일을
these
안
got
좋아하는
put
사람이
back
아닐까?
because they weren't working as intended.
퓨일을 정말 좋아한다면
these
걱정이 되는 게 정상일 것 같은.
We don't. So there's a skill called like mortars, is what we
4년
call them. I
전이랑
guess
너무
like magma
다르니까.
orb kind of has that, where it wouldn't collide with enemies. It would always go to where you're targeting.
Okay.
But for our monsters, we don't want it to feel like, again, projectiles are just ephemeral, kind of phasing through you. Like it should collide with you if it hits you. So we're going with more of a like monster projectile ballistic system. And in areas like this, it can end up really cool because the projectiles will then succumb to gravity. The mortars will fall down into those.
시간은 많으니까. 그래서
that
나는
underlit bit and go all the way
에콘을
and
왜
fall straight down to the
내년
lava.
클베가
We
내년인데
will eventually also have those
1년
harpies.
이렇게
If
빨리
it might be in there. I'm not too
했나
sure. It's hard to
싶긴
get to happen.
아마
but
우리
when those take a
이런
flight
부정적인
form, they
반응의
will
피드백도
fly
필요하지 않았을까
over top of
싶기도 합니다.
the gaps in the level, and if you kill them above, they will also fall down and fall straight into the lava as well.
아니 뭐 투자는 이미
Their
텐센트
loot will
거니까
drop
그건
at the
상관없고
closest point of
그냥
walkability.
조금 반응적인 것도 필요했던
So you
것
don't get
같아요.
lost loot falling down. Yeah.
잘하겠죠.
All these, you really have to be very careful
못 만든
with
느낌은 아니고
with all
그냥
the different monster types. There's
방향성이
definitely,
문제라서.
I encountered one of them with the Huntress. It reminded me of everyone's favorite boss, the guy before Either Worlds. I forget his name.
어필해서 바뀌는 게임이긴 해.
Infinite Hunger?
Yes, Infinite Hunger.
어필해서 안 바뀌는 게임은 아니에요. 바뀌긴 합니다.
Yeah.
그래서 내가
And
아까
I pretty much
얘기했잖아요.
just got one shot by that one, so that was
옛날에
fun.
개패드집 해야 된다.
Sorry about that. I actually like
그래야
this
좀
mod
바뀌어서.
combination on this drummer. I find quite appealing because I can foresee the nuisance if you can get to it.
This is totally one of my favorite mods.
재장전 해야 됩니다.
Thing is, this guy's just going to constantly knock you back into the...
Are you serious?
Thing is, you'll be trying to melee him and he's just going to be
근데
constantly...
예,
with
엄청
the
잘 받아요.
drummer. Okay.
Yeah.
Neon, come on.
It's randomness. It wasn't my fault. Blame the random number generator.
Oh, jeez. Okay. I guess we know
퓨
where it
레드
is now.
있는데? 멀쩡인데 나 어제도 봤는데.
What else is there going on with some of these? We have an interesting
솔직히
thing
모션은
with
여러분 기대하지
monster
마세요. 모션은 절대 안
behavior
바뀔
now,
것
where we have what's called like secondary AI files.
Okay.
So normally an AI file is just a comes
모션은
with a list
절대
of
안 바뀔
skills, with
거고.
weights, with conditions, and where they can use them. And we can have second ones that tick now, ones that are constantly ticking in the
근데 뭐
background,
재미없어
so
보이진
that
않아.
a monster can better
나는 재미가
react to
없고
what you were
있고를 얘기하고
doing.
싶지 않아.
And
시연
it
고작
can even interrupt
시연
the skills,
영상에서
so we're
우리가
going
뭘
to even
얘기할
have
수
monsters
있겠어요.
dodge rolling to avoid your stuff as well.
Oh, wow. But
not
that's
quite there
Q&A에서
yet,
나왔던
but,
얘들이 방향성이 조금 이상해서 나는 그걸 걱정하는 거지.
I think as a warrior, I would really hate that.
그래 맞아. 죽으면 다시 그러면 꼴받네요. 저런 것들 저런 것들은 까도 돼.
To be honest.
Okay, okay.
재미의 유무는 깔 수가 없어. 어떻게 함? 보는
We'll
걸로.
have them, like for dodge rolling, it's more of a dodge projectiles kind of thing.
Right, okay.
One example we have is it was in the keynote, there were these kind of
밀리가 왜
ghosts that are
붕치거리?
going around
선생님
kind of
밀리는
half
원래
invisible.
붕치거리입니다.
And they do that when a projectile is flying at them.
밀리가 왜
So they'll interrupt
붕치거리냐고
whatever ability
그러시는데
they're
지금
doing
당장
unless
피해켜서
you're
해도
close to
밀리는 원래
them. If you're close to
붕치거리긴
them,
해.
they won't do it.
Oh.
So it is an example of how we can make it better for melee.
이게 사실 어찌 보면
Right. So we're getting pretty close to
밀리를 안 한 이유가 있다.
the end of our gameplay through here. Is there anything that you're
맞아, 전부 다
particularly
맞아.
proud of with
1 들어가서
monster design?
그냥
anything?
기본 흰템 무기에
Everyone who asks me what I'm most
그
proud
뭐냐
of
순대
is
한번
always
찍어보세요.
bosses.
여기도 순대
I
있거든요.
love designing them. I
산산조각
love
있거든.
making them. I
똑같이
love seeing them
찍으면
come
똑같이
together.
붕치거리.
The process of working with animators, audio, effects artists, concept artists, everything, modeling the whole way through.
심지어
It involves
뼈박살도
all of it.
붕치거린다고
It's such a
싫어하는 사람도
cool
많지.
process just going through all that.
밀리 뼈박살만 하는 이유 있어.
And then they come together and they're so epic. And then you get to make them kill people.
타격류?
Right. We do have to wrap it up
슬램은
here.
공속이 좀 느리지, 근데.
Neon, it has been an absolute pleasure playing the game with you.
Watching you play, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Final death that you send it off. Yes.
Yeah. It's been an honor. I am Noogie, joined with Neon, and yeah.
Awesome.
Hope you enjoyed the game. Oh, okay. We got a few more things.
와, 야 이거 보다가 레이스 보면 속 존나 시원하겠다 진짜. 안 그래? 와, 속이 뻥 뚫릴 것 같은데. 개빠른 레이스 보면 진짜. Q&A 했어 7시에. 레이스 액트 5. 지금 내가 얘기한 거 다 Q&A에서 나온 거야. 이번에 지금 어떤 차례냐고 ARPG에 대한 그 뭐랄까 심도 깊은 얘기.
Okay.
개노잼
I guess
코너라는
we're
소리.
live. Welcome everyone to the
어서 오세요.
ARPG Roundtable.
This is a real star-studded lineup we have for you guys. It is one that you can participate in. I have a code on the screen if you want to submit some questions. That's been the case for a lot of the other roundtables and events, as you know. Hopefully you know how to use it by now. This is a really amazing lineup. We only have about an hour, so I want to apologize ahead of time if I have to cut anyone off. Ideally, we'd want this around 10 hours, but you know, we couldn't really make that happen today. Let's just do a quick round of introductions, but I do want to remind you guys, these are the real juggernauts of the ARPG scene. If you have enjoyed the ARPG game, most likely they have made it, or they have heavily influenced it. So I'm Crip, and we can go around. Perhaps with David, maybe you want to introduce yourself and talk about either a project you are working on or have enjoyed working on.
Yeah, my name's David Brevik, and I've been making games
for 30
something years now, long time.
어제 안 그래도 블리자드
Made all sorts
직원
of
왔다고 빡빡이 얘기했었거든.
ARPGs, Diablo, Diablo 2.
디아2 개발자 빡빡이한테 친
Marvel
아니냐고?
Heroes.
신이지.
We made Hellgate London.
네, 말했잖아.
I've consulted on a million other projects and done a bunch of other things. Right now I have about 47 jobs, so I'm doing consulting for a VC to have my own publishing company, to have my own indie game company, to all sorts of things. So
영감은 많이 받았겠죠.
that's me in a nutshell.
세상이
There's going to be some repetition because we all started together.
근데 나는 이 상황도 너무 웃기지 않아?
But yeah, my name's Max Schaefer, and I've also been making ARPGs from the get-go. The Diablos,
디아블로 전 직원이 와서
we teamed up with Travis to make the Torchlight series.
초청돼가지고 ARPG 장르에 대한 이거 토치라이트 관리자네. 토치 쪽이네. 모든 ARPG 제작진들이 에콘에 나와서 그거에 대한 얘기를 한다는 게 빡빡이가 존나 이 바닥에서는. 엄청난다는 거.
I'm Eric Schaefer, Max's brother. I made with these guys and these guys Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Hellgate London, Torchlight 1, Torchlight 2, Rebel Galaxy, Rebel Galaxy.
경쟁사들, 개발자들 다 싹 다 초대해갖고 여기에 대한 이 씬에 대한 얘기를 한다는 것 자체가 대단한 거야.
You guys could look it up.
난 좀 이거는 진짜 자신감이라고 생각하거든. 빡빡이의 자신감이거든. 존나 자신 있다는 거거든. 자신감을 좀 눌러야 돼.
The first ARPG I made was Fate, which people tell me they played on their parents' laptops, and then I feel really old. After that, I went to work with everyone here when they were at Flagship, and I was the lead on a little project called Mythos, which was another action RPG, which is now disappeared into the ether. And then afterward, when we started Runic, we made Torchlight 1 and 2. Eric and I then moved on to make the Rebel Galaxy games, as he mentioned. And now I've effectively retired from games, and I narrate audiobooks and write novels, because I guess I'm just a flip-flopper.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. My first game was Path of Exile. I'd like to say my 41st game was a Path of Exile expansion by now. But yeah, it's been entirely that franchise for my entire career.
I'm Eric Olofsson. I used to work for 15 years on this little game called Path of Exile. And a year and a half, I ventured out on my own to make a physical card game called Sorcery Contested Realm. So, new very small studio there.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to kick it off with some questions here.
근데 나는 토치라이트에 대한 거에 신경을 전혀 안 쓸 거라고 생각했는데 토치라이트 개발자까지 있는 거 보면
love to hear your different
내 생각이
perspectives on things.
잘못됐구만.
So the first question that I thought was really interesting from the audience here, how do you feel about the current trend of having every attack be telegraphed by red marks on the ground? Oh, Max,
we were just fighting over this. Exactly. We've been fighting about this. I don't like it. I'd like to have the tell be the animation and the action and not some large piece of geometry on the ground. Sometimes you have to do it, and it should be subtle. I don't generally like it, though. I think it's a bad trend.
What do you think, David?
I disagree because I'm a systems person, but I kind of understand it. So we've, yeah, I think that I think that making it a little bit less visible is acceptable.
We've literally had this argument in the last month repeatedly.
I've never used it myself.
동전업계 느낌이냐고? 경쟁업계지.
I like it in some games.
경쟁업계죠. 경쟁업계인데 내가 그러니까 빡빡이가 자존감이 존나 높다고 자신감이 대단하다는 얘기를 듣고 그걸 저걸 다 초대한다는 깜냥이 대단한 거지.
We've tried really hard on Path of Exile to have things be visible on the screen as a real scene. Like we don't do damage numbers and that kind of stuff because we want you to actually feel the visceralness of combat. And telegraphing is a lot like that, where while I don't work on fights that have telegraphed the text myself because I do items and stuff, my understanding is the team will telegraph through animation before they telegraph through effects where possible.
스텝? 아니 저거는 스텝의 의미가 아니. 좀
I
뭐라
would
해야
say that
될까?
it's
약간
best to avoid it as much as
뭐라
possible.
그렇게 말게 해야 되나?
And as long as possible. And there's a way to teach the players about dangerous attacks coming. So say
사람이 부족해서 하는 게 아니에요.
in a level you can have small monsters do an attack that's similar compared to the boss attack that is. So you can kind of teach the player earlier about it, and that's kind of the good way of doing it. But it's also a very slow way that requires a lot of planning. So it is kind of understandable that you would use the red mark sometimes.
And don't do red is kind of my thing. Like you can see things that are telegraphed, and it could be a subtle, in-universe color. Yeah.
Now, everyone here has a lot of experience with the ARPGs in general. A lot
보여주는
of
건
the
어제 다
questions we're getting have to
보여줬고
do with what started it.
뭐 보여주는
Why
거
is it that
보고 싶으시면 어제
you
방송
have all
보시면 돼요. 어제
tried to
방송.
perfect the
오늘은 다
ARPG genre in
Q&A랑
your
이런
own
거밖에
different ways?
없어요.
How did it start?
레이스랑 약간 좀
Start
딥함
from
오늘은.
playing a lot of game. Oh boy, this is really going to date me.
How much time do we have?
이 코너는 재미없는 코너네 이랬잖아.
Late in high school, early college, I started playing a game called
12시 반에
Rogue,
합니다.
where the term roguelike comes from. And,
로그 알죠? 여러분 로그라이크 했던 그 로그. 자기는 어렸을 때 로그라는 게임을 했대요. 아시죠? 절체적 생성으로 하는 장르가 됐던 로그라는 게임. 틀리 딱딱 중 지금. 그래갖고 그거에 감명 받아서 뭐 디아블로 만들었다 대충 그런 얘기 할 것 같네요.
I played that to death. And then so when we got
레벨과
together and we made our
랜덤
own studio,
절차적
then
생성에 대한 거 얘기하고.
we want to kind of take that gameplay that I had played for so long and kind of update it, make it a real, make put graphics on it, make it kind of pop, and so that, but still keep a lot of the core.
재밌는 자리죠. 맞아요. 재밌는 자리. 그러니까 듣기에는 재미없는데 자리 자체는 재밌는 자리예요. 되게 이런 얘기 솔직히 들어볼 기회 사실 많이 없지. 핵앤슬래시에 대한 그 잔뼈 굵은 사람들 초대해가지고 에콘에 모여서 야 라떼는 말이야 씨발 이런 거 했다고 이러면서.
And at the time, computer RPGs tended to be kind of story heavy and stat heavy, and you'd roll your characters, and it would be an hour before you got to kill your first skeleton.
이것도 이제 핵슬이 나온 외국에서는 핵앤슬래시라는 단어를 잘 안 쓰거든요. ARPG라는 단어를 많이 써요. 우리나라는 ARPG랑 핵앤슬래시를 완전 따로 분리를 하는데 외국에서는 그냥 핵앤슬래시도 ARPG라 치거든요. 근데 이거는 뭔 얘기냐면 옛날에 우리가 RPG 게임 했을 때 뭔가 복잡했던 거 그런 거랑 이제 핵앤슬래시 장르 ARPG가 어떻게 생겼는지에 대한 그런 얘기를 하는데 그쵸 하이카리트 핵앤슬래시 맞아 잘 알고 계시죠.
For me, when we killed our first skeleton and the first shield or whatever popped out, all I can ever do is just iterate on that. I just think, okay, let's kill the next monster, let's get the next piece of loot. And my mind is just kind of hardwired to constantly
스켈레톤 나오고 뭐
follow that pattern. And I just find it enjoyable to do and enjoyable to play. So that's my ARPG story.
I think my first as close to an ARPG as I could get, apart from NetHack, was Telengard on the C64. Avalon Hill put it out, and it had an infinite, randomly generated, deterministic dungeon. So it was the same every single time, but it went on forever. And this was running on a real piece of crap. And I was just amazed at it. And it also just had a very weird sense of humor. Like you would come across an elf and it would say, the elf likes your body and gives you a sword +1. It was, I still have incredibly fond memories of this game. I remade this game, I liked it so much. And then later on, when I encountered Diablo 1, you know, I was hooked.
Yep, it started with Diablo, and thank you guys, by the way, for that. Seriously. Yeah, that needs applause. I played Diablo 1 obsessively until Diablo 2 was announced, and then I remember getting in trouble at high school for watching Diablo 2 trailers on the school
사랑 고백
computers
타임
where I wasn't
나온다.
supposed to be
자기는
at
디아블로
lunchtime.
2랑 1을
I tried to get the
강박적으로
teacher who was
즐겼대.
throwing me out interested in it, but no, he
이
wanted
새끼
me to
엑자일콘
get out
연
of
이유가
it.
혹시
And so, yeah, when Diablo 2 was released, I played it obsessively for a very long time. My friends will understand the degree of that obsession, and I took the game apart to learn exactly how it
선생님 뭐라
works.
했나 봐.
Approached Eric, who I met playing it, and Jonathan, who I knew from school, and said, we need to
팬보이의
make a game like
성덕,
this.
성덕.
It's
진짜
perfect,
성덕.
and, you know, there's no sequel on the horizon, and there's millions and millions of players out there who want something just like this, and let's try to understand its essence as best we can, and, you know, do our best service to the genre and try to make some kind of spiritual successor. So it all started with your product.
디아블로 4 광고로 보여 저게?
Thank you, by the way, for
나는
taking up
돌리는
the
걸로
mantle, so
보이는데?
we can go on to other things.
난 아무리 봐도 저건 디아블로 4 광고로 안 보이는데? 대놓고 디아블로 2 개발자들 모셔놓고 옛날에는 나는 이런 디아블로 게임을 했다라고 얘기를 하는데 이게 무슨 디아블로 4 광고야? 이미 디아블로 저 제작진들 나온 사람들이에요, 나온 사람.
Sort of just goes from there. And there's something with the UI as well, where it's you just have the top-down camera and everything is.
맞아. 디아 1, 2만 명작이었다고 돌리는 게 나도 똑같이 느꼈어.
Straight to the addiction, I guess.
Well, once the monsters die and they drop their shields, the next step becomes, well, maybe trading it. We have a few questions about that, and I kind of wanted to tie in what I was still thinking. What do you guys think about gold and or trading in
불자가
ARPGs?
지지지 몇 배 되냐고요? 인원수로 따지면 몇 배죠? 불자가 3,200명인가요? 3,600명이죠? 지지지가 130인가 150인가 100명 언저리니까.
We've talked about this quite a bit.
애매한 게 아니라 비비면 안 되지. 규모로는 불자가 훨씬 크지.
The more you need something that restricts trading. So you can make that some sort of binding system, or the item can only be traded a few times, or whatever system you want. But the easier you make that, then the game loses a little bit about what it's about. So if you can get everything by just trading, then you lose kind of the point of the moment-to-moment combat. So it's important to have trading, I think, but
묻을 순 없죠.
if you make trading difficult, then it doesn't happen as often.
지금이야
Kind of it's
그러지만
reserved for the players that are already really deeply into the game and can
동네마트랑 백화점 정도 차이냐고?
you know, use that trading and they're getting enjoyment out of it in many other ways. So I think that I like trading, but you have to be really careful with it because it is kind of the opposite of the whole point of playing the game. As for gold, I think gold is important, but oftentimes people don't find uses for gold. So as long as you keep gold as an active resource that you can use, I think that I like picking it up.
Yeah.
어쩌면 POE2가 저 사람들의 영향을 좀 받았지 않았나 싶긴 하다.
You're there with your friends playing, and you should pretty much be able to trade unbridled with them.
느낌을 많이 받았거든요.
But when you have a huge community of hundreds of thousands or millions of gamers even, and you have
스타일이라든지 이런 것들이
some sort of global marketplace for it, you get an item gluts and it devalues it, and you lose the experience, like you're saying, of the accomplishment of killing bosses and stuff. So yeah, with your friends, trade away. But once you have like an auction house, say, it can degenerate.
Yeah, I like collectibility is a lot of fun. That's part of the loot game, and I love loot. So collectability is enhanced by trading. It's not.
나 같은 경우에는 POE를 좋아하는 사람이라 닮아갈 필요는 없다고 생각하거든요. POE가 디아2를 닮아갈 필요는 없다고 생각을 하는데 빡빡이는 지금만 봐도 너무 사랑해 이들을. 팬보이라 천성이 팬보이라 너무 사랑해.
That's not the fun way to get to loot. The fun way to get to loot is through the random rolls out there in the field. But, so, I'm mixed on it.
I don't know if anybody will like my answer. I really don't like trading at all. I like action RPGs as just part of the joy of the randomization is just dealing with whatever the hell you were dealt. You know, what are the monsters, what is the layout, and what's the items that I get, and then just making the best of it. I love that sort of like, that essential essence to it. As far as gold goes, even if it's not relevant, I just like the ongoing
근데 얘네들 얘기하는 거 존나 노잼일 줄 알았는데 재밌긴 하다.
Man eating pellets in the maze. I don't know. I just like it. It's like clearing the fog of war too. It speaks to me at a deep level.
너드너드한 애들 되게 씹덕씹덕한 얘기하니까 재밌긴 하네.
I'm never tired of picking up money.
뭔가 이런 얘기를 개발자들 입장에서 입에서 나온 거를 들을 일이 많이 없으니까. 할 방벽 파괴 기능 추가해준대. 아 그래?
We deeply feel that trade is critical from the point of view of being able to have an item where you say this is mine and it's valuable and you want it and I could give it to you but I'm not going to. Because I could absolutely hand it over, but it's mine, and you have to give me something of value. We want that feeling of the thing you've got could be tradable. And to touch on what Travis said, there is something special about playing a game on your own merit.
아빠가 40살 되나?
And that's why
되게
I
젊은 걸로
personally
아는데.
prefer playing solo self-found and playing with trade, but I would never make Path of Exile an entirely solo self-found game. And that's why the way we structured it is if you opt into solo self-found mode, you can opt out yourself or some of your items. So you can play and see how far you can get by yourself, and then when you find a mirror, you're like, time to trade, and then cut out your whole character. So we've got that compromise there where you can play without trade, but the game does have trade.
Yeah, I'll just add a small thematic point about gold, where it's obviously good to have gold in the game because everyone knows what gold means. Like it's something you want more of, and there's like all this history and everything attached to it. So it's perfect like that. You just need to make sure it's actually a little hard to get and you don't get too much of it.
고봉밥으로 꽉꽉 눌러 담는 느낌.
So a big part of trading just happens to get the high quality loot. And one of the questions we have has to do with how do you balance quantity versus quality, where they point out that both extremes seem pretty poor, but how do you land in the middle, and where should you?
I prefer, I think that for me, if quantity at some level becomes useless, like meaningless. And so if you have a lot of quantity, you're going to end up in a situation where you're just like leaving things on the ground all the time. Quality. And you start to, lose hope. Because as the things drop and it's yet another, whatever low level, just green or white or whatever your kind of lowest tiers are, it's just like, okay, that's not really helping me anymore. And then, and you're just praying for that orange. I would rather get something where it's like dropping less often and having higher quality. Dropping less items and having higher quality ones show up every now and then than the other way around. Just a litter of items are meaningless. So there is a delicate balance there because you also have to assume that people, especially at the beginning, that they don't have a lot of items and stuff like that. So, and then there may be systems that make it so that those items, the white ones or the green ones or the low-level ones, that there's ways to craft them up or do things with them. And then they start to have some value. So it all depends on your systems and how it works. But overall, I prefer to keep the kind of item stuff down, even though that's opposite of what I did in Marvel Heroes, which was loot pinatas.
Or Diablo 2. Yeah.
Marvel
like all sorts of showers of items. But yeah, that was so I think that keeping it down is kind of more my modern thinking.
I kind of disagree. I kind of
nice.
I think it's really tricky. It's a delicate balance. There can be too much stuff, but we tried at times toning down in Diablo 2 even. let's stop dropping the whites and the grays and stuff. Or even, toning it back might be appropriate. But when you don't drop them at all, and all you're dropping is the greens or the blues or the yellows, it doesn't really make any sense. Why not then make them just all one color?
Make the white ones better.
Just make the white ones better if you're looking at the different tiers. And so it kind of, the higher tiers lose their meaning if you're not dropping the lower tiers. I think with Torchlight, I did some pretty good work of making the mid-level magic stuff still appropriate. I kind of hope, I'm still working on it and I don't have a plan yet, but I'm hoping that we can make the low-level stuff still relevant as more than just trash items for sale.
이 씬에 대한 얘기를 진지하게
But I don't know. It's just,
게임쇼에서 하는 걸
you
이걸
just got to
처음
kind of play with it in the game to see where you find a good balance.
It's hard to give a precise answer on it because
다른 회사
it's
지금
really very field-based. You just
디아블로
actually
2
have to play the game and feel how it
디아블로
feels.
쪽에
Do things feel relevant or not? Do I have enough
핵슬신,
garbage so that there's proper contrast with the interesting
그냥
stuff?
다른 회사가 아니야.
Otherwise, I don't know. It's so field-based.
Yeah, because if you make it like some mechanic where you take all the white items and get a crafting resource out of them by breaking them down, it can become kind of a chore then. Like it's like, oh god, I got it.
Pets.
Huh? But yeah, like I agree with you, though. It's individual per game, and you just got to go with what feels good. And there's no perfect answer. I feel like we have a tradition now of leaving the white items on the ground after a little while. So sure.
There's an aspect of Diablo 2's
게임 바닥에서는 이런 걸 꽤 자주 해.
that I
게임
had
홍보
missed
현장에서
when
하는
we
건
initially did Path
처음이고.
of Exile. And this was partly because we were trying to streamline things
저는
that we felt were
게임 쇼만
unnecessary, which in
보니까
almost all
처음 보는
cases
것
was a
같아요.
mistake. And it's related to when you actually look at the items that drop. Okay, for a start, a bunch of what you get on the ground is gold, right? We thought unnecessary, don't need that. And then you got potions, and we thought, aha, don't need those either. We've got flask charges, so that's all that gone as well. But they've also got ammo, like bolts and arrows. And we said, nah, just unlimited ammo. Who wants to go and buy more of these, right? So far we've eliminated like 40% of actual item drops by accident. Then you've got other stuff. Like you've got fulminating gas potions and exploding things and things you can throw and random spears and stuff that have quantity on them. And there's all this stuff, like literally exploding potions, which you're never seriously going to use, but they do represent some non-zero percentage of drops. And then you've got gems, for example, which are relatively common and get consumed in the hierarchy of stuff there. And you get to the point where when you include gold drops and stuff, like 60% of the items that hit the ground are not ones that you would actually classify as equipment. And we'd literally got rid of all of that. And so that means in order for Path of Exile to then feel like you're actually finding stuff in the regular non-ruthless mode,
얘도 말 빠르고 빡빡이 오른팔도 말 빠른.
I wish we had realized this from the start, because now we're facing the problem where players are trained that unless the screen is full of, an armory dropped on the ground for every group of monsters, that it's not enough items. So this isn't on the quantity versus quality spectrum. You kind of know our views on that, but it is an observation where I wish we had paid more attention to that rather than saying, oh, we can do better.
뭐 드랍에 관한 얘기고 그거에 대한 얘기고.
Yeah, it's a
영향이 있다고 보여준 자료다.
tricky conundrum that in the beginning of the game you want to have very simple items that obviously become trash later on, but there's also part of the player progression to say that, okay, well, my character is a lot better now, and I don't care about these bad items. Like that's a sign that you became better. So that's something that you want to keep. But then, of course, when you play the same game for 8 years, then you might not care about that initial sort of character development
화면 조절이 뒤덮는 수준의 템을 들어보내서 한개 보였다. 그래서 어쩌고저쩌고.
Then you have
아,
to
감사합니다.
introduce complicated solutions to solve that.
I guess it never bugged me to leave a bunch of stuff there, so I was probably responsible for the fields of junk more than almost anybody. I remember Blizzard South guys at the time, Alan Adam in particular, who was the head up down there, was like, he has to physically bring every item back to town and sell it for for whatever he can get. And so he was always like pretty pissed at me. I was like, we gotta drop less stuff. It's just no fun to just walk out of town and walk right back in and sell the junk. And so it was a philosophical problem. I kind of figure it worked out in the long run. So I don't worry
너무 많은
too much
페이지들은 재미가 없다.
But it's all interrelated with other systems like the size of your inventory and stuff.
Yeah, it's a tough little mix there. Systems.
Yeah, that's certainly a
화면을
difficult one
가득
to
채우는
balance.
표지는 재미가 없다.
We have a question, a different kind of balance. How
그치,
do you
필터
find
없으면
a
말도 안 되죠.
balance between action and storytelling? And perhaps we can start with Travis, and you can inspire some thoughts in what at least I think, because I just skip all the dialogue.
So I'm a dialogue skipper, and on the development, Fate had the story was 1 page of text, which I got somebody to read. And then in Torchlight and Torchlight 2, I was always like, man, we got to cut this dialogue
이 사람은
down.
토치라이트 1이랑 토치라이트 2
You guys in your
개발자구나. 지금
lore, just
토치
set it to
말고.
the side. I just want to be beating the crap out of things. Now I write books, and that I don't really know
그리고
how to
이
reconcile
친구들도
those
알고
two
있네요.
things because
뭔가
it doesn't make any sense at all.
스킵을
But I was
한다는
always very much
걸
that
알고 있나 봐요.
you can't require me to read the lore to play. And I talked to some designers who also did tabletop. And they're always trying to make you read like the micro fiction in order to consume the data that you're trying to get out of the rule book. And there's always that pushback.
TRPG
Like,
쪽
I don't want to read the
제작진들이랑 또
micro
얘기를
fiction. Just
했었나
tell me
보네.
what the number is. And that's where I fall on the spectrum.
토치 그쵸?
Yeah, it's funny. I remember we cut
인피니티는
down our
지금
dialogues in
토치는
the Diablos.
저기
and eventually at one point we
토치는
were
좀
like,
다른
just
토치긴
bold
하고.
the important
Yeah,
words.
some yellow text. I was notorious for yellow text.
잠깐 궁금한
Everybody
사람
always
다
gave me crap about yellow text because I just wanted to highlight all the important nouns so you could ignore everything that the writer had written.
Also, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm a dialogue
아,
skipper except for the passages
아
in
옐로우
Diablo 1,
텍스트가
like
진짜
the
옐로우
Sin
텍스트.
War,
이게
where,
사람들이
like,
스토리를
you
안
just have to,
읽으니까
like, listen
자기한테
to it in
자기는
epic voice
노란
acting.
텍스트로 강조를 했대.
It was so
맞지?
good. Was that Bill Rover? I can't
그래갖고
remember.
사람들이 뭐 옐로우 텍스트 뭐
Yeah,
약간
Roper did
놀렸나
some.
봐요.
I suspect
악명이
it's mostly the
높았다고 막 그런
Blizzard film
얘기를
department guys coming up with the actual that.
사람들이 안
I
읽으니까.
think it was very sparing in
노란색으로
Diablo
강조되면
1.
읽긴
They never
하겠지.
hit you over the head. There was just a few incidents of it, so that was what made it bearable. And it was nice. It was a break. You know, the cinematics were a break from the action and gives you a sense of progressing on to the next thing.
불자는 되게 슬래시 치고 스토리라인 잘 빼주는 편
playing.
아닌가?
You know, I don't want to get
적어도
up
다른
to
애들
a boss and have him start into a long monologue, you know, before I
비해서?
have to kill him. Just let me kill him. Yeah. But just development-wise too, we made the Diablos and the Torchlights with almost no story at all. The story was kind of added in later, so. The world building, the lore, that was deliberate, kind of the back stuff. But the story and the text were really not part of the development at all. So I often don't know what the hell's going on in my own games. People ask me questions and I'm like,
It's all
I
about
have
the
no idea.
vibes. It's about the vibes.
Yeah, vibes, not text.
I'm interested in Eric's
이게 저
perspective
초록색
here.
옷 입은 사람도 토치라이트 개발자인가 봐. 자기도 스토리 잘 모른다는 것 같은데.
When it comes to dialogue specifically, we actually discussed this a little bit backstage early on, so I guess it's important to all of us here. But it's more is not necessarily better, and it's a lot about condensing it down because everyone wants to get back to clicking the monsters to see what pops out of them. So it's kind of about trying to get as much as possible into something as short as possible, and then even working with things like the tone of voice of the NPC and like what type of greeting words they make, and try to get as much as possible out of those small things.
And you know, to some extent, you're the story. You know, your path through it and the things you do and the items you find and the build you make, that's the story, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to write it too much for the player.
Right.
Right.
So it should be in their head.
We have over time cultivated an audience of players that want as much deep depth and stuff to discover in the dialogue and will play to seek out the Easter eggs and find it. And we make sure that in addition to making sure the dialogue is as skippable as possible for like 70% of players, we have lots of stuff for the other 30%. And so we try to give our dialogue team the resources
저게
they
무슨
need.
은유법이야? 부활절 달걀 같은 뭐
storytelling
이런
with the
게
environment
무슨
that you're passing through and the things that you see and stuff. It doesn't have to be a dialogue that plays out really slowly when you're trying to get back to clicking. I played some Diablo 4 and said I'm going to watch all of this cinematics and listen to all the dialogue just to see what kind of storytelling they do. And again, I really enjoyed playing it, but I was about 10 minutes before I was just escaping through the...
I used to always think about adding like a sum it up for me button when people were doing dialogue, and then they would just interrupt and say, okay, let me just sum this up, and then I would get like the digest in character.
스킵되는 거 개발자인 줄 알고 있다. 생각보다 개발자들은 많은 거라고
Maybe
있구나.
we'll kind of transition here with an answer of my own. One of my favorite parts of dialogue is when the boss is talking to me. I think my favorite bit of dialogue is the first time I opened the seals in Diablo 2 and Chaos Sanctuary, and Diablo tells me that not even death will save you from me. That's the dialogue I like.
Yeah.
And with that in mind,
quick and to the point.
디아2
with that in mind, why
스토리의
don't we
유저
just
주인공.
go around and you guys can maybe talk
덕질한다
about
해.
your favorite boss in any
친구도
ARPG with the
POE
consideration
개발자한테 덕질
of
좀.
dialogue as well.
I'll give a quick start here because it kind of inspired my own thing, inspired myself, and that was the butcher in Diablo 1.
Damn it.
It just, I wanted to get
everybody was going to say.
아 맞아 맞아 시연했던 그 아저씨지.
But and again, the real short dialogue, just the fresh meat, he says, or something. He's coming after you.
That was great storytelling.
That was good storytelling. But you know, it set a tone. It set a tone of scariness that bad things are going to happen here. So that it inspired me to because there was no such thing as an ARPG boss. He was sort of the first
나 왜 이렇게
ARPG
디아포
boss, I
왕따
guess.
시키는 것
So,
같아.
got to develop bosses from there. I almost think we almost never hit the high of that.
No, you can't. You can never remake a butcher encounter that had the same emotional impact, and we have tried many times, and it's just hopeless.
We tried really hard in Path of Exile, of course, to do it with Brutus.
Right. Well, it's funny too, though, is because now you almost can't really do a boss that kills you that bad.
애당초
that early in the game
원투 쪽
anymore.
개발하는
People would
개발했던
there'd be an outcry against it. I
제작진들인 것
think
같은데?
we luckily got him in before people had expectations.
Challenge accepted.
I remember just recently I went, God, it wasn't recently now. How long ago did I give that 20th anniversary Diablo speech? That was at GDC. Whenever that was, I got the CD, we had a CD demo
GDC가 뭐야?
of
GDC가 뭐지?
Diablo 1 that we sent out that was like part of PC Gamer magazine or something like that. And I got the demo
개발진이요?
running, which is not
POE가요?
not a very easy thing to do anymore.
얘네들
'cause
개발진
it was
아니야?
so
뭔
old and
디아블로
stuff. But
개발진 얘네들이.
I had it's randomly
못
generated, so like I
얻어질.
go down the steps and the very
아,
first
게임 관련
room
컨퍼런스가
I
있어.
encountered was the
아.
butcher. I opened up the door, he came out, whack, whack, I was dead. It was like, I was like, oh my God, is this somebody's first experience playing an ARPG? They walk down the steps and open the door, and there's the butcher.
I'm going to take a different
그런데도
approach, a
알아요?
boss that's
신기하다.
not good for its storytelling or immersion necessarily, but I'm going to pick Pendleskin because it's
POE
like
다음 게임을 하는
an
거 아니야?
AW6
예, 카카오가
trigger class. It's
그거
like
그거 하고
40-second
있어요.
run cycle from town.
오늘도
So anyway.
All right, I'm going to bring up Telengard again because it was in the early days, they really did not have like level
거기
bands
가면
set
이러고
up
있어,
for
애들이?
the creatures that could show up in the dungeon. So you could start Telengard, walk one square away from the entryway, and a level 30 dragon could appear and breathe fire on you. And that was like, and you immediately died. And there is no save, you just restart, you re-roll,
동호회
and
같은
that's
거네?
it. And that's your first
게임
experience
덕질
playing
동호회?
the game is dying in the very
낭만
first
있다.
move.
한국에도 그런
And,
데가 있어?
yeah, that reminded me somewhat of the butcher.
Well, when it comes to boss and getting their loot, an interesting part of it is the magic find attribute that's showed up, I would say, quite successfully in most of the games that you have made. What is your take on magic find as a stat or an attribute in an ARPG?
I loved it just as a bit of a counterbalance, kind of a, well, I'm going to take the magic find, but it's a trade-off from important stats and other things. It was simpler
아,
back
스트리머
when
모임
I
같은
was playing
거라고?
with that.
아,
in the
그거랑은
Diablo 2
좀 다른
days.
느낌
You
아니야?
guys work with that. There's I don't know. That's all I have to say, I guess.
100%, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's an affix usually, so it comes at the expense of something else. So it's a trade-off.
I mean, it seems it's great for late game play when you've kind of done the game a
되게
bunch of
보기 좋은
times.
것 같아. 나
and, hey,
이런 거
let me
처음
take-
보거든요.
it's a
되게
little more of a
재미없는 코너인
challenge,
줄
but a little
알았는데
better loot seems to
좀
be a great
신기함.
thing for people to keep playing the game forever.
Yeah,
그러니까 어떤 느낌이냐면
when you're down to hunting items,
개발자
it really
포지션으로
feels like
보다가
a fun one
이걸
again.
막 이렇게
Yeah,
지들끼리
I just really
덕질하면서
liked
이런
Magic
얘기하는 거
Find back
보니까
in the Diablo 2 days because you made
그냥
a
얘네들도 과거에는 한
trade-off
유저였다라는
between
생각 때문에
absolute
뭔가 좀
killing speed and sort of
toughness with Magic Find, and then with the goal, of course, being to get as much wealth as possible at the speediest speed.
One of the things I liked about it too is you really just have to take it on faith, because I don't know how many people are writing down their drops and seeing, did I really get a 3% increase in Magic Find?
How well is this
난 되게
really
진지한
working?
얘기 할 줄 알고
Absolutely, I made a
재미없겠다 했는데
database for
그것도
Diablo
아니네.
2 to make sure that it was working.
작업대 없는 뷰 용서 가능하냐고요? 아,
Those diminishing returns calculations, which
일단은
are well
나오는 거
documented,
봐서
formed the basis of
필백까지는
Path of
보는
Exil's
걸로.
diminishing returns calculations for Magic Find. And they are important because your absolute character power has many axes before they diminish, whereas
살짝
Magic
삐진
Find
건좀
diminishes
풀리긴
with just
했어.
one value. So you do have to make sure you manage the math with that, and there are trade-offs.
Right.
All right. A different angle on this one. So what is the smallest addition or change that you have made to a game that gave you the most amount of joy? Maybe you can start this one.
사실 이 사람들 얘기하는 거 절반 이상 못 알아먹고 있긴 해. 게임 용어들이 많이 안 나와서.
Changing Diablo from turn-based to real-time.
That was a good idea. So I have a good example of that. It was in the Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction expansion. At like the very last moment, we said, hey, you know what would be cool? Throw a couple of, we had hirelings, but just throw a couple soldiers out there fighting the monsters before you get out there. And it just felt so cool to go out and see, like, hey, I'm not alone out here fighting. You know, because a lot of times, like,
저게 우리가 아는 핵슬 탄생이지.
and it, like, finally it was a sense, okay, there actually are some
역사
other people out here
공부하는
helping
거예요.
out
우리
the
게임
cause.
역사 공부.
They still don't
장르의
give you
역사
a break in
공부하는
the store,
거예요.
though.
핵슬이
Yeah,
탄생한.
you're saving us, but I'm going to charge you for this weapon.
I don't think it's not that little a change, but I think Dave's brother Pete back in the day suggested the socketable item.
Yeah.
Let's put a gem into an item. And that kind of, that expanded things in a big way. I mean, we've went a lot of systems on top of that, but I think that was the first great little brainstorm.
Right.
For me, it's probably a toss-up
대단한
between whether you
개발자들이었는데
send your pack animal back to town to sell all your shit and adding a fishing mini game.
대단한
I was going to joke
아저씨들이었잖아.
fishing as well, but in Fate, that was not actually a joke. There is a mature fishing game that's actually very cool. My smallest change that I think we made that brought me personally
아,
the most joy
토치는 펫이
was the
상점 왔다 갔다
hardcore
했어.
death
아, 그래서 펫 얘기가
notifications and global chat. And
나왔구나.
the story behind that is a user during the closed beta said, hello, I will purchase the $250 gold supporter pack if you add this feature. And we were desperate enough for money that I said to Jonathan, hello, how many hours will it take for you to get this deployed? Like, is it plus EV? And he said, absolutely, it's 10 minutes. And so we made $250 for 10 minutes work.
Nice.
Yeah, the one change that popped up into my head I'm not really sure why, really, but this was super early on in Path of Exile, where we discovered that the ratio between rare items and magic items was completely off, way different than in the Diablo games. And then we fixed it, and then it just felt so much better playing afterwards. Right.
That's awesome, thank you. How do you feel about community tools? Should the game be moddable, or should the game just give you everything you need? And I think I would maybe add on to that, at least hopefully some website guide support into the mix.
I like being able to create mods. I think that builds a stronger game and long-term commitment to a community and to the game.
아, 커뮤니티들 TFT 뭐 이런 건가?
pretty difficult.
가이드라고 얘기한 거 보면 TFT 느낌은 아닌데?
That is kind of a live game. They've done it in World of Warcraft, and there are other games that have examples of this. Hopefully, the game does deliver all that you need.
전체적인 서드 파티들 얘기인가?
But sometimes it doesn't, and so it's nice
와우
when the
얘기도 나오는 거
community
보면
can do
서드
something
파티
like
쪽인 것
that.
같은데?
It's just kind of
좀
you have to
크게
be real
말해서
careful
커뮤니티고.
about what you expose
예,
through
그러니까
those
외부에 있는 거면
tools and
서드
what
파티
information they
쪽이잖아.
can garner, because you're
그걸
going to
좀
end up
크게
in a
얘기해서
situation
커뮤니티라고
where
얘기하는데?
people get big advantages from using particular mods and stuff, and then you kind of get I don't know, a community that
그게
can
만약
have some toxicity with, hey, you aren't using this mod, then you're not elite, and all of these kind of things. So there's
난 잘
definitely a
모르시잖아,
balance
근데.
you have to reach.
I mean, the big balance is between secure items and characters, and mods make that pretty hard. I mean, there's a limited amount of mods that don't ruin the security of the items and characters.
Yeah, it's sort of inversely proportional to how important it is that everyone's on a level playing field.
확실히 개발자들이 약간 모드스러운 거는 조금 조심스러운가 봐.
But that's kind of almost experimentally super moddable.
아닌가 얘는 좋아한다고 얘기하는 거.
Right now I'm leaning into it, but I can see it both ways.
But purely selfishly, I love modability because I spent so much time tearing apart other games and using other mod kits and seeing how things worked, and that was just like a real source of joy for me. So when we made Torchlight and Torchlight 2, we released all the mod tools, and it was definitely complicated for Torchlight 2, and it's nowhere near the complexity, and it doesn't have to deal with the issues that you're bringing up about long-term balance on a game that's a live service. Torchlight 2 was multiplayer, but it was just peer-to-peer, and we knew going in that was just going to be one of the limitations. And, but again, purely selfishly, I love to tear things apart.
I love the idea of moddable action RPGs. Like, I would love to make a single-player, very moddable one. I don't know if the business proposition is as easy as the live service one. We have to deal daily with customers that are upset because they lost their items due to various things involving third-party programs, right? Like, if the modding ecosystem for online games means that to have the best gameplay experience, you've got to install stuff, which could potentially steal your credentials. And people fork these and insert bad software. And it's really sad when we have to tell users, we're really sorry, we can't do anything. That was your fault for installing the virus. And so we would rather that the modding ecosystem didn't involve people pasting their PHP session IDs into arbitrary websites or downloading executables they run on their work computers and stuff. But, you know, gamers want every advantage they can get.
I'm a huge
모드에
fan
대한
of
좀
modding,
부정적인
as
얘기를 하고
most
있는 것
game
같은데.
developers probably are.
전문적인 얘기예요? 그냥 뭐
One point here is that
뭔가
when
보완적인
we got
문제가
a
생긴다든지.
job application at DGG, and they have, like, you look at
그
modding
얘기하고
experience
있잖아, 그치?
before, like,
부정적이라고
academic
얘기해. 아무튼
credentials,
보완적인
basically.
문제에
So,
대해서
get into
아까
modding, I
전에
guess, if you
방금
want to
얘기했던
get
애들은
into
좀
the
긍정적인
games
방향으로
industry.
얘기하고 빡빡이는 쪽 약간
That's
부정적인 방향으로
probably
얘기하는.
great advice. How do you deal with every character being the one true hero in a multiplayer scenario?
You don't.
난 저거는 빡빡이 의견도 나는 좀 맞다고 생각하긴 함.
Kind of an example of that, not exactly, but
보완적인 문제도
we ran into an
많지.
issue with
싱글 게임이
at the end of
아니니까
Diablo
POE는.
1. You jam this gem into your head, right? And you're
Spoiler alert.
Oh, I'm sorry.
스포일러 아니야.
Best moment in gaming.
야, 아직도 안 했다면
It's a long story. I won't get into
스포
it. That
나가는
was
게
sort of
맞지.
thrust upon us by the Blizzard film department in the day, who sent us the movie. If that's how your game ends, and we didn't really have enough time to change it, and we grew to love it actually. But at first we were kind of shocked. Wait, that's not. But in any case, what I was getting to is.
개발자들 얘기 재밌는데 좀 생각 기대 이상인데.
For some reason, the Blizzard South guys thought that
좀 더
everybody should
많이
start
내가
the
알아먹을
game
수
with a
있었으면
gem in their
좋았을
head, like you're continuing from Diablo 1. So that's like. It doesn't even make any sense. Like, everybody you run across was the guy that killed Diablo, so that's exactly the kind of problem you're bringing up. So like Dave says, we just ignored it and just moved on.
찐이라 재밌는.
There's only one universe, and that's
나
the one
진짜
that you're
궁금해.
playing.
디아블로 원에서 대가리 잼박음?
That Soulstone moment, though, at the end of Diablo 1 was the point when I realized that media can have a twist at the end. Like, it was impactful.
개기장 떼고 놀고 있어서 그래.
We loved it in the end.
Yeah.
All right.
아, 대가리에
If you
잼
had to
박아서
play
보네.
one game for your entire life, what would it be? And to specify, you can mention a specific league or patch cycle in it.
I mean, for me, it's not an ARPG at all. I play Civ 6 just relentlessly. So
문명.
I'm happy with it
문명
as is. I would just go with
누구란데.
that for the rest of my life, and I'd be okay.
하나만 할 수 있다면 문명 좋지.
For me, it would be Minecraft. Honestly, I just make myself a nice little castle and look at the sunset.
I actually think Minecraft is a Diablo game. We've got random areas, we've got random items, we've got pretty good combat, we have relatively secure server-side stuff within a community. I mean, what really is it missing, right? And it's
크게 보면
moddable
마인크래프트 디아블로랑 비슷한
possibly
그런
the
거
best
절차적
game
생성 뭐 이런 거
Yeah.
얘기하는 것 같은데. 하여튼 씹덕새끼.
Max
쌓여졌잖아
Storm
너 때문에.
Sorry.
No, I can't say Minecraft.
It's ridiculously hard.
We can all say Minecraft.
Okay, let's go start a Minecraft server.
Who's in? That or Words with Friends. I can play Scrabble forever.
Robotron, that's my answer.
Robotron?
Robotron.
All
yes.
right.
Nice.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would probably play
마크 서버면 재밌겠다.
Diablo
개발자들끼리.
2. I wonder if it's 1.11 or something before Whirlwind got nerfed.
Oh. Ice Blink Whirlwind with a lance.
Ah, yes. Exactly. You know the build. Yeah.
I do. So one of the game genres that has been coming up, it's kind of the Survivor series. We've got a lot of questions from you guys about your thoughts on Vampire Survivor genre. There's a number of games. I don't know which one really defines it, but these games have
혹시 저
similar
서바이버
elements
장르가
to an
뱀서 얘기하는
RPG,
건가요?
Yeah.
but they're not quite exactly like it. What do you think?
맞네, 뱀파이어 서바. 그러니까 뱀서 장르도 하나의 핵앤실드 장르로 보고 있잖아요,
Survival
요즘에는.
game, yeah.
오, 재밌는 주제 나온다.
Called It Lurks Below. It's on Steam.
너무 재밌는 주제 나오는데?
Made it by myself. And it, but
왜냐면 이제 뱀서도 핵앤
Vampire
슬래시로
Survivor, so
얘기를
it's
하잖아요,
like, you know,
요즘에는.
all those things are coming at you from all over and
뭐
you level up your
있었잖아,
character really quickly. And so I do really like that game a lot. I played quite a few hours of it. And
유저들이랑
it
똑같은
does share
생각을
a
하고
lot of
똑같은
things,
관심사를 갖는 게 너무 재밌다.
but it reminds me more almost of like a card game, because when you know, in like a card battler, when you defeat a monster, it's like, hey, here's your choice of, well, it reminds me a little of the card game we're playing here at the show, where here's your two choices, your three choices of things that you can do that one thing. And so it's a little bit different than the ARPG kind of Diablo style ARPG, where you're killing stuff and picking up loot and making choices like that. It's just too fast oftentimes in the Vampire Survivor. So there's some differences. I'm sure that somebody's going to try and combine them in a more meaningful way, but I do really enjoy that genre, and I had a lot of fun playing.
I've never played it, but I got addicted to watching Asmongold play both Vampire Survivors and Halls of Torment, to the point where I will, before going to work, refresh his channel, hoping there is another video in either game. And it could be the reason why I'm half an hour late to work that day, because I'll watch it on 2x speed. It's addictive.
Yeah. A lot of my gaming experience these days is through streamers. The same thing.
All right, we have an awesome question here. How does playing your own game feel when compared to games you had no hand in? And we can mention anything. I mean, maybe Eric, you want to start with even your card game.
How it is to feel to play other games? It's, as a game developer, you unfortunately get a bit destroyed, where you start to look at how they implemented things, and you never quite get that sort of naive thing where, like, when you grew up and played games and you got the kind of super strong experience, but it's more of a sort of scientific effort almost when you play other games now, unfortunately.
Do you get that feeling?
How does it feel to play your own as a contrast?
When I play my own game? Well, then it's just that tuned to 11, because you start to look at what things you can improve, and
right.
It just.
That's my thing. I can't. When I play my own games, it's all looking at the flaws, finding bugs, and hope, and I can relax when it's someone else's game, and I can.
개발에 대한 얘기인 것
I don't care if
같은데.
there's a little flaw in it if someone else did it. But yeah, it makes it hard to enjoy games that we've made.
Yeah, I don't like any of the games I've made.
Have no hand in 자기가 만든
I can't even play a lot of
게임.
the games that I made anymore. It's very rare that I can. But oftentimes I'm just too
그래서 막
critical.
개발
And
뭐
like, as soon as I'm
시간
done playing it, I often go,
플레이하는
okay,
시간 뭐 이런
here's
얘기
my
나오면
list of 7
그런
things that
얘기였구나.
gotta fix or whatever, rather than really, just doing it just for fun.
Yeah. There's that
그거 픽스할 때 말고는 거의 안 하는 게 맞지.
When I play other games, I
개발자들은
still
시간이
start to do it immediately, and then I have to stop myself. It's like, okay, I got to do this, I got to do this.
만들면서
wait, no, this isn't my game.
게임을
I'm not
만들면서
gonna
그
do
게임을 많이
anything.
했어.
Great.
Well, I'm going to circle back to a few more game mechanics because I have a question here I didn't want to miss. Aside from killing monsters, what is your favorite way to award a player power in a game?
그렇구나.
I mean, you got to look like a badass after you've leveled up a long way, you know? And so, like, figuring out costumes
플레이어가 주는
that
재미?
are unique and interesting and make you look more powerful is you know, I remember times playing Diablo 2 and finding a cool helmet with horns coming out.
이 사람은
And, you know, it made me look so different.
헬멧이나 갑옷,
it was almost as fun as
의상
actually
관련된 걸
finishing a level or
전투 위에
killing a
유저가 뭔가
boss.
흥미롭게 할 수
Getting a cool
있는
looking
이유?
helmet.
New skills or skill evolutions that are tactily more satisfying than what you had before. This is just immediately the act of doing what you've already been doing just feels better.
I think there's something cool about having meaningful rewards for side quests. Because when you're playing through the game, a power gamer wants to ignore the side quests and come back where relevant. But having the distraction of if I go and actually, like, you know, smash the soulstone in the Hellforge, I'm going to get a pile of gems that could be useful, and have to do that math as to whether you want to do that is really cool. And I believe the Path of Exile 2 team have been working hard on having quite a lot of significant attribute bonuses on side quests rather than some skill refund points or something you're not going to need necessarily.
내 말 봐라. 뭐라고요?
All right, well, our time is just about running out.
동문서답한 것 같은데?
with
뭐지?
maybe a
무슨 말을 한 건지
question you might
모르겠네.
think
빡빡이의
about,
생각을
or
읽지
maybe
못했습니다.
whimsically,
죄송합니다.
perhaps. Why don't you guys come up together and make the ultimate game?
아, 서브캐로 자기는 했다.
It's a hell of a group. I think we could do it.
함께 모여서 게임 만들지.
Clash too much.
야, 너희들끼리 만들면
It's very
재밌긴
hard to work
하겠다.
with a sibling. But yeah, no, I mean that.
I'm in.
We've collaborated so much over the years in terms of sharing stuff, and we got David on as an advisor for helping us with our Chinese launch. And so on. We are sharing ideas and showing each other what we're working on, regardless of whether it's for the same company or not. So our DNA is
중국
spread across all the games
출시
we've
쪽으로
worked
뭔가
on.
좀 도움을 줬나 보네. 대단하다. 다른 게임 개발사가 POE 중국 출시를 도와줬다고. 대단한데, 엄청 친한가 본데.
Well, thank you all so much for
너무
this
재밌다.
awesome ARPG roundtable.
뭔가 이 사람 너무 재밌는데? 이런 자리를 유저가 겪을 수 있다는 게 너무 행복한데? 그니까요. 이게 개발자 인터뷰지. 너무 재밌는데? 아, 판화하는데 도움 줬나 보다, 아무래도. 야, 그 에콘인데 방금 그 코너가 제일 재밌었어, 나는. 방금 그 코너가 제일 재밌었어. 아니, 언제 저런 거 보겠어? 언제? 게임쇼에서 언제 저런 거 보겠습니까? 재밌네. 나 잠 다 깼음. 제가 지금 잠을 많이 못 잤는데 저거 보고 잠 다 깼어. 하지만 수은 없고 제작대 없는데요. 신념은 좋은데, 덕질하는 건 좋은데 방향이 방향이 지금 이러는데 새로운 소식 있냐? 뭐 특별할 건 없습니다. 오늘은 좀 딥한 내용들이 많아가지고 재미없는 내용들이 많아서 나는 재밌었는데 좀 재미없는 내용들이 더 많았지. 보여주는 것보다 Q&A라든지 아까처럼 그 개발자들 나와서 핵앤슬래시란 무엇인가 틀리딱딱딱딱 하는 거가 있어가지고. 재밌네. 다음 코너는 지자란이랑 카른이랑 또 누구였죠? 스트리머들 나와가지고 POE2에 대해서 뭐 얘기 방금 같은 자리 하는 것 같은데 그거는 큰 기대는 안 해도 될 듯? 그러게 지자란 엄청 바쁘네. MC도 봐야 돼, 시전 그것도 해야 돼. 그럼 아까 나왔던 그 블리자드 사람들이 디아1이랑 디아2 만든 사람들이야? 엄청 대단한 사람들 아님? 대단한 할아버지들 아니야? 특히 디아1이면? 너무 신기한데? 토치 개발자도 아까 2명 있었고. 아까 헬게이트랑 토치 디아1, 2 이렇게 있었어. 토치 개발자도 디아 개발자도 참여했던 사람이 있어. 아, 그렇구나. 그래서 그런지 아까 그 디아블로 개발자가 했던 말이 존나 멋있었어. 가장 잘했던 개발이라고 했던 질문이었나? 아무튼 거기서 턴제를 실시간으로 만든 거 딱 했을 때 그거 선택 하나로 핵슬이라는 게 딱 생겨났잖아. 액션 RPG가 딱 올라간 거잖아. 진짜 플렉스 아닐까? 개멋있음. 나도 사실 핵슬이 나온 그런 역사적인 건 알고 있었지만은 저거를 진짜 만든 놈들 입에서 들으니까 느낌이 새롭네. 그리 오래되지 않았다는 거잖아. 오, 시니어급이야? 리드 프로게이머였네. 아니 존나 대단한 사람을 어떻게 여기에 모셨대? 진짜 성덕인데 성덕. 와 대단하다. 아, 나는 그런 사람이 에콘에 나온 게 더 신기함. 에콘에 나온 게 더 신기함. 그런 사람들이. 그러니까 말도 안 되는 사람들 와서 여기서 수다 떨게 만든 게 이게 거절할 법도 하고 안 올 법도 하거든. 솔직히 말하면 이제 2번째고 그러니까 완전 애기애기한 얼마나 블리자드에서 큰 불컨 열다가 이런데 작은데 와가지고 껄껄껄 내가 블리자드에서 일했을 땐 말이야 껄껄껄껄껄 이러는 거 자체가 아 방송도 해요? 영감님들이 진짜 힘들겠어. POE2가요? 영향 받았겠죠. 난 솔직히 영향 받았다고 봄. 근데 저걸 듣고 나니까 POE2 꼬라지가 왜 저렇게 되는지 좀 납득이 됨. 아 꼬라지라니까 좀 그런가? 그냥 좀 약간 납득이 내가 왜냐면 왜 이렇게 과거 같은 왜 POE2 같은 느낌이 들지 계속 그랬던 게 나의 기분 탓이 아니었어. 할배들의 입김이 좀 들어갔구나. 근데 뭐 내가 POE 덕질하듯이 빡빡이도 디아블로 덕질하는 거라고 생각해야지 뭐. 서포트팩 샀냐고? 네, 샀어요. 액트 2 부급으로 들리기 시작한다고? 빵며 들고 있네. 근데 한편으로는 좀 그 뭐랄까 묘하네요. 이게 왜 엑자일콘에서 나와야 되는 얘기인지 모르겠어. 그렇지 않아? 나는 이런 장면들이 불컨이나 블리자드에서 나와야 된다고 봐야 된다고 보는데 에컨에서 디아블로 1, 2 얘기가 나온다는 것 자체가 참 묘하네요. 약간 NTR 느낌이 느낌이 묘한데? 티베깅 제대로 하는 느낌? 어서오세요. POD 불만 많다고? 뭐 그건 나도 똑같아요. 와, 칼은 또 키가 겁나 큰가 보구나.
My name is Isrin, and I am joined here today by the wonderful Karn, Nugi, and Mathel to do the wrap-up of the second ExileCon 2023. And what a con it has been. We got a lot of bombshells, a lot of crazy stuff. Karn, first reactions, how do you feel?
I feel amazing, man. It's been a really amazing experience, you know, meeting all these people, meeting the devs, talking to them, trying the game, you know, just hanging out.
Nugi?
I mean, the same thing. I was here last time, and then again, like 4 years later, we're back, and the people are just as nice, just as friendly. So it's been just a treat, just experience everything and learning all the new things about PoE2.
그러니까 농구.
Mathel, what about you?
Yeah, it's been terrific. Like it's, as you just said earlier, it's nice to come back and it feels pretty good. Feels right, as you said. It's
스피드러너 100레벨 스피드러너.
just good to see the passion. You know,
유명하죠.
convention like this is kind of rare, where it's just for one game specifically,
이번에
and
디아블로
everyone has that same thing in
4에서 제일
common.
먼저 100레벨
Many
찍은
others,
친구.
you know, for lots of little different things. So you can talk
디아블로
to
4
anyone
레이스
about the entire
100레벨 처음
scope
찍은
of
친구.
everything we saw, and you can feel the
PU에서는
passion.
Yeah, and that is quite rare because most
100레벨
conventions don't have that, as you
스피드런
said. So it's really wonderful, and we are
대충
getting ready
페인이란
for
소리.
the final race of ExileCon, which will be right after this event wrap-up. So very excited for that. And the race is in PoE 1, so it'll be very, very familiar. It is a Gitava race, and obviously we've been
수민이랑 작업
dropped the
때부터 소문이
bombshell
난다고.
that
아,
we were getting
맞습니다.
PoE 1 and
정확합니다.
2. Mathel, was that something you were expecting? Like an actual
에버라스트가
split of
마트리요.
the
예,
game?
마트리예요.
I mean, no, because I take it for what it is. They said, you know, it's going to be,
마트리는 뭐
and for the past
워낙
years,
잘생긴
I've
걸로
been
유명해요.
telling people that come in about PoE2, you know, can't wait for that whole new game. I'm like, listen, guys, it's not a whole new game. It's a side thing, and it's still going to be like lots of overlap with the same game. It's still going to be great. You're just going to have a better campaign leveling experience, and it'll be terrific. So no, I didn't expect that, but I think it has potential to be absolutely brilliant. Has potential to burn us out a bit if you know we're playing too much PoE.
PoE2 플레이에 대해서 블라블라블라블라 하는 건데.
Actually getting to test the full
방금
PoE2
점 코너를 너무 재밌게 들어갔고
see how
얘네들 좀
the
재미없다.
cyclical changes go.
Absolutely, like Nugi, this is going to be like so much more content to cover. I'm guessing you're going to be trying both and see how it goes. But how is this going to change things for you in content creation?
스케줄이
I was going to
없는데.
change my content creation. Ooh, I think as a creator myself, I'm just really looking forward to PoE
할부지들 옛날 얘기
changing
더
the direction
들려주세요.
where they're getting the full
할부지들
focus on
옛날
kind of
얘기 더
direction they want to go in, because there was
들려주세요.
definitely a concern, I think, with the development of the game, like both together, like how do they split those two focuses? We saw like Ruthless, which was kind of a divergence of what a lot of people expected, and it's the same thing with PoE2. There's a lot of passion there that they want to
무자비 얘기했는데
instill
방금
into the new
뭐라
game.
그랬냐?
But how do you do that in
방금
both?
누기 무자비
And so I
어쩌고
think
하지
the split
않았어요?
is a
루트레스
very good
그린 것
choice,
같은데?
but definitely unexpected.
Absolutely.
개발자랑
And
유저끼리
Karn, you've
토론하는
been
것도
racing a
있냐?
lot. Are
그럴
we going to
리가.
see you racing in both PoE2 or PoE1, or are you going to stick to racing in one of them?
No, of course, there's a race. I mean, I'm gonna be racing both. I don't know how that's gonna work for you know, how we're gonna do scheduling, because you know even now it's kind of hard with the league starts and the gauntlets. And it's like practice in between, so I already have very little time to get everything done
진짜들
and
보고
get
왔더니
some rest.
광대들은 성리 안
But
쳐.
I don't know. We'll see. Like, there's a
그거
race.
맞다.
I mean,
Absolutely, and we see today Karn is representing the duelist, even having the duelist pin. What was it like not having Bone Shatter? You tried out the Warrior, I believe?
yeah, I did try Warrior. I mean, that's Thunder, and Thunder was actually pretty good in there. So yeah, I was.
왜
I was happy. That was fine.
As long as you have some form of melee, it's really good. So what was your first experience? Like, how much did you get to play test PoE2 so far?
Played a couple times. I did a couple different bosses and some
술래박이.
monsters. It felt like the impact was like, you know, you could feel the impact, especially like on skills like Thunder, like you know what Thunder is, right? So it's like the sound, like everything, like how everything felt. The different skills you had to use to combo them, etc. It feels pretty good because it felt very similar to slams. It was pretty slam, yes, with just different abilities instead of war cries. You know, it was a.
Is there any like very big surprises for you?
Surprises. I would say that maybe.
현장이 시끄러워서 목소리가 안 들리나 봐.
I think so actually. It felt very.
레이스 12시 반에 시작입니다. 12시 반.
It was thunder.
지금 여기만 봐도 저게 스튜디오가 아니라 보면 애들 대기열 받고 줄 서 있고 시연하는 데에다가 저걸 만들어놨다고. 지금 봐도 조금 소음 들리죠. 그래서 헤드셋 낀 것 같아요.
Stun bosses, like put up the stun on them, or you can guarantee even stun. Especially on melee, like that was something that was relatively easy to do and could help like set up like, stuff like super
absolutely. So I tried both Act 4, Act 3, and Act 2, and I got absolutely destroyed in Act 3. I was just getting chain stunned, and then I tried Act 2 this morning. It was such a different experience. That like felt like really like they nailed that, and I had such a great experience with the Huntress. And it felt a lot more like the PoE 1 I remember, where it was actually like crushing the monsters again and very, very cool monsters, offering a mix of like mobility and so yeah, that's very fun. The biggest difference for me, and I don't know if it's the same for you guys, was like the wind-up of attacks, like being like less instant. Same with like Sunder and the Warrior, because I tried that too. Nugi, what about you? Tell us a little bit about your first experience and what you've tried so far.
Well, I tried all of them so far.
Not so much the Sorceress, I think it was called, because the game unfortunately had a little bit of bugs. So, but I'll stick to the other three classes. So, Monk was really fun.
의외로 만나서 하는 영어는 영어 몰라도
distance measuring with getting in and out of combat, and I think they are going in a really fun direction in terms of dynamic combat in that. The charge system seems way more intuitive now compared to what it did in PoE 1, where it's all about, well, you constantly have to kill something within 10 seconds, and then you go to a boss and there's nothing to kill. And so I think it's a much more dynamic style around those, so that was really nice. The dodge is something that's new, where you're not really using it as a movement skill. It's more like a utility skill for evading certain attacks, and I think it felt really good on the Warrior specifically. Because you are kind of slow, and so you need to really get around to get a good position so you can land those big hits. So I think that worked really well, but still a lot of
the leap slam.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you try the Sorceress as well and the Huntress?
Huntress, I did try, yes. A lot of pokey combat, like more like mid-range pokey. You create fields of slows. You make them walk over, and you can create like blinding fields as well. So a lot of area denial, and just again pokey in and out of combat.
I don't know if you had a similar experience to me, but obviously a lot of people have been worried about having to use so many different abilities. But the Huntress felt a little bit more like PoE 1 there, where I used what was the lightning strike called? The one where you throw the like javelin.
Lightning spear or something.
Lightning spear. I used that for clearing, and then I used like the spear attack for single target. So that's like a reassuring thing for those that are worried that you're going to have to cycle between like 8 abilities now.
I think that they understand that they give you the option of going anywhere you want in terms of skill customization. You can have 9 different skills and they can all power each other up, or you can have you have a couple utilities, you'll have buffs and those kind of things, and they'll have like, they were talking about an on-dodge roll at the QA earlier. So they want you to have a similar experience with crazy, like creative combat, cast on, cast, and all those things. They're still going to be there. And as like speedy combat, and we were gonna get all the creativeness and silliness that we had in PoE 1, but without it going, all the way to the moon.
Absolutely, and we saw like in some of the later acts even, which we don't even get to see a PoE 2 endgame yet, and we still see pretty good density like in some of the like Act 4, especially it was just I was getting crowded by mobs. Mathil, what did you get to try so far when you were doing the demos?
Yeah, so I did the live stream demo, I think, pretty soon after you. I was told that you had a rough time, you died a bunch, and I was just like, step aside, noob. I'm gonna get in there, show them how it's done. I got brutalized. Like it was, yeah. I did Act 4 because it was leading on from you. Tried the warrior, and I think I died on the first pack. Like it was pretty unexpected. Well, my first pack was like hasted aura with a few other dudes, and they had extra damage, and I just got chain stunned dead, and then went, that's gonna be a tough one to follow then. So then, yeah, I kind of adjusted my combat, my play style, and I think that's exactly what they want you to do. It's supposed to be a very different experience to PoE 1, at least early on, where you have to start using your combat roles and planning your attacks better. It was still very difficult, very tough. I can see what they're going for, and at the same time, I think they also set us up to fail with some pretty low-tier gear and all that. Like I'd say my character was a level 45 to begin with, and it's probably like 30% of what a level 45 would be gear-wise and passive-wise and all that. So it was supposed to be pretty tough, and we weren't supposed to get too far with it. But I have full faith that it's going to feel pretty similar to PoE 1 in the end, where you gear a character up and you're just going to, comfortably smash through, but it's going to be a bit different on the playstyle. And I also tried Sorceress as well, which is what you had, pretty tough time with, right?
Did you die too?
A few times, yeah. I mean, I stopped caring because I wasn't doing it on stream, so...
Okay.
So off stream, yeah, I just gave it a shot, and I'm like, I don't mind if I die too much. And I could see how it would have been painful to start with on stream and all that. But pick a good skill, start using the arc and all that.
Yeah.
And use your freezes and your dodges
I was trying to
Yeah.
It was rough.
Yeah, exactly. You want to see the comment, you're like, yeah, let's go, it's going to be cool. But you're like, this wind up and everything's just so many mobs.
저기서 소신발언한다고 단점 얘기하면 그건 소신발언이 아니라 살성부적이야. 아마 쟤네들 개인 방송 열면 거기서 단점적인 얘기 많이 할 듯.
I couldn't always figure out exactly what the reason was, because they would do it on a mix of ranges, and I was like, I want you to move me back when I'm throwing my comet. But yeah, and they did also say that the demo that we've been playing is quite overtuned as well. Like they haven't been able to adjust the difficulty. So it will be a better experience. Obviously, a lot of people have been saying they're worried that this is going to be a lot
근데 그
slower,
와중에
and
퀸은
that
이런데
probably
초대 안
won't
한
be
게
the
좀
case when they
슬프다.
actually get everything right.
I think part of this was just to really sell you into a different play style of having to think more about your combat and really try and do the rolling as well, because that's a big new mechanic for us, and it's super helpful to get out of there and plan your attacks more
센세 여기 앉혀놔도 여기서 센세가 제일 클 때.
Absolutely. And one thing that really stood out to me was the visuals. Everything is just miles beyond anything we've seen before. The things opening, things coming out of walls, gates opening, everything.
아니 에콘 들어와서 노는 거 말고 여기 사회 보고
You
이런 거.
love cosmetics and stuff in games, and you spend a lot of time on that. So this must be a big thing for you, right?
Yeah, for sure. So
본인이
there's
거절한
still
거일
some
수도 있고.
remnants of old skills, and we've already seen some pretty good updates in current PoE 1 from PoE 2 skills, but some of them were, just stunning to see, as a bit of a revamp for an old skill, and just looked a lot crispier. But it's more the environment than anything. I was going through some prison area, there's all this really cool
이름은
water
아는데 얼굴은 처음
flowing
보죠,
through, and monsters bursting through walls and stuff, and yeah, I mean,
탐방을 잘 안 해서.
it's going to be just exactly what I'm looking for. Some
한국말이
stunning
가능한
visuals.
칼은.
Absolutely. Nui, what about you? Visuals, you're pretty big on that.
Oh, no, I love the visuals. The first talk we had earlier, just at the keynote, right after, I was so sad that I didn't get to mention all the absolutely amazing and stunning visuals. So there was when I saw the water waves crash onto the rocks, I was taken aback just a bit. And earlier I was here with Neon.
누기가 엄청 너드상인데 요리도
during the
짱짜랑.
gameplay, we walk into
커피를
a
좋아하는
cave,
남자.
like a volcano, with a volcano, I think. And I go in and there's these dips within the terrain where there's lava flowing, and I could literally feel the heat. I just stood there just for 5 seconds. Whoa. Okay, that's amazing. So yeah.
Karan, what about you? How does the graphics impact you?
I mean, I was very surprised because I know that I was heard that it was a very big step up from what we had in PoE 1, and compared to other games we now might have played recently, and yeah, the difference was actually I did not expect that, honestly. I was actually pretty shocked. Yeah.
I actually wanted to mention was a big part of that as well.
가운데가 오락 제일 잘하게 생겼네. 체크무인 안방에서 실내를 느낌.
Reveal the announcement, going through the years of old trailers.
화장이 다 그래픽 너무 이뻐요. 이런 얘기들이 지금 또
It was
그치?
honestly a bit of a tearjerker. You know, you're just like, holy,
황모들.
like we are going places. And then it stops at 2019, like for 엑자일콘, which already seems so far away. Like it was so far in the past, and we've come so much further. Like going from PoE 2 now to what it originally started with is nothing short of mind blowing.
개인 방송에서는 얘랑 얘 둘 다 존나 무표정으로 5분에 한 번씩 얘기하는 애들이거든. 그래도 여기 행사장이라고 그 사회에 가면 뭔지 알지?
Looking forward to the most in PoE2. I mean, obviously it's
그
gonna have
뭔지
to do
알지?
with like
그 미소와 그 말투와
how it's gonna apply to racing.
그래도 그 찐은 아니어가지고 찐따는 아니니까.
Because like we really have no idea like how long the acts will take. We don't know how fast we'll be able to go. We don't know like there's so many things that we don't really know. And like there's
프로다 프로.
It's out there, and I have no idea what to expect.
이금미소 프로.
That's what I'm actually looking forward to figuring out the game like in that way.
무기에는 뭐 방송 때랑 별로 다를 거 없어가지고.
I mean, figuring it all out.
원래 저런 스타일이야.
I think figuring out like all the new
어떤
skills, all
사회성이
the new
나온다고.
variations, new uniques, new bosses, new monsters, how all the intricate mechanics will work together. How can we solve the passive tree?
마트 존나 잘생겼어요. 마트 잘생겼다는 얘기 참. 마트만 나오면 잘생겼다는 얘기 진짜 많이 나와.
Yeah, I think I talked a bit about it on the previous thing. It was more about the classes than anything, and especially the ascendancies, because those are the real game changers. Those are the ones that really give your characters like flavor, identity,
마트
power.
그거지. 옛날 클립 보면
I mean,
진짜
I want
그
to see
약간
exactly what they come
하이틴
up with
드라마
because it's
주인공
got to be
전쟁이었어요.
huge, right? It's got to be
absolutely.
Yeah. Real customizable for each individual
크게
class as
가지고.
well. Especially, I mean,
지금 좀
I guess
약간
to
살
be
빠졌으니까
specific, I want
옛날
to
클립
throw
보면
some
진짜
javelins, and I
놀랍더라.
want to get some lightning
약간
fury
여리여리한
from
맞아.
D2, pure javelin action. I think that's going to feel amazing with PoE density, with PoE mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, you're known for making builds, and now, are you a little bit worried about how intricate build guides and builds are going to be?
머리 길러도 그 정도로 사람이 있는데 갑자기 센스만 하는 거 아니야? 야 그렇게 말하니까 센스만 하는 것처럼 들리잖아. 난 아무 생각 없었는데.
Is that a little bit daunting?
난 아무 생각 없었는데 너가 그렇게 말하니까 뭐 이렇게 되는 거 같잖아.
Just do my little stream and
매기는 거
try
아니야?
and do a build and then just put forth some level of info that's, you know, if someone that knows what they're doing can follow it along, and then just leave it up to people like you that want to actually carry someone all the way through and give them all that basic info, because it's just too much. I gave up, like, and there's enough people that are willing to try and take the mantle of that.
현재 오늘 엑자일콘 보려고 1시간만 자고 오신다 했는데 못 일어나셨단 말이에요.
And hopefully have as much fun as possible.
So out of all the new things we've seen, like shape-shifting, etc., is there anything you're already eyeing up as something you'd love to like really get your hands on that's very different from
오늘 너무 랩넌트를 많이 달려갔지. 11시간 달렸으니 힘들만
I mean,
하지.
definitely just all the new weapon systems, so javelins are being one of them.
나랑 까마귀 너무
during one of the slides, flails, like.
I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen that? That was during, that was during one of the talks. So it was live streamed. It's good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll watch it later. I had a thing.
Yeah, so just the new weapon, like there's only I think there's maybe one other, but yeah, weapon types that are going to customize new skills and abilities, new gameplay.
5시간인가 자고 와서
I think for me personally,
랩넌트 11시간 받고
Druid. Like I've always like wanted shape-shifting. Just sounds so fun.
실력증 3번만 더 했어도
And I really hope, what I really hope PoE2 brings is some form of like a animal summoner. That's something I always felt like missed a little bit in Path of Exile. It's always been like undead minions, etc. I really hope we get to see some wolves, eagles, stuff like that.
랩넌트 어디까지 나왔어? 2개 남았어. 2개만
잡으면
aura
or like the new resource we get, Spirit.
Spirit, yeah.
It lines up perfectly with the Druid, no?
Yeah, but Spirit isn't like Druid specific, right? It's for everyone.
No. Yeah, but they are talking about it is also for summoners and minions.
Yeah, and I really like the Spirit idea. That's something like, it sounds so nice to like have something specific for managing your mana that you don't have to like compromise. I think that's a really cool idea. Maybe we'll see more Archmage in PoE2 as well.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, for sure.
Nugi, what about you? How does this like, what build do you want to do?
What build do I want to do?
What build? You have to pick one.
I just want to build defense.
You just want to build defense. That's important.
I think you've got to build defense, right?
Yeah, no, I think
that's
so.
the thing.
Oh, yeah. No,
this
definitely.
space for sure. This space for sure. You can't be just, you know.
Well, I'm sure like you will be dodge rolling around everything and ignoring defense as much as possible.
Yeah, man. 4K live dodge rolling. That's all it takes.
4K methyl build. I remember back in the day it was a 3K methyl build.
It's always been the bare minimum.
다치롤로
If it
빌드
lands at
만들면
4K, then you know, so be it. That's just a random metric, but it's always the bare minimum to get by. And it started to raise over the years, and then it came back down as we got better defenses and better like ways of dealing with damage. So then it came back down to 4K live meme builds again.
Karn, Lord of the Bone Zone, should we even ask? What are you looking forward to
기다란이랑
playing?
카란도
I don't know.
친하지 않나?
There's a
막
bone
셋이서
zone?
밥도 많이
It's
먹던데.
really tough, man. I don't know. I'm thinking about playing sword. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna play slams. Of course, I'm gonna be
아니요,
slamming
10분
because they're
남았습니다,
back.
레이스,
But, like, I
10분.
tried Sunday. Sunday is actually really
12시
good,
반에 시작입니다.
at least in the demo. So I'm really looking forward to, especially what the weapon system is gonna imply. To be able to be swapping
출전자는 잘
weapons, having
모르겠어요.
different setup
그냥
for single
나오던
target
애들 나올
and
것
clear, which
같은데
is
뭐
one of the
하고
things that are kind of a problem sometimes if you want to play meta character. You know, your skill can be very, very good at clearing and very bad at single targets. So that's gonna fix that problem. It's gonna give a lot more variety to what mid abilities we can use. So I'm looking forward to that a lot.
Awesome. And as a final topic, we have the race starting in around 4 minutes. We have Ty23HE, IMXL, Ty Killer, and Havoc616 all competing for a lot of money, really cool prizes. It's going to be interesting. So we'll start off with Mathil. Who do you think will win, and who would you like to win?
I'm not super invested in the races. They're great right here in 엑자일콘, like actually being here with everyone, crowd reaction, all that. It's actually quite a vibe. But look, I probably want Havoc to win. Do I? I don't know who will though, because they're all really good at this point. From my understanding, they're all kind of on a level playing field, and it's just whoever has the better day or the better run of the time. But I know what it takes, and I know that Havoc's been grinding, so I would like to see him win.
Awesome, yeah, he's been working really hard. I'm barely on to see him. He's just been practicing away. Noogie, what about you? Same question.
I hope it's going to be a tie.
메시 어떻게 하냐고?
One of the
Wait,
two.
yeah.
힙합 게임
Are you hoping there's a tie between
보니까
people, or are you hoping one of the ties wins?
No, I hope it's going to like there's
tie
오늘은
between the ties?
포탈 줍니다. 어제 날개 포탈 받았으면 다 받으시는 거예요.
A tie.
Yeah, tie.
Okay,
yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay, what about you, Karn? You were like practicing a lot, trying to get one of these as well, so you know a lot of what it takes to be here.
Yeah.
Who do you hope wins?
It's too hard. Like I have ties to everybody, but Ty in this race, like Exile, Ty and Havoc all good friends, and I want like either would win. Either winning is like would be good for me. Like I would be happy for either of them. So like I can't really pick one. I would say okay. I would say
아니 까망님은 아직도 랩런트를 하고 있는 거네.
Yeah, it's a tough one, obviously with like knowing everybody, etc. But I would say, I hope Ty Killer wins, especially because he came last time after getting Tabula, and he's even been using the name Tabulast as his name. So I think it would be like Ty Killer or Havoc, and then
하복도
I
나오긴 하나
think
보다.
IMXL maybe has an edge.
Is that your prediction or what you're hoping?
I think IMXL is going to win.
Okay.
But he's been winning too much.
엑셀
That's why I hope
아멕자리 이길 것 같다.
Yeah, I think Exile is definitely the favorite for this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there's like one thing though, is he's never played on stage before.
Oh.
So it's gonna be there's like there's many ways it can go. Like this can either empower him and he just pulls out a personal best like right now world record, or he just crumbles and like performs. Like this is an extremely big like.
개인적으로 나는 아멕자리 이겼으면 좋겠어. 난 항상 아멕자를 응원하는 포지션. 난 다키보다 아멕자리야.
They're ready for that. Tata is especially like I've talked to him and he's done some extremely focused preparation for that, like practicing with like the correct lights, everything. So we'll have to see how Exile fares with
아멕자리 2등인 게 너무 좋아.
Awesome. Well, we're getting towards the end here, so I hope everybody's been enjoying watching at home. I hope you all enjoy watching the race and cheering for your favorite racer. And it will be casted by YSQT and Ziggy D. So thank you all for having us. I hope you guys have enjoyed this wrap-up of 엑자일콘. Thank you for being here in person and on Twitch. So thank you for watching.
다키는 맨날 1등하니까
Try to
재미없어.
die less than I do.
나 실제로도 스타 할 때 홍진호 더 좋아했어요. 전직 스킬 포인트 다 채워야 되냐? 아 전직 뉴비다. 저기 POE 뉴비가 나타났다. 4차 전직 얘기하는 거면 다 안 채워도 됩니다. 근데 4차 전직 말고 액트 단계에서 스토리빈 액트 단계에서 만나는 전직들은 다 채워야 돼요. 동글뱅이. 야생의 인유리가 나타났다. 이놈 여기가 어디라고 오느냐. 여기가 어디라고. 이거 침 질질 막 흘리는 고인물들이 있는데 여기 앵니 고로시? 남았네. 5분. 아, 나 이거 에콘 레이스까지 솔직히 못 볼 줄 알았거든요. 아, 이거 어떻게 봐 이러면서 그때까지 보면 나 깨어있는 시간 미쳤는데 막 이러고 있었는데 결국에는 다 보네. 중간에 졸릴 줄 알았는데. 그러니까 결국엔 끝까지 다 보네. 어제 오늘 짧은 시간이 아니거든. 에콘이 8시간이라서 한번 보면. 이거 지금 우리나라 시간 아니에요. 10분 뒤에. 10분 뒤 이거 4분 뒤구나. 4분 뒤. 일요일 방송? 아마 있더라도 새벽이지 않을까? 오늘 그 뭐지? 오늘 램은 없을지도? 내가 푹 주무시고 오라고 해가지고 24시간 되면 방송 꺼진다고? 아닐걸? 40 몇 시간일걸? 밥 먹으면 바로 쓰러지지. 배부르면 바로 꿀잠. 레이스요? 네, 오타바 무조건. 아마 전직 하나도 안 할걸? 엄마가 레이스? 레이스 3분 뒤. 굿 타이밍. 이번 레이스도 타뷸라가 나올까? 안 나올 것 같긴 한데 옛날처럼 드랍률이 높은 게 아니니까 이제. (3.2) 8월 19일. (3주) 정도 남았습니다. 엄청 멀었어요. 너무 멀었어. 개발자 사인도 받아가네. 진짜 하긴 저기 오는 사람들은 찐팬들이겠지? 성역 이후로 복귀라고? 아 성역 하셨으면 굳이 복귀라고 얘기하기도 좀 뭐하지 않나? 한 시즌밖에 안 쉰 거 아니야? 비슷할 거예요. 패치노트 나오고 그때 재활훈련 하면 될 듯? 지금 하기엔 좀 애매하고. 큐티 험악한 거 봐. 눈 좀 풀어라.
G'day Exiles and welcome back for
어서오세요.
another ExileCon Grand Finale. I actually nailed it this time. I said finale
바꿔야지,
last time.
레이스로.
Remember? I am Ziggy D and I'm here with Rise QT once again. I'm very excited to be back. Another ExileCon wrap-up race and commentating for you fine folks today is such a treat.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the race. I know that the races have been
레이스 할
preparing
때 되니까
mercilessly,
오시는
which
분들이
we'll get
있네.
into in a second.
다들 어서 오십시오.
We are going to have a good show for you. And for you fine folks who are maybe a little bit less familiar with what we're going to be doing today, we're going to be seeing 4 races at the pinnacle of Path of Exile gameplay, playing Path of Exile real fast. Kill monster fast.
Kill monster fast.
As we like to say in the business. It's all going to be about moving through the first 5 acts of the game and defeating the Act 5 final boss, Kitaba.
환영해드리겠습니다. 액트 5까지 빨리 다니는 사람이 이기는 거예요.
If they do die, they can
입니다.
continue, but there is a harsh 1-minute death penalty if they do so, where they are locked in place and cannot move.
뒤지면 1분 정도 움직일 수
Certainly
없답니다.
something to avoid.
Yeah, and you get respawn in time as
진짜로.
well, so you gotta make
진짜야.
sure that you always have portals, that you're ready, that they're down actually, because in some of the qualifiers we've had some tricky
그냥 하는 말이
situations
아니야,
where people
진짜야.
run into the problem of maybe being a little bit too
학원
confident
아닌데
and then not leaving a portal
다이아면
and
1분
not
동안
really
굳어.
catching up with
바로
them
못
eventually.
달립니다.
Can be absolutely brutal.
그래서
It's,
최대한 안
when you're playing Path of Exile
죽고 빨리
this
있는 사람이
fast, things get a
이기니까.
lot
한
harder
번이라도
because
죽으면
you're moving
1분이라는
through very
시간이
underleveled,
밀리니까.
very undergeared with just the skills that you can get to carry you through that situation, and it can be real tough. It can be real tough to do it.
It's always super tough. The faster you go, the harder it gets, and
보통 얼마나
these
걸리냐고,
guys go
오타바까지?
real fast. If some of you guys caught
암액짤
some of the
기준 1시간 10분
qualifiers, the
정도
times were
걸린답니다.
pretty ridiculous, and it's been a long time since, and those players have been practicing like
큐티도 빡빡이었냐고?
crazy.
아니었는데 머리
We
빠져
started at
밀었어.
times at 110, 115-ish, around that range, and ended up getting race times of like 106, 105, something like that.
Yeah.
As well, so yeah, we should be seeing some fast times today, especially with the practice people have been putting in. But first, let's talk about who is actually going to be racing today, who qualified through the 4 qualifiers that we had in the months leading up to this ExileCon, for them to be here to compete on the grand stage to wrap up an ExileCon. Such a prestigious position for any Path of Exile racer to be in. But taking the first qualifier, we had I'm Exile. Could you tell us a bit about I'm Exile, Rise?
Correct. I'm Exile is actually a very interesting player because he has only been
확실히
playing since
암액짤이 지금
last
주목을 많이
ExileCon. He started
받네요.
playing in Metamorph, but he's an extremely dedicated player that
암액짤이
immediately applied
어떻게
himself.
보면
Began to
루키잖아요,
practice. He got
여기서는.
into racing very, very quickly. Some of you guys
엄청
might know him
빠르다고.
from some of the Gauntlet races in which he's performed tremendously, really.
건틀릿도 존나
But
잘한다는 뜻.
throughout all that, he's been practicing some of the short races. He's done extremely well, and he has definitely shown so with the first
연습도
qualifier, winning it
했는데
very
존나 짧게
decisively,
나왔다.
despite running into an issue at Dominus. He had a little bit of a rip. Like mentioned previously, you do spawn in town and you have to wait. And he had to do that, and despite that, he still dominated his competition. And he's the sort of player that really does better and better with the amount of work and practice he does.
템랩 때문에 1장 2장 사이에서는 안 나오지 않나?
Maybe of racing for PoE.
It's pretty remarkable to like get in the Path of Exile so
텐데.
recently and be at like the top of the pack in that like such a short time
It's
frame.
crazy.
He's a gamer, right? Like he's
안
good at a
나오지.
lot of games.
Words cannot
템랩이
express enough.
살인 마피
For most
그거
people,
아니야?
it has been like 10 years, and obviously everybody
살인 마피
else is
그거
improving
아님?
as well. It's not
허리띠
like
나오는
they're all
카드를
standing in
쪼레비
place.
까서 그런 거
And
아니야?
yet, he's been able to catch up
드랍으로는
and
아닐
destroy.
텐데.
Yeah, and next in the second qualifier, we
그러니까
had
경매장에서
Tai Tai
봤다며.
Killer retake the
그러면 그게
stage.
드랍으로
after
먹었는지
the
카드로
previous
먹었는지
ExileCon.
Yeah, he was at the previous ExileCon a long-time player now, and I think a little bit of a crowd favorite for many, quite the memer but also for him, yeah, despite the fact that he's kind of been resting for a little bit, it seems like he's gathered a lot of energy through the time frame, and once he applied himself as well, he really got some real good times and began to dominate as well.
일장에서 나오는 경우가 많거나 강탈도 쪼렙 때 강탈 가면 타블라나 이런 거 먹으러 가는 거 그게 다 그것 때문에 베이스랩 때.
It's just one of those things where if you get too lucky, you don't get that in practice.
So once it happens live,
you don't quite know how to react to it, and practice really is number one. Effort is everything that matters for these races.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say if TyTyKiller sees a tabula on the ground, he'll be veering far away from it.
Yeah, and times have changed as well. I mean, vendoring a tabula is very valuable. You need alchemies, you need transmutes, you need so much loot and gear now. Those orbs of alteration will come into play for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to be got there, and very exciting stuff. TyTyKiller has had a pretty cool story, I think,
사람도 본인도 신기해서 경매장에다 자랑하려고 올렸을
and now he's got a little bit more veteran status, and he only just kind of scraped his way in last time. But now he handily got in on that second.
Oh yeah,
it was quite a solid effort. And then taking
그래서 POE는 그
place
베이스
is
랩제로 유니크적도 많이
favorite
했었어.
for me, maybe.
Unbiased casting.
Very biased casting.
요즘엔 유니크 드랍이 낮아서 이제는 좀 약간 의미가 좀 적어지긴 했는데.
Even more than an actual racer himself, like a very, very good racer, but someone who's brought people together and ran race events and done a lot for the community. So it's very, very cool to see him here at ExileCon racing on the stage today. So
yeah, a lot of people might know Havoc from the long-term races that he's done. He actually happens to be the first ever level 100 in the history of Path of Exile ever, which back then took a pretty big effort. We were talking months of playing, and he wasn't really interested in short-term racing for a very long time. I remember many years ago trying to talk him into it, and he was having none of it. Eventually, once he got the bug, he really just kept going, kept improving, and he's also the sort of player that really gets a little bit rusty, I do gotta say. When we were watching some of the first initial qualifiers, he did participate in all of them. He was a little bit rusty, but he's also the player that really, with that practice, gets so solid, and he has just incredibly consistent runs, which, you know, that's understandable considering that you're if you're gonna be playing to level 100 on the hardcore or not, you can't really afford to die. So no dying for Havoc, I don't believe, and he has been practicing a lot. Funny fact from the looks of it, once we were at ExileCon, the only people that were online on PoE for some of our friend groups friends list was literally just Havoc, TyTyKiller, and Exile, as we're going to be talking about the last qualifier, who's a little bit of a secret. It's hard to get a hold of him.
Yeah, more on that in just a second. But I did see Havoc this morning at breakfast, actually. He was eating a champion's breakfast, a heaping plate of protein,
he's a healthy
energy, and getting ready. But more so than that, what really struck me was his focus. He was like monk zen.
아니 근데 상금은 5등까지 있지 않았어?
I timidly approached him and said hello and said, "How are you going, Havoc?" And he was like,
결승전만 중계하고 3, 4등은 그냥 동조 끝난 건가? 이미 이제 예선 끝났고 올라올 게 정해졌으니까.
Dude is focused. He is honed in right now. I think he told me he's been practicing every waking second.
I can imagine. Yeah.
I actually feel like a little bad for him because they through winning the qualifiers won a free trip to New Zealand and ExileCon, but they're so like intensely focused on actually doing really well in this race and hopefully winning that a lot of them didn't even come to the con or go to events, or they skipped the VIP dinner.
30 minutes before this, nobody could find Havoc because he was still practicing, and it was like a very last minute, where is he?
So like, I hope they at least afterwards get to enjoy the after party maybe and the VIP dinner tomorrow. So they get to enjoy the con a little bit at the end at least. Hopefully. But the race is everything. The race is everything. And speaking of the race being everything, we have our fourth and final mystery player
정확히 따지면
who
애들
raced under
시연하고
many
대기열
different
줄
names,
서는
and it was difficult to say if they were always the same person.
허허벌판에 덩그러니
A
있는
mystery player who took the fourth and final
그래서 시끌시끌하잖아요. 뒤에 막 사람
qualifier.
지나다니고.
It is possibly at this point the worst kept secret of ExileCon as to who that player is, but we were initially told to keep it secret until they came out on stage. But they did make an announcement themselves, so I think it's probably fair game.
A statement.
Yeah, so I think it's probably fair game to say that we have rejoining us after previous ExileCon. The winner, the grand winner of previous ExileCon 2023. Taking the fourth place.
that
is very exciting.
That is very exciting to people who don't know who Die23 is. He's the sort of player that was around the Path of Exile community for a long time, known as Easy Scrub Core Man.
아까 그 우리 현지 특파원
There were a bunch of races.
한테
He
들은
wasn't doing
건데
actually
타이타이
that good,
킬러
but he had a friend who
긴장해가지고
was constantly saying, there is this
스피드런
guy
긴장해갖고
who's
응급실
really
갔다
good.
왔던데
And one time he was watching Steel Mage's stream, and Steel
어젠가
Mage
응급실 갔다
enlightened
왔다고
him.
오늘이었나? 뭐라
Steel
그랬지
Mage
아까?
said, just don't die. And so Die23 decided to not die anymore. And not only that, for that entire year of
스타리그랑
racing,
비교하시면 안 되죠.
out of I believe 11 events, he won every single one of them, which then culminated in the win at ExileCon.
It's literally like unapproachable levels of legendary status of Path of Exile racing. Like this just doesn't happen in most like games or anything
그럼요.
where you just have one person
그거는 리그잖아요. 리그.
everything.
Yeah.
It reached
스폰서
like,
없는
it
리그랑
reached legend like mythic proportions, and they released like a video at the
여기
end to
작은
their story
회사에
that was like
레이스랑 상금을
glorious.
비교해버리면 할 말이 없지.
Yeah, certainly as a result, securing their legend and. I'm surprised that they had returned.
언제 내가 스피드런만 하지 않냐고 타이타이
That's
킬러?
part of it, because
아마
we are talking
PTSD
about a
때문에 그런
return.
듯.
Actually, after
F1
that fact,
때 잘 풀리고도 못해가지고.
he made a retiring video.
긴장되겠지.
Yep. And nobody was able to contest him, and I do
우리가
know that a
웃으면서
lot of
지나가는
people wanted to, you know.
축제 같은 느낌으로 지나가는
Yeah,
거지만.
they wanted to play against him, but he didn't give an opportunity for them to do so until very recently, and he has been participating in all of the qualifiers, and I gotta say, some of it was a little shaky.
Yeah. I mean, he was retired, right? And
yeah, he was definitely pacing himself in his practice. You could really see that throughout different acts. Some of that domination was coming through. Some of that old Die23 was really coming through. But once you got higher in those deeper acts, like Act 4 and Act 5, he began to struggle a little bit. So he really had to rebuild from the ground up. But that was a few months ago now, and I believe that
이번에도 만달라는 거 보면 똑같이 가네.
Yeah. Overcame some potential mindset issues and a little bit of rust, blowing the dust out, so to speak. And he almost had it in the third qualifier, but tapped out a little too early.
Yes.
And but did come back in a big way in the fourth qualifier and secured.
Although keep in mind, Havoc was still winning.
Havoc definitely earned that spot.
Oh yeah.
But it's not long now until we're heading over to the stage where the racers will be taking their seats and getting a little introduction by Chris Wilson, and we'll begin the official countdown for the actual start of the race. Very exciting time.
I can't wait.
A little excited, a little shady.
I think it's gonna be.
준비 다 되니까 말 자른 것 봐. 씨. 페이드아웃 됐어. 열심히 말하고 있는데. 오 그래도 좀 샀네. 아까 그 할배들 얘기할 땐 텅텅 비더니 다 레이스 보러 왔네. 여기에 특파원 있을 듯. 잘 찾아보면 4명이네요.
Hi, welcome to the race event. This is the culmination of everything we've been working up to at ExileCon 2023. Thanks very much for watching so far, either in person or from home. We're very excited to see how this plays out. We have 4 of literally the world's best Exile races we're going to be competing. We don't know who's going to win. I'm really excited. And without further ado, I want to introduce the contestants. So we're starting with Taita Killer.
타이타이다. 극복했어? 타빌라의 저주 극복했냐?
And our second contestant is Havoc.
귀여워. 가보.
Best of luck.
인계 바꿨냐고? 그렇다던데.
Our third contestant is I am Exile.
타이타이 정도면 인기 많지. 귀여워 아맥달 너도 새끼.
Best of luck.
1등했으면 좋겠다.
And finally, our reigning champion, the winner of the 2019 엑자일콘 race finale, we have Tie 23. Best of luck.
아, 타이.
All right, contestants.
우승자 출신.
Take your
타이.
seats and let us know as soon as you're ready.
타이를 저 타이 때문에 타이 킬러가 나온 거 아니야, 맞지? 쟤가 진짜 찐 타이임.
So our contestants are going to take a moment to get comfortable at their computers, make sure they've got their favorite mouse and keyboard, headphones, everything they need, hand warmers, everything you need to participate in the race.
좀 이상해?
And shortly we'll be starting.
안 하지? 저 친구 스피드런, 저 친구가 스피드런으로 유명한 타이라는 친구인데 쟤를 잡는다고 나온 게 타이 킬러예요. 근데 타이 킬러가 타이보다 더 유명해짐. 저 대만 친구라 그랬던가?
Everyone good?
정확히 어느 나라인지는 기억이 안 나네. 미국인이에요?
We're just checking everyone's cameras are in the right position before we start. Great.
나도 아맥짤 우승했어.
Alright, well I'm going to get out of the way and let these guys participate. We'll start the
아맥짤
countdown
약간
now.
미국
And best
말
of luck, everyone.
존나 안 되는 잼민이가 그대로 크면 딱 저렇게 생겼거든요. 예전부터 뽑힌 게 아는 얼굴이냐고? 얘들 정정당당하게 예전부터 그거 토너먼트에서 올라온 애들이에요.
Folks, here we go. The racers are taking their marks, and quite a show for the stage entrance there.
뽑힌 게 아니라 정정당당하게 와서 올라온.
Unleashing. Previously known as the Cherry Boy, none of that anymore. What a gamer.
Absolutely shredded, very nice. Looking in fine form, both mentally and physically. But also I'm seeing some intense focus on the faces of Havoc, Tata Killer, and I'm Exile. They are taking their marks, spamming their hotkeys, getting everything set up, getting their hotkeys and everything in order.
Oh yeah.
Getting comfortable. Here we go. Whatever they need to focus themselves in these final 30 seconds. This is when like the nerves reach their peak. Right here.
Oh, this is when the focus.
다 메인전 소름 끼치네.
Yes, all right. So now what we're seeing here on stage is what they're playing Rangers. What the players are going to be
예전에는
doing
사보추 아니었음? 아니 사보추는 다 그거 아니었음?
roll a character. In this case, the Ranger. In order to get a few specific things to give their.
지금 페파가 제일 빠른가 보네.
He dropped
그때는
his burning
미쳤어요. 아,
arrow.
도지맨이
Okay, those are
와서 그때는
listen. Every
미쳤어요.
single second is going to count, and those are seconds that
섀도우도
do count.
있었던
I
것
do
같은데.
remember in the last 엑자일콘, there was a little bit of a problem for Tie 23. He described the
도풀이지
drop in the
않을까?
transmute, that not being able to pick it up immediately as a
받아서 넘길 것 같다. 한번 봐보자.
difficult moment for
어차피
him.
스피드러너들 다 거기서 거기라고.
Sweaty fingers there at the beginning.
Or maybe he was asserting dominance, you know?
Maybe. Some sort of strange flex. But we
네,
are
맞아요.
seeing
큐티
the
맞아.
players on the
큐티랑
Rangers right now. They're
지기비.
going to be taking down the first boss here, like getting themselves a crucial momentum support.
어차피
They'll be using
1장에서
a combination of leap
결정난다던데
slam on their next
스피드러너들
character.
1장 빨리 미네가 1등 한대요.
For Tie Killer there, very nice, and a couple rare items actually dropping as well. So that early loot can make a pretty big difference. The characters need a lot of different currency and items, and especially sockets. Getting some early blue links. I did see some nice blue links there for Havoc actually. Can be crucial. The players need a red green link for leap slam and momentum. They also need some blue sockets and some red sockets for the early game here as well. And with the way the vendors are at the moment, they can be quite static and it can be difficult to get some of those sockets that they need for the skills that they're going to use, and that can be quite tough. So now you see the players jumped over to the Templar after just finishing that Ranger, stashing everything in the
저거 롤링 마그마로 밀걸요? 롤링 마그마가 좋아가지고 아마 롤링 마그마에 그냥 도약강타
so that they can take it forward into the actual race proper. So we are seeing everyone's on Templar. No unexpected
존나까지도 안
surprises.
갈 것
If you're going to be
같은데
racing, you
5장이라.
want to be racing on the best setup. Although there was a lot of conversation about Duel is potentially being faster, but the thing about Duel is
빌드를 정해준 게 아니라 스피드런이잖아요.
Not a whole lot of RNG
답이
when it comes to
있는
the
거예요.
Templar
가장 빠른
gameplay.
빌드가.
But there is one thing that might end up being a big deal, and that would be a chance
조건이 아니라 그냥 스피드런이란 걸 생각하면 돼. 1등 하는 게임이잖아. 그럼
once
답이
we
정해져
are
있어.
in Act 3, but just keep that in mind.
이게
As the
전직도 안
players
할
are
거야.
already preparing for it.
I like seeing some unidentified boots for Tai Killer.
Let's
이거 빠르다고 우리 이렇게 하면 안 됩니다.
Long term, it doesn't actually. Oh, Tai fumbling a little bit with the stash there. Maybe a little bit of nerves, misclicking several times in a row, but he's okay. He's got there. But yeah, leaps in this particular racing meta right now, movement speed not as big a deal, but if you do manage to get some early, it can make a pretty big difference, and that's because the players are leap slamming and using.
하복도 원래는 되게 빠른 편이긴 한데.
But I didn't get any move speed there for Tai Killer that I saw, and I don't see any boots on Tai 23.
근데 뭐 이거 갖고 판단하기 좀
no major advantages there. And on Havoc we did see a white pair of boots, but it has got that 3 blue linked sockets, which is very handy for getting those early skills set up. So what you'll see is currently rolling Magma linked to elemental proliferation just to get things started here. It's got really good damage. You can do some multi-hits with the bounces, and you've got those elemental proliferations just to help with that pack clear a little bit. Moving into a dangerous zone here, Rise.
100%. So much importance in that positioning when it comes to the Magma Orb. But as we say that, we are in mudflats. And like Ziggy mentioned, this is a difficult zone. I can see blue mobs on Killer's screen. Keep in mind that they are not, in fact, fire resistant, but will be very difficult to deal with. And most importantly, very time consuming to deal with. They might drop some items. These players do need a ton of transmutes for later on in Act 3 for a recipe, but also right now to buy all their gems. Maybe they can get a lightning warp. Those are very important things for some of the skips later on. And as you can see, there's a lot going on each of these players' screens. They're really maxing out their APM, trying to go as fast as possible. There's so many things to take care of. But what's most important in this zone is survivability. So you want to get evasion, you want to get armor. Oh, a transmute for Killer. He's definitely going to backtrack for that. That's a very important item. Exile at the bottom left is struggling right now with all of these Roas. So many white and blue Roas as he runs past what I believe is a 3-link. These players' filters are set up to the maximum. They're really min-maxed. They're always telling them what's dropping and what they need and don't need to backtrack for. Very important aspect of this race.
Yeah, literally customized filters with specific audio cues for specific items, even down to things like actual sockets and weapon setups. And this is an actual, like, really interesting and unusual racing meta that we have right now as well. Different from anything that I've seen in Path of Exile history, where players are playing a spellcaster and leap slamming with melee weapons despite still spellcasting. That's thanks to some rather unique and interesting passive skills and some interesting crafting options that the players can take advantage of here, as well as a recent change to leap slamming momentum. And it all comes together to create a actually a really
good Exile. What is happening on his screen? There's just so many blue mobs, but he's taking care of them wonderfully. Those double taps from the Magma Orb. Wow, that was really, really well played by Exile. It's a very difficult pack of mobs to deal with. And some players might be listening to this and they're like, why aren't they talking about Havoc being in the lead? Well, he is. But there's so many things that these players have to take care of. There's so many things that they have to worry about that depending on the sort of RNG that you're going to be getting at this stage of the game, you're going to be saving or losing a little bit of time. But you can already see that they are level 4. They do have their Frost Blink, which is very important for that animation cancel on the backswing of Leaf Slam. And we've got a Firewall in place as well to empower the Magma Orb and deal a little bit more damage. There's also a little bit of variety in these strategies that we're seeing from Killer. You can see that he does have the banner, and Tai23 also has the banner, but another thing that has been a big controversial subject is the fact that Havoc doesn't use Holy flame!
Yeah. Did he just?
Oh, he just.
He's changed his mind, right?
He's changed his mind. Okay, see, that's what I like to hear because in the qualifiers he was pretty adamant about it being kind of a waste of time.
I was on board with that line of thinking. It does take a long time to put it down, and you've already got your other skills doing a lot of damage at this point, but. You know, here we go. Just every little bit of extra damage squeezed out has been deemed worth it here. So,
yeah.
So we've got 3 fire skills. As you see, 2 of them shoot projectiles, and the flame walls can help boost that damage up. So there can be quite a bit of damage stacked. It's actually a really interesting skill setup and quite high skill ceiling, as the players need to position themselves and the totem and the flame wall correctly.
Chance orb for Tight Killer. Mixel has like 3 transmutes too. This energy is cranked up. I guess something that we haven't mentioned is that if you watch the qualifiers, you would know about this.
저를 빌드로 보시면 안 돼요.
is set.
스피드런이에요, 스피드런. 뭐냐면 5장까지 그냥 빨리 쓰는 걸 해서 그냥 때려치는 거예요.
It's a exception.
Yes, I know.
빌드라고 말하기도
Yeah, we
좀
wouldn't call it
그래.
a bug. It's more of a happy accident. So if you do see
여러분
Einhard,
액티밀 때
you're
태파집인
wondering
거 빌드라고
why is
합니까?
that zone
그냥
different?
액티밀은 스킬이라고
Because
얘기하잖아.
Einhard doesn't follow any
He's
rules.
a different kind of beast, so to speak. He not follow the rules. He makes the zones however he sees fit. So if Einhard does appear in anyone's zone, their layout will be a little bit different as a result. But otherwise, all of the layouts are the same, and it comes down to getting what's called the read on the layout, and that's a crucial racing skill that is hard to see if you haven't watched a lot of Path of Exile, done some racing yourself. But there's so many different variations of each zone that they can be, and it's procedurally generated, but there are rules, there are tricks, there are all sorts of things that the players can learn for each and every layout that gives them a bit of a clue as to where the exit's going to be, where the crucial quest objectives are going to be, even things like where a pack of magical blue monsters might be, which is a lot of extra experience.
Exactly so. And some players would argue that the layout reads really are the most crucial aspect of racing past a certain point. Obviously, it's incredibly mechanically demanding. Like, you can see exactly how much is happening on screen, how many things these players have to worry about. 3 transmutes and a Chancellor for Tie Killer. You really love to see it. Exile doing great on those transmutes as well as players are heading over to Brutus. I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of ascendancy doing. Havok's screen freezes. What is happening? We're having a technical difficulty.
Hopefully we can get it squared away very quickly there.
Uh-oh.
We have a black screen.
이거 퍼즈 걸어야 되는 거
That
아니?
does not seem right. Havok restarting his game.
He's logging back in. We'll see if we can find anything about that soon. It was right at the very start of the zone. We'll see if we can find out any extra information about that in just a moment. But for the moment, Tie Killer and I'm Exile have been making their way through the lower prison into the upper prison now. All of them pretty similar in terms of progression through the zones right now, with unfortunately having to rerun that lower prison, as it looked like the instance did die and the zone was lost. Quite an upset, but definitely nothing that's going to keep them down. But right now, the race is very close.
한 30초 멈춰 있지 않았어?
The race is most definitely very close. I wonder if we're going to get some sort of ruling on this. I could see visibly how disappointed Havok was in the situation. But if there's one player who can mentally recover from this and persevere, it is him. He really does have the experience. I fully believe.
I need a lag switch so that you can like manually lag everyone else if someone does lag, and just like even it out.
Yep, that would just saying that wouldn't be a bad idea.
All right, we have
지금 찐타이가 1등.
Killer and Tie 20.
Oh, rewarded with a chance orb. Sorry to intrude, Ziggy, but Havok gets rewarded with a chance orb. So
he's farming.
Yeah, no RNG for him. That's definitely going to help.
He's farming, that's it. We're moving into the Brutus fight now, which is a fight that's very big on... I talked about that positioning earlier with those skills and the player positioning, and the Brutus fight really rewards good positioning in terms of safety and also a lot more damage. They can get the totem on the other side of that flame wall, the flame wall on the boss, themselves firing through the flame wall and double bounce hitting the boss, then they can maximize their damage and thus their safety. And we see an excellent kill from I'm Exile, and Tie 23 only moments behind as well. Tie Killer kind of drawing Brutus into a corner here, and
일장이 되게 제일 길고 스피드런 할 때 일장이 되게 중요하다고 그러더라고. 근데 일장에서 저래버리면
It goes very low there with a chain pull. The flask is empty. He has no flasks whatsoever right now.
The only way he can heal is from the Holy Flame Totem.
The regen on the ground there.
혹시 토토 안 하냐고요?
That's his strategy. He does a bit close.
Okay.
Making me quite nervous there, mate. He gets through though. Very nicely done.
Yeah, but you can immediately see how difficult those fights are. Tai engaged Brutus before Exile and yet finished last. So how you perform in these fights can make a tremendous difference. And that being said, Havoc fully caught up and ahead of Tai Killer, having already dealt with his Brutus. Yeah, some real good stuff. It doesn't seem to be having the most RNG. That game crash was incredibly unfortunate. He's blasting. This is the Havoc that I know.
If you were worried about that little difficulty there, that little hiccup, then look at him go.
5분
making that ground up.
5분 동안 생각하고 가십시오. 길게 걸어줬습니다.
Excel's getting an acceleration shrine. He picks it up. Every player gets the same amount of shrines. The only difference is going to be in the mob type and the mob density that the players are going to be getting.
참고로 안액자리 1장 존나 연습했어요.
They have to find it.
If they don't find it,
I do believe. Well, it's
kind of right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got Tai 23 getting it as well. We'll see if Tai Killer and Havoc also manage
타이 성공 먹었네. 다 이속 성소네. 꽤 크거든요.
But getting through a big open zone that essentially is just skipped like this. So all players will definitely want to pick up that same shrine, otherwise they're losing a little bit of time to those that did. But we see Tai 23 and Exile taking a little bit of a lead here in terms of progression.
하복은 아까 억까 좀 당했죠. 하지만 역전을 할 수 있을지. 참고로 이 레이스는 죽으면 1분 퍼즈임, 1분 퍼즈. 반전 있을 수도 있다. 혹시나 죽게 되면 1분 동안 마을에서 멈춰야 된다는 거. 5장까지입니다. 5장, 5타바까지. 그치, 기룬도 있어야 돼.
Later down the line, and that sort of thing can snowball.
페널티가 상당히 세요. 그래서 어떻게 뒤집어질 수도 있어요. 모든 안 걸렸습니다.
A Quicksilver flask.
Another Quicksilver.
It definitely helps. I mean, Tai, we talked about how the movement speed isn't as important as it used to be because of the leaf slam action, but Tai Killer repeatedly admitted in the past that he's a runner. You know, depending on the sort of playstyle the players have, some people really neglect movement speed and they only worry about sockets on those boots, but Tai Killer really likes running around, so if he were to be the one who got the Quicksilver, I think he would be very happy. But no, it's going to be Havoc. You know, Chris turning on the RNG after that technical issue.
That's it. In some zones, the movement speed is a big help when you can't quite really... Oh, nice skip there for Havoc, actually.
Oh, let's go! Yeah, Havoc really cleaning it up.
Yeah, saving a solid 10-15 seconds there with that skip. Cutting absolutely short. Excellent.
머베일 타이랑 아멕자는 벌써 머베일. 사실 이 밑에 두 명이 제일 늦었거든요, 시작은.
Exile moves into the Merveil fight, and Tai 23 also into the Merveil fight. Neck and neck here through the first phase. Halfway down, this can be a very tricky fight because she can be quite uncooperative in her positioning and teleporting and things like that. It's also quite a dangerous fight, getting mispositioned and eating barrage, and we have seen some of these players go down to the Merveil fight before, getting caught in one of the water pillars here in the second phase, and trying to jump out of the way and landing in the screech of Merveil can do a lot of damage. There's also chilling and the exploding squids. It's a nasty combination. So far doing well, but
하복이 머베일이 먼저 들어왔어요. 타이타이
eating the
킬러보다.
edge of the screech and kind of being caught against a pillar, but does manage to get out of there and scoops up quite a lot of rare loot, and the first kill as a result, with Exile only moments behind, not quite as much loot, but getting that kill squared away and moving into the jungle.
타이는 낯선 분인데 잘하시네요.
On the Merveil kill. Let's do remind
타이타이 킬러는 아시죠?
in this first phase.
저 양반 저격하려고 만든 게 타이타이
킬러. More concerned about the first or second phase. Both can be quite lethal, but I've seen more upsets in the second phase here. But very quick Merveil kills from Havoc here.
스피드런 1등. 네 번째가.
Kind of getting pushed off her a little
전
bit
챔피언이라고
in the second
생각하면
phase. Second half of the second phase, but he gets back on her.
본체보다 더 유명한 타이타이 킬러. 저격은 어떻게 저격하는 거냐고? 아니 그러니까 스피드러너로 유명을 하니까 타이타이 킬러가 타이타이를 죽여버린다는 아이디를 만들고 했는데 제가 더 유명해진 거다. 그래서 내가 찐타이라고.
So getting all those extra early rares to sell, you can identify a few good ones and sell unidentified a few others to get those transmute shards, which can be super crucial.
태초에는 말이다.
Management is so important. You really never want to be spending any time on having your inventory be full, and you really move around and picking it up. That's just not what you want to be seeing. Havoc gets a transmute, as 타이타이킬러
유명해지기 타블라먹고 우승 못해서인가요?
It is very difficult to use your banner correctly to
그 영향도 있지
blast
않나?
her
오늘 그래서
away.
타블라티 입고 왔던데.
And, you know, it might look a little bit slower, but really, I don't think so. It really just all depends on how much time he was spending in town to prep himself up for the future. And with that being said, he will be the last player to enter the most confusing of acts ever, Act 2.
병원을 갔다
this
와가지고
one,
오늘인가
players will be
어젠가
doing
병원
different
갔다
things. There's
응급실을
gonna be
갔다
different
와가지고 아무래도
strategies. We've definitely
컨디션
seen that
난조가
in
있나
the
봅니다. 속도가
qualifiers.
상당히
Different
느리죠.
players helping different bandits, prioritizing resistance, sometimes skill points. There's different break points that you want to reach. It's very important that you optimize your XP. And something that helps with that is killing less monsters and getting more passives from quests. So Act 2 is a very crucial act in that regard. And let's try and pay attention as to how much is happening as 타이타이킬러 runs into a giant shrine. And those bears are dangerous. We were talking about this earlier. But if you saw players losing HP very quickly when it came to Merveil, that's just because they're going so fast. And they can't afford to spend the time to really improve their character from the defensive point of view. They just need to power up as much as possible.
Just farming a lot of currency here. He's got rare gloves, orb of chance, plenty of scrolls, and he's got another acceleration shrine in a rather crucial zone, the Chamber of Sins. That can be used to get through the zone very quickly, or farm up a lot of experience, as there is guaranteed and set magic monster packs in certain places in this zone that the players will know. And he uses it to get through that zone very quickly while scooping up a little bit of XP in the meantime. Looking very good there. And not everyone, people have had different zone clears these last few zones.
예거 마이스터님 구독 감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
And so many acceleration shrines though.
We have almost tied kills for imexile and Tie23 on Fidelitas there, with an acceleration shrine to speed things up a little bit. And Havoc and taitaikiller not too far behind. Havoc currently just about takes the boss, and taitaikiller just a little bit of a zone behind in Chamber of Sins 1 now. He does manage to get that shrine as well. Through to the second zone.
Exile sees Tai enter the riverways in front of him. I wonder how much of a motivating push that is.
I love it.
Yeah, you always love to see that. They are in fact playing on the same realm from the looks of it, so they are going to be seeing each other in town.
Oh! Just getting caught in a circle there. Fire.
That was so dangerous. If that was PoE 2, he'd be dead.
He absolutely would have been. He would have been so out.
Are so deadly.
Absolutely brutal.
블루한드 먼저 보는 게 밑에 둘이라서 그러게 초반은 확실히 그런 게 큰가 봐요. 속도 차이가 큰가 봐요.
From these players, some of them at least. But very nice escape there from IMXL. I love that he slammed down the banner during that very scary situation to get adrenaline, which is what that war banner is used for. Honestly, there's so many little details and nuances in the race that even if we speak 100 miles an hour like we are, we're not going to be able to cover all of them. But the banner, slamming that down for the adrenaline, is not something that all of them take advantage of, and imexile did there to try and save themselves, and it looks like it just worked.
That is correct. There's players are going to be continuing a little bit of vendoring from taitaikiller, making sure that he's got everything that he needs, and you can see how quickly these players have to deal with that. Havoc micromanaging his inventory, maybe a little bit upset after all that loot being left behind on Merveil, making sure that he's ready. He's always clicking, he's always running, and while doing so, you have to micromanage your inventory. It's a huge aspect of racing. The more time that you have, the more time you have to kill monsters. As Amexile runs into another blue pack.
시간 얼마나 지났냐고요? 글쎄요, 몇 시에 시작했죠? 한 10분 지난 것 같은데 모르겠다. 세보진 않아.
And that, again, is a big factor here. Massive shrine for Tai23 as he engages Weaver. Will this be enough damage? That might be enough AoE. Oh, no. He drops the banner late, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe he could have dropped it a little bit earlier, would have lasted just a split second longer. That might have allowed him to kill it. Same situation for Exile.
There was a day where people could get the kill on the first phase of the Weaver, but it's very hard to pull off nowadays. But,
it's quite random, yeah.
IMexile just taking the opportunity through the ad phase here, do a little bit of gear management and tactically organizing your inventory so that you can fit more items into it when the loot does drop, or just know where everything is and get those things socketed, get items crafted, all that sort of stuff. There's so much stuff to manage on the fly, and you'll see players do things like click the vendor and then manage your inventory while they're running through town, and then while they're loading into the next zone. So all that sort of little shaving off moments here. But a nice weaver kill time is a little longer, but he gets it done cleanly and gets a bit of housekeeping done in the meantime. Havoc also kind of
네 맞아요, $10,000예요.
지금 딱 1등 만달러. Everybody that I saw got that massive shrine, so that does.
접었는데 전에 엑콘 때 우승자라서 초대받아서
Yeah, I absolutely think so. Tacticular, interesting. I caught a couple times that he's been picking up a lot of blue items, but he just picked up a sword, which you can vendor blue items for either transmutes or alterations if you need them, but then immediately drop the transmute after. I wonder if he's gonna continue with the same strategy, as Ty23 will be the first person to take down Creighton. That was a little bit of a strategy too. Some people were helping Creighton for the additional movement speed, but oh my god, with all these acceleration shrines, as you can see on Amexo's screen, yeah.
Looks like we got another shrine race. We had one of the qualifiers where there was just a crazy amount of shrines, and it looks like we might be having a little bit of a repeat of that, a themed race, if you will. It's good old Domination League back for this race. Very cool. Havoc moving into that Creighton fight and getting a double shrined up for a very safe and fast Creighton kill. We're seeing Path of Exile 1 boss kills for racing now are very fast, and we're seeing faster than ever with a lot of these shrines here. Very nice stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty good to get a record time.
연습은 다른 애들도 다 했어.
I felt like we had that last time or something as well, like a record.
다른 애들 다 한 건
Well,
똑같은데.
yeah, that's part of the
나머지 세
game
명이
too,
현역이잖아.
probably something that these players need to get used to is how much faster all of the loading screens are and how much more smooth the game is when playing in a live setting. I do remember some of our past players mentioned how just clean and steady it is. I think they're getting a little bit stuck there. Trying to... Oh, he didn't have a lightning warp. There's a little bit of a strategy where you can jump with lightning warp to the Creighton area.
찐타이가 가는 저 맵 있죠. 저 맵이
sometimes it's closed off, sometimes it's open.
진짜 운빨이래.
엘리아서 왜 수 없다던데. Oh,
Killer accidentally exited the game. Oh no, a little smirk there. He's back in there though, nice and quick. A little bit of a mistake, but he gets it up and going very quickly. Very nice stuff. Yeah, trying to the players use logout as a feature to get back to town really quickly instead of using a portal scroll, which can take a little longer and uses the resource.
강조한 거 아니야?
That used correctly gets you
웃는 거
right back to
보니까
town
강조한 거
very quickly
같은데?
as you just smash that enter key and get
캐선
straight back
누르려다가?
into the action.
아니야, 저거 강조한 거야, 실수로.
We have to reboot the game, and can also these little mistakes can kind of rattle you a little bit as well, just give you a little bit of jitters. But the nerves on the stage, it's.
I mean, I saw the smile. I saw. He immediately smiled.
He's like, "Oops."
That's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's fine.
It might be though. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to freak out Taitai Killer. Okay, there. Listen, last ExileCon, we brought a lot of attention to Taitai Killer right before the race.
혹시 그 찐타이 맵 켜져 있는지 확인 좀 해주실래요? 좀 이상한데 좀 왜 킹이를 잘 찼죠? 아니 그래도 현역이 이겨줘야지 자존심이 있지. 현역이 이겨야 되는 거 아닙니까?
And he doesn't afraid of anything anymore.
So what we're talking about is Taitai Killer was talking in the past about the idea that like something that's very true, which is like playing the game up on stage, the bright studio lights shining on you, the crowd, the casters speaking over you, distracting you.
뭐 연습했겠지 이번에 참여하면서 연습했겠지만.
All of this stuff makes a big difference. I know this time that a lot of players like bought their own kit.
성소위치를 아는 것 같아.
Taitai Killer talked about practicing in adverse conditions intentionally in order to prepare for the race. And I love that level.
I think probably all.
다 외웠다. 노잼.
Getting into character.
그런 것 같은데. 찐타이가 이 친구입니다. 이 친구. 네 번째. 요거는 짭타이.
Very different thing. But sometimes these things can also bring out the best in people too, right? Like
these are gonna be
찐타이는 CC에서 24레벨인가 오버헬더를 잡았죠.
The density is ridiculous. You really in these early acts you really care about
뭐지,
getting as many
접었는데
mobs
돈
as possible.
준다는데
Because every mob that you
가야겠다.
get is one less mob that you have to
1000만
worry
원
about
꼭.
later on. Because eventually the players will outlevel the zones significantly to the point
방송을 안 하니까 뭐
where
그런
a
거
penalty will kick in. And they won't be getting as much XP. At that point, all
4번이
that you're going to
찐타임.
worry about is keeping up your flash, making sure you stay alive, and leap slamming to... Oh, sorry. I thought I saw something, but I didn't. Just into the sunset. Leap slamming into the sunset.
Nice. I'm Exile picking up a nice alchemy in the caverns. Very nice. Able to craft
게임하는 너드는 몸 좋으면 안 되는 거 아닌가요? 아 맞아. 찐타이 몸도 겁나 좋더라 아까 보니까.
The players are moving towards at this point.
얼굴도 저 정도면 엄청 잘생긴 거 아니에요?
Things like that. So maybe be able to get a little bit of an assessment of where the players are at gear-wise. I've got their gear slots filled. Havoc's gear looking a little bit ramshackle in places. You know, a rarity amulet's not necessarily
원래 저런 몸 아니었어?
the thing you want,
어디
but
사람인지 모르겠어.
gear in each slot is honestly a blessing in a race like this when you're going so fast. Sometimes you can be like, oh, I didn't have
운동하는 걸로
gloves
아는데.
this whole time.
사복도 몸 좋은 걸로 아는데.
Certainly, but oh my god, there's acceleration shrines just everywhere.
They are everywhere. This is rigged, right? Can we get confirmation? Is this rigged?
Can we get confirmation of that? Tai23 is the first to activate Val here and is doing a little bit of that inventory management. We see a little bit of gear swapping.
와, 차이가 좀 많이 나는데?
Looks like he's got some 3 links set up.
그나마 암액자리 좀 희망이
I
있네.
don't see.
I see a fusing for Tai23. I don't see a chance or a fusing for Exile.
He's got his 8 transmutes already sorted though, which is so good. That's actually really
타이 중에서 1등 할 듯.
And in the next act.
여기서도 2등하는 거야, 엑자일은.
Currency squared away, which any extra can be used for crafting. So very good stuff there. So Exile. Going into that Val fight, second. Tai23
근데 나는 만년 2등이어서 암액자리 응원하는 거야.
The Val fight can have a little bit of variance depending on if
네,
Val
배는 안
decides to stick
나오는데.
around or dip early in the fight. And so far looking fairly cooperative for Tai23. Did duck away for one moment there, but goes into an ice casting phase, which is the perfect time for Tai23 to secure the kill there in very short order. We'll see how things go for I'm Exile down in the bottom left now. And
튕긴 사람만 엄청 밀렸다고? 튕긴 사람은 얘야. 지금 타이타이 킬러 꼴등임. 튕긴 애보다 타이타이 킬러가 더 늦은 거예요.
It's not exactly the most engaging fight for these players. He's got a big hitbox. It's easy to hit those magma orbs. But one thing that might have bothered some of these players is seeing Tai23 to be the first person to enter Act 3. As Act 3, again, the game becomes a little bit more difficult. Act 1 tends to be the most difficult act. Act 2 is kind of on the easier side, so I'm pretty sure that there's a big side of relief for a lot of these players. Oh, Titan Killer. Oh, what a layout. Wait a minute, did we see that? I completely was not seeing that.
How is there no connection over there? We haven't seen too many zone misreads or big dead ends. I've noticed at least, and Tai23 unfortunately gets a very big one there and has to backtrack off basically an entire zone there.
That is crazy big.
Unfortunate. Not what he wants at this point, where he's just a little bit of an act of a zone behind the other players. So don't want to be having those situations in order to get that catch up.
뭐 4등은 확정인데 타이타이 킬러가.
And we'll see how he does as he moves into the Val kill. Just now, he's got a little bit of time. We can take a look at his gear. We see Tai23 filling out one of the clusters there. And I did actually want to talk about one of the things here that the players are taking advantage of. So you'll notice that they have Leap Slam, and earlier in the game, a lot of them will have been weapon swapping over to melee weapons because you need a melee weapon in order to Leap Slam. Dual wielding is faster, and certain weapon types are faster. Now you'll see, for example, on Havoc's screen right now, you can see an axe and a sword, and that's the ideal setup. Interestingly, though, in the current racing setup, the players will actually use that for spellcasting as well, and that's because there is a very cool dual wielding node that gives attack and cast speed, so both the movement speed and damage for their spells, but also the mastery, when they take that full cluster, can give 50% increased damage, which is a huge amount of damage at this early point of the game, if you're using 2 different weapons. So that's why they have that sword and axe. Such a cute and interesting little thing that the players have discovered and taken advantage of here. That's created a kind of a unique little racing style. So very cool.
아니, 성소의 신임.
2 shrines for Tai23, 2 shrines from Exile, but Exile, no acceleration. But he is catching up. It's very close. Tie23 will be the first person to take down, well, almost take down.
황소 위치를 외우고 있다 쳐도 가속 성소만 계속 나오니까 대단한 거.
Amexal right behind Tie23. You
스피드런의
can
그
see that vendor
신이
movement is so clean.
보살펴주는
You can see him running halfway across the screen while talking to the vendor. Give him a chance to
스피드런하는 컨셉으로
do that in
사도까지도
town.
가능하냐고요?
So trade up your
불가능합니다.
inventory and then keep moving. Again, these are the sort of tricks that you really have to nail, and it's very difficult because the timing is a little bit different in the live setting for sure.
There's some excellent movement going on for Havoc, I've been noticing, moving through some tricky
네,
zones
이속
with a
때문에
lot of
바빠보는
doors. The way the players are working is they're doing the leap slam and then chasing it with the frostbite.
자, 아마도 이 암엑자일 아니면 타이 둘 중 한 명이
And it'll just look like they're actually just levitating sometimes.
Oh yeah.
오, 똑같아요. 지금 둘이 똑같죠? 똑같은 장소에 암엑자일 다 따라왔어요.
It's really hard to do that perfectly whilst turning corners and going through doors, and the doors are closed. But the best players can do that, and Havoc was just crushing it.
가속 성소.
And Amexal
암엑자일 가속 성소 나왔죠? 여기서 이 미친 타이 또 가속 성소 나왔어요. 돌았네 진짜.
This is not right. Well, this is a very important zone. The sewers. It's because it's where the rats live. But
이게
also
쪼렙 성소는 좀 정해져 있긴 한데 나오는 성소만 나오거든요. 쪼렙 성소는. 드디어.
Of the qualifiers that was very different for different players. Some players were going for the bus and getting that extra passive. Some other players not so much, as I believe Havoc was dropping low.
Yeah, he got caught in a blue pack there. There can be some dangerous monsters here in the zoo.
네, 똑같이 하는 것 같아요. 공평하게 하려고.
Dying grapplers and things like that, but he gets through there.
것 같아요.
A little bit of help from the shrines.
아까 안 하려고.
Look like a rare 2-stone ring maybe, and the rare boots as well. A ghost maybe for a bit of there's that acceleration shrine.
Yep.
Well, yes, get that.
Yeah, the rings are so
important.
As I began to talk about it a little bit, Act 3 is where the game becomes difficult, but it's not necessarily because the mobs hit harder or anything like that. It's because they're beginning to use different types of attacks, different abilities, different elements. And so for that reason, you're going to have to prepare your inventory to be able to switch out to different setups of gear. If you're fighting Dominus, you might want some lightning resistance. If you're running through Crematorium, you want fire resistance, right? If you're fighting Piety, well, depending on the player, you might go with different sort of setups. As I do believe the players will be able to still abuse some of the portal tech to exit the fight and reset the portals, which might make Piety significantly
저것도 은근히 이제 멘탈적으로 좀 그게 있거든요. 지금 타이 같은 경우에는 본인이 계속 전광판 띄우다가 이제 암액자리 띄우는 거 보고 살짝 속도를 더 내는 것 같아.
We'll see how that goes. Got Taitakilla moving through his sewer kill there, getting back into a little bit of a corner, but uses the opportunity to kill a few extra monsters, so not too bad a situation to be in. Having just picking up, guess what? It's another acceleration shrine in the battlefront there. He does leave.
긁히거든요, 저거.
That was a little bit of a he's backtracking to do his Solaris. I see.
그 레벨이 좀 올라가니까 성소도 아마 가속도도 많이 안 나올 겁니다. 쪼렙 성소.
Solaris there, killing off a few extra packs as he's really trying to chase down that rare monster, taking quite a while. He does get the kill.
솔직히 현역이 1등 해야지. 자존심이 있지.
So I believe we saw it there. I think was that taking the minion damage?
크랩하는 여유?
The current strategy on the tree there as well. The minion damage scaling to get a little bit of extra damage scaling. And moving across to pick up those nodes.
아마 이제 굳히기 하려고 크랩을 한 것 같은데.
You can convert minion damage over to scale your spell damage.
Well, we're definitely going to be seeing some differences here. I mean, Tie23 in the past was known to be a player that just got so good that he could afford to pick up life nodes, you know? It does give you that little bit of more life, gives you a little bit of stun prevention, which allows you to move around. Obviously, it's safer. But if you're ahead, if you're controlling the situation, if you feel like you don't have to get more damage, you have enough to clear, you have enough to do those boss fights, then getting a little bit more defenses, why not? And Act 3 is the perfect act to do so, as you're going to have a much better understanding of where you're at in terms of RNG, how your gear is looking, and this is already the beginning of when these guys are thinking about when is that moment where I no longer kill mobs to get XP to improve my character and instead try to progress as much as possible towards Innocence and Kitava. And as we...
Not interested in those rare boots, they're just straight up vendors them, not even worried about it. He's set, he's looking pretty
너무 비슷한데
right now.
목적지는
We just saw
오타바입니다,
the
오타바.
end of Solaris in which the players will pick up unless they don't need it, but typically it's always needed. The crafting recipe that adds fire damage, which includes that fire damage to spells, that they can actually craft on their melee
위에는 안
weapons. That's a
간다고?
crucial part of the
나도 위에는 안 가.
strategy.
1, 2등정인데 이게
Does need
밑에 봐야지.
transmutes, which is a lot of currency
타
to be able
바퀴까지
to
1시간 정도 아마
move in.
걸렸어.
4 per weapon.
Yeah, 4
You're not always going to be crafting both weapons.
True, true. So 4 to 8, depending on the current weapon situation. But you don't tend to find spell damage axes or swords. So
yeah,
it can be really nice to be able to craft that and actually get quite a lot of damage. It actually comes at a really crucial time as well.
엄청 비슷하죠. 이 정도면 거의 똑같다고 볼 수 있거든요.
Straight away, you can get that craft done just in time for
와,
piety
거울인가요,
and
지금?
then dominus fights. And those can be really tough if you don't have a lot of damage, especially piety as she moves through her phases. But if you can get a lot of damage, you can kill her really quickly, and it becomes a lot easier and a lot safer. So timing on that, it can be rather crucial. I haven't seen Havoc go to the hideout yet, though. So we'll see if he goes and does that in a moment.
자, 그 와중에 타이 또 성소 먹었죠.
So why rush it? You have all the time in the world. They're around the 37-minute mark, which is really fast. I mean, these acceleration shrines are playing a major role. Obviously, the players have improved tremendously. We have a little bit of a difficult fight now for Exile. That's going to be Vicious, who does a lot of fire damage. You do need to kill him for that previously mentioned incredibly crucial chance orb, or excuse me, chance orb that then you use to buy cremation. But I don't see a chance orb for Exile. I didn't see it.
사실 IMX짜리 또 앞서가고
Players will
있습니다.
be transitioning from magma
드리블하면서 일부러 그 위쪽으로 조금이라도 이동 시간 아끼려고 한 게 좀 스노우볼이 굴러가는 듯.
with a little bit of desecrated created corpses.
연습한 보람이 있네요.
That does require level 28. We just saw Ty is the first one to reach 27, so the players are getting close to that point. So we'll see the skill change, and that happens actually basically at Dominus usually, maybe sometimes.
유령 잡고 가나요?
Oh my goodness. Oh, Exile killing a tormented rare mob. You can see the desperation. Unfortunately, this is the worst case scenario. I mean, I don't want to doom her too much, but there is a very small possibility that Exile is going to run into a problem that unfortunately doesn't have a solution outside of RNG. Typically, the RNG aspects even out, but the chance orb is something that's just it's not another solution.
Yeah, certainly you can get by with just one or the other on Cremation or Armageddon brand, but it's certainly not ideal.
저걸 또 따라잡네. 저 정도면 따라잡은 거거든요.
Potentially there. We'll see how he
그렇게
goes.
차이 안 나니까.
Tai Killer moving through his docks now. It's a good place to pick up a little bit of extra XP. He took a skip across there. We'll see whether it's the correct decision and whether he gets his quest objective or gets caught in a corner.
Tai Killer, he's got 2 chances.
지금 1등 잘 모르겠어요. 지금 아멕자이랑 타이랑 왔다 갔다 하는데 지금 타이가 타이 죽을 뻔했어요.
One other player has another. They're right next to each other.
지금 1분이거든요.
Negotiate.
It's time to vote. First, Jonathan.
Yep. We are Lunaris Temple with Havoc right now with 2 shrines. He's got a diamond shrine and I think a replenishing shrine there. So a little bit of extra safety and damage there, and he's picking up those big fire damage nodes as well. So lots of damage happening now. The players just start getting faster and faster at this point. It's actually crazy. Exile looking the first to Piety. Let's see how she goes. She can be a little uncooperative if she teleports into a bad phase. She's standing there across her ball landings, which is pretty much ideal. She stays in location. Oh, a short teleport is perfect.
Holy.
A very rapid kill there from Exile. Very nice. Pretty much
이제 아멕자일이 지금 많이 앞서가고 있거든요.
Yeah, you really want to kill it during that.
Ty 23, nearly perfect as well. Takes a big hit at the end there, but he's okay. It's basically as fast as possible. I don't think we even saw any ice or fire.
위에 이제 하복이랑
as long as he dies within the
타이타이는
duration of the war
3, 4등급이고.
banner placement, yeah, that's going to be very important. I mean, Exile, I can see that there is one solution. You can vendor a bunch of rares, get alterations, then convert those into jewelers, and then get a fusing, and then purchase the chance orb.
그다음에 아멕자일은 롤링마그만 그대로 쓰네요.
It's a multi-step process.
Yeah, but that's 8 alterations.
Yeah, that's the deterministic.
And you gotta be picking up so many items. There's so many things to
여기서
worry
좀 차이가
about. I mean,
나겠네요.
we've seen Dominus kills with Magma Orb, and it was okay. You can still put up with that, but once you get to those Act 4 bosses, that's really when the game ramps up, things become difficult, and you need as much damage as possible to shorten those fights and burst through them.
존나기 사실상 움직이면서 쏠 수 있는 것 때문에 좀 좋긴 하거든요.
Piety and Havoc will be there shortly.
Very nice stuff. Side 23 moving through a little bit of a dangerous spot there with the Quill Beasts. Jumping in, they're moving so fast that sometimes it can be difficult to know what's on the next screen, where you're going to be in the blink of an eye. And if you're already killing things at the same time, then sometimes those Quill Beasts can catch you off guard, but he does manage to survive the hit with some very timely flask use there.
And we're heading into some extremely difficult zones now. So these mobs heading up through Scepter of God have lightning damage. They can shock you for a large amount, but they also freeze, so you have to worry about that. Once you get to Dominus, you need lightning resistance for Dominus, but you don't want to die to the fire mob that jumps on you and does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So this is where that gear preparation matters the most, because face tanking Dominus is a big aspect. And as Exile is looking to be most likely the first person who will reach Dominus, I think he will be level 28, no cremation, and he's got a little bit of a history with Dominus, as we've discussed previously. Did die on it once during the qualifiers. Actually, his qualifier that he ended up winning, he can afford to lose a little bit of time here, but he can't afford to die, I don't think, considering the cremation situation.
So we're seeing the first phase of Dominus fight now, in which a bunch of different unique guardians are summoned, and they're not too bad. If you can kill them in a group, that can certainly speed things up. There's a little bit of a danger there, but I'm Exile getting through quite cleanly, and you'll notice that he's pre-placing the flame totem, the fireballs, and everything.
세긴 한데 타이가 좀 불안하긴 하거든요. 지금.
As soon as they're spawned in, but here comes Dominus for the actual first phase, and you want to be able to basically just take him down before he even teleports away here if you can. And we'll see if Exile manages to do that. It's a short teleport, still kind of in range of his current position, and he gets the kill very nice. You see he's already moved over to the right spot for the second phase there. Type 23 going through his first phase now, and we'll see how it goes for him. While Exile does a little bit of gear prep, ready for the second phase there. Type 23 dodges the slam, which he kind of just locked into, as like sometimes they'll use a skill even when they're already dead. But he already had him taken down there, so Type 23 moves into the second phase as well. They're so close! Exile, second phase here. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, you can still see that it's a pretty clean kill for Exile, who is slightly ahead.
Very nice.
Very good job by him. Dominus doesn't move a lot, so the magma, rolling magma is still so effective. Type 23 taking a little bit more time despite having the cremation pre-placed. How's this happening?
엄청 많이 걸렸거든요, 이 정도면?
On the ground.
Yeah, he's going back to town. He's got a little
개인적으로 특별한 변수가 없으면 여기서 붙이지 않을까라는 생각이.
23 known for the coolest Dominus kill of all time.
Oh yeah.
In which he killed Dominus without even looking at him and just teleported to the next zone within the blink of an eye. It was something. It was supremely cool. But a bit more reserved and safe here, playing into the full pre-place and everything, actually. I like it. He's a little more conservative there, perhaps.
종락이랑 롤링 차이가 날 텐데 꽤 많이 벌려놨거든요, 이 정도면.
Where things are starting to shake out a little bit more in terms of who's leading the pack, and very close between Exile and Type 23. Just a little maybe edge there.
좀 장기적으로 보면 종락이 좋긴 한데 이게 오타발언이라는 게 있어가지고 큰 의미는 없을 수도 있어요.
Taking third spot with Tai Killer just a little bit behind him right now. Havoc moving into his second phase of Dominus as we speak.
Yeah, and a big part of this is also something
다른 레이서들은 지금 종락 다 맞췄고 암흑자만 지금 종락
which is
없거든요.
aura management. So you're going to be seeing players switching to determination whenever they need a little bit more safety, and then playing with anger when they need damage. Typically,
종락 넣었군요.
I might have refined the time doing so. Well, maybe no.
그 와중에 타이가 이렇게 빨리 쫓아오는 게 너무 대단하다.
Yeah, typically when you're running around and trying to go as fast as possible, you're going to be running
언제
around with
바꿀지도 모르겠는데
determination as
끼고
you have enough
있어.
damage.
다른
But
애들
then
거
on
보면
those bosses when you need to maximize your damage and really burst them down as quickly as possible, you're going to be running anger. And another acceleration strike for Tai. Oh, okay.
He's going so fast. Unique dropped at the edge of the screen. He didn't even look at it. He's just like, I'm
일부러 많이 깔아놓은 것 같아. 그런 것 같아. 이러지면 안 되니까.
Exile's getting another. Okay.
그 정도로 가서도 안 나오거든요. 그러니까 얘네들이 맵 레이아웃도 똑같고 정도 똑같은 거 보니까
Oh, Tai, I believe he clicked
그
exit game.
대회라 가지고 일부러 좀 뿌려놓은 것 같은.
But he gets faster. Yeah.
늘어지지 말라고.
Fast load speed there. Oof, very nice.
It's just faster.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna.
He does have the banner. Okay, that was a slight mistake, not a.
자, 이러면 이제 실수 나왔으면 이제 이 정도면 이제 붙여진 것
Exile
같은데.
is pretty much doing it instantly. Whenever he picks up an item, he immediately clicks to change the character selection screen. And yeah, it just looks super scary. I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
I've done that before where I've like went to click up the quest item, logged out, and then I realized, oh, I didn't actually pick up.
Okay, Exile's getting so many acceleration shrines, I'm pretty sure he just ran past one. I mean, it was a really dangerous pack, and he knows that he's very close to the exit, but still.
Too fast even for acceleration shrines at this point.
That's kind of ridiculous.
Killer moving into his Dominus fight now, taking out the ads. Ooh, very quickly. His damage is looking very on point. That is what he needs to be able to get through this fight nice and quick there. He's got his Cremation and Armageddon Brand running there, doing lots of damage. Being able to pre-post those Cremations as the mobs spawn is a big help in getting those that damage preloaded and to burst them down right as they appear. Havoc moving fast right now. Oh my god, we are at the pinnacle of kill monster fast, both in terms of these races, but also in terms of the acceleration shrines that have been seemingly hand-placed.
야, 엑자일 많이 벌렸다. 많이 벌렸네.
Inventory looking like
스노우볼 굴러가죠, 점점.
Takes a moment to get a
스노우볼
sip.
굴러갑니다.
It might be chaotically organized, you know?
그 와중에 하복도 엄청 빨리 많이 따라왔어요, 저 정도면.
And he's not going to be picking up that much more. He does seem pretty set up, which is very nice. It's going to give him an opportunity to catch up as I'm Exile with another accelerator. He's got another one.
여기는 죽으면 바로 3등이야.
In Act 4.
1분이야. 죽으면 1분 멍 때리고 있어야 돼. 죽으면 안 돼.
Well, skip from tie.
캐선 실수만 해도 이렇게 벌어지는데. 캐선 실수만 해도.
It's just going by so
10초도
quickly.
이렇게
There are
벌어지는데.
very important skips in Act 4 in the rest of zone specifically and in Cone's zone as well.
잡기술 성공 뭔데?
But sometimes you see players, even though they have the possibility to go for that skip with a lightning warp that you're later on going to be needing as well, Exile gets another acceleration.
That skill's still going.
Well, even this, there's more accelerations than less. At this point, they've had acceleration active more than less.
It's not just confirmation bias, I don't think. Like,
yeah.
Someone will go through and count and be like, yeah, there was like 19 acceleration shrines and like 2
rigged. But yeah, sometimes you're going to be skipping, like you're seeing on Havoc's screen. He went for the skip, and sometimes if you need a little bit more XP, those cages do offer a lot of it. Again, you can see it on Havoc's screen. Ooh, a little bit of movement there, but it's still clean. A big skip from him gets both of them. Very nicely done. Yeah, with all these shrines,
다르지 않았지? 카운터 하는 거지?
none of these players
타이는
are
지금
going
다르
to
접속하고
choose
있네요.
to actually fight the monsters at this point.
Buckle just snapped out of existence there by Havoc. He's always a fast boss fight, but that was something else. It's like our commentary can't even keep up with explaining the various skips and things like that. They're moving too fast with acceleration shrines. But yes, there is some crucial skips there that it's too late to explain. They've already done it. Yep. But we do have on Kaum's Stronghold the potential for a huge skip actually where the lava falls can be jumped up from the right angle, bypassing sometimes up to half.
심지어 하복은 아까 중소당해가지고 게임이 한번 멈췄어요. 근데 저 속도가 나온다는 거는 진짜 빠르다는 거임. 저거 만약에 안 튕겼으면 타이타이는
Yeah, see, this is the big problem when you have to use magma orb. When you don't have that cremation, you're having to continuously cast.
That is brutal.
And yeah, you're just standing around, you're in danger.
Look at him though, he's still winning though.
Man, but the frustration.
Yeah,
I can see him boiling.
It's going to take its toll a little bit more and just bleed away his lead if he gets stuck in that situation for too long.
I'm double checking unless Exo had a different zone with Einhard. There was no skip in the most crucial part of the Combs dream.
Yeah, sometimes there just isn't the opportunity, and it looks like
it's a pretty low chance.
Yeah,
it's like 10%. But we might be seeing it here.
Yeah.
Oh, he leaps it.
I don't think I've ever seen the leap slam up there.
Okay, buddy, relax. Most players are getting lightning warps for this. He leaps it.
He's like, don't even need the lightning warp. I did not even know you could leap slam up.
I had no idea.
Specific ones maybe that can be just.
뭐 아까 누가 막았다 하지 않았어?
Yeah, I have to get the right pixel though.
That was
막은 걸 또 뚫은 건가?
Very cool.
I don't think I've ever seen that yet.
I love seeing things for the first time ever as a commentator live at the Exalt.
But that's the difference. This is why we're sitting here and they're sitting over there. They know every little detail about what needs to be done here.
Hundreds of practice runs, finding all of
막은 건
lightning
연막지래고.
warping. He's on the acceleration, gets through. But you see,
not as fast though. Yeah,
that was pretty fast, but it still took a while longer than the guy's jump. And the difference and understanding of the game comes through there, and every single second is going to count as Amexal will be the first person to enter a very difficult zone to run. That's going to be Belly of the Beast 1 and Belly of the Beast 2. Combined, both of those zones, I think, have like 20-something layouts, and they're pretty hard.
I guess
the mobs get hard.
Both the zone layouts and the monsters make me very anxious in this zone.
아멕자는 2등이었는데 역전한 거예요.
Those little creatures that stick their spikes out and do a nasty puncture. Sometimes you can just leap into the middle of the pack and they'll whack you at once.
타이는 실수 한 번 해가지고 지금 사실 타이 킬러 하보 타이 셋 다 한 번씩 실수 혹은 억가가 있었는데 지금 아멕자만 억가가 없어요.
15-minute mark, and players are getting dangerously close to Act 5. Yeah. Because Act 5 is very quick. If you guys think this is fast, Act 5 is absolutely ridiculous. Everything is set up. They are just going at that point. Killing mobs offers nothing for them. They're not getting XP. They're just getting flash charges. And so once we're there, it's going to get ridiculous. And the time is insane. And from the qualifiers that we talked about before, nobody got a time that was lower than 1 hour and 6 minutes. This might be under an hour, which was something that a lot of players thought was physically impossible. Nobody's ever even seen a time like that. I can spoil this now. I do know, in fact, that Amexal was getting averages of about an hour and 1, an hour and 2 sometimes. And when he put all of his best times together from all of his runs, he just barely managed to get it under an hour. Doing that in a live setting despite the
really potent acceleration shrines is just so impressive.
That's
먼저 잡았거든요.
Lose it to see that today.
찐타이가 먼저 잡았거든요.
Ridiculous time.
100%. They're taking down Piety. Exile already done, having to wait for her to finally be talkable.
이걸 역전을 한 번 더 한다고?
Into the harvest.
That's interesting. A little bit of catch up there, because Amexal.
이러면 이제 아멕자 좀 긁히거든요.
Like we said, that
전광판이 밝혔거든. 긁히거든 이거.
Slowly bleeding away a percentage point at a time. And wow, that was like simultaneous entry.
자, 똑같죠. 자, 이게 템이 좀 템이란다. 그 좀 달라요 지금.
That's
시소 차이. 비슷해.
Wait a minute.
거울이냐고.
Maybe Exile didn't want to find a Magma.
밀어줘
He
진짜.
practiced so much that he knows, or he didn't need to find the cremation. Yeah. Maybe he practiced every worst case scenario. Maybe he practiced a scenario in which he doesn't get it. And you know, instead of just crying about it, like we are over here, you just win.
I love the idea of practicing for the adverse runs where things don't go your way. Actually.
It's the way to do it.
와,
those
타이가
things that happen on
지금
the day and you aren't prepared for it, then that can be a real
템이 더
shock.
좋나 본데 딜이 좀 잘 나오는 느낌인데? 시소 때문인가? 모독 시소 이게 지금 왜냐면 아멕자는 지금 시체 조각이 없어요. 그래갖고 종락 시소로 못하고 종락이랑 롤링 마그마로 하고 있거든요. 아 이게 시소 차이가 이제 스노우볼도 굴러가네 이게.
Fighting the mini bosses as well. You don't want to be doing any zone resetting in this one, as anytime any of the mini bosses die, and then you have to re-enter a new zone. Even though you have the pieces in your inventory, you can't actually access Malachi. So very important to keep everything under control here.
All right, we've got a big Malachi fight. There's been times where this has been very frightening, and this might be one of those times as Amexal eats, I believe, one of the throws there and takes a lot of damage.
It's so hard with
짬타이는 화면을 끄자고 아예 말이 좀 심한데 타이타이 킬러도 많이 노력했어. 물론 난 안 보고 있지만 여러분들 많이 봐주세요.
At this point, it could come down to the actual Kitava fight itself, which would be super thrilling.
So much shotgunning in Kitava though.
Yeah, it's a very
열심히 하시잖아.
For Amexal, I'm sure he is praying.
You want to be getting into that Kitava fight before your opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100% so.
And these are the times to secure that little bit of a lead that they need to win this race.
And a little bit about the Malachi fight. It is something probably that's going to look easy when you're just watching the way that these players are doing it over here, but it is very challenging. The tentacles, they do cold damage, they do traps, they do fire and lightning damage, and they have a high amount of crit. There's a lot of physical damage coming up from Malachi with those little blobs that he's throwing around. Eventually, they're going to be shotgunning pretty badly once he kills the final heart. So, this is a challenging fight for
말 그대로
sure.
그냥 그대로 받아들이면 됩니다.
Is done with it though.
Yeah, he gets the boss kill down good ways ahead of ImExile actually. So we've seen a bit of a flip here in the positions, and Ty23 using that lead actually to go back and buy himself a little bit of extra safety. Some of those spare transmutes
과연
as
변수가
he goes
있을지.
and crafts some extra crucial resistances for this last little push into Act 5 here. There's one little more.
근데 이게 지금
through the snow, basically just a bit of leap slam.
아멜짤이 시소를 챙기기에는 이미 늦었거든요. 저대로 가야 된단 말이야. 근데 그 차이가 크잖아, 사실. 키타바 같은 경우에는 시소가 다 들어갈 텐데 시소가 다 들어갈 거란 말이야, 뒤. 그럼 거기서 딜 차이가 엄청날 텐데.
Sometimes you're leading and you don't appreciate it enough. The stress gets to you, and you end up making some mistakes. That hasn't been the case for Exile. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case for Ty23. We are entering parts of the game that he previously has shown he needed more practice in.
아그마도 2타 다 들어가긴 한데 그래도 시도가 좀 더 세지 않나?
You get inclined to restart when something goes wrong and practice those early acts, and I've certainly seen players get in that loop. But it's difficult to commit to finishing the runs and practicing the late game as much as the early game. So it can be a little rougher here at the end here. Just seeing it. Level 35 for Ty23.
That is level 35.
Just saw level 33 for ImExile, so that's actually a pretty substantial difference here. We talked about it earlier, but players decide on a point to stop, not the unique drop there, to stop leveling up, essentially, intentionally to like start killing less. And where you do that and how much XP you kind of get after that point can make a little bit of a difference here.
Very much so. A difficult zone. Control blocks.
롤링마그마도 저렇게 방금같이 얇은 움직이는 보스전에서는 많이 차이가 나죠.
Knows exactly where to go.
약간 아멜짤 잡기술 쓰려다가 살짝 버벅거든요.
That's something that people found out
아멜짤 살짝 버벅거든.
약간
튕기면 계열받거든요.
It's so cool to see that they did in fact figure it out and can replicate that skip 100% of the time. Very nicely done, saving themselves a lot of time from both Ty23 and ImExile, who's just now getting his Eyes of Zeal. Yeah, so I mean, this I mean, they're not getting acceleration shrines every time, at least.
Yeah, no, we seem to have run out of acceleration
shrines.
마음
급해졌죠 지금. 전가방 막 뜨죠.
Has been consumed.
I want to say I'm happy, but speed. It's like I want him to.
이노센스에서 롤링 존나 안 걸리거든요.
That's it.
Hey guys, can you slow down?
이노센스 롤링 어떻게 잡을까 롤링으로 이노센스.
Please, not going to happen. Look at him go. We have a couple of very dangerous zones here. The monsters in here, we have seen upsets of people jumping into a blue pack and getting taken down. Certainly at this point,
이거 더 약간 다른 너프가 없어가 이미
So we just
너프됐죠.
got 23 hit level 35. It's a level 42 zone. 7 levels
찐타이
under.
CC에서 게임 안 한다는 게 점수 같다고? 그런 것 같습니다.
ImExile's got 742.
이게 솔직히 그 롤링 마그마로 이노센스는 조금 힘드니까 거기서 과연 이 변수라고 하면 타이가 실수하는 것밖에 없거든요.
No, that's not the case here. Ty23, 7 levels under. ImExile, even more, like 9 levels under.
Yeah, ImExile knows that he needs to cut corners. We were talking about how much he was keeping up.
실수를 하면 뒤지는 걸 얘기하는 건데.
It's just such a big
여기서 만약
deal.
죽는 거 아니면
He's
조금
rushing,
힘들지도.
he's charging. He still can't win. It is going to be very close. But it might boil down to a mistake from Ty23, a man who has shown at the previous ExileCon he doesn't make mistakes.
No, he's very much all about securing that big win. And I think he wants to be in the lead.
거의 동시에 들어갔거든요. 거의 동시에. 포탈을 먼저 열어놨네, 아밀자는.
Trying to play the catch up.
혹시 이제 죽을 수도 있다라는.
But here he goes into the innocence fight. It can be a very dangerous fight, but players have kind of got this one down pretty comfortably lately. We haven't seen too many upsets recently, so hopefully we won't see any big deals here. There is some ad phase here that they have to go through, which is relatively safe, and you'll notice that they know that they don't really have to chase down all those bubble mobs and things like that as well.
You say that, Ziggy, but we do see a little bit of a difference between those two players in their strategy and approach and the confidence that they both have as one player.
아 롤링 말고 막 콘돔업이 안 죽어.
I know Die23 can't hear me.
그래도 비슷해. 이 정도는 비슷해. 거의 똑같아.
No portals. But Exile's got a portal present in
거의
case something happens.
와 시소 보입니까? 저
little safety portal there.
Yeah, he can recover.
깔아놓고 딜하는 거. 반피 뺐어. 반피 시소는. 반피고 아메짜는 3분의 1 뺐네요. 거기에 포탈건까지. 아 포탈건하고 스킵해버렸네. 패턴 스킵. 그런 느낌으로 한 듯.
So he's not far away from that innocence fight himself.
We did just cross the 1 hour mark, so it's not going to be under 1 hour, but it will be very close.
I mean, you might think, oh yeah, they've still got to kill innocence.
몰랐어요 저도.
Literally, like it's 3 leap slams away after you finish innocence.
Yep.
So we're not far away, just
저한테
minutes
물어보죠. 저도
away
모릅니다.
from closing this out and seeing who's
뭔가 타이밍이 있나 봐요.
top position, but second and third are also a big deal, as there is some significant prize money on the line here. No pressure. The last
타이는 코코를 안 보나요 지금?
but woo.
I mean, we're talking a lot about Exile and Die23, but look who's fighting innocence as well. You know, normally we'd be full screening somebody, focusing on them a little bit more, but
코코볼 나온다. 아 코코볼 안 봐.
also catching up and doing incredibly well. His management of those items, of those auras and abilities is just so supreme. He's always the player that shows his magnificence in the later parts of the race.
잡기술까지 써봤지만
Die23 will be the first person to enter.
타봐도 시소가 훨씬 유리해가지고. 아 시소 시치.
Havoc does have a little bit of a history with innocence.
Yeah,
he has had some situations in the past that were tricky.
Oh, so much. Havoc, please.
No flash. Oh, Havoc!
하복 1분.
My heart shatters.
The devastation.
괜찮아 타이타이.
I don't think so. He doesn't have any portals in his inventory. That's going to be a full minute and a rerun from the waypoint.
Oh, you can see the countdown on the screen now.
This allows Titan to catch up.
1분 길거든요, 스피드런에서.
Certainly out of the top 2 placements.
Yeah, the battle for 3rd and 4th is going to be a big race between Havoc and Tai now, as this gives Tai the killer to even it up. And Havoc is going to have to fight real hard from this. He's going to have to do some extra running.
컴퓨터가 하복에 좀 안 좋나 봐요.
Absolutely brutal.
Oh man, that is going to be.
His HP is 678.
좀 억울할 것 같은데. 지금 아마 하복은 자기가 4등이라고 생각하고 있는 것 같아.
Oh, Ziggy, I hate to say, it might just.
자기가 꼴등이라고 생각하고 있는 것 같아. 그죠?
Yeah, like we said,
걱정 마, 니 뒤에 타이타
he had for so long just split away slowly. There's almost imperceptible differences in the end. But oh no, I'm please.
걱정 마. 전광판이 지금 1등만 써도 모르지. 니 뒤에 사람 있다.
I'm gonna go around. Oh my god,
doesn't have the acceleration.
일부러 쉬었는데 아직.
He did get past that back. Oh my god, it's so close.
I'm Exile. How did you survive that?
아메차 죽을 뻔했어?
What an incredible save!
비슷하네 또.
That would have broken my heart to see that. This is so close here.
Both players skipping the shrine. Didn't even get an opportunity to see what it was. I believe.
일단은 레이스 시작한 지 한 50분 정도 경과됐고요. 지금 오타바까지가 죽는데.
I can't even tell who's going to be getting there first at this point.
Impenetrable don't need that shrine either. No.
빨리 뛰어야죠.
On this roof.
Maximize.
Not even Kitaro.
뛰어야죠. 자 먼저 입장. 아메짤 먼저 입장. 현역이 가자.
I'm Exile types no chance.
What are you talking about?
노 찬스. 대충 찬스 지치. 난 찬스 있었으면 이겼는데. 와 똑같아. 모른다 진짜. 노드 빼고 딜로드 찍죠.
Do everything. Eat, squeeze every damage.
It's gonna.
Oh my god.
노드 바꿨어요. 얼마 차이 안 나는 거 알고 있죠?
So close.
Oh my god.
근데 잠깐만 피 차이 얼마나 돼?
Excellent dodges.
시소가 너무 세요.
Die23 securing this phase just a little bit ahead there. Yeah, we're seeing that slightly.
시소가 너무 세.
Such a big flask difference.
시소가 너무 셉니다.
Don't die. Go to Exile. He waits it out. A second portal coming up for Exile. The ad phase begins. Side dodging a hand sweep.
이걸.
Oh my god. Did I get it? No.
현역들이 이거를 지금
Tai playing it safe, making sure he's done.
진정한 챔피언인가요, 타이?
Oh my God!
Points, no, Tai 23, please. Oh my God. He's okay.
Exile dodging, Tai 23, close
지금 위에는 막
here. Will he safely play?
위에는 3, 4등장하고 밑에는 1, 2등장하는데 개꿀잼 뭘 봐야 될지 모르겠네.
Tai 23 will take it.
와.
Tai 23, oh my God, could not be closer. And the heart-wrenching near miss in the final seconds there. Tai 23 is your grand champion for ExileCon 2023. Oh my God, it rhymes perfect.
Oh my goodness.
아 이거 솔직히 시소 있었으면 아밀짜리.
I have to say also. I'm
yeah.
Good job, I'm Exile.
He knows the position that he is in.
He's like, he's alright. He's alright. I'm Exile.
아 이게
Second place as well.
지금 타이라는 친구가 모르시는 분들 위해서 설명하자면 전 엑자일콘 스피드런은 우승자고 약간 초대 개념으로 온 친구긴 하거든요.
It literally just came down to that slight percentage point difference in the kill speed at the end of the fight there.
그리고 POE를 안 합니다 이 친구가. 근데 1등한 거 보면 어디 안 간다. 챔피언 포 어디 안 가. 1등은
He writes GG instead. The team player until the
시시해가지고
huge claps I think for Exile for
시시해서 POE 스피드런 안 한다는 게 사실인 걸로.
freaking well despite the odds being stacked up against him. Great performance from both of our players and as I say that
또 2등했어.
as we're still going for that third
2등에서 응원했는데 역시 오늘도 2등하는구나.
It is fairly close.
I couldn't even look at the top half of the screen during that.
There was way too much.
I don't know what's going on. We're going to fight.
I think Havoc didn't have a portal, and I don't think he had waypoints. I think he had to rerun allowing Titanic to catch up and get onto the rooftop as the first player. It is fairly close. No pressure, Titanic. He did have that little bit of an unfortunate rip in his qualifier that he ended up winning. He could afford it, but will he be able to afford it in this race?
하복 두 번 죽었어요. 아이고 하복이 내 생각엔 이제 멘탈이 포기를 한 것 같네요.
Havoc
부활을 안 누른 거
yeah, the
보니까
death at Innocence earlier is a huge
멘탈이 아예
upset.
나가버린
The players take a lot of risks sometimes in
꺾여버렸답니다.
skipping certain waypoints.
처음에 이제
there are certain
렉으로
deaths that can
인풋렉도
just
좀
be
있다고
brutal if that
그런 거
happens.
보니까
You have to run so many zones to catch back up if you don't have those checkpoints. But let's see Tai Killer over the finish line here as he secures his third place in the Katava.
타이가 3등하는 건 사실상 하복이 저거는 썰엔 친 겁니다. 하복은.
Supremely entertained.
하복은 썰엔을 친 거예요. 왜냐면 지금 얘가 3등인지 4등인지 하복은 모르잖아요 본인이. 근데 렉으로 한번 밀리고 인풋 렉으로 죽었으니까 나고 어차피 꼴등이니까 썰엔 친 겁니다. 1등 몇 분, 한 50분 걸린 것 같아요.
Enjoyed this race at home and in the audience as well.
아맥자 기업이 나왔는데 안 주었대.
Just a moment here as we see
억가가 아니라
Titanic
본인이 그냥 안
through
준
the
거구나.
end of the race. All right, folks, we are securing and wrapping things up here. Huge congratulations once again to Tai 23, I'm Exile, and Tai Killer, who will be taking third place there, and Havoc. Thank you very much for a good show from everyone.
아맥자를 오타가 잡았냐고?
We have about 2 more minutes as the players are still blasting away.
We're being herded to our positions.
I think I called it a little bit too early.
Yes, there we go.
아맥자는 그냥
still
뭐
battling away
심심하니까.
at Kitava. He's doing incredibly well. He's fully in control. He knows what he's doing. Those cremations are being put down in perfect position. The Desecrate
누가 1등이냐고요? 타이 네 번째. 타이가 1등입니다. 전 챔피언, 전 스피드런 1등이 이번 에콘도 1등했네요. 완전 없었다. 아 근데 너무 잘하는데 타이가 너무 잘해요.
He locks it in and secures
저 사람 접었다고 하지 않았냐고?
place.
CC에서 접었답니다. 내가 봤을 때 CC에서 접은 거 맞는 거 같아.
Excellent race from everyone and a huge round of applause for all of our racers today. And thank you to them for the entertainment. Very cool stuff. Supremely entertaining.
찐타에 잔실수 없었으면 뭐
Alright, folks.
진짜 끝났지.
I believe in just a moment we'll be
아,
heading over to
하복은
the
조금
stage
마음이
as we give out
아프네.
prizes. But for now, let's just have a little bit of a recap of what we've seen today, right?
마음이 아파.
How was that race, right?
저거는 돈 더 줘야 되는 거 아니에요?
RNG than I expected. If I'm being
회복도
real,
진짜 빨리
typically in
잘하는.
Path of Exile races nowadays anyway, it does more so boil down to how much management there is when it comes to that RNG. But in this one in particular, there wasn't a whole lot of Einhard action, which I'm a little bit disappointed by.
That's all. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we can only do so much when it comes to the actual RNG of those item drops.
We had a crazy amount of shrines, acceleration.
The shrines were nuts, but they all get them.
Yeah,
unless there's Einhards, everybody gets them.
No one seemed to miss anything major in terms of the shrines, and also very impressed by all of the races' zone reads. We had very few
incredible
people making any mistakes there.
I mean, even the situation
had that.
Yeah, even the situation that Titan Killer found himself in that ancient pyramid.
Tiny.
Yeah, but that wasn't even his fault. You know, sometimes that happens. In that
타이는 너무 잘하고
particular,
아멕잘도 너무 잘했는데 타이타이 킬러는
platform of that zone
아무
is
일도
actually
없었는데
just
왜
RNG. The next ones, it's always a cross. In the first one, it is RNG. So can't even blame him for that one whatsoever.
Yeah, we had I'm Exile leading the pack for such a long time, and we talked about
아무 일도
Techcon being
없었는데
such a
왜 다들
consistent class to race, but there's just that one thing, just trying to get that chance audible fusing orb, and it nearly always happens, but the players do plan some, you know, to play along without it potentially if it doesn't come up, but we did see a little bit of just a little bit less damage.
우승 상금 1등 한국 돈으로 1,200만 원 정도.
That was so close at the finish, Rise.
I do have to officially say it though. Exile might have gotten second, but might have won in my heart. You know,
Fair enough.
The GG at the end, slightly heartbreaking, but such a well-mannered individual. A bright future ahead of him.
재밌게 봤네요.
Absolutely, for all of our races indeed.
겜점하는데 1,000만 원 번다고? 괘씸하네요.
Moment for me though was Havoc's death.
아, 진짜 아멕잘 1등했으면 좋았을 텐데.
Such a huge upset. He had such an incredible race.
아이고 피곤하다.
One little technical hiccup there, but didn't even let it.